Sister, let's quickly grab some gold and silver and flee. I heard the third prince has impeached the duke and the officials will soon come to confiscate our property. But the young lady hasn't woken up yet. Do you want to die? At this critical moment you still care about that ugly woman. The duke suffered a defeat at the border, and 100,000 soldiers were all killed. The emperor was furious and summoned the heir to the palace for a reprimand. Pain, such pain. The June sky was gloomy, and the sultry air made one feel inexplicably oppressed and restless. Shen Wan, dressed in a wedding gown, lay on the large red bridal bed, feeling a splitting headache, yet the noise around her was incessant. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw two maids in pink silk jackets ransacking the chests, stuffing jewelry into their bosoms. Who are you? Shen Wan was utterly confused. The two maids suddenly turned around. In the dim light, a pair of confused eyes flickered eerily in the darkness. Don't hit us, they screamed in terror, wailing and rushing toward the door. Shen Wan looked confused. As a military doctor, she had been bandaging wounded soldiers on the battlefield. How did she suddenly end up here? Suddenly a sharp pain shot through her head, and a flood of unfamiliar memories poured into her mind. She had transmigrated into a book. In the book, there was a vicious, ugly woman also named Shen Wan, the illegitimate daughter of the Shenyang Marquis, a military family. She used despicable means to replace her legitimate sister and marry the book's major villain, Xian Mubai, the heir of the Jingwa Duke. On the wedding day, the human pass was lost, and the Duke of Jingwa, along with 100,000 soldiers, died for their country. The male lead, the third prince, took the opportunity to impeach, and the emperor was furious. He ordered the duke's mansion to be confiscated on charges of treason. The servants were sold, and the family members were exiled to the desolate northwest. Upon hearing the news, the original owner threw down her red veil and tried to run to her maiden home, but she slipped and fell, hitting her head directly on a stone. Soon after arriving in the northwest, the original owner eloped with someone. But that person turned out to be a human trafficker who gave her a powder to dissipate her cultivation and then sold her. The buyer was no good either, beating and cursing her. Within a few years, the original owner fell severely ill. Seeing she was dying, the buyer roughly wrapped her in a straw mat and threw her by the roadside. When she was dying, she saw Xian Mubai, dressed in splendid silk, riding a tall horse to propose to the white moonlight female lead, and vaguely heard people calling him Grand Secretary. Shen Wan wanted to cry. Transmigrating into a book was bad enough, but why did she have to become that ridiculously stupid, ugly woman, and why exile as soon as she arrived? Suddenly, a white light flashed from her wrist. Shen Wan was overjoyed. It seemed her luck wasn't too bad. At least she had brought her portable space with her. She was a military doctor, so the space naturally contained a large amount of medicine and medical equipment, even a spring of spiritual water that could nourish the body. The only drawback was that daily necessities were too few. Since exile was inevitable, she had to stock up on supplies quickly. So Shen Wan struggled to get up from the bed and collected all the dowry stored in the side room into her space. It must be said that the Shenyang Marquis was really stingy. So much dowry, but not a single valuable item, mostly padded quilts and coarse cloth used to fill the numbers. But since things had come to this, she had no room to complain. After collecting everything, Shen Wan hurried out. At this time, the Jingwa Duke's mansion was already in chaos, and no one paid any attention to her, the newly arrived young mistress. Just as she was about to head to the storeroom, she saw a young widow clutching a jade-colored bundle, frantically running out. Shen Wan remembered this woman. The Duke of Jingwa had 5 sons, with Xian Mubai, the heir, being the youngest. His 4 elder half-brothers had died for the country years ago, leaving 4 widowed sisters-in-law. And this one was Sun Shi from the third branch, the original owner's childhood nemesis. Seeing Shen Wan approaching, a flicker of panic passed through Sun Shi's eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure and sneered sarcastically, "Oh, I didn't expect you, ugly monster, to have such a tough life. I thought you would have died from that fall." Shen Wan originally didn't want trouble, but since this woman was deliberately provoking her, she couldn't tolerate it. "If you haven't died, how could I bear to leave first?" She stared at the heavy bundle with ill intent and said with a fake smile, "But your bundle looks quite heavy. How about I carry it for you?" Before she finished speaking, her hand reached for the bundle. Sun Shi's face suddenly changed. She quickly hid the bundle behind her back and cursed viciously, "Don't you dare touch my things, ugly monster." If you have time to talk nonsense, you'd better prepare a coffin for your sickly heir. Before she finished, Sun Shi hurried away with quick steps. Shen Wan was very sure that this woman did not escape the mansion before the confiscation, but would be exiled to the northwest with her. She subtly stuck out her foot, tripping Sun Shi, who fell flat on her face. The beautiful jade-colored bundle fell from her hand, and gleaming gold, silver, and jewels scattered all over the ground. Shen Wan, you're asking for death. Sun Shi was both anxious and angry. Just as she looked up to start cursing, she saw that the ugly woman had already disappeared. Shen Wan had no time to waste, as she still needed to stock up more before the officials arrived. Afraid of running out of time, she used instantaneous teleportation and in the blink of an eye arrived at the storeroom. The Duke's mansion was really poor. Besides bulky items like grain and furniture, there was very little gold or silver. Shen Wan looked around and only took the new rice and some silver into her space. If the storeroom was completely empty during the confiscation, the emperor would surely become suspicious. If he got angry and changed the exile to immediate execution, that would be a loss. After leaving the storeroom, Shen Wan also went to the kitchen and took all edible items, even stuffing a large iron pot into her space. Since the mansion was going to be confiscated anyway, if she didn't take these things, they would benefit others. Suddenly remembering that the original owner's mother was killed by the wife of the Xiangyang Marquis, Shen Wan went to the Xiangyang Marquis' mansion and swept away all the gold, silver, and valuables. Of course, she would not spare the dog emperor and the third prince who framed the loyal. What she never expected was that the third prince, known for his incorruptibility and frugality, had a secret room filled with mountains of grain and money. It was practically the dog emperor's treasury branch. Now she had struck it rich. That pair of scumbag father and son could cry their eyes out. Shen Wan didn't hold back and waved her little black hand. Take what could be taken and burn what could not. No grain left for him. In an instant, the third prince's mansion was filled with thick smoke and raging flames. Shen Wan's figure faded, and she was already back in the backyard of the Jingguo Duke's mansion. Seeing that it was still early, she lay down on a rattan chair in the small courtyard, contentedly drinking iced sour plum soup, waiting for the officials to arrive. Suddenly, loud wailing came from the front courtyard. Shen Wan knew clearly. The confiscation had begun. She casually threw the bowl into her space and walked toward the front courtyard. At this moment, the front courtyard was already a mess. Clothes, fabrics, and other items were scattered everywhere, and the family members were wailing in despair. Shen Wan looked around. Sure enough, Sun Shi hadn't escaped, and even the two maids who had been stealing jewelry in the room were not spared. The Duke's wife had died early, and the concubine Aunt Zhou was not decisive. Seeing the officials with gleaming swords confiscating the property, she collapsed to the ground in terror, not even glancing at her two grandsons whose voices were hoarse from crying. In the middle of the courtyard on a stretcher lay a man covered in blood. Shen Wan thought that must be her so-called husband. She curiously stepped forward, and after one look she was stunned. This man's face was sickly pale, with two sword-like eyebrows slanting upward toward his temples. His beautiful phoenix eyes tilted slightly at the corners, adding an indescribable charm and elegance. Even in his blood-soaked clothes, he could not hide the noble elegance that emanated from him. So the major villain in the book was this handsome. Out of military doctor instinct, Shen Wan subconsciously bent down to examine him. The moment her warm fingertips touched his bloody leg, Xie Mubai trembled violently in pain, and beads of sweat covered his smooth forehead. It must be said that the dog emperor was ruthless. He had actually broken his leg bone. Get away from me. Xie Mubai slapped her hand away, his weak voice trembling with extreme anger. It seemed not the right time to treat the wound. Shen Wan shrugged and said nothing more. Xie Mubai had no mood to speak, either just glared at her with disgust. His gaze was too sinister. Just one look made Shen Wan feel like needles pricking her back. Have all the stolen goods been counted? At that moment, a sharp, thin voice came from not far away. Following the sound, Shen Wan looked toward the gate and saw an oily-faced old eunuch waddling in his plump waist swaying. Shen Wan remembered that he was Eunuch Huang, a trusted confidant of the emperor. Years earlier, his adopted son had killed a man in the army and was executed by Duke Xinghua under military law. From that day on, the two held a grudge against each other. Now that the emperor had sent eunuch Huang to confiscate the estate, his majesty clearly intended to show no mercy to the ducal mansion. Eunuch Huang, everything is right here. Please take a look. The officials in charge of the search carried in several chests, one after another, smiling with fawning flattery. Inside were half a chest of loose silver, a few tattered scrolls of painting and calligraphy, and some cumbersome bronze implements of little value. Eunuch Huang, who had been eager to line his pockets along the way, stared in utter disbelief. Who are you trying to fool? How can the grand residence of Duke Xinghua be so poor? Xie Mubai was likewise puzzled. It was true that the ducal mansion was poor, but it should not have been reduced to this. Though he had long since hidden away most of the property, what had remained in the storeroom should at least have been more than this. What, you think we moved everything out beforehand? He let out a cold laugh, his tones soaked with biting mockery. Eunuch Huang narrowed his tiny triangular eyes and sneered contemptuously. You'd have to be capable of doing that. At this point, he could almost be certain that Duke Xinghua's household had indeed gone broke. From the very moment that accursed emperor had decided to confiscate the estate, his secret spies had been watching every corner of the ducal mansion. Not even a single item, let alone a fly, could have slipped out. But what if they hid everything on their persons? Catching sight of the stunning women in the crowd, a sinister glint flashed in Eunuch Huang's murky eyes. He ambled over to Madame Sun and Xie Murong, Xie Mubai's half-sister, and stretched out his greasy claws, lecherously reaching toward their faces. Xie Murong was still an unmarried maiden, and having never seen such an outrage, her delicate face turned deathly pale. She nearly fainted on the spot. You villain! If you have the guts, come at me. What sort of man bullies women? Xie Mubai glared at Eunuch Huang with venom in his eyes, a sharp blade-like aura radiating from his body and saturating the stifling air as if it cost nothing at all. He gritted his teeth and tried to rise from the stretcher. The Duke Xinghua household was devoted and loyal to the state, yet now they had fallen to such humiliation. Shen Wan's rage blazed up within her. Eunuch Huang, it has been a long time. Her eyes flickered as she walked over with a smile. Had I known you would come, I would have certainly prepared a banquet to greet you as a host should. Taking advantage of his momentary inattention, she produced a poison needle from her space and quickly pricked his Tsuchi acupoint. She did not want to kill. Even within this world of the novel, she remained true to that principle. Yet a villain like Eunuch Huang, one who had insulted the families of heroes, would surely bring harm to more decent people if he lived on. She thought her trick had gone off flawless, but not a single detail escaped Xie Mubai's eyes. He did not expose her, only gave a faint narrowing of his dark pupils. What exactly was this woman trying to do? Eunuch Huang merely felt as though he had been bitten by an ant and could not help scratching his arm. Out of my way. I have no time to waste on you. Guards, search every person in the mansion. Not a stitch of clothing shall be left on them. At these words, the ladies were all frightened into ashen faces. They had always been pure and guarded their reputations, so how could they tolerate being seen naked by those vulgar men? The officers, however, were gleaming with excitement. Except for Shen Wan, who had recently married into the family, every other woman in the Duke Xinghua residence was a first-rate beauty. These noble, exquisite women were normally beyond even a chance glance from them. Now that they had an opportunity for intimate contact at close range, how could they let it slip away? Eunuch Huang, if I were you, I would never do something so foolish. Shen Wan's face darkened as she suddenly raised her voice. Even if you do not care that others will curse you, are you not at all concerned about our natal families? It is true that the ducal mansion has fallen, but our natal families have not collapsed. If word of this gets out, never mind anyone else. Just how would you explain it to my father? Hearing this, Eunuch Huang's expression changed abruptly. He might be the emperor's trusted man, but making too many enemies would hardly do him good. The natal families of these women all had officials at court, especially this plain-faced one before him. Her father was the Marquis of Shenyang. The Marquis of Shenyang had served as the emperor's study companion when His Majesty was still the crown prince, and their bond was so close that they could have shared a single pair of trousers. Offending that man would be nothing less than courting death. Eunuch Huang hesitated for a moment, then sent officers to fetch a few female prison matrons. All of you search them carefully for me. He raised his hand with an affected orchid finger gesture and threatened viciously. If you miss even one copper coin, it will be your heads that pay. The matrons nodded hurriedly in fear. Thus the women were taken into the inner chamber. They were searched meticulously from their hair, strands down to their toes, without the slightest omission. Madame Sun had hidden the most articles on her. Even the banknotes concealed inside her bodice were discovered. After the search was over, a matron tossed a pile of patched coarse sackcloth clothes onto the ground and said with impatience, "You are no longer worthy of your old clothes. These are what eunuch Huang prepared for you." These noble ladies, accustomed to fine silks and satins all their lives, could hardly accept such shameful garments. "I will not wear this." At the sight, Madame Sun turned anxious at once. These clothes have been worn by who knows whom. There might even be lice in them. At the mention of lice, the other women also changed color. Shen Wan did not mind. She had long grown used to crawling through battlefields and had no such delicate preferences. She bent down, picked up a garment, and put it on properly. The matron glanced at her, and a faint flicker of a smile crossed her face. "Well, at least this ugly girl knows what is good for her. As for the rest of you, if you would rather go to exile stark naked, then by all means don't wear them." Could they really go into exile naked? Absolutely not. Despite their bitter reluctance, the women dawdled and dragged themselves into the clothes. Everything settled, the matrons handed over the confiscated items to eunuch Huang. Looking at the meager pile before him, his mood grew even more depressed. No wonder Xie Mubai's illness lingered, so he lacked the money to hire a renowned physician. That made sense. The court had not paid military rations to Duke Xinghua for years, so it was no surprise that they had no funds. He waved his hand impatiently and called out in a sharp, effeminate voice, "Guards, escort the criminals to the city gate at once and treat them well for me." Even a fool understood what treat them well meant. The people of the ducal mansion were in for a rough journey. Xie Mubai's leg was broken, and he could not move, nor could the servants follow them to the northwest, so Shen Wan and Madame Sun had to carry him on the stretcher. As for the 3 widowed sisters-in-law, they still had to care for the children and concubine Zhou. As they crossed the threshold, Xie Mubai suddenly raised his head and stared at the solemn mansion before him with complex eyes. Glazed roof tiles, vermilion lacquered gates. Everything before him was so familiar, yet so far away. Only 1 step's distance, yet it felt like 1,000 mountains and rivers. Watching the desolate look in the arch-villain's eyes, Shen Wan felt a dull ache in her chest and silently cursed the original mistress of the body 100 times over. With such an outstanding man as her husband, how could she have been so blind as to stray from him? Eunuch Huang left the escort duty entirely in the hands of the other officials, taking the confiscated gold, silver, and valuables to return to the palace first and make his report. Just as the carriage brushed past her, Shen Wan crooked her fingers. At once the valuables aboard the carriage slipped silently into her space. "Beat these traitorous beasts to death. Heartless curse. Why doesn't heaven strike down you damned villains with lightning? Slice them to 1,000 pieces and use their blood to honor the soldiers who died so tragically." The group had just trudged onto the street when stinking rotten eggs and vegetable leaves reeking with foul odor came down in a sky-covering deluge. Shen Wan was startled. On both sides of the street, the commoners were packed in dense, surging crowds. Their excitement was boiling over as they flooded forward like a tide. The bailiffs put up only a half-hearted show of holding them back, leaving Xie Murong's face swollen from blows and Sun's belly seemingly struck by a punch. Everyone was too busy looking after themselves to pay any heed to Xie Mubai on the stretcher, weeping until their voices were hoarse. Hearing the furious voices around him, the last faint glimmer in Xie Mubai's eyes vanished, sinking into a deep, unreadable darkness at the bottom of his gaze. So this was the emperor they had served with undivided loyalty, and these were the people they had fought so desperately to protect. For the sake of the great Wei realm, the men of the Xie family had bathed the battlefield in blood and died wrapped in horsehide, only to end up like this. Seeing this, Shen Wan tried desperately to shield him with her own body. Unfortunately, she was far too thin and small. No matter how she blocked, the rotten vegetable leaves still struck the man on the stretcher. The journey was strenuous beyond measure. By the time they reached the city gate, everyone was disheveled and utterly bedraggled. A large crowd had already gathered at the city gate. Because they had been implicated by Duke Xinghua, an unusually large number of people were being exiled this time, most of them in entire families. Yet few had come to see them off, though only a scant handful of people brought clothes and bits of silver to friends and relatives for the journey. When the Xie family arrived, the faces of the other exiles turned grim. "It's all your father's fault." A woman pointed at Xie Mubai's nose and burst into curses. "If he hadn't colluded with the enemy and betrayed his country, how could we have ended up exiled? That's right, it's all his fault. My husband merely served under him for a few days, and now he has been branded as an accomplice. We are utterly wronged. A scourge like him should be wiped out. It would be best if his entire family died." Listening to the accusations, Xie Mubai's marble-pale face betrayed not the slightest trace of emotion. Shen Wan was hardly good-tempered. Looking at those ugly faces, she sneered, "Why are you only now remembering to curse? Back when the Duke was at the height of his glory, which of you did not shamelessly come forward to curry favor with flattery? When there were benefits, each of you wagged your tail, even more gleefully than a dog. Now that we have fallen, you turn on us instead. Truly shameless to the extreme." Xie Mubai's eyes stirred slightly. Her sharp tongue, which he had always detested, now sounded extraordinarily heartwarming. Yet those who had once received favors from the Duke's estate had now turned against him one after another, wishing they could slice him into 1,000 pieces. The coldness and fickleness of the world could not be more evident. Still, the journey ahead was destined to be restless. More and more people had gradually come to see the exiles off. Watching those heavy bundles, Sun and the others could not help looking envious and bitter. They had brought none of their belongings out with them. Without support from relatives, they might not even survive the trek to the far northwest. Yet they waited a long while, and none of their natal families, who had once professed such fondness for them, were willing to come for fear of being implicated. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage stopped in front of them, and an elderly steward stepped down. When they saw the emblem of the Shenyang Marquis estate embroidered on his collar, several widowed sisters-in-law felt a sour pang of envy. Sure enough, the Marquis of Shenyang doted on his daughter. The old steward walked up to Shen Wan and bowed respectfully. "Second miss, I have been sent by the master to offer you something." "What is it?" Shen Wan was rather surprised. In the book, it seemed the original owner of this body had never been treated well by her family. The old steward presented a letter with both hands, and said in a clear voice, "Ever since second miss snatched away the eldest Miss's marriage, the Marquis was so furious that he took to his bed and swore to sever relations with you." Hearing this, the Xie family members widened their eyes in astonishment. They had thought it was already heartless enough for their families not to come see them off, but they never imagined that the truly cold-blooded and unfeeling person would be the Marquis of Shenyang, who bore the reputation of a gentleman, and that he would actually kick his own daughter when she was down at a time like this. Shen Wan remained indifferent, turning a cold gaze to the old steward. "If you want to sever the family bond, that's fine, but you must agree to one condition." "Second miss, you are really putting me in a difficult position." The old steward was somewhat troubled. "I am only a servant. How could I possibly make such a decision?" Shen Wan sneered. "Then go back and tell them that I have always been blunt in what I say. If I happen to say something worth hearing, it is not impossible that the people of Great Wei will come to suspect that he is an accomplice of Duke Xinghua." Hearing this, the old steward went pale with fright. "May I ask what conditions second miss has so that I may relay them to the Marquis?" Because of the theft, the estate had already been thrown into chaos. If this ugly woman again made exorbitant demands, he seriously suspected that the Marquis of Shenyang would take out all his anger on him. "Give me a handcart, a sturdy one," Shen Wan said after a moment's thought. The old steward stood there deferentially, waited a long while, and when no further instruction came, he asked tentatively, "And what else?" "That's all," Shen Wan said indifferently. The old steward was genuinely astonished. If it had been him, he would certainly have seized the opportunity to demand a large sum of money. He had been fully prepared to bargain with this ugly woman, yet after thinking it over for so long, all she wanted was a broken-down cart. "There's no need to bother the Marquis about such a trivial matter. This servant will give you one." Afraid that the ugly woman might change her mind, the steward hurriedly withdrew. Before long, he sent someone over with a brand-new handcart, absolutely sturdy. At the sight of the cart, Sun let out a snort of laughter. She craned her neck and looked at Shen Wan with open hostility. "So even you have fallen to this? The Marquis of Shenyang was wise indeed to sever ties with you at Jinx early on. But we are the miserable ones. The respectable Duke Jinghua estate had at least 100 years of legacy, and yet the moment you came through the door it was raided. All of this was brought upon us by you. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Those who had always found Shen Wan extremely unpleasant now fixed their eyes on her with thick resentment. Indeed, every misfortune of the Duke's estate had begun from the very moment this ugly woman stepped through the gate. If not for her, perhaps they would never have fallen to their current state. Seeing this woman start her tricks again, Shen Wan sneered, "Third sister-in-law, you think far too highly of me. How could I possibly have your abilities? I heard that right after you finished the wedding bows before your bridal veil was even lifted, your husband went off to the battlefield. In just a few days, the 4 young masters of the Duke's estate all bathed the battlefield in blood. It's hard to say which of us is the real Jinx." At these words, concubine Zhou's expression changed at once, and the look she cast at Sun grew even sharper. "No matter what, I am still better than you." Sun grew frantic and started to speak recklessly. "I believe that my third Lang would rather die than end up like someone else, beaten into a cripple and a burden to those around him." Hearing those ice-cold words, Sien Mubai's gaze darkened. Shen Wan was about to retort when she saw a burly bailiff with a thick beard approaching. "Stop arguing," he shouted with a grim face and a foul temper. "Take a head count immediately and prepare to leave the city." The officials responsible for the confiscation mostly had some background. Such menial tasks as escorting prisoners naturally fell to those with no money or connections like Big Beard. Though there were many exiled convicts, he quickly finished counting them. Soon everyone lined up and reluctantly walked out. Although they had become exiled criminals, they had not yet fully adjusted to their changed status. Even in coarse hemp clothing, they still regarded themselves as noble young masters and ladies from distinguished families, showing not the slightest respect for these low-ranking officials. A youth had the audacity to talk back, and the fearsome Big Beard lashed him viciously several times with his whip. The piercing agony made him shrink like a frightened quail, daring not speak another word. They held the officials in contempt, and likewise to those officials the prisoners were no different from pigs and dogs. If anyone moved even slightly slower, the merciless whips would tear their flesh open. Amidst the shrill cracks of whips and desperate wails, this ragged group of exiled convicts finally emerged through the city gate. From that day forth, the prosperity of the capital had nothing to do with them anymore. Only after leaving the capital did everyone realize that the road they had just endured was nothing compared to what lay ahead. The streets within the capital were at least flat, but outside the city walls the terrain was treacherous and bogged down with thick mud. With every step their shoes sank into the filthy mire. It was even more difficult for Shen Wan as she pushed the cart. Lady Zhou had once hoped that the Marquis of Xianyang would extend some aid, but now that prospect had vanished like a dream. Seeing the ugly woman struggling so hard with the cart, she dropped her pretense and said coldly, "Young madam, perhaps it would be best if we do not travel together. Your several elder sisters-in-law are all widows. It would not reflect well if people heard you were walking too closely with your younger brother-in-law." Without this sickly burden dragging her down, Lady Zhou felt the journey would be considerably easier. Sun Shi, whose every desire was to see Shen Wan suffer, agreed wholeheartedly with this suggestion. Eldest sister Zhao was shrewd and second sister Qian was honest. Neither would dare speak up in such a situation. It was fourth sister Li who asked with concern, "But can she manage alone?" Sun Shi shot her a sideways glance and sneered sardonically, "You care so much about fifth brother. Could it be that your heart has stirred with romantic feelings?" Upon hearing this, Li Shi's face turned white with rage. "Rest assured I would never demean myself by traveling with any of you," said Shen Wan, casting a dismissive glance at Sun Shi from the corner of her eye. "As the saying goes, he who associates with dirt grows dirty. If I stay among people like you for too long, what if my pure soul becomes defiled?" Seeing someone talking, Big Beard swung his whip viciously toward Shen Wan. "Shut your mouth. If you delay the journey, I'll whip you to death." Shen Wan did not resist, she simply quickened her pace. Thus the icy whip fell upon Sun Shi, who had been gleefully watching the spectacle. Sun Shi wept through the pain. That hateful, ugly woman did that on purpose. The sky remained overcast and stiflingly hot. Sien Mubai lay in the cart, coldly observing that sweaty face. He had expected the ugly woman to be devastated after cutting ties with her family, but after observing her for a long, while he could not find a trace of sorrow on her face. Could it be that the Marquis of Shenyang had not treated her well, which is why she harbored no attachments? He disliked this ugly woman, but her behavior today compelled him to reconsider his judgment. The resourcefulness and courage she displayed were qualities that the delicate, pampered young ladies of the capital could never possess. Before long, these criminals who had grown up in luxury began to falter. If they had not feared the whips in the officials' hands, they would not have taken another step. At last, when noon arrived for a brief rest, everyone, regardless of how unclean the ground, was plopped down where they stood. Already dressed in tattered clothes and now covered in mud, they looked even more like refugees fleeing famine. Though the road was difficult, Shen Wan's stamina was impressive, and having practiced martial arts since childhood, her physical condition was excellent. After traveling so long, she felt somewhat weary, but nowhere near as exhausted as the others who had collapsed like puddles. Get up and collect your rations quickly, or you'll miss out. At this moment, Big Beard approached, carrying a tattered cloth bag, barking gruffly. From the confiscation until now, none of them had tasted a single grain of rice, and their stomachs clung desperately to their backsides from hunger. Hearing there was food, everyone perked up immediately. Big Beard took fist-sized cornbread loaves from the filthy bag and distributed them one by one. How am I supposed to eat this? Sia Morong stared at the rock-hard cornbread and lost her appetite entirely. Even the dogs in our manor ate better than this. Big Beard sneered contemptuously upon hearing this. Please, you are no longer a noble lady of the mansion. Be grateful you have anything to eat at all. If you want something decent, pay for it. I also have fragrant wheat flatbreads, 10 copper coins each. Had 10 copper coins. These officials were practically open brigands. A flatbread that cost 1 coin in the capital had suddenly multiplied in price tenfold here. Though they thought it expensive, several prisoners with a few coins still approached to buy some. Sia Morong had no money. Watching others purchase pancakes with coins, her tears fell like raindrops. Shen Wan parked the cart by the roadside, washed her hands in the ditch water, and then handed the cornbread to Sia Mubai. Sia Mubai refused to take it, not even granting her a sidelong glance. Shen Wan let out a cold smile. Who are you holding a grudge against? If it's because of me, there's no need. I know you favor Shen Yin and look down on an ugly woman like me. Since that's the case, let us simply divorce. From then on, we shall go our separate ways and find our own happiness. Upon hearing the word divorce, Sia Mubai finally reacted. So all her scheming and fawning was for this very purpose. Hep. He raised his eyelids and sneered sinisterly. Shen Wan, since you went to such lengths to marry me, how could I possibly betray your kindness? I should say I'm quite grateful you were the one who married me, for it means Yinner won't have to suffer in that barbaric wasteland. Shen Wan couldn't help but facepalm inwardly. The villain was indeed deeply devoted to his first love. What a pity that the female lead's heart and eyes belonged solely to the male protagonist, that chosen one of fate, and she completely ignored his infatuation. Do as you please. She shrugged, offering a smile that didn't reach her eyes. But divorcing won't change anything. I will regain my freedom soon enough. Sia Mubai looked puzzled. Shen Wan deliberately provoked him. Don't you understand? If you continue refusing to eat or drink, you'll starve to death sooner or later. By then, even if you wanted to drag this out forever, you won't have the chance. Hearing this, Sia Mubai's expression darkened. He snatched the cornbread and bit into it resentfully. The bread was poorly made, dry and hard, causing his teeth to ache. Sunshire suffered from a severe stomachache. She had not gone to collect her cornbread and instead ran behind a massive rock, struggling for quite some time. She's been in there too long. Could that woman be trying to escape? A scar-faced official glanced up at Big Beard. Boss, should we go check? His voice was loud enough to startle Sunshire, who hurriedly pulled up her clothes and ran out. She washed her hands by the roadside, then took a pearl from her bosom and traded it with the fellow convicts for some coins. With money in hand, she bought several large pancakes from the officials. While eating, she deliberately cast glances toward Shen Wan. These pancakes taste quite good, quite comparable to what our manor's chefs make. Where did she get that pearl? Sia Morong did not believe the pancakes tasted better than the manor's cuisine. She was merely astonished at the pearls Sunshire had produced. Before their exile, the matrons had thoroughly searched every last item on their persons. Shen Wan took a bite of her corn bun and sneered. What do you think Sunshire went behind that rock for just now? Sia Morong seemed to understand something. She felt a surge of stomach acid rush to her throat, so nauseated that she nearly vomited. No wonder Sun Shi's stomach had been bothering her all the way. It turned out she had swallowed the pearl. But looking at the fragrant flatbread, Shen Wan couldn't help feeling envious. If only I could travel with third sister-in-law. She's so clever. Shen Wan was not born of concubine Zhou and had been spoiled beyond measure since childhood. So after a discussion among the womenfolk, they struck her name from the travel roster. Helpless, she could only stick with Shen Bai. Shen Wan was equally blunt, making no effort to hide the mockery in her eyes. You'd like to go, but the question is, do they even want you? Hearing this, Shen Wan was nearly exploding with rage, wishing she could settle this once and for all with that ugly woman. But she didn't dare because she couldn't win a fight. Shen Wan ignored her and went up the mountain using the same excuse as Sun Shi. On the mountain grew a lush bamboo grove. She cut off a section to make a simple bamboo tube, filled it with spirit spring water, then pulled a meat bun from her spatial realm and began to eat. After eating and drinking her fill, she casually grabbed 2 fruits before heading back. The entire national treasury was in her spatial realm, so Shen Wan could buy however much food she wanted. But since they had just been stripped of their estate, she didn't want to show off too much. And besides, the fellow convicts on the road were hardly friendly. Anyone as flashy as Sun Shi would land in trouble sooner or later. After coming down the mountain, Shen Wan handed Shen Bai a fruit. Picked it on the mountain just now. It'll do if you're hungry. 5th brother, don't eat it. Seeing this, Shen Wan immediately stopped him. What if the fruit is poisonous? I've heard people say wild things can't be eaten carelessly or you'll die. Shen Wan shrugged it off and took a bite of the fruit. Suit yourself. Shen Bai said nothing, silently lifting the fruit to his lips. The moment he bit into it, he felt slightly dazed. Odd. This wild fruit tasted exactly the same as the fruit the household had newly bought. If he weren't certain that the ugly woman had left the mansion without any luggage, he would have suspected this was their own fruit. Seeing his strange expression, Shen Wan, in her anxiety, actually sounded faintly delighted. 5th brother, where do you feel unwell? Are you that eager for your 5th brother to meet with misfortune? Shen Wan looked at her with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Shen Wan's face turned pale. Nonsense. I was merely worried about 5th brother. I trust Shen Wan. Shen Bai interrupted coldly. Whatever schemes that ugly woman might have, she certainly bore no ill intent toward him. If she did, she wouldn't have asked the Shanyang Marquis' household for this cart and left him to fend for himself. Shen Wan was thoroughly snubbed. After finishing the flatbread, concubine Zhou felt unbearably thirsty. Unwilling to drink rainwater from the ditch like those convicts, she stared at the bright red fruit in Shen Wan's hand and sighed. If only one could have some fruit to quench thirst after a meal. At those words, Sun Shi and the other daughters-in-law immediately understood. Auntie, by rights I should go up the mountain to pick fruit for you. Sun Shi's eyes darted around as she smiled. Unfortunately, I don't know where to find any. 5th sister-in-law, you can't just hog all the food for yourself. Auntie is still thirsty. Shen Wan finished the fruit in her hand and casually tossed away the pit. You didn't think of me when you were hogging things to yourselves. Besides, I've already finished it. Concubine Zhou was so furious she nearly fainted. Ever since the Duchess passed away, she had single-handedly managed the inner quarters of the Duke's mansion. Add to that Duke Zhen's favoritism and the respectful deference of the 4 daughters-in-law, and she had gradually come to see herself as the matriarch of the household. Who would have thought this ugly woman newly married into the family would not give her the slightest regard? Then go pick some more, Sun Shi said with a dark face and a commanding tone. Shen Wan stretched lazily and sneered, if you want to go yourself. We'll be setting off soon. If you fall behind and get branded as a deserter, that would be disastrous. Besides, 3rd sister-in-law, aren't you the one with money? Go buy some. Usually Shen Wan and Sun Shi were very close. And since she already disliked the ugly woman, she couldn't help but snap. Shen Wan, what harm would it do to pick one for Annie? Why are you so unfilial? Aren't you the one afraid the fruit is poisonous? Shen Wan rolled her eyes and sneered with mock civility. What are you trying to poison your dearest Annie? Hearing this, Shen Wan burst into tears on the spot. Having been coddled in the palm of the household's hand since childhood, the grievances she had suffered in the past decade or so didn't amount to half of what she felt today. Let her cry. Shen Wan didn't care in the slightest. She found the whole Xie family utterly detestable If only they would sever ties with her like the Marquis of Xianyang had. At this thought she glanced at Sien Mubai instinctively. Would this archvillain agree? In the novel he cared most about blood kinship and had always shown the greatest respect to this stepmother, more filial than even her own sons. Getting him to agree to splitting the family was harder than ascending to heaven. Time's up. Get up and move. The bearded man yelled, brandishing his whip. If we don't reach the post station before dark, you'll be spending the night in the wild. At that everyone scrambled up in panic. Have some water. Shen Wan handed the bamboo tube, filled with spirit spring water, to Sien Mubai. With so many eyes around, it wasn't convenient to treat his injuries, so she could only use the spirit spring water to briefly regulate his condition. Watching the beads of sweat on her forehead, Sien Mubai felt a slight stir in his heart. I'm not thirsty. You drink it. Fifth brother, I'm thirsty. Sien Murong swallowed hard and said timidly. Sien Mubai replied coldly, this is water Shen Wan fetched. If you want a drink, you need her permission. Toward this only half-sister of his affection was genuine, but he would never use someone else's belongings to curry favor. Moreover, she had treated Shen Wan poorly. If she wanted to drink, she would have to gain that ugly woman's consent. Sien Murong shot Shen Wan a venomous glare and unconsciously quickened her pace. She simply couldn't bring herself to bow her head to that ugly woman. It was peach season now, and peddlers carrying shoulder poles could be seen passing by from time to time. Under concubine Zhou's domineering pressure, Sun sure had no choice but to buy a few peaches, and the womenfolk were now sitting by the roadside, eating them with relish. Sun sure had been full of pent-up anger, but the moment she saw Shen Wan walking by, she perked up instantly. So sweet. She deliberately raised her voice and shot a provocative look at the ugly woman. These are far better than the wild fruit on that mountain. Indeed, it's third son's wife who is filial. Concubine Zhou added with biting sarcasm. When I go below and see the Duke, I'll be sure to have a good talk with him about this. Shen Wan couldn't be bothered to respond. She looked down at Sien Mubai. Hey, do you like them? They are my family. You must not bully them. Sien Mubai frowned, slightly displeasure showing on his face. Shen Wan curled her lips. Sure enough, this arch-villain was fiercely protective of his own. If one day she were also included in his protection, wouldn't she be able to lord it over everyone? At that thought, her eyes lit up. If I can heal your legs, could you protect me for the rest of my life? Once they reached the great Northwest, even if she wouldn't elope like the original owner, there was no guarantee something wouldn't go wrong. Especially this schemingly handsome man. Once he made his comeback, the first sword he drew would surely strike down his own lawful wife, just to make room for his true love. Hearing this request, Sien Mubai was rather surprised and instinctively gave her a few more glances. Protect her for life. In the capital, everyone considered him, Sien Mubai, nothing more than a pretty but useless brocade pillow kept alive solely by medicine. Now that he had been reduced to a convict, how could this ugly woman see any ability in him to protect her? So you know medicine. Sien Mubai's dark pupils constricted slightly as he asked calmly, what did you do to Eunuch Huang in the front courtyard today? He did not believe she would kindly perform acupuncture on that old eunuch. Shen Wan was startled. Damn, this arch-villain had sharp eyes. He could even catch that. Take a guess. She smiled slyly and gave no answer. By her calculation, Eunuch Huang should now know what it meant to wish for death, but not be able to die. The tip of that needle had been coated with a lethal poison she had newly developed. Once the toxin entered the bloodstream, within an hour the victim would be paralyzed, and every bone in his body would ache as if crushed by a cart, a pain that tore at the heart and lungs. Within 7 days he would die in agony. Seeing that the ugly woman wasn't willing to say, Sien Mubai didn't press her. Shen Wan smiled at him. You'd better consider what I said. If you agree, I'll treat your legs tonight, and opportunities like this are rare. With so many eyes around during the day, she didn't want too many people to know the secret of her spatial realm. Sien Mubai mused for a moment, then nodded slightly. If his legs weren't treated in time, they would likely be ruined. If this ugly woman could heal them, then protecting her for life didn't seem like too difficult a task. Seeing the two laughing and chatting together, concubine Zhou, who had been waiting to watch Shen Wan fly into a rage, was greatly astonished. How strange. Hadn't he hated this ugly woman to the bone? Why were they so close now? Noticing the puzzlement in her eyes, Sun sure sneered, what's so strange about that? Now that fifth brother is crippled, let alone a woman. Even a sow would be lucky to have him. Concubine Zhou didn't care whether it was a woman or a sow who ended up with Xiamu Bai, as long as it didn't drag her down. After all, he wasn't her own flesh and blood. With all that idle time, she might as well eat a few more bites of peach. Suddenly, a small, grimy hand reached out. Before she could react, the peach in Concubine Zhou's hand was snatched away by a half-grown child. "You little bastard, give me back my peach." She leapt 3 feet in the air with fury and began to curse at the top of her voice. The child fled as if borne by the wind, not even giving her a chance to chase after him. Shen Wan's guess was right. Being too conspicuous at a time like this was definitely not a good thing. Hearing Concubine Zhou's furious shouts, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, and a sweet smile spread across her dark little face. Watching her gloating expression, Xiamu Bai couldn't help but feel speechless. At dusk, the group finally dragged their exhausted bodies to the post station. The post station was shabby and dilapidated, and the rooms provided for prisoners were filthy beyond measure. The room contained only a large common sleeping platform on which several grimy grease-stained quilts were piled haphazardly. What was even more exasperating was that the roof had a hole the size of a fist. "I don't want to sleep here," Xiamu cried out in panic at the sight. She was a pampered young lady. How could she squeeze onto the same Kong with others? Gazing at her delicate face that seemed tender enough to pinch water from, Scarface leered with a cold smirk. "If you think it's dirty here, why not come upstairs with me?" His expression was extremely lewd, and an earthworm-like scar meandered from his brow bone down to the corner of his mouth. Whenever he spoke, that big worm squirmed, making him look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Xiamu turned pale with fright and stumbled over to hide behind Xiamu Bai. Since childhood, she had grown accustomed to the protection of her 5th brother. Xiamu Bai remained motionless, but his gaze had clearly turned far more piercing. "How much to go upstairs?" asked Sun Shi hastily upon hearing this. Scarface cast her a sidelong glance from the corner of his eye and said rudely, "No amount of money will get you a place. All of you stay put right here. If anyone dares to have any crooked ideas, I'll break his dog legs." At these words, Sun Shi was so furious that she nearly vomited blood. She couldn't understand why she, the legitimate daughter of the prestigious Sun family, was deemed inferior to Xiamu, that lowly concubine-born girl who couldn't even grace the stage. This Scarface was truly blind, mistaking fish eyes for pearls. Night fell once again without warning. After a whole day of turmoil, everyone was both startled and exhausted. Even though the Kong was hard and the tattered quilts were filthy, everyone still sank into a dazed slumber. Xiamu Bai, however, did not sleep. The cold moonlight streamed through the hole in the roof onto his pale face, making him look even more haggard and weary. Too many things had happened in just one day. First, the bride was inexplicably swapped, then his father fell in battle, and now even their home was gone. The successive blows had long since left him physically and mentally exhausted. How could he ever fall asleep peacefully? Let's begin. Seeing that everyone else was already asleep, Shen Wan crept stealthily to his side. Before she finished speaking, a dark little claw reached for his pants. "What are you doing?" Xiamu Bai's gaze sharpened as he swiftly pressed down on that small paw. Meeting his sharp, deep gaze, Shen Wan felt a sudden whim to tease this arch-villain. "How can I know the extent of your injuries without taking them off?" She deliberately leaned down, letting the warm breath from her mouth spray all over his face. "But really, what exactly is going on in your head? Don't tell me you think I have such heavy taste that I'd molest a patient who can't even move." Xiamu Bai dared not move, lying stiffly there, yet the faint, peculiar fragrance from the girl lingered around his nostrils. His face flushed crimson, and he released his hand with a tremble. Seeing the arch-villain in such an awkward state, Shen Wan smiled smugly, and then carefully slid his pants off. With every inch of fabric removed, Xiamu Bai's tall, slender body gave a slight shudder. He bit his lip until it bled, and sweat beads the size of beans rolled down his pale cheeks. Finally, the pants came off. His legs were a bloody mess with ghastly white bones faintly visible. Without any painkillers, it was truly remarkable that this frail and handsome man had not uttered a single groan along the way. A bewitching flush crept over Xiamu Bai's pale face, and even his breathing grew rapid. His gaze did not flinch, however. He simply watched quietly as that ugly girl used something like a needle to inject an unknown liquid into his body. What was that? Xiamu Bai had no idea. Just as he was about to ask, his head grew drowsy and heavy, and he drifted off to sleep. While the arch-villain was asleep, Shen Wan gave him another injection of anti-inflammatory medicine. The weather was hot and sanitary conditions along the road were terrible. If the wound got infected, it would be troublesome. To her, this was merely a minor procedure, and she had the wound dressed in no time. After everything was done, Shen Wan entered her space to take a shower, then grabbed a piece of pastry to eat. The space was filled with abundant spiritual energy. No matter what was thrown inside, even if left for 8 or 10 years, it would never go bad. Even after a day, the pastry still tasted almost as if it had just come out of the steamer. It had to be said the officials in charge of the escort were utterly heartless. They didn't even provide dinner. Those like Sun Sure, who had some money on hand, were better off, as they could buy something to stave off hunger. But the prisoners without money could only go hungry. The mosquitoes at the post station were vicious. After eating her fill, Shen Wan roughly sprayed some floral water on herself, and the arch-villain then lay down close beside Bai. There was no helping it. The Kong was only so big. Bai slept at the foot of the Kong, with Shen Wan placing herself between him and the women of the Xie family. Perhaps because she was too tired, her head had no sooner touched the hard earthen bed than she quickly fell fast asleep. In her drowsiness, she suddenly heard a thud, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Shen Wan was startled. Acting on the instinct of a military doctor, she sprang up instantly. By the pale moonlight, she clearly saw Bai lying prone on the damp ground, struggling to crawl toward the door. "What are you doing?" Shen Wan quickly got off the Kong and reached out to help him up. But Bai pushed her away, his smooth forehead covered with a dense layer of sweat. "Don't do anything rash." Shen Wan hugged him tightly and counseled earnestly. "I know you're feeling terrible right now, but as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no shortage of firewood. Don't you want to avenge the Duke and restore the Jingguo Duke's mansion?" A grown man trying to kill himself. "If you're not ashamed, I'm ashamed for you." Although she had no good feelings for this arch-villain, she couldn't just stand by and watch him go seek death. Bai's heart was already burning with urgency, and held like this by her, he felt even more unable to hold it in. His face flushed scarlet, and his hoarse voice trembled along with his body. "I wasn't thinking of doing anything rash, I just what?" Shen Wan looked utterly confused. Seeing her bewildered expression, Bai broke into a sweat in his anxiety, and had no choice but to steel himself and say, "I just need to relieve myself." At this, Shen Wan finally came to her senses. No wonder the man had refused to drink water the whole way. So this was what he was afraid of. "Honestly, why didn't you just call me? You made me think you were going to kill yourself." Shen Wan lifted him around the waist and carried him straight toward the door. Seeing this, Bai grew even more flustered. "No, I can do it myself." This princess-style carry was already humiliating enough. Now even the last shred of his dignity was about to be stripped away. He truly could not accept it. "Don't worry, I'll close my eyes soon," Shen Wan said dismissively. "If you ever dare to go on your own again and end up crippled, I won't take responsibility." Bai was thin-skinned, but now he was at the end of his rope and had no choice but to steal his heart. Fine, he would just treat her as heir. Shen Wan did as she said. She really didn't look. "What's the matter?" she asked in surprise, hearing no sound. Bai's face was so flushed that it seemed ready to drip blood. He was too embarrassed to say it, but he had to. I can't go, but I really need to." Shen Wan understood and began to whistle. At the sound of the whistle, Bai felt deeply insulted. But strangely enough, that lousy trick actually worked. After he was done, Shen Wan carried him back to the Kong. It had to be said the members of the Xie family really had excellent sleep quality. Despite all the commotion, they hadn't heard a thing. I will take responsibility for you," Bai said hesitantly, summoning his courage. Men and women should not touch hands in passing. But now his pants had been removed. How was this different from intimate contact? He had to take responsibility for her even if he didn't love her. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shen Wan burst into laughter. "No need. All you have to do is remember what you promised me." The book had said that this arch-villain was indifferent to women and only deeply devoted to the female lead. To make him take responsibility would be no different from living as a widow in all but name. She definitely didn't want such a blessing. A shadow passed over Bai's eyes. After a long moment, a hint of mocking smile finally appeared at the corners of his sensual lips. He had overthought it. After all, who would waste their youth on a cripple? I still have a fruit here. Eat it, and go to sleep quickly. Seeing that he hadn't eaten dinner, Shen Wan took out another fruit. Keep your voice down, don't let the others hear. She did have pastries and the like, but if she took them out now, she wouldn't be able to explain where they came from, so she could only give him the fruit. Xian Mubai did not refuse. He took the fruit and gave her a complicated look. Why are you staring at me like that? Shen Wan, feeling a bit guilty under his gaze, deliberately joked. Is it that you're captivated by my stunning beauty and falling in love with me? Xian Mubai's face darkened. Fall in love with her. He loved refined, well-bred young ladies like Shen Yan. How could he ever fancy such a woman whose face was thicker than the city walls? Even if her medical skills were superb, he wouldn't develop the slightest affection for her because of that. It was actually better that she didn't require him to take responsibility. He was relieved. The sky darkened progressively as ominous black clouds descended upon the mortal realm like an overwhelming tide. Fierce winds twisted the rain into ropes as thick as fingers, lashing savagely against this filthy world. Seeing the rain had become too heavy, the bearded man woke everyone early in the morning and ordered a full day's rest. The post station, left unrepaired for years, had rain pouring through the holes in its roof, falling precisely where Xian Mubai lay. Shen Wan glanced toward Xian Murong and said, shift inward a bit. This side is soaked through, there's no way to sleep here. Xian Murong slept at the head of the Kong, and since she disliked crowding with others, she had claimed approximately 2 people's worth of space. But there's no room here, she said with a sullen expression, clearly displeased. Why don't you just switch places with fifth brother? She was a young lady from a prestigious family. Sharing a Kong with them was already a profound indignity, and this ugly woman actually wanted her to squeeze closer. Besides, who had gone to such elaborate lengths to marry into this family? Suffering a little hardship now was well deserved. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan's anger erupted instantly. She had been willing to endure a little longer, but given their attitude, separating the household was now inevitable. She did not lose her temper outright. Instead, she simply moved Xian Mubai to her position and gave him some water laced with a special substance. Seeing the ugly woman show no resistance, the Xie family members were in high spirits. They gathered together, chatting and laughing, even finishing an extra sesame cake. They seemed to have forgotten that the Zhen Guogong's bones had not yet grown cold, nor that they were still traveling in exile. Xian Mubai, what's wrong with you? Shen Wan composed herself before letting out a piercing scream of terror. The Xie family members turned around in alarm. There lay Xian Mubai, his face deathly pale and unconscious, with crimson blood flowing steadily from his legs like a trickling stream. What are you all standing there for? Go fetch a doctor at once. Shen Wan cried anxiously, shouting at Madame Zhou and the others. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. Where would I get money? You know perfectly well that that wicked woman took everything I had. Zhao Shi and the others also shook their heads in confusion. As for Xian Murong, she was entirely beyond hope. Third sister-in-law, I know you have money. Shen Wan grabbed her sleeve, urging eagerly, please go find the official guard and have him bring a doctor. If we wait any longer, I fear Xian Mubai's life will be in danger. If we spend all the money on him, what about us? Sun Shi shoved her away angrily. Besides, we're not even one family anymore. Why should I be the one paying? Throughout her life, she had never gained the upper hand over this ugly woman. Now that the ugly woman was in trouble, she was happier than anyone else. How could she possibly offer assistance? Shen Wan was not at all surprised by this response. She instinctively glanced at Xian Mubai and questioned sharply, how are we not a family? Aren't you the daughter-in-law of the Xie family? Remember, we have not yet separated the household. Your money is the Xie family's money. Your sickly husband is now a bottomless pit. Do you want him to drag us all to ruin alone? Sun Shi pursed her red lips and retorted, so what if we haven't separated yet? Let us separate right now. Ever since Xian Mubai's legs had been broken, she had long desired to shake off this burdensome nuisance. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, how could she possibly let it slip away? Seeing Sun Shi's cold-blooded demeanor, Shen Wan felt her wrath boil over. Ms. Sun, do you have any conscience left? The Duke's bones have scarcely grown cold, and you're already rushing to separate the household. For all these years, haven't you been consuming what belonged to the Duchess? Now you refuse to part with a little money. She was not lying. Though the Zhengguo manor appeared magnificent on the surface, it was merely an empty shell. The Duke was a man of integrity, and with the corrupt emperor withholding military funds, he had been forced to cover the shortfall from his own pocket. Fortunately, the Duchess had brought a substantial dowry when she married. Otherwise, the 100 or so souls within the manor would have been reduced to starving long ago. Sun Shi planted her hands on her hips and shouted loudly, "The one without conscience is you. We're already wretched enough, and yet you insist on dragging us to our graves alongside that crippled bastard." Shen Wan was truly enraged. She felt her blood surging through her veins as two flames of fury blazed in her eyes. Clenching her teeth, she cursed, "Who are you calling a crippled bastard? Whoever has a broken leg is whoever," Sun Shi said with open contempt. Shen Wan lunged forward in a single bound and delivered a vicious slap to her face. Sun Shi was stunned by the sudden blow, her right cheek burning with pain. You dare to strike me?" She covered her face, her expression one of utter shock. Shen Wan pointed at her nose and scolded mercilessly. "Yes, I struck you. So what? Listen to me well. If you dare insult Xiemu Bai once more, I will beat you to death." Enraged and humiliated, Sun Shi's eyes spouted fire. She threw herself at Shen Wan like a madwoman. Unfortunately, she stood no match for her. Despite Madame Zhou and the others desperately trying to intervene, she was left badly bruised and battered. "Separate the household. We must separate." Sun Shi sat on the ground, her hair disheveled, screaming hysterically, "If we don't separate, I'll dash my head against the ground this very day." Hearing this, Madame Zhou hastily coaxed her in a soft voice, "Good child, don't be angry. We'll separate. Certainly we will." Sun Shi had become Madame Zhou's favorite at the moment. After all, they still depended on her to fill their stomachs for now. She quickly had Zhao Shi borrow writing materials and formally signed a separation agreement with Shen Wan. Xiemu Bai lay on the cold Kong, hearing every word clearly. He felt as though his heart were wrapped in freezing ice, plummeting straight into an endless abyss. Over these years, he had always considered himself generous toward Madame Zhou and his several sisters-in-law. Whatever they desired, he would satisfy without hesitation. But he never could have imagined they would be so ruthless, actually watching him suffer and refusing to help. Very well, let them separate. In that case, the Xie family would no longer owe them anything. In truth, there was hardly anything worth dividing. The money Sun Shi had made from selling pearls would never be surrendered. And that money tainted with excrement, Shen Wan wouldn't give it a second glance. After signing the separation agreement, Madame Zhou and the others had no desire to remain there. They used money to bribe the official guards and secured a new house that did not leak. When the medicine's effects wore off, Xiemu Bai slowly opened his eyes. In those ink-black pupils, not a trace of sorrow could be seen. "Now we are the same," he said with a faint self-mocking smile. "Nobody wants either of us." The calmer he appeared, the more sharply Shen Wan's heart ached. "Who says that?" She forced a smile. "We still need to support one another throughout this journey. Don't forget, you promised to protect me for life." Xiemu Bai gave a mournful smile, the faintest trace of amusement touching his exquisitely beautiful face. "With my own survival uncertain, do you truly believe I can still protect you? As long as you have the will to protect, it is naturally possible." Shen Wan reached toward his pants, preparing to clean his wounds. "As for those irrelevant people, simply do not take them to heart." As for the blood that had flowed earlier, it had merely been red medicinal liquid from her spatial storage. Xiemu Bai was a man of immense pride, and the fact that this ugly woman repeatedly removed his pants made him exceedingly uncomfortable. "Let me handle it myself. What is there to fear? This isn't the first time I've done it." Shen Wan deftly removed his pants and diligently cleaned his wounds. "Do not overthink it. I am the doctor now. To a doctor's eyes, there is only the patient. Gender means nothing." Despite her words, Xiemu Bai's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. He could not comprehend why this ugly woman showed not the slightest trace of embarrassment upon seeing a man's body. Could it be true, as rumors had spread, that her private life was scandalous, and she was no longer a maiden of pure virtue? After a full day of rain, the sullen sky at last cleared, and the sun bathed the earth in its burning light. Early in the morning, the officials began rousing the group for departure. One must admit that the conditions at this relay station were quite decent. Even in its dilapidated state, each person received a bowl of thin millet porridge that could reflect one's face, far superior to the coarse cornbread provided by the bearded man. Shen Wan handed the ration porridge to Xiamubai, then passed him a bamboo container. In the future, should you need to urinate, urgently use this. If it is inconvenient, just ask me. Xiamubai blushed. How can this ugly woman be so vulgar? She speaks of excrement and urine at every turn. Where is the slightest semblance of a cultivated lady? He said nothing, merely lifting the bowl to conceal his embarrassment. Hardly had he finished the porridge when the officials outside began urging them to depart once more. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan lifted him into her arms and strode out. Seeing Xiamubai lying safe and unharmed upon the cart, Aunt Zhou and the others were taken aback. Nevertheless, they did not regret the household division. After all, this crippled invalid would only burden them if he lived. What are you still doing following us? Aunt Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Xiamurong, her smile not reaching her eyes. Can you not see your fifth brother has awakened? With the entire party relying on the meager funds that Madame Sun possessed, she certainly did not wish for another mouth to feed from their share. Moreover, this girl was incapable of carrying anything heavy or performing any useful labor. Beyond being a drag upon them, she seemed to serve no other purpose. Aunt, Xiamurong's eyes reddened as she pleaded with her, but I do not wish to leave you. Madame Sun's eyes darted, casting a vicious glance toward Shen Wan. Morong auntie is only doing this for your own good. You had best keep your distance from us, or that ugly woman will surely not let you off. You know perfectly well how much she hates us now. Heh, that ugly woman dared to strike her. If she did not take revenge for this insult, she would cease to bear the surname Sun. Before the words had fully left her lips, Madame Sun had already seized Aunt Zhou's hand and departed. As expected, upon hearing these words, Xiamurong's gaze toward Shen Wan turned venomous. The weather was unbearably hot, as scarcely had they walked a few steps before everyone was drenched in sweat. Though Xiamubai did not need to walk, he was still drenched in sweat from the relentless sun. Noticing a banana tree beside the road, Shen Wan halted the cart and approached it. Fifth brother, look. That ugly woman is shirking work again. Seeing this, Xiamurong seized the opportunity to sow discord before Xiamubai. If she cannot keep up with the group, there will surely be another round of whippings. Because you are too slow, she has already endured several lashes. Then push me, Xiamubai said without a hint of emotion. Upon hearing this, Xiamurong immediately shrieked, Fifth brother, how could I possibly manage to push you? If you cannot push me, why mention it at all? Xiamubai's face was grim, his words laced with an unmistakable chill. Xiamurong's face drained of color. She bit her lip, her expression filled with grievance. Fifth brother, are you still angry about last night? You know I am timid. Xiamubai was not angry, he was merely chilled to the bone. The sister he had cherished most had abandoned him at the brink of life and death. Aside from that ugly woman, none of those so-called relatives had cared whether he lived or died. Xiamurong wished to offer an explanation, but she saw Shen Wan approaching, holding something resembling a large umbrella. What is this? Xiamubai asked. Shen Wan wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiling as she secured the shade umbrella made of banana leaves onto the cart. A sunshade. The sun is so fierce, what if you suffer heat stroke? Hearing this, Xiamubai felt a warmth stir in his heart. Shen Wan did not even glance at Xiamurong, who stood to one side. Instead, she pushed the cart and moved forward. Seeing that ugly woman dare to treat her as though she were invisible, Xiamurong grew so furious her face turned white. After long suffering until rest time, who would have thought their midday meal would again be the rock-hard cornbread that could serve as a hidden weapon? Just as the day before, Madame Sun had not eaten the cornbread. She had spent money to purchase sesame cakes. Observing this, Xiamurong directed her anger toward Shen Wan. This is all your fault. If it were not for you, Aunt Zhou would never have insisted on separating the household. We separated our household. What does that have to do with you? Shen Wan retorted coldly. Moreover, I never asked you to accompany us. Why do you beg and plead to follow us? Xiamurong was so enraged that smoke seemed to pour from her orifices as she screamed at the top of her lungs. I am traveling with fifth brother, not following you. Shen Wan indeed had not invited her to join them, but without accompanying this group, how could a frail woman dare to journey alone? Although most of those exiled were youths from distinguished families, one could not guarantee that none were depraved. If she were wronged, she would have nowhere to turn and no one to weep to. Very well, then do not eat my food, Shen Wan said deliberately. Sien Morong lifted her head proudly, her expression full of disdain. As if I had ever eaten your food. Sien Morong would rather die of thirst or starvation than take a single bite of your food. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan rose happily. Excellent, I shall remember that. She claimed the need to relieve herself and climbed a hill. After crafting a bamboo tube to carry water, she finally retrieved a lively wild pheasant from her spatial storage. Now that the household had been divided, she could properly indulge in a feast. Upon returning, Shen Wan borrowed a knife from the bearded official. Official, you shall taste my culinary skills shortly. She said this with an ingratiating smile. Madame Sun rolled her eyes and spat viciously. What a seductive vixen. Her fifth brother is not yet dead, and already she is colluding with men. With her cooking skills, could the chicken she prepares even be edible? No one harbored any hope for Shen Wan's culinary abilities. Even at her worst, this ugly woman was a young miss of the Marquis Manor. Whether she had ever set foot in a kitchen was doubtful. It was only a pity to see such a plump wild pheasant wasted. Be careful not to damage the blade. Although the bearded man was eager to eat, he harbored doubts about her cooking skills. It is best to hurry, do not delay our departure. Shen Wan had studied medicine. Before long, she had finished preparing the wild pheasant. Whom did you learn all these skills from? Xian Mubai asked, coldly watching her. Shen Wan chuckled as she turned the chicken over the fire. When I was young, I wandered among the military camps eating chaff and vegetables every day. Unable to endure hardship, I often hunted wild game in the mountains to improve our meals. She was not lying. The original host had indeed wandered among military camps and acquired a thuggish demeanor. It was only that she lacked his exquisite knife skills, and even more so his superb culinary talents. Xian Mubai could not help but cast a few extra glances at her. This ugly woman continually surprised him. Soon a tantalizing fragrance drifted through the sultry air, making Sien Morong's eyes widen with greed. Debeo sniffed hard, his drool flowing along the corners of his mouth. Mother, I do not want flatbread. I want meat too. He tugged at Zhao Shi's sleeve and began throwing a tantrum. Zhao Shi reached out and pulled him into her embrace, casting a wary glance at Shen Wan. You dare to snatch that woman's food. She feared Aunt Zhou, but she feared that ugly woman even more. Madame Sun's eyes darted. She immediately drew Sien Morong closer and whispered mysteriously, did you not wish to travel with us? As long as you bring back half the chicken to offer to Auntie, I shall speak on your behalf before her. That wild pheasant is not something one encounters often, whereas my flatbread can be had every day. Aunt Zhou had long been tempted. Seeing Madame Sun say this, she pretended to nod. Rangier, since your third sister-in-law has asked, I hardly dare refuse. If this matter is handled well, from now on you may eat flatbread with us. Would that ugly woman actually give it? Sien Morong was uncertain. She hesitated briefly, then approached Shen Wan. Fifth brother, does your leg still hurt? Sien Morong dared not speak to Shen Wan, so she pretended to crouch beside Sien Mubai. I know everything last night was my fault. I shouldn't have left. You have no idea how worried I was. I didn't close my eyes the whole night. If anything had happened to you, I truly wouldn't know how to go on living. Though her words were full of remorse, her eyes were glued to the wild chicken roasting until its skin was crisp and golden. Concubine Zhou craved that fragrant roasted chicken, and Sien Morong did too. It had only been a single day without meat, yet it felt like an eternity. If you were so worried, you could have at least come to see him, Shen Wan said softly while turning the chicken. Sien Morong's face turned pale, and she grew anxious. The officers were guarding the area. It wasn't convenient for me to come out. Fifth brother, I swear I really was worried about you. Had this been in the past, Sien Mubai would never have doubted the sincerity of those words. But now he no longer believed her. Are you done? He asked with a dark face, his cool voice carrying a hint of frost. If you're finished, then leave. He knew exactly what this half-sister of his was after. In her heart, her own elder brother mattered less than a wild chicken. Fifth brother, how could you be like this? You used to dote on me the most. Sien Morong lowered her gaze with grievance, tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms in rain. Ever since that ugly woman came into our house, you've changed toward me. You don't cherish me like you used to. What exactly are you trying to say? Sien Mubai frowned slightly, cutting her off impatiently. Sien Morong fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. Fifth brother, can't we go back to the way we were? In the past you were so good to me and so filial to mother. You know she's getting old and her health is fragile. She really needs some meat to nourish her body. That's fine. Shen Wan didn't even look at her and sneered. Since you're so filial, just go up the mountain and catch a wild chicken or rabbit for her yourself. Sien Morong's pretty face darkened. I don't know how to hunt. Then I can't help you, Shen Wan said with a shrug. Sien Morong grew frantic. How can you not help? This chicken is huge, just give them half. A group that big sharing half a chicken hardly seemed like much, but this ugly woman was simply too stingy. This is my food. Why should I share it? Shen Wan retorted. Dream on if you want to eat my chicken. Not even a single feather would she give them. With that thought, Shen Wan indeed tossed all the plucked feathers into the fire. Seeing that Sien Morong still hadn't gotten the chicken, concubine Zhou and the others grew anxious. Especially Sun Shi, who was so famished her eyes gleamed green. She is the concubine of the Xie family and the stepmother-in-law of fifth brother. Fifth brother is a Xie, so whatever belongs to you naturally belongs to the Xie family. You must bring it out and share it with everyone. But didn't we already separate from the family last night? Shen Wan sneered, coldly looking at her with challenge. Since we've split, you have no right to claim my things. The officer is right here. Surely you wouldn't dare to rob me openly in front of him. The Xie family naturally didn't dare to resort to force. If they laid a hand on her, they'd surely get another round of whipping. The chicken was already roasted. She tore off 2 drumsticks, one for Sien Mubai, the other for the bearded officer. As for the rest, she deliberately waved it in front of Sien Morong. Sien Morong's heart leapt with joy. She knew that as long as her fifth brother was here, this ugly woman wouldn't dare refuse. Just as she reached out her hand, Shen Wan quickly took a huge bite. Yes, she was doing it on purpose, just to torment them. Sien Morong, seeing this, was so furious, she burst into tears. Mother, they're all bullying me. She covered her face and ran sobbing to concubine Zhou's side. Concubine Zhou was already simmering with rage over not getting any chicken. Now seeing Sien Morong crying like that, her anger flared even more. Useless thing. How dare you come crying to me? Third daughter-in-law, go buy some water from the officers. I refuse to believe I'll starve to death just because I didn't get that meat. Watching the Xie family's exasperated expressions, a smug smile spread across Shen Wan's face. The worst off was Sien Morong. She didn't get any chicken, didn't even touch a piece of flatbread, and even the free cornmeal buns had been gobbled up by the exiled prisoners. Little lady, you've got quite the skill, the bearded man said as he gnawed on the drumstick, studying Shen Wan. Making this chicken taste this good without even using salt. That's no easy feat. Shen Wan smiled. It wasn't much trouble. I just picked a few fragrant herbs by the roadside to use as seasoning. If you like it, officer, I'll make it for you again in the future. Hearing that, Sien Morong cried even harder. In the past, Sien Mubai would have immediately offered her his drumstick. But now he acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, merely sitting in the shade of the parasol and nibbling his chicken leg with refined elegance. He had never been a good man, especially toward those who had hurt him. Returning kindness for malice wasn't fitting for a villain like him. After finishing his meal, Sien Mubai took the bamboo tube Shen Wan handed him, drank some water, and slowly closed his eyes to rest. Along this journey, everyone was exhausted to the bone, yet he was the most at ease. The parasol woven from banana leaves was lush and green, quite a unique sight. Even under the scorching sun, Sien Mubai still had a patch of shade on the cart. What's more, if he urgently needed to relieve himself and the cart couldn't stop, he could simply pull a leaf aside for cover, then hang the bamboo tube back by the cart when done. After resting for a while, everyone had no choice but to continue the journey. Ahead lay a long slope, and even Shen Wan, strong as an ox, found pushing the cart quite strenuous. Casually, she noticed a heavy-set woman in the crowd sneakily glancing over. She was one of the ones who cursed at me at the city gate yesterday, Sien Mubai also noticed and reminded her. Shen Wan nodded, deliberately moving close to the bearded officer and hugging the roadside as she walked. As they approached the downhill section, the woman slipped through the crowd and subtly stuck out her foot. Without even looking, Shen Wan stepped directly onto that foot. The woman's plump face twisted into an evil smile. The slope was extremely long and downhill. If the cart overturned, Sien Mubai, gravely wounded, might not die from the fall, but he would surely end up in a miserable state. Shen Wan stepped on that foot and walked straight past. The cart didn't overturn. It didn't even jolt the slightest bit. A crisp sound of bones breaking followed, and the woman's face turned white with pain as she let out a heart-rending scream. Shen Wan had used hidden force. With that step, it was already merciful that she hadn't crushed the woman's foot into a comminuted fracture. What now? The bearded officer barked angrily. If you cause any more trouble, you won't get any dinner. The woman collapsed to the ground and sobbed, pointing at Shen Wan. She stepped on my foot. My foot is almost broken. I didn't do it. Shen Wan blinked her big watery eyes, putting on an innocent and harmless look. Officer, I was following right behind you the whole time. Even if my feet were huge, there's no way I could have stretched them from the roadside all the way over to her. Because of his fearsome appearance and the terrifying long whip, he never left his side. The prisoners dared not approach the bearded man except when food was being distributed. They feared that a single misstep would invite a thrashing from the whip. The bearded man was certain that at that moment only this ugly woman pushing the cart was walking beside them. Everyone else maintained at least a meter's distance. This short-statured woman was so diminutive that even if she exerted every ounce of strength to stretch out her little leg, she likely could not have reached the hem of that lady's robes. You worthless thing, testing your skin for a beating. He swung his long whip viciously toward the woman. At the sight of that icy cold whip, the woman's face drained of all color in terror. No, no, no. It was truly this ugly woman who stepped on me. Clutching her injured foot, she stammered. I just came over from the other side of the road. Sun Shi had been walking at the front of the procession, but upon hearing that the commotion behind involved Shen Wan, she disregarded her fatigue and immediately turned back to join the spectacle. Sister, please do not be angry. My younger sister-in-law was abandoned in a military garrison since childhood with no one to teach her, so her manners are naturally lacking. She put on a sympathetic expression, swaying her plump waist as she stepped forward to help the woman up. If she offended you in any way as your sister-in-law, I apologize on her behalf. While speaking, Sun Shi cast a reproving glance toward Shen Wan. Look at you making such a fuss over nothing. Isn't it just a case of stepping on someone's foot? An apology would settle it, wouldn't it? With these words, everyone praised her virtue and sensibleness, displaying the demeanor of a noble household. In comparison, the illegitimate daughter of the Xianyang Marquis residence seemed rather petty and small-minded. No wonder even her own father had abandoned her. Shen Wan paid no attention to Sun Shi, merely feigning surprise as she looked at the woman. What? Just how itchy was your foot exactly? You ran all the way from over there just so I could step on you. Upon hearing this, the woman burned with rage. Am I insane? Would I seek you out for no reason? She shouted at the top of her lungs. Shen Wan regarded the woman sideways, a sarcastic sneer curling her lips. Then if it wasn't an itchy foot, you did it on purpose. How dare you? Even if the officer once whipped you a few times, you cannot frame him like this. The woman's expression changed suddenly. Gritting her yellowed teeth, she barked. Nonsense. What does this have to do with the officer? You still dare to say it has nothing to do with him? Shen Wan wiped the smile from her face and said coldly, If you don't believe me, come and take a look. She set down the cart frame and pointed to the ground. After a day of rain, the wheel tracks on the ground were extraordinarily clear, even the tread patterns of the wheels visible in detail. Everyone, look, I was walking in a straight line just now. Unless this woman deliberately stuck out her foot, given the width of this cart, I could never have possibly stepped on her. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Hearing this, the woman's face darkened further. Her gaze grew flustered and restless as she glanced toward the crowd. Even if I wandered off course, that's only natural. But how did this become an attempt to frame the officer? Never mind, it's nothing serious. I'll let it go. She was not afraid of offending Shen Wan, but she feared the bearded man with his gloomy expression. If she offended him, her future days would surely be miserable. Seeing the woman's strange expression, Sun Shi guessed what had happened. But she felt no regret. After all, she had gained a reputation for kindness in the process. If you won't press charges, I certainly will. Shen Wan's eyebrows shot up, and she suddenly raised her voice. Let me ask you, if I had tripped just now and the cart overturned, what would have happened to my husband rolling down from here? You attempted to murder my husband and frame an officer. Your crime deserves death. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The hillside was long and steep, and the path was scattered with many loose stones. If they had collided, the consequences would have been disastrous. With the evidence before them, no matter how eloquent the woman might be, it would have been of no avail. Stop dragging the officer into this. The woman steeled herself and glared venomously at Xiaomubai. I did this purely for revenge. If not for your Xie family, I would still be the envied noble lady today. How could I have fallen to this wretched state, neither human nor ghost? Taking out personal anger on others would at most merit a few lashes, and the person was not dead anyway. But deliberately framing an official was a far more serious offense. Hearing this, Shen Wan sneered coldly. Who says this has nothing to do with the officer? My husband is the principal offender in this exile. He was nearly assassinated as soon as we left the city, and the authorities will definitely investigate. By then, losing some salary is a minor matter. Worse still, the officer could be thrown into prison for dereliction of duty. Hearing this, the bearded man's face darkened to the point of dripping with moisture. A few deaths on an exile route were not uncommon, but the nature of a principal offender being murdered was entirely different. The courthouse officials already harbored ill feelings toward him, and now that they had this opportunity, would they not seize it to crush him completely? Even if the higher authorities did not pursue the matter, those people would never let him go. Guards, his face grim, his voice chillingly cold. Since this woman considers that foot superfluous, simply sever her Achilles tendon. Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned ashen. She fell to her knees, bowing her head frantically like a chicken pecking rice, imploring, "Officer, have mercy. I promise I will never dare again. Severing my tendons is a small matter, but delaying the journey is the real crime." The bearded man dismissed this with indifference, his expression utterly cold. Delay the journey, and you need not live either. Before his words had fully settled, he swept his hand in a broad gesture. Two officials, seeing this, dragged the woman away. Soon piercing screams echoed through the sultry air. Several timid women heard these cries and collapsed to the ground in terror. Sun Shi's expression grew even more ghastly. If she had known this would happen, she would never have pleaded for that woman. Did you all see that? The bearded man's piercing gaze swept across everyone's faces like sharp blades, his voice laced with the chilling aura unique to hell. From now on, anyone who dares to scheme under my nose will meet this fate. With the bearded man's brutal example of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the prisoners behaved much better throughout the journey. They deliberately kept their distance from Shen Wan, fearing they might get entangled in trouble. Thank you for today. Xiaomubai's brows furrowed slightly as he said calmly, but you'd best be careful. I suspect there are still her accomplices among the crowd. That woman had been repeatedly glancing into the crowd, undoubtedly searching for her accomplices. He had also followed her gaze, but had found nothing. Shen Wan was unconcerned. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we block them. When water floods, we build dams. She clearly remembered that many had died during this exile, but both the original host and the main antagonist had survived to reach the Great Northwest, so she had little to worry about. Seeing this ugly woman so carefree and heartless, Xiaomubai could only sigh in speechlessness. Feeling a pressing need, he picked up a bamboo tube from the cart and slightly turned aside under the cover of banana leaves. Shen Wan's eyes darted, and she deliberately let out a whistle. Xiaomubai's face darkened, nearly soiling himself. Another uphill slope. Although Shen Wan had good stamina, no amount of physical fitness could withstand such a long-distance trek. Though she was doing her utmost to persevere, sweat droplets the size of beans still rolled down her darkened face like a streaming creek. Xiaomubai watched with a pang of pity in his heart. Yet even with such reluctance, he was powerless to help. At that moment, a man in cyan robes approached. He did not speak a word, but voluntarily offered help pulling the cart up the hillside. Shen Wan was just about to thank him, but the man went to drink from a roadside ditch without so much as glancing at her. The man in cyan robes was tall and slender, his figure somewhat frail. As he bent down to drink water, the sight reminded Shen Wan of a crescent spring lost in the desert, so breathtakingly beautiful it took one's breath away. Shen Wan gazed in a daze. Curiosity getting the better of her, she asked, "Who is that man?" "His name is Wang Qi, a celebrated scholar in the capital." Seeing that woman's infatuated expression, Xiaomubai said with a hint of jealousy, "His temperament is quite peculiar. Even if he helped you, there's no need for you to pay him any mind. If you insist on thanking him, you'll only anger him." Was every scholar in the world so eccentric? Shen Wan pondered for a moment, then deliberately smiled at Xiaomubai. And what about you? Do you have any unusual traits? Upon seeing this plain-looking woman dare to tease him, Sien Mubai turned his head away without so much as a glance. He was not a man of many words by nature, yet he couldn't explain why ever since traveling alongside this plain-looking woman, he had found himself wasting so many words each time. Seeing the villain fall silent once more, Shen Wan couldn't help but feel bored. The road stretched on endlessly, and to have no one to converse with. How dreary it was. By comparison, concubine Zhou and the others were far more fortunate. At least those women never lacked topics for conversation. Third master's wife, buy some water. I'm thirsty. They had finally reached a resting place. Sweating profusely, concubine Zhou collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as she spoke. At the mention of spending more money, Sun Shi winced in pain. She harbored little affection for her husband's so-called birth mother. Initially, she had only curried favor with the old woman because she still held some utility value in managing the household finances. Unintentionally, her gaze fell upon a bamboo container hanging from Shen Wan's cart. She clearly recalled that the plain-looking woman had used that very bamboo vessel to feed water to Sien Mubai earlier. There's barely any water left with the guards. They need to keep it for themselves. Sun Shi's eyes darted around slyly as she smiled. Fifth young master still has water. Why don't you drink some of his first? Concubine Zhou rolled her eyes and sneered. That plain-looking woman wishes to sever all ties with us. Do you truly think she would willingly share her water? If she won't give it to us, we can find a way to steal it. Sun Shi lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. Moreover, with that bamboo container, we can use it to hold water, making it more convenient and hygienic for you to drink, concubine. I'm not saying this to complain, but the guards' bowls are far too unclean. Anyone can drink from them as long as they pay. Who knows what other ailments those people might carry? Hearing this, concubine Zhou's heart stirred slightly. Then I leave this matter to you. Once we reach Linjia village, I shall compensate you double. If not for the fact that she wasn't from Linjia village, would Sun Shi truly be so obedient to her? Just leave it to me. She grinned wickedly. Thus Sun Shi quickened her pace and deliberately made her way toward Shen Wan. As Shen Wan bent to support, Sien Mubai's Sun Shi seized the opportunity to remove the bamboo container from the cart and hurried toward concubine Zhou. The moment she had righted Sien Mubai, Shen Wan realized the bamboo container was missing. Looking up, she spotted it in Sun Shi's hands, and her face went pale with rage. You wretch! How dare you steal the bamboo vessel? Put it down at once. Sun Shi turned around wearing a defiant expression. Who can prove this bamboo container belongs to you? There are countless bamboos on both sides of the mountain. Do you think only you know how to make these? Shen Wan opened her mouth to retort, but Sien Mubai silenced her. Never mind, he said quietly, his eyes flickering with some unspoken meaning. Let her have it if she wants it so badly. Noticing the unusual gleam in his gaze, Shen Wan seemed to understand something. Mother, I want to drink water too. Airbao murmured from his position on Qian Shi's shoulder. Wait until third aunt arrives, and then Airbao can drink, she said, gently patting the tiny child in her arms. Before Qian Shi could even speak, the petite concubine Zhou snatched the small bamboo container from Sun Shi's grasp. She unscrewed the cap and tilted her head back to drink. The sight sent Airbao crying out immediately. Though still young, he was hardly foolish. Whenever delicious food or drink reached concubine Zhou, there was rarely anything left over. Having taken only a single sip, concubine Zhou bent over and vomited everything up. This tastes absolutely awful. She scowled resentfully at Sun Shi. I told you to buy water from the guards, but you insisted on stealing that plain-looking woman's supply. That woman's water must have been fetched from some filthy ditch. No wonder it tastes horrible. Upon witnessing this, Shen Wan burst into laughter. Third sister-in-law, why are you snatching a chamber pot? She laughed so hard she nearly doubled over, deliberately raising her voice. Could your tastes really be that depraved, favoring such things? Concubine Zhou's face drained of color. Stammering, she asked, what are you saying? This is a chamber pot. What was inside? Exactly, Shen Wan replied, nearly laughing herself hoarse. Didn't you notice something amiss about the taste? Bending over with laughter, Shen Wan could scarcely catch her breath. That someone truly was full of wicked schemes. This trick was shamelessly cruel. Upon hearing this, concubine Zhou doubled over and retched even the bitter bile from her stomach. Still retching, she pointed an accusing finger at Shen Wan and demanded, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "You never asked." Shen Wan shrugged, putting on an innocent expression. "Besides, when I asked third sister-in-law to put down the bamboo vessel, she refused. She insisted it was hers, and you witnessed that yourself." Concubine Zhou's anger immediately shifted onto Sun Shi. "You utter fool," she cursed bitterly, her face dark with rage. Sun Shi, unwilling to admit defeat, muttered defensively, "How was I supposed to know that thing was filled with urine?" Observing the Xie family's dynamics, the fellow prisoners couldn't help but exchange astonished glances. A mere concubine daring to shout at her rightful mistress. So this was the conduct expected within the Zhengguo Duke's mansion after all. "In this sweltering heat, why are you wailing like this here?" Big Beard's face had turned deathly pale as he raised his leather whip toward concubine Zhou. The sight sent her stumbling backward in fright. She dreaded pain, but feared public humiliation even more. Just as the whip was about to descend, Big Beard's eyes rolled back, and his buffalo-like frame collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Foam gathered at his lips as his limbs convulsed violently, as though struck by lightning. The other guards rushed forward in alarm. "What should we do? Boss has another epileptic seizure. Hurry and find a physician." "Where are we supposed to find one?" "We're nowhere near any village." "Exactly. The nearest settlement is 2 hours' travel there and back. Can Boss even endure that long?" Big Beard's condition deteriorated rapidly, his complexion growing increasingly grim, while the guards spun about in frantic desperation. Watching this unfold, Shen Wan recognized her opportunity had arrived. The journey from the capital to the great northwest was arduous and perilous. Regardless of her considerable wealth, without protectors along the way, survival would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, she could discern that Big Beard was hardly an irredeemable villain. He was merely greedy. After a brief moment of consideration, Shen Wan walked directly toward him. Spying a wooden stick by the roadside, she picked it up and inserted it into Big Beard's mouth. "What do you think you're doing?" Scarface's gaze turned ice cold as he barked the question. He hastily bent down, attempting to remove the stick. Without expression, Shen Wan stated, "If you wish for his tongue to be bitten clean through, then retrieve it." At these words, Scarface recoiled in alarm, quickly withdrawing his hand. His narrow, triangular eyes lit up with sudden interest as he eagerly asked, "Do you understand medicine?" Shen Wan offered a slight nod. "A little," she admitted. "You—" Upon hearing this, Sun Shi sneered contemptuously. "Shen Wan, I urge you to stop seeking attention. I know you're looking for protection, but you cannot gamble with an officer's life. Officer, you should seek a physician at once. I have known this plain-looking woman since childhood. She cannot even read a basketful of characters, let alone possess any medical knowledge." Shen Wan's lips curled into a derisive smile, her contempt entirely unmasked. "If you truly understood me, you would know my medical abilities well enough. Yet you deliberately obstructed me from treating the officer. I wonder what malicious intent drives you. Could it be that you wish for misfortune to befall him?" The guards, already agitated, found their frustration mounting as the women's quarrel intensified. "Do you genuinely possess medical knowledge?" Scarface regarded her with skepticism. Shen Wan responded with a cold smile, "If the officer has no faith in my abilities, then forget it. Go find a physician instead." A physician certainly needed to be summoned, but the pressing question remained whether Big Beard could survive that long. The guards exchanged uncertain glances. Having received kindness from Big Beard in the past, they could not simply abandon him to die. Watching the big-bearded man writhe in convulsions, Scarface gritted his teeth and at last made up his mind. His face dark, he said solemnly to one of the constables, "Go fetch a physician first. In the meantime, let this woman give it a try." The situation was now critical, and this was the only recourse he could take. Upon receiving the order, the constable took off at a run at once. "Please go ahead." Scarface made a gesture of invitation and cast a cold glance at Shen Wan. Unperturbed, Shen Wan produced a set of silver needles from her spatial storage, then slowly crouched down beside the big-bearded man. In Great Way, it was customary for women to carry needles about their persons to ward off evil, so no one found her actions strange. With a silver needle in hand, Shen Wan worked over the big-bearded man with remarkably deft skill. Watching her utterly absorbed expression, Xie Mubai suddenly felt that this woman was perhaps not so ugly after all. In truth, the ugly woman's features were rather exquisite. especially the sweep of her brows and eyes, which were beautiful beyond words. It was simply her complexion that was ruinous, swarthy with a hint of livid blue beneath, evidently from years of following the Marquis of Xiangyang to the frontier, braving wind and sun. The ugly woman was right, he did not know her at all. In the past, he had seen only her boorishness and brutality, never suspecting that she possessed such a serene and lovely side as well. The heat was simply too oppressive, and applying acupuncture demanded complete focus. After just a few needles, a fine, dense layer of sweat had broken out across Shen Wan's forehead. "Officer, you can't actually swallow her wild nonsense, can you?" Sun Shi, who relished nothing so much as chaos, said deliberately in a loud voice from the side. "If this officer should meet with any mishap, don't blame me for not warning you all." Shen Wan knitted her brows. She had never been gifted with a good temper, and Sun Shi's repeated interruptions while she was applying needles inevitably kindled irritation in her heart. "Gag that woman. I cannot be distracted when applying needles." She frowned and said with undisguised impatience, "If she keeps making a racket, I can't guarantee your leader's life." Though they still harbored doubts about the ugly woman's medical competence, the constables stepped forward and bound Sun Shi nonetheless. Unable to find anything suitable at hand, Scarface simply stripped the reeking socks off his own feet and stuffed them into her mouth. Hit by the sour, putrid stench of the socks, Sun Shi was nearly suffocated into a dead faint. "Damned ugly woman. If I don't avenge this abject humiliation, my surname is not Sun." Concubine Zhou, however, secretly exulted. "Little bitch, you actually dared to make me drink urine. If only you two could have a taste of those stinking socks." The needling was done, yet the big bearded man still did not wake, continuing to lie silently upon the ground, scorched by the blazing sun. The constables exchanged glances, their expressions growing ever heavier. Scarface in particular had already rested his calloused right hand upon the long saber at his waist. Xian Mubai's gaze tightened, and his tall, lean body visibly stiffened. It was his negligence. He should never have allowed her to step forward. Epilepsy was stubbornly difficult to cure. Setting aside this ugly woman, even the imperial physicians in the palace could not necessarily be confident. Shen Wan, however, did not move, but simply sat on the ground in weariness, her expression somewhat annoyed. As the seconds slipped by one, an awful hush fell over the scene, and every gaze aligned upon the big bearded man's pallid face. If he did not wake up, Shen Wan would be dead for sure. "I told you that ugly woman doesn't know any medicine, but you simply refused to believe me." Somehow Sun Shi had spat the stinking socks out of her mouth and wore a gloating expression as she crowed, well, now it's about to cost a life." At these words, murderous intent welled up on Scarface's face, and with a swish he drew the long saber from his waist. Under the viciously scorching sun, the razor-sharp edge flickered with a cold, desolate gleam. Xian Mubai's heart clenched violently, and a tiny, exceedingly fine dagger had somehow appeared in his palm. Suddenly, the big bearded man opened his eyes and looked about him in bewilderment. "What is the matter with me? Boss, you're finally awake." Scarface was frantic with joy and immediately sheathed his saber before helping him up. "You just had another epileptic fit." "Nonsense." The big bearded man disagreed. "If I really had a fit, could I have recovered this quickly? In the past, even with a physician at his side, he would always need an extremely long time to regain his former state. But this time, apart from feeling a little tired, he felt no trace of discomfort." Scarface broke into a hurried smile. "It was this little girl who saved you." The big bearded man raised his head and caught sight of Shen Wan's dark little face. "Your condition is only suppressed temporarily. Once the physician arrives in a moment, you would be better off asking him for some medicine." With that, Shen Wan rubbed her slightly swollen temples and said wearily, "But you cannot be too exhausted recently. You must rest more." The big bearded man would have loved to rest, but he was escorting prisoners, not touring the landscape. "I would need that good fortune." He could not help but laugh bitterly a few times, then lifted his eyes to the other constables. "Listen, all of you. This young lady is my benefactor. In the future, you must not treat her with the slightest disrespect. It is far too tiring for her to push the cart by herself. Whenever any of you have time, go over and lend her a hand." The constables, hearing this, hurriedly nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Seeing that the hour was already late, the group continued on their way. With the constables helping push the cart, Shen Wan naturally had a much easier time of it. Yet for no reason at all, irritability welled up in her heart, and she felt a persistent urge to challenge someone and settle the contest. How strange. Why was this happening? Could it be because the weather was too hot? At that thought, Shen Wan covertly drank a vial of Huoxiang water. Along the way she stopped and started now, and then gathering a few medicinal herbs, intending to brew something to dispel the heat for Xiamubai as well. Didn't you claim she knew no medicine? Concubine Zhou tugged at Sun Shi's arm and asked in a hushed voice. Sun Shi was equally puzzled. Shen Yin said so herself. Concubine Zhou sneered. Do you have any brains left? Is even a fart from Shen Yin fragrant to you? Now that ugly woman has become a great favorite in front of the constables, her days ahead are bound to be comfortable. It is all your fault. Why on earth did you bring up splitting the family? If we had not split, we could be basking in her glow now. Sun Shi simmered with rage. This old hag wanted the family split as much as anyone, yet in the end, she flings all the filth onto me. Once I obtain money at Lin family village, I will immediately part ways with this low-life concubine. There was nothing else on the roadside to be had, though a few worthless dandelions and Huoxiang could be found. Before long, Shen Wan had picked a small handful. She had assumed she would be a little more comfortable after taking her medicine, yet that inexplicable restlessness only swelled stronger. Are you feeling unwell? Suddenly a large hand patted her arm lightly. That light pat was like a flame dropped into a pan of oil. Shen Wan felt a gale of fury rushing straight up from her ribcage, and even the tips of every strand of her hair trembled violently. With a sudden movement, she whipped her hand over and trapped that large hand in her grip, instinctively exerting a hidden force. What business is it of yours? In the depths of her eyes, two searing flames of anger abruptly rose, and the veins of her neck stood out thickly, giving her the look of one about to explode at any moment. Eyeing the woman before him, who radiated a dense, sinister ferocity, Xiamubai's pitch-black pupils contracted slightly. In a daze, he seemed once more to see the coarse and violent Shen Wan of that earlier time. Scarface the cart pusher was a man who had seen the world, yet even he was startled by this woman. What is wrong with you? Who has provoked you? This ugly woman was the big bearded man's current favorite, who would be so bold as to eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to provoke her. It was only upon seeing the panic on Scarface's face that Shen Wan finally came back to her senses. No, this was definitely not heatstroke. Just now, when she had grasped Xiamubai's wrist, she had even stirred with the thought of crushing it into pieces with brute force. Why was this happening? Shen Wan quickly released her grip. Upon that person's wrist, smooth and lustrous as cold jade, several distinct finger marks had suddenly appeared. And nothing. She stammered, her gaze flitting about restlessly. I don't feel very well. I need to find a shady place to rest for a while. Seeing the anomaly in her eyes, Xiamubai said nothing more. Since Sun Shi had interrupted the ugly woman's acupuncture session, he had keenly sensed something was off. She kept taking deep breaths, seemingly trying to calm her emotions. Then hurry up, the scarred man reminded her. If you can't keep up with the group, it'll be troublesome. He phrased it tactfully, not wanting to outright suggest she might try to escape. Still considering the burly man's presence, he refrained from being too blunt about it. Shen Wan nodded. Only after they had walked far away did she begin climbing the mountain. Taking advantage of the solitude, she quickly entered her spatial realm. She made her way to the laboratory and immediately drew blood for testing. The results came back shortly. Upon seeing them, Shen Wan's expression shifted dramatically. Just as she had suspected, she wasn't ill. She was suffering from a slow-acting poison. This poison was extremely insidious. In its early stages, victims would experience little discomfort, but as time passed, it would severely damage their nervous system, causing personality changes, irritability, even violent tendencies. Clearly, the original owner had been poisoned for quite some time. The toxin had not only damaged her nerves, but also caused significant pigment accumulation beneath her skin. But Shen Wan couldn't understand who would have plotted to poison the young original owner years ago. In memory, the original owner had been a radiant girl in her youth, exceptionally intelligent, skilled in horsemanship and archery. Even the emperor had once considered betrothing her to the timid crown prince. At that time, no one in the capital spoke ill of the second miss of the Xianyang Marquis Manor. Even the female protagonist, despite her talent and beauty, had been nothing more than an unnoticed nobody back then. Later, the original owner's wet nurse suddenly passed away. With no one to care for her, Shen Wan had voluntarily offered her own personal maid. From then on, her skin grew progressively darker, her temper worsened, and she would fly into rages, striking out at anyone around her. Gradually, that once courageous and resourceful girl had been twisted into a vicious, uglified woman. At this thought, a chill ran through Shen Wan's body. She had presumed to know everything about the book by heart, yet she had overlooked so many hidden details. All right, Shen Wan. She would remember that name. Realizing the hour was late, Shen Wan took a box of medicine from the shelf, swallowed a pill, and hurried out. Having wasted too much time, she quickened her pace and moved forward hastily. Soon after, she found the exile party stopped on the road. The burly man sat on a stone by the roadside, while an elderly physician took his pulse. It had to be said, the officials' runners were quick, having retrieved the doctor in such short order. Has that ugly woman ruined the treatment? Sun Shi thought with wild joy, asking eagerly as she saw the old doctor frowning. The scarred man suddenly recalled that ugly woman's frenzied state, and his expression also darkened. Could she heal him in such a disturbed mental state? The elderly physician shook his head and grumbled, "You have a miraculous physician right here, sir. Why make this old man make a pointless trip?" Hearing this, Sun Shi's face darkened as if water could be wrung from it. Even Xian Mubai's eyes flickered with complex emotion. It wasn't surprising that the ugly woman knew medicine. After all, she had spent time in the military camp and certainly had the opportunity to encounter medical officials. But he didn't believe a girl in her teens could reach the level of a miraculous physician. Was the old doctor merely ignorant, or did the ugly woman truly possess extraordinary skills? Lost in thought, Xian Mubai noticed Shen Wan approaching hurriedly. Her face was calm, the ferocity in her eyes long gone, as though the grotesque woman from before was not her at all. After a moment's consideration, Xian Mubai had the scarred man summon her over. "What is it?" Shen Wan asked, placing the gathered herbs on the cart. Xian Mubai frowned slightly. "I've been lying down too long and my back aches from the hardness. Help me sit up for a while." Without overthinking it, Shen Wan stepped forward and supported him. It seemed she would need to find a way to get a quilt. Though her spatial realm contained many, they were far too new and fine, ill-suited to the status of exiled convicts they currently held. "Don't move." Xian Mubai suddenly reached out, his eyes shining with an unusual gleam. "Your face is a bit dirty." The moment his cold fingertips grazed her warm cheek, a suspicious blush rose to the tips of his ears. Yet even so, Xian Mubai plucked up his courage and gently brushed his fingers across her face a few times. It was true, no mask. This young woman before him was the genuine Shen Wan. "Why are you gathering so many herbs?" He calmly lowered his hand, deliberately changing the subject. Shen Wan smiled and explained, "You don't know me. I'm most afraid of the heat. When it gets hot, I become irritable and can barely control my temper. That's why I've gathered some herbs to clear the heat from my body. By the way, is your wrist all right? I may have gripped too hard earlier." Xian Mubai shook his head and said with a hint of self-mockery, "Even if there is an issue, it doesn't matter much. After all, my leg is already useless. What's one more injured arm?" Shen Wan blushed. As she was about to apologize, the burly man's voice came urging them to move along. "The hour is late. We'd best be off." Hearing this, Shen Wan quickly bent down to push the cart. "Let me do it," the burly man hastened to say. Shen Wan smiled. "Sir, you're too kind. I'll manage myself." "Miss, you're being far too formal calling me sir." The burly man laughed. "My surname is Hu. My name is Hu Dahai. If you don't mind, just call me elder brother Hu from now on." Hu Dahai. The moment she heard the name, Shen Wan was so startled she could hardly compose herself. If she remembered correctly, when the third prince rebelled in the future, one of his most valiant and capable generals was named Hu Dahai. She never would have imagined he was this unkempt, burly man before her. "What's wrong? Do you look down on me as a rough fellow and refuse?" Seeing her silence, Hu Dahai's expression turned displeased. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan quickly shook her head and laughed. "Elder brother, Hu, you jest. How could I refuse? It's just that both my husband and I are now exiled convicts. I worry such a title might cause you trouble." The burly man waved it off dismissively. "What trouble could it possibly cause? Since you've agreed to call me your elder brother, then leave the cart pushing to me from now on. If you keep refusing, it simply means you look down on your elder brother." With that said, Shen Wan had no choice but to accept. "Then I'll trouble you." Since the future capable general of the third prince was eager to befriend her, she could only steal a march on the male lead. Not at all. The burly man pushed the cart smiling. I know you're gathering herbs. Go ahead and busy yourself. Shen Wan made no further objections and continued walking along the roadside, stopping occasionally to pull up some herbs. Actually, these herbs had no effect on treating the poison in her body. But now, under the pretext of gathering herbs, she could quietly take some from her spatial realm and exchange them for money. Without money, she couldn't rightfully use other items from her space either. Your wife is truly devoted to you. Watching her retreating figure, the burly man smiled and looked towards Shen Wan. To marry such a good wife, this life would be worth it. How could that be? She had clearly mentioned divorce. Her flattering him was plainly just to secure a fallback option. Shen Wan gave a dismissive smile. You don't tell me you missed that, the bearded man said in astonishment. Setting aside distant matters, look at these women here. Which one compares to your wife in her tireless devotion? Since they were high-profile prisoners of the court, he had closely monitored every move of the Xie family along the way, especially the couple, Shen Wan and his wife. He had assumed this noble heir would suffer greatly, but to his surprise the man lived more comfortably than he and official guard. Along the journey he alone was shielded from wind and rain. Coincidentally, a woman beside them stood with hands on her hips, cursing loudly. She complained that her husband was useless. She had barely enjoyed any marital bliss before being dragged into exile to this barbaric land. Shen Wan's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, that plain woman had been nothing short of remarkable to him. Despite his poverty and inability to move his legs, she had cared for him with meticulous attention and never once complained. Could the vow to protect her for life actually mean sharing the rest of his days together? And the divorce he had mentioned earlier was likely just words spoken in anger. If it weren't for deep affection, that plain woman would have had no reason to be so devoted. At this realization, Shen Wan couldn't help feeling grateful. Yet even so, he wouldn't fall in love with her. He understood clearly that gratitude and love were two different things. Scarface, worried the bearded man might grow tired, came over to relieve him shortly after. Though the road was rough, the group arrived at the village ahead during the hottest part of noon. The village had no inn, so they could only rest in the dilapidated temple at the entrance. Due to years of disuse, the temple was somewhat dirty and cluttered, but it was cool. With Hu Dahai present, Shen Wan and Shen Wan received free large sesame cakes at lunchtime. Sun sure had money on hand and naturally bought sesame cakes. Seeing them receive theirs, Shen Wan's face turned white with rage. Though she gnashed her teeth in hatred, she had no choice but to force herself to chew on the cornbread in her hand. If she didn't eat it now, even this cornbread might not last. Shen Wan borrowed an official small pot and boiled the wild herbs she had gathered, including huoxiang, into a decoction to share with Shen Wan and Hu Dahai. The weather was so hot that heatstroke was a real concern. Sister, Hu Dahai asked, hesitantly glancing at her while holding his bowl, can my illness still be cured? He had originally given up hope for his condition. But after hearing the old physician's words, his heart, once as lifeless as still water, began to stir with renewed expectation. Perhaps this plain woman before him might have a solution. Shen Wan asked, when did your illness begin? 3 years ago. Hu Dahai frowned. An accident occurred while I was escorting prisoners. I injured my head, and that's when this ailment took root. Over these years I've spent considerable money, but the results have been disappointing. Shen Wan nodded slightly. I can't guarantee a complete cure either. But if I prepare a prescription for you, and you take it regularly, the illness should rarely recur. Then I entrust everything to you, sister. Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai said gratefully, if this illness can be cured by some fortune, my life belongs to you. Hu Dahai was a simple man with straightforward thoughts. Whoever treated him, well, he would treat in kind. The book had mentioned that when Hu's mother passed away, Hu Dahai was too poor to afford a burial. The passing third prince gave him 10 taels of silver out of pity, and from that moment on he devoted himself completely to the male protagonist. Now that Shen Wan had shown kindness to Hu Dahai, he naturally wouldn't neglect her. Seeing them chatting so warmly, concubine Zhou and the others grew so envious that even the sesame cakes in their hands lost their appeal. With Hu Dahai's condition just stabilized, he shouldn't overexert himself. So he discussed with a few of his men under his command, and they decided to stay at this dilapidated temple for the night, setting out early the next morning. Upon hearing they could rest, the prisoners were so delighted they nearly cheered. After 2 days of walking, their legs were nearly broken and blisters had formed on their feet. They desperately needed proper rest. Lady Li had always been a delicate noblewoman who rarely left her quarters, yet now she often helped her 2 elder sisters-in-law hold children, and her tiny feet were in terrible condition. Taking advantage of the distraction, she quietly slipped outside the temple to an old locust tree. She removed her filthy shoes and socks, bearing the pain, as she used a thin bamboo strip to carefully puncture each blister on her feet. Shen Wan noticed this and silently approached. She handed over a small packet of medicinal powder, lowering her voice to say, "Apply this, and it will heal faster." Lady Li was somewhat surprised by this plain woman's kindness. "But we've already separated our households." She didn't take it, saying awkwardly. Shen Wan smiled. "So what if we've separated households? Take it, but don't let those people use it." When concubine Zhou and the others had proposed separating households, only Lady Li had spoken a word of concern for them. That alone was enough for Shen Wan to not abandon her. Lady Li hesitated for a moment, then took the packet of medicinal powder. "Won't you need it? I'm used to it from my time in the military camp. It's nothing," Shen Wan said casually. "Hurry and apply the medicine. From now on, it's best to line your shoes with cloth when walking." Before Lady Li could thank her, the plain woman had already departed. The temple doors stood wide open, and Xiemu Bai, who had been resting against the wall, had clearly witnessed everything. Seeing Shen Wan enter, he asked without expression, "Didn't you say you disliked those people?" "She's different from those people." Shen Wan sat beside him, smiling. "If they were bad people, I'd rather throw it away than let them benefit from it." Hearing this, Xiemu Bai couldn't help but glance at her again. He admired her clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. Yet he couldn't understand which version of her was the real one. Was it this little woman who loathed evil before him, or the emotionally unstable madwoman from the morning? "So you worthless woman, you dare to use the medicine behind our backs. Even if you don't respect me as your sister-in-law, you should at least leave some for concubine Zhou and the 2 children. From now on, you're not allowed to eat my sesame cakes." Suddenly, a shrill and sharp voice of cursing came from outside. Looking up, they saw Sun Shi leading several women from the Xie family, standing outside, pointing at Lady Li's nose and scolding her. Lady Li was filled with grievance, yet didn't know how to defend herself. Could she really say that Shen Wan had told her not to give it to them? "Third brother's wife is the most filial," concubine Zhou said coldly with a gloomy expression. "But we're all family, and the medicine is used up anyway. I won't press this matter further. Everyone disperse and find a place to rest." Seeing this old woman being so magnanimous, not only was Sun Shi confused, but even Shen Wan was bewildered. This didn't seem like concubine Zhou's usual demeanor. What exactly is she trying to do? She looked at Xiemu Bai with astonishment. Xiemu Bai gave a cold smile. "Anyway, it can't be anything good." He fell silent and closed his eyes to rest. "Do you think we can reach the Great Northwest in another month?" Shen Wan asked, rubbing her sore and aching legs. Although she came from a military medical background, her equipment was far too poor, especially the shoes on her feet. When the household was raided, everyone's shoes hadn't been confiscated. These shoes were made of brocade, lightweight and pretty at first glance, but completely unsuitable for long-distance travel. Even Shen Wan, with her military medical background, was exhausted beyond measure. Xiemu Bai didn't open his eyes, saying coldly, "No. Hey, big brother, can you spare a few more words?" Shen Wan, feeling bored, gently poked him. Xiemu Bai furrowed his brows slightly. Though displeased, he cooperatively replied, "Can't." Finding it tedious, Shen Wan also leaned against the wall to rest, leaving him alone. The sky gradually darkened, a waning moon hanging lone upon the treetops. With the temple's cramped quarters and so many prisoners, it was impossible for everyone to spend the night inside. The officials drove some of the prisoners outside to sleep under the open sky, the Xie family among them. "You need not move," Hu Dahai said with a quick smile upon seeing Shen Wan rising. "The air flows better near the entrance. You 2 may sleep right here." Sun Shi's face turned white with rage. That damned ugly woman. Merely by blind luck had she cured that official's illness, and yet now she could lord it over her at every turn. In a fit of anger, Sun Shi once again bribed the officials, who finally agreed to let them inside. Shen Wan, however, was quite curious just how much could a single pearl fetch. Even if it were valuable, the prisoners traveling with them could hardly afford such a sum. They barely had coin for themselves. At Sunshire's rate of spending, her funds would surely dwindle soon enough. Shen Wan also wished to enter, but the officials barred her way. Third sister-in-law. She tugged at Sunshire's sleeve, begging pitifully. I truly do not want to sleep outside. A young lady of a noble mansion sleeping on the ground. It was indeed a hardship for her. Sunshire was about to speak when Consort Zhou's face darkened. If you wish to enter, pay for it yourself. Where would Shen Wan get money? If she had any, why would she have to gnaw on those unpalatable coarse buns all day? Consort Zhou ignored her and strode into the temple. Sunshire's eyes darted, and she leaned close to Shen Wan's ear, whispering, Dear sister, it is not that I do not wish to help. But you know how Consort Zhou's temper is. Why not ask that ugly woman to do it? She continued. That woman is currently the official's favorite. One word from her, and it will surely work. If all else fails, you could ask your fifth brother. That woman dotes on him most. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan grew troubled. She and Shen Bai had fallen out as she simply could not bear to ask him. Yet glancing at the hard ground and her body covered in mosquito-bitten red bumps, she swallowed her pride and looked towards Shen Bai. Fifth brother, I am afraid, sleeping alone out here at night. Shen Bai acted as though he had not heard, turning his face and closing his eyes. Watching this, Shen Wan asked curiously, Are you truly comfortable letting her sleep outside? The novel had written that the great villain doted most upon this concubine-born sister. If she opened her mouth, he would pluck the moon from the sky for her. In the past, because of this sister, the original host had quarreled with him endlessly. Shen Bai did not open his eyes. His cold voice carried a chilling edge. If she cannot endure even this hardship, she is unworthy of being a daughter of the CF family. Deep down, he still cared for that cold-hearted concubine-born sister, for blood ties could never be severed. Yet these few short days had forced him to confront reality. The CF family had fallen. Shen Wan had no choice but to bow to reality. She could no longer remain a pampered young lady. The journey to the great Northwest was long. If she continued thus, whether she would survive to reach the place of exile remained uncertain. It must be that ugly woman refusing. Sunshire had not heard what Shen Wan said, but she seized the opportunity to sow discord. Your fifth brother's leg is injured. He must now read that woman's every mood. Morong, take care of yourself. I am going in first, or Consort Zhou will scold me again. With that, she swayed her plump figure into the dilapidated temple. Shen Wan shot Shen Wan a venomous glare. Yes, it was her. Previously, fifth brother had doted upon her the most. But since that ugly woman arrived, not even a chicken leg was given to her, and he had not once deigned to give her a kind look. What are you still doing standing there? Move along. An official barked impatiently. Shen Wan had been pampered since childhood. She had never endured such humiliation. Tears streaming, she turned away helplessly. The temple, though dilapidated, at least offered a roof against the wind and rain. But Shen Wan had no such shelter. At this point, she could only leave fate to decide. Summer nights brought mosquitoes in numbers that were terrifying. Unable to produce mosquito repellent openly, Shen Wan quietly retrieved a handful of medicinal herbs from her spatial dimension and placed them between the two of them. Caught by the herbal scent, Shen Bai opened his eyes. What is this? He regarded the small bunch of tender green herbs beside him with surprise. Shen Wan explained, I gathered these mosquito-repelling herbs by the roadside. With them, the mosquitoes will not bite us. Then why did they not bite me last night? A trace of suspicion flickered in Shen Bai's eyes. He remembered clearly. This woman had only gathered herbs today. I chased away the mosquitoes for you all night, you know. Shen Wan lied without the slightest change in expression, her crisp voice carrying a hint of grievance. Otherwise, with only the two of us in such a large room, wouldn't the mosquitoes have carried you away? Shen Bai believed her. A faint warmth stirred in his heart, and Hu Dahai's words echoed once more in his ears. You need not be so kind to me. After a moment's thought, he said somewhat uncomfortably, I am not worthy of such treatment. He could not give her the love she desired, and he did not wish to owe her too much. His voice was low, and Shen Wan did not hear it at all. She was too busy arranging the straw on the ground. Sleep now. Once finished, she helped Shen Bai lie down. The temple was already small, and there was little straw. Shen Wan could only press close beside him. After everyone else fell asleep, she crept nearer to Shen Bai and quietly offered a small pill to his lips. Xiaomubai did not even glance at it, and swallowed it directly. Why did you not even look? Shen Wan's eyes sparkled mischievously. Aren't you afraid it might be poison? Her warm breath fanned across his face, tickling him slightly. Xiaomubai turned his head away, choosing to ignore her. Shen Wan received an unwelcoming response and rolled her eyes in displeasure. Hearing the soft sound of his breathing, she crept forward once more. Once certain the great villain had fallen into a deep sleep, she quietly slipped into her spatial dimension. She took a bath and went straight to the laboratory. The toxin had resided in the original host's body for far too long. If she delayed further, she seriously feared she would become a complete madwoman. However, this poison was extremely rare, and even she, a trained military physician, found herself at a loss. After busying herself for some time, realizing it would take too long, she had no choice but to leave. As soon as she emerged, she found Xiaomubai's eyes wide open, his ink-black pupils radiating a chilling gleam in the darkness. Oh no! Could the great villain have discovered what she had just done? If he found out, he would certainly suspect her of being some kind of demon or spirit. Why are you not sleeping? Shen Wan's heart tightened, and she asked with a touch of guilt. In the darkness, Xiaomubai's deep voice sounded particularly cold. I just woke. Why are you still awake? Hearing this, Shen Wan breathed a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and put on a frightened expression. I had a nightmare and was startled awake. By the pale moonlight, Xiaomubai clearly saw her round, baby-faced, dark complexion. Paired with those large, slightly alarmed eyes, she looked even more like a girl who had not yet grown up. He extended his long arm and gently patted her shoulder. Sleep now. Xiaomubai's voice was low but carried an inexplicable sense of security. After so much traveling, Shen Wan was indeed exhausted. Breathing in his pleasant scent, she soon drifted into dreamland. Xiaomubai, however, did not sleep. He merely stared fixedly at the small woman before him. In truth, he had not been asleep at all. He had simply been lying there with his eyes closed. When he noticed her breathing had faded from beside his ear, he opened his eyes. The space beside him was empty save for a thin layer of straw that still retained her body warmth. Had she gone out? Impossible. With his hearing, he could not have failed to notice anyone moving. Just as he was still puzzled by this strange occurrence, her breathing sounds returned, and she appeared before his eyes as if out of thin air. Could it be? She was a demon or spirit. At this thought, Xiaomubai's gaze grew ever more complicated. Shen Wan slept soundly that night. In her dream, she returned to the smoke-filled battlefield. Just as she was about to tend to the wounded enemy troops, suddenly appeared. Wake up, we're about to set off. Suddenly, a cold, clear voice rang out by her ear. Shen Wan snapped her eyes open and instinctively swung her fist, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Had a dream. Seeing her reaction, Xiaomubai's pupils slightly contracted as he asked in a calm, guarded tone. Only after hearing his voice did Shen Wan fully come to her senses. So it was just a dream. She let out an "oh," and quietly withdrew her fist, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. Perhaps she could never return, never stand shoulder to shoulder with her comrades in battle again. Xiaomubai keenly caught the disappointment in her eyes and could not help but feel puzzled. Before, whenever this ugly woman saw him, she would look as though she could hardly wait to offer herself to him. Yet now, seeing him, she was actually disappointed. Was she really Shen Wan? She seemed to be, and yet she seemed not to be. Whether she was or was not, even if she were some sort of demon, Xiaomubai had no intention of investigating, because he was certain that this woman truly treated him well. However, the way she had swung her fist earlier was clean and decisive, even more practiced than an ordinary soldier. It seemed that the Marquis of Shenyang truly had a way of training his men. Hurry and get up. Xiaomubai set aside his thoughts and said indifferently, The officials have already begun urging us. Hearing this, Shen Wan hastily scrambled to her feet and went to wash her face by the ditch outside the door. Just as she was about to stand up, she saw Wang Qi crouching by the ditch as well. What a coincidence! Shen Wan quickly greeted him with a smile. Wang Qi cast a cold glance at her. Without even washing his face, he flicked his sleeves and walked away, leaving behind a faint scent of green grass lingering in the sweltering air. What a strange fellow, Shen Wan thought to herself. That villain was right. She really should not get too close to this man. She had just risen and taken a few steps when she saw Li Shi limping toward her. Shen Wan was genuinely astonished. Strange. After applying the medicine, the wound had not improved at all. Why was it getting worse? It should not have been like this. Her medicine was remarkably effective. Not to mention mere blood blisters. Even Sien Mubai's mangled bloody legs had shown obvious improvement after being treated with it. Seeing her, a flicker of panic darted through Li Shi's eyes. Noticing that everyone was crowded around the officials collecting their food, Shen Wan lowered her voice and asked, "What on earth is going on?" At her words, Li Shi's tears streamed down like pearls falling from a broken necklace. She hung her head and said in a choked voice, "Concubine Zhou guessed that the medicine came from you. Last night, they covered my mouth, scraped all the medicinal powder off my feet with bamboo strips, and threatened that I must never have anything to do with you again." Hearing this, bloodshot veins spread rapidly in Shen Wan's eyes like withered leaf veins, and the poison within her body immediately sent her restless blood boiling. "I'll settle this with them." She gritted her teeth, her clenched fists beginning to itch for a fight. She wanted to hit someone. She wanted it desperately. She wanted every punch to strike flesh, every blade to draw blood. Seeing her ferocious, twisted expression, Li Shi's face turned pale with fright. "Don't. Please don't go." Summoning her courage, Li Shi rushed forward to block Shen Wan. "The more you confront them, the more they'll torment me." Shen Wan cast a sidelong glance, a sinister, bone-chilling smile curling at the corner of her lips. "She's merely a concubine. What exactly are you so afraid of?" That was something she had long found strange. It was one thing for others to treat concubine Zhou well, but even someone as profit-driven as Sun Shi treated her like an ancestor. That was truly abnormal. Li Shi glanced cautiously around, seeing that concubine Zhou and her group had not noticed her before, sobbing softly. In the past, concubine Zhou managed the household, and she was also the birth mother of our husbands, so no one dared to show her any disrespect. Besides, she secretly transferred property out of the manor long ago. This time, with everyone exiled, she will surely go to reclaim it. Sister-in-law, I know I'm useless. To survive, I have no choice but to cling to her. I don't want to die. Perhaps it was an illusion, but as Li Shi spoke, Shen Wan felt two icy, sinister gazes piercing through the layers of the crowd, landing directly on them. That instantly snapped her back to alertness. She looked up and saw Sien Mubai with his eyes closed. It seemed it had been her imagination. Though she did not know whether the villain was aware of this matter, one thing was certain: Sun Shi must know. Otherwise, with her snobbish nature, why would she have been humbling herself all along the way just to trail behind a mere concubine? Does the Duke know about this? She quietly slipped a medicinal tablet into her mouth before asking coldly. Li Shi shook her head. "Then why didn't you tell him?" Seeing her weak, spineless manner, Shen Wan felt a surge of frustration at her refusal to stand up for herself. Li Shi smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "How could I say anything? If word of this got out, concubine Zhou would surely be cast out of the Duke's household by the Duke himself. But she is, after all, the birth mother of my husband. Before he died, the one he could not bear to leave behind was her." Whether it was the effect of the medicine or sheer pity for Li Shi at those words, the fury in Shen Wan's heart subsided considerably, and the murderous look in her eyes gradually faded. "Where is that property?" she asked coldly. Li Shi shook her head. "I truly don't know. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness, but from now on I truly cannot have any more dealings with you." Ever since the day she entered the Duke's mansion, she had never been favored by concubine Zhou. Moreover, the matter had been done in secret, so very few people knew about it. "Don't worry. From now on I'll keep my distance from you." Shen Wan tossed out the words and drifted away. Passing by Hu Dahai, she greeted him. Seeing that he still seemed troubled by his illness, Shen Wan handed him the prescription she had written in advance. After finally soothing Hu Dahai, Shen Wan returned to the temple. The moment she stepped inside, Sien Mubai handed her a white flour flatbread and glanced at her with a knowing smile. "Helped someone out of kindness, only to bring trouble upon them." "How did you know?" Shen Wan was astonished. If she were not certain that the villain's legs were incapacitated, she would have suspected he had been eavesdropping nearby. Sien Mubai smiled with an airy, unconcerned elegance, his voice calm and cool. "What's so strange about that? Right now you're Hu Dahai's great benefactor. Concubine Zhou doesn't have the guts to pick a fight with you at this critical moment, so she can only vent her anger on Li Shi." Chewing on the flatbread, Shen Wan said somewhat crossly, "Seems like I really shouldn't be a good person from now on." By the way, I heard from Li Shi that concubine Zhou stole property from the manor and secretly moved it out. Xiaomubai gave an but said nothing more. You knew all along. Startled by his reaction, Shen Wan was taken aback. Xiaomubai hesitated for a moment, then gave a slight nod. My father knows about it too. Concubine Zhou was the cousin of the Duke of Jinghua. After the Zhou family fell, she came to live in the Duke's mansion. They had grown up together since childhood and shared a very deep bond. So even when she committed theft of household property, the Duke of Jinghua paid it no mind. Moreover, she had already borne him 4 sons, so she was hardly the type to run off with the money. Thus he simply turned a blind eye and let her be. At this, Shen Wan's mercenary eyes suddenly lit up. So can you go ahead and take that money back now? As the legitimate son of the Duke's mansion, he naturally had the authority to reclaim the property that a concubine had stolen. If that money were recovered, she would no longer have to sneak around, even to eat a piece of pastry. Xiaomubai shook his head. Since his own father did not care, he was in no position to say anything more. Shen Wan wanted to keep talking, but from outside came Hu Dahai's voice. We'll reach the town shortly. If any of you need anything, bring your money to me, and I'll buy it for you. Except for a few people like Sun Shi, the other prisoners had no money at all. Even if they urgently needed something, there was nothing they could do. Officer, can you take me along? Sun Shi swayed her plump, slender waist as she stepped forward, cooing with a charming smile. I want to buy some clothes. If you buy them, officer, they might not fit me well. I want to go too. De Bao immediately raised his little hand and chimed in. I want chestnut cakes, roast goose, and sour plum juice. Sun Shi was annoyed and barked. Do you think we're still in the mansion? What sour plum juice? Besides, this money is mine. You lot eat and drink at my expense all day long, and you still have the nerve to ask for things. Scolded, De Bao burrowed into Zhao Shi's arms and burst into tears. Zhao Shi was filled with resentment, but did not dare to voice it. Bao, on the other hand, was very well behaved, quietly sitting beside Qian Shi without making a sound. Hu Dahai had never had a good temper, and their bickering only made him even more irritated. All of you shut up. He darkened his face and roared with annoyance. No one's going. Before the words had even faded, he turned to Shen Wan with a fawning smile. Sister, do you have time? Could you trouble yourself to make a trip with them? At Sun's words, anger immediately flared within her. Why? She stiffened her slender neck, her voice sharp and shrill. Is it only because that ugly woman saved you that you're willing to abuse your position for personal favor? So what if I am? Hu Dahai planted his hands on his hips, regarding her with a provocative sneer. Got a problem with that? Having escorted prisoners for years, this was the first time he'd encountered such a difficult lot. As if they weren't already fallen chickens, they still carried themselves like exalted phoenixes. Sun's temper likewise flared. Of course I have a problem. She whirled around abruptly, stoking the crowd's resentment. We're all convicts here. Why divide us into hierarchies? Why should she alone enjoy privileges? Let certain individuals not assume their authority as escorts makes them untouchable. Cross us, and we simply refuse to move. If you fail to reach the Great Northwest on schedule, I'd like to see how you explain that failure. After days of being driven like dogs by these officials, the prisoners already simmered with suppressed resentment. Hearing these words only intensified their anger. Exactly, we're not moving another step. If you've got the nerve, kill us all. The prisoners dropped to the ground, refusing to budge. They wanted the same treatment. Shen Wan received free flour buns at every meal. Witnessing the convicts' open rebellion, the escorts' expressions darkened. Should they fail to reach the exile destination on time, regulations demanded severe punishment. The boss really shouldn't have made enemies of everyone over one ugly woman. There were countless ways to repay a debt. Going to the market wasn't the only option. Surely you don't think I'm afraid to use force? Hu Dahai's anger surged as he drew his gleaming blade from his waist. The journey from the capital to the Great Northwest stretches endlessly, and crossing through poison miasma forests. Deaths among us would be entirely expected. Who among you wants to test how sharp my blade is? Before the words had barely left his lips, his sword descended toward a woman's head. I'm going right now. The woman trembled with terror, warm liquid streaming down her legs. Suddenly, the stifling air grew thick with the pungent stench of urine. Hu Dahai sneered coldly, then pointed his blade at another man's head. And you? I'll go too. The man nodded frantically like a chicken pecking rice, stumbling over his words. I swear I won't hold anyone back. Hu Dahai nodded with satisfaction, his gaze settling on Sun. I'll definitely go. Without waiting for him to ask, she blurted out in terror. Hu Dahai's cold smile made no attempt to hide his contempt. Still want to go to the market? No. I'm not going anywhere. Sun's face drained of color as she hurriedly spoke. Hu Dahai curled his lip before sheathing his blade. At least you know what's good for you. I sent Sister Shun to the market because she understands medicine. I needed her to help buy some herbs. You're right that I have personal motives. Upon hearing this, Sun eagerly agreed, her tone obsequious. No. You're only doing this for our benefit. If you fell ill on the journey, what would we do? Watching her servile posture, Shen Wan couldn't hide her disdain. The reputation of the illustrious Duke's estate had been utterly shattered by this woman. Are you going? Xiamubai fixed her with an unreadable gaze. Shen Wan nodded. If I don't sell these herbs soon, they'll rot. Once we have the money, we won't struggle so much on the road ahead. Xiamubai's eyes darkened with something unreadable at her words. What's wrong? Shen Wan looked startled. Are you unwell? Xiamubai reached out his large hand, enveloping her thin, dark little fingers completely. Her hand was so small and soft, barely larger than a child's. Shen Wan was startled by the villain's unexpected gesture. Just as she was about to pull away, something cold settled into her palm. This is for you. Xiamubai offered a faint smile before withdrawing his hand. Looking down, Shen Wan saw a remarkably exquisite jade belt hook resting in her palm. When the imperial household was raided, eunuch Huang had turned the Zhenguo residence upside down, yet overlooked Xiamubai lying on a stretcher. In truth, he possessed little of value. Only the jade belt hook on his waist held any worth. What was the villain intending? Did he want her to run errands? Before Shen Wan could ask, Xiamubai straightened and said calmly, "Finish your meal quickly. Don't keep the escorts waiting too long." Shen Wan didn't fully grasp his meaning, but she didn't overthink it. After all, the villain's thoughts were beyond most people's comprehension. After the meal, she gave Xiamubai his medicine, helped him onto the cart, and then departed with Hu Dahai and the others. Watching her receding figure grow distant, Xiamubai felt an emptiness in his chest, as though he'd lost something precious. He didn't even register the officials speaking to him. His mood was dark, but Shen Wan felt nothing but joy. It was her first time visiting a market since arriving at this place. Though the small town was somewhat poor, it was bustling with people and genuinely lively. Stalls sold sugar figurines, red bean cakes, and fresh fruits and vegetables. Shen Wan first accompanied Hu Dahai to collect several prescriptions, then sold the herbs she'd brought. The roadside herbs fetched very little money, so she discreetly added more from her spatial storage. And to her surprise, it amounted to a small sum nonetheless. Shen Wan handed over the medicine with a smile. These are the herbs from the prescription. Just take them regularly going forward. Miss, could I ask you for a favor? Hu Dahai took the medicine and returned a smile as he passed her a piece of paper and some silver fragments. There are certain items for women's use that I'm unfamiliar with. I'll need you to purchase them for me. I still need to buy other things. Let's meet again at this apothecary, shall we? Observing his bright, disarming smile, Shen Wan began to understand something. Very well. She took the money pouch and bid Hu Dahai farewell with a smile. Once she had walked some distance away, one of the officials glanced anxiously at Hu Dahai. Boss, what if she doesn't come back? Hu Dahai's expression hardened, the humor draining from his eyes. The official suddenly grasped the situation. His boss had deliberately chosen to let this woman go free. Then why not bring Xiamubai along as well? He asked, still puzzled. Hu Dahai shot him an exasperated glance and scolded irritably. Have you forgotten his surname? The official slapped his forehead, finally understanding. This entire exile stemmed from the Zhenguo estate. If Xiamubai, the principal offender, were to escape, would any of them survive to report back? Shen Wan was different. She was merely a woman, and even if she fled, she couldn't cause serious trouble. Should superiors investigate, a fabricated excuse would easily suffice. Let's go. Hu Dahai turned and spoke coldly. Hurry up and buy what you need so we can set out as soon as possible. The official chuckled in response. What's the rush? We still have plenty of time. Not urgent. Hu Dahai retorted sharply. If we don't hurry, that woman could catch up to us. He could clearly see how much the plain-faced woman cared for the young master of the Duke's mansion. If he didn't shake her off, she likely wouldn't leave on her own. The exile journey was far too arduous, especially since the young master showed such indifference toward her. Perhaps leaving was truly the best choice for her. The two men hastily completed their purchases and took a shortcut to rejoin the group. When Bai saw Hu Dahai return, he instinctively glanced behind them. As expected, the plain-faced woman was absent. Though he had anticipated this outcome, inexplicably his heart ached with a dull throb. Yet he felt no regret. She had failed to heal his legs, and equally he had failed to protect her for life. Perhaps this was for the best. Seeing the officials return, the prisoners gathered around to collect the goods they had commissioned. Sun had purchased some fabric to sew a change of clothes. Since she lacked the skill for needlework, that task fell to her sisters-in-law. After all, they couldn't expect to eat her flour cakes for nothing. "Where's Shen Wan?" Looking up, she didn't spot the plain-faced woman, and her eyes lit up with sudden hope. Has she run away? Of all the people present, no one wished for Shen Wan to flee more than Madame Sun. Once she escaped, that ugly woman would become a wanted criminal, and if caught, she would be beheaded. Why would she run? Hu Dahai glanced sideways and said crossly, "She took too many things and is still in the back. Cut the nonsense. Grab your things and get moving. Stop dawdling here." Compared with before, Madame Sun had learned to be smarter this time. She did not confront Hu Dahai head-on. Instead, she gave a smile that did not reach her eyes and said, "Since fifth sister-in-law has taken so many things, how can we have the nerve to just stand here waiting? Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, let's go over and lend a hand." Before her voice faded, she walked straight forward. Bai frowned, a thin film of frost floating in his ink-dark eyes. He had thought that after the market incident Madame Sun would behave a little better, but now it seemed he had been too naive. He could not understand what good Shen Wan's misfortune did to this woman. Could the emperor somehow remit her exile? If it had been anyone else, he would have cut her down long ago. But this venomous woman before him was of all people his own sister-in-law. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me?" Hu Dahai's face darkened as he barked. "Get your things and get out of here now." "Oh, officer, why are you so tense? I was merely going to greet my younger sister-in-law. I didn't say you deliberately let her escape." Madame Sun's eyes darted slyly, and she sneered in a strange, sarcastic tone. That one feather-light sentence fell like a boulder into a placid sea, instantly stirring up towering waves. Deliberately let her escape. Yes, that had to be it. As a veteran constable, how could Hu Dahai have let a convict go off alone? Was he not afraid she would run? That ugly woman had done him a kindness, so he had bent the rules to set her free. At that thought, all the convicts' expressions changed. Fortunately, the market incident was still vivid in their minds. Although they were seething with anger, none of them dared to lose their temper just yet. "Third sister-in-law, that's going too far." Madame Qian, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. "Even if you don't trust the officer, you should trust fifth sister-in-law. She would never run away. After all, fifth brother is still here. If you don't believe it, just wait here. Before long, fifth sister-in-law will surely be back. I believe in her." Hearing this, Bai could not help taking another look at her. In his memory, Madame Qian was a good-natured, uncontentious soul who never stirred up trouble. Yet in what she had just said, he detected a hidden meaning. Perhaps he was overthinking it. "I believe her too." Bai's thin lips curved up slightly, a faint smile drifting across his pale face. "You all go on ahead or leave me and the officer here to wait." Hearing this, Madame Sun gave a cold laugh and said, "Then I'll wait here too." The other convicts, hearing this, also refused to move on. They too wanted to see whether Shen Wan had truly been released by Big Beard. If she had, then they could take the opportunity to make demands of the officers. Even if they could not slip away like that ugly woman, at least they would have some leverage for negotiation along the road. Seeing that none of the exiled convicts was willing to leave, Hu Dahai burned with rage. With a swish, he drew his long saber from his waist and bellowed, "All of you move now. If we don't reach the village ahead before dark, you'll be sleeping out in these desolate wilds." But the prisoners had set their hearts like iron and refused to move no matter what. "Officer, just let them wait here." Seeing this, Madame Sun said with a smile, "Once fifth sister-in-law comes back, they will leave on their own. Besides, if we walk too fast, what if fifth sister-in-law can't catch up?" At once the scene fell into a deadlock. Since the exiled convicts were not openly causing trouble, the long saber in Big Beard's hand could hardly come down. Time passed very slowly, though everyone's eyes ached from staring, but Shen Wan's figure still had not appeared. Seeing this, Madame Sun looked at Sien Bai with a smug expression. Fifth brother, it seems you are not so important to that ugly woman after all. Maybe she got lost. Madame, Qian murmured from the side. Madame Sun rolled her eyes and sneered, the officer knows she doesn't know the way, so there's no way he would leave her too far behind. By now Big Beard could not clear himself even if he had mouths all over his body. He had escorted prisoners for so many years, but this batch was by far the most difficult to handle. He had thought he could easily fob the matter off, but they refused to let it go and insisted on getting to the bottom of it. What are you people doing? Suddenly a crisp voice came from not far away. Looking up, they saw Shen Wan walking over carrying a large pile of things. The instant he saw her, Hu Dahai's face changed abruptly. Why are you so slow? Sien Bai frowned slightly, as if displeased. Everyone thought the officer had secretly let you go. Hearing this, Shen Wan's gaze landed on Madame Sun's face. There was no need to ask. This woman must have been scheming again. Some people are so dirty-minded that they think everyone else is just like them. She raised an eyebrow and let out a strange laugh. My man is right here. Where could I possibly run? But some people have real nerve daring to slander an officer and stir up trouble. At those words, Madame Sun's face turned white with fright, and she hastily turned to Big Beard. No. I swear I really didn't mean to doubt you. I just said I believe you wouldn't secretly release a prisoner. Those words were too unconvincing. Not even a 3-year-old would believe them, let alone Hu Dahai. If she had not deliberately picked a quarrel, why would all the exiled convicts have had to stand under the blazing sun until now? Hu Dahai had long disliked this woman, and his expression now turned frighteningly grim. A casual remark from you can stir up so many people. If you were truly bent on rebellion, wouldn't the Great Way be in danger? Guards, drag this woman away and give her 20 lashes as a warning to the rest. At those words, Madame Sun quaked with fright and begged for mercy repeatedly. Those constables were rough-natured and powerful. 1 lash would surely split her skin and flesh open. After 20 lashes, would there be any skin left to look at? Regrettably, no matter how much she pleaded, Hu Dahai remained unmoved. Tenderness toward a beauty. Sorry, those words had simply never existed in the dictionary of his life. Soon 2 constables dragged her away. Shen Wan paid no attention and set the things she had bought on the ground. She had truly bought far too much: food, daily necessities, and even a large iron wok. Seeing the pile, everyone could not help believing what Big Beard had said earlier. A woman carrying such an enormous load would indeed have difficulty catching up with the group. This is for you. With this, even wind and rain won't be a problem. Shen Wan smiled as Sien Bai took down the banana leaf umbrella from the cart and replaced it with an oversized oilcloth tent. With the oilcloth around the tent rolled up, it became a simple sunshade. Sien Bai looked at the tent and could not help looking puzzled. A tent of such fine quality was not something an ordinary country town should have. But he did not pry, he simply lowered his voice and asked, why didn't you run? Shen Wan glanced at him and said with a smile, didn't I already say that just now? Hearing this, Sien Bai felt a sudden warmth rise in his heart. Sister Shen, have you got everything packed? Scarface said with a smile as he walked over. Rest for a while. I'll push the cart. In truth, Hu Dahai had already guessed the gist of things even before he brought Shen Wan back. Little did he expect that this ugly woman would prove so loyal and devoted that she gave up the very opportunity she had fought so hard to obtain. Then I'll have to trouble you. Shen Wan did not stand on ceremony. Smiling, she handed him a towel. Officer, this is for you. It was the height of summer, and the weather was sweltering. The sweat towels draped around the officers' necks had long been so grimy that their original color was beyond recognition. The moment he saw the clean towel, Scarface brightened with delight. Thank you, sister. Don't mention it. You've been pushing my husband's cart so diligently. What's a single towel compared to that? Shen Wan said with a smile. She silently thanked the Marquis of Xiangyang aback. Then, eager to save face, he had stuffed her dowry with a great quantity of towels and tattered tents to pad it out. At the market, she had seized an opportunity to take out some grain from her storage space. To her surprise, she spotted that huge chest brimming with towels, so she casually pulled out a stack. After returning, Shen Wan handed out the towels to the officers one by one. Gazing at the clean, soft cloth, the officers could hardly bear to use them. Hu Dahai took the towel, his eyes lingering on her with a complicated gaze for a long while. Very well. He let out a long sigh and said somewhat helplessly, "Since you've made your decision, I'll say no more." Shen Wan replied with a gentle smile, "Brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but I cannot leave. You've seen how my husband is now. If I'm not by his side to care for him, do you truly think he can hold out until we reach the great Northwest?" Hearing this, Beard let out a bitter chuckle. What a foolish girl. Could she really not see that the man held no affection for her? Had it been otherwise, he would not have resolved to set her free. With brother looking out for me, what does a little foolishness matter? Shen Wan gave a mischievous smile and returned a pouch of silver shards to him. Don't think you can shake off this sister of yours just because you have the prescription now. I won't stand for it. All right, the things you asked me to buy weren't available in town, so all the money is here. When she realized that Hu Dahai had intended to leave her behind, gratitude welled up in her heart. Since transmigrating into this book, he was the first person who had treated her kindly. Looking at the pouch of silver in his hand, Hu Dahai was overcome with mixed emotions. This had originally been traveling money for her journey, yet unexpectedly, it had found its way back into his hands. All right, I won't dare to abandon you again. He smiled with a trace of helplessness. Sun Shi was gravely wounded. Those officers had not spared an ounce of their strength. 20 lashes of the whip had ripped her fair back open until the flesh hung in shreds. Had it not been for the money on her person, money stained with filth, Zhou Yinyang would never have bothered to support her. Li Shi's feet were injured, and the other 2 daughters-in-law had children to look after. And so Zhou Yinyang grandly waved her hand, allowing Xie Murong to tag along for the time being on the condition that she tend to Sun Shi. There must be something fishy going on between them. Seeing Shen Wan and Hu Dahai chatting and laughing together, Sun Shi cursed with reddened eyes. Who knows? Maybe Fifth Brother's head has already turned into a vast grassland by now. Xie Murong despised Shen Wan, yet still found it hard to believe that can't be. The officers aren't blind. There was no shortage of young and beautiful women in the exile convoy, though she felt that even if that ugly woman threw herself at him, Hu Dahai would never take a fancy to her. That's hard to say, Sun Shi said spitefully. As the old saying goes, every pot has its own lid to match. Just wait and see. Sooner or later those two are bound to have trouble. Wang Qi had originally planned to wash his hands in a nearby ditch, but upon hearing this, he flicked his sleeves and stalked off. He was proud and solitary by nature. Even in exile, he disdained to mix with these gossiping women. So much time had been delayed that the group still could not reach the next village before nightfall, and could only make do as best they could on the road for the night. Shen Wan set up a large iron wok, lit the firewood, and simmered a steaming pot of millet and wild greens porridge. Thanks to the supplies they had newly purchased, the exiles, with a little money on hand, were eating quite well. Sun Shi was no exception. Besides fabric, she had also asked Hu Dahai to buy her some pastries. Seeing that ugly woman fussing about for ages only to end up cooking wild greens porridge, she couldn't help but sneer. Well, that was to be expected. How much could those few herbs possibly fetch? Being able to drink a bowl of porridge was already quite decent. Seeing this, Hu Dahai shared 2 of his freshly bought meat buns with her. No need, we have our own. Shen Wan hurriedly smiled. These officers didn't have much money to spare either. If she kept eating his food, it wouldn't sit well. Hu Dahai grew a little displeased. You keep calling me big brother, yet now you won't accept even a single bun. Clearly you don't see me as one of your own. Since it had come to this, Shen Wan could only accept. Your body is too weak. You should eat less meat. She handed a bun to Xie and reminded him drink some more porridge in a while. Xie took it and bit into it. Though he was a scion of an aristocratic household, he savored everything with relish. By the way, keep this with you. Shen Wan held out the jade belt hook. Xie gave it a glance and said flatly, I have no habit of taking back things I've given away. After all, they had been husband and wife. This ugly woman had not enjoyed a single day of happiness following him, and this jade belt hook could be considered a small recompense. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Shen Wan could only put it away for now. She had just raised the bun to her mouth to take a bite when she noticed a little girl nearby, crying and refusing to eat. In this scorching weather, every meal was dry, coarse cornbread. Even the adults could hardly bear it, let alone a child. A young and beautiful woman was holding her while a man beside them coaxed her patiently. Seeing this, Shen Wan offered her own bun. Give it to the child. The man lifted his head abruptly, revealing a countenance as gentle and refined as jade. Looking closer, It was none other than Wang Qi. No need, Wang Qi said coolly. This bun is far too precious. You should eat it yourself. It's not for you anyway. Shen Wan would not hear of a refusal and pressed the bun into the little girl's hands. Here, eat it now. The little girl did not eat. She blinked her big, tear-brimmed eyes, first glancing at the woman, then turning her gaze to Wang Qi. Wang Qi hesitated for a moment, then inclined his head in a slight nod. Joy surged in the little girl's heart, and she immediately began wolfing it down. Slow down, don't choke. Seeing this, Shen Wan ladled out another bowl of wild greens porridge for her. Only after seeing the little girl eating so happily did Wang Qi get to his feet. He offered no thanks, merely casting a cold glance at Xiamu Bai before turning away with an air of pride. Shen Wan watched him, unable to resist taking a few more looks at him. My brother-in-law is simply like that. Please don't take offense, young madam. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly smiled and apologized to her. Shen Wan was rather taken aback. Aren't you two a couple? Of course not, the woman laughed. I'm his sister-in-law. She was about to speak further, but the little girl in her arms began clamoring to go to the latrine. Helpless, the woman could only shoot Shen Wan an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I must be on my way. Shen Wan nodded, not giving it a second thought. She tilted her head, her gaze settling on the young man, standing not far away. A wisp of cool wind swept by, ruffling the worn robe draped over him. Though it was grimy and tattered, it still endowed him with an air of exquisite, jade-like elegance. Stay away from him. Seeing this ugly woman staring at that man, all the while Xiamu Bai spoke with a sourness he himself had not perceived. Wang Qi detests women more than anything by nature. This great scholar certainly had no shortage of odd quirks. Shen Wan couldn't help but feel curious. In the book, Wang Qi was a minor character who seldom appeared. She had no clear impression of him at all. She didn't dwell on it further and ladled herself a bowl of porridge. Sun Shi sprawled on the ground, gnawing on a hard flatbread, deliberately said to Zhou Yinyang, see that ugly woman. She won't give a proper meat bun to her own people, but feeds some irrelevant outsider instead. After several days of flatbread, Zhou Yinyang was growing tired of it as well, yet she dared not confront Shen Wan head-on. You take out some more money. I want meat buns. She mulled it over, then said to Sun Shi, when the time comes I'll pay you back double. Sun Shi was so furious she nearly burst into tears. That damned concubine Zhou. Does she truly believe she is the Duchess of the State? A lowly concubine. Where does she get the audacity to order her mistress about? Gnashing her teeth with hatred, Sun Shi nonetheless forced down the fire raging within her and put on a pitiable, aggrieved air. Madam, my back aches most terribly. I must set aside this money to call upon a physician tomorrow. We are in the very height of summer. Should the wound not be treated in good time, the consequences are unthinkable. Take that woman whose foot tendons were severed. For lack of doctors and medicine, the skin around her ankle has already begun to fester and rot. A stench so foul it turned one's stomach could be clearly detected merely by passing near her. But physicians are all men. Concubine Zhou's eyes swiveled craftily, and she deliberately went on. I would say it is better to buy some medicine and apply it on one's own. After all, a woman's chastity and reputation are the most important things. If some other man caught sight of your whole body, would you still be able to live afterwards, eh? At these words, Sun Shi very nearly drowned her in a torrent of curses. Why should this old woman demand that she remain a chastity widow? That man had departed without even lifting her red veil. She had first set eyes on him at his funeral. She had not dared to look at that icy corpse, whether he was tall or short or had a square face or a round one. She had not the slightest clue. If it weren't for the Sun family's greed for the influence of the Duke's mansion, which forbade her from marrying again, she would likely already be surrounded by a flock of children. Doesn't fifth sister-in-law know something of medicine? Why not have her take a look? Qian Shi, who was holding a child, chimed in all of a sudden. No way. I don't want that. Sun Shi simply rolled her eyes. That ugly girl would take any chance to do away with me. But although Sun Shi refused to have Shen Wan treat her, Qian Shi's words nevertheless gave concubine Zhou a most useful reminder. She cared not a whit about keeping her chastity. The most pressing matter now was to economize. If she frittered away all her money before reaching Lin family village, what on earth was she to do? Concubine Zhou's eyes whirled in a sly arc, and she immediately murmured a few words to Xiamurong. On hearing them, Xiamurong could not keep her face from clouding with reluctance. Watching those Xia women whispering surreptitiously to one another, Shen Wan knew with complete clarity that they were brewing more mischief. She mulled for a moment, then inconspicuously drew a packet from her storage space and tucked it into her clothing. As the night deepened, many of the convicts, some leaning against large trees, others lying sprawled in the wild grass, had all sunk into a muddled, heavy sleep. Mountain nights carried no small chill, so Shen Wan took out a thin quilt and laid it over Xiamubai. Though the quilt was a little faded in color, it was light and soft, more than suitable for the summer night. "Where did this come from?" asked Xiamubai. "I treated someone without charging for it, and asked for a quilt in exchange." Shen Wan made a face at him, flashing a smug smile. "I'm clever, aren't I?" She had deemed the Marquis of Xiangyang nothing worse than stingy, yet she had not anticipated that even the dowry quilts would have inferior ones mixed in. That proved rather convenient, saving her from having no suitable opportunity to take them out and use them. Seeing her so mischievous, Xiamubai's heart lifted by a good deal. He gave a low of agreement. He could not deny that without this woman he would certainly have suffered no small amount along the way. "Do go to sleep, it's growing late." Shen Wan tucked the quilt around him and spoke with a smile. Xiamubai glanced at her uncertainly before asking, "Why don't you come up?" Even with love absent between them, he could hardly keep himself comfortable in the cart while relegating this woman to the ground. Moreover, he remembered his nurse saying in his boyhood that the cold was a woman's worst enemy. Shen Wan was briefly stunned before she recollected herself. Good heavens, could this arch-villain be growing too comfortable these days, well fed and warm, and letting his mind wander toward certain cravings? Though a measure of panic knotted in her chest, she refused to lose where dignity was concerned. She bent over and deliberately put on a wicked countenance. "Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you?" "It's you who should be afraid, no." Xiamubai's cheeks flushed faintly as he sneered. "Is it because you fear having to fetch a chamber pot for me in the dead of night that you insist on not sleeping here? If you lie too far away and I have need of you, would it not wake everyone up then?" Even as he spoke, he shifted his body aside, leaving a little room. Shen Wan hesitated briefly, then ultimately laid down at his side. Lie down she would then. What was there to it? It was hardly the first time they had shared a bed. The quilt was not large, so the two could do nothing but press close together. Shen Wan dared not stir, lying flat and stiff. Seeing her thus pent up and guarded, a barely there smile played at the corner of Xiamubai's lips. Where now was the courage she had shown when she hijacked that wedding? How had she turned into a paper tiger? The more Shen Wan wished to remain motionless, the more an oblivious mosquito kept hurling itself at her face. Curse it! There was a tender-skinned, delicate, handsome man right at hand for the mosquito to feast on, and yet it had to come biting her rough, coarse hide. Seized by a surge of irritation, she raised her hand to slap it, but her elbow happened to slam into Xiamubai beside her. Xiamubai let out a muffled grunt, his brow creasing in pain. Scarface, who was keeping watch by the campfire nearby, heard the racket overhear and immediately turned crimson. Alas, the world was in decline. That ugly lass truly went too far. Even if she was desperate with desire, she ought not to manhandle an injured man in such a way. He casually drew the towel from his neck and stuffed it into his ears. The handcart might be a bit narrow, yet it was infinitely more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. Xiamubai suddenly felt a weight sink upon his shoulder. Turning his head, he beheld the ugly girl fast asleep, leaned against his shoulder. Watching her so weary, his heart unknowingly softened. Then, without warning, a thought surged through his mind. If it were Shen Yin, would she be as willing as this ugly girl to accompany him unresentfully into exile? He did not know. Adrift in those turbulent musings, Xiamubai too sank into a murky sleep. In his hazy daze, a furtive black figure stole up beside the handcart. With trembling fingers, the person gently eased up the quilt. Upon finding a bulky paper packet, the dark figure instantly fled. All of a sudden, Shen Wan snapped, her eyes open, a smile rich with meaning curling at the corner of her lips. At midnight, the whole company of exiled convicts was roused by a miserable shriek. "It hurts. It hurts so terribly." Sun Sure was sprawled in the thick grass, her hands flailing wildly, while sweat drops the size of beans rolled in rivulets down her forehead. The Xie family stood helplessly to one side at a loss. Hu Dahai, dragged out of a sound sleep, came over with a look of intense irritation. "What now?" Sun Shi bit through her lip and pointed straight at Shen Wan, breaking into violent abuse. Officer, that wretch has harmed me. At the clamor, Shen Wan finally sat up, rubbing her still drowsy eyes. What did you say? She gave a yawn and looked her way with a bewildered face. You still dare say it wasn't you who did this to me? Sun Shi lifted a crumpled sheet of craft paper and demanded with malice. I ask you, is this yours? Shen Wan touched the paper once, feigning an outraged expression. Well, Sun Shi. So you would stoop to thievery. She sprang down from the cart and hollered at the top of her lungs. Officers, seize the thief. Quickly. The instant the word thief fell, Sien Murong's countenance turned rather sour. Steal it she indeed had, for had she not, concubine Zhou would give her no food to eat. Huh. So you confess it's yours. Sun Shi was undaunted, bellowing at the top of her voice. I'll ask you then, just what are you hiding poison on you for? And why is it that after I applied this stuff my wound has not healed in the slightest? Instead it's scalding hot and screaming with pain. No further words were needed. Everyone present now understood exactly what had occurred. Sun Shi had pilfered the ugly girl's medicine only for the scheme to backfire. Theft was despicable enough, but the thought that the ugly girl was secretly carrying poison was far more alarming. What exactly had she planned to do? If that poison had not been wrongly used by Sun Shi, who else might she have intended to victimize? At that thought, not only the women who had previously insulted the Xie family, but even the rest of the convicts all changed color. Is it actually poison? Hu Dahai could hardly continue to openly shield her, so he could only look to Shen Wan. Shen Wan had just been about to answer when Xie Mubai's serene voice reached her ears. Poison or not? Wouldn't we know for sure by taking a look? Hu Dahai was rather dumbstruck. Fine then. Clearly he was the head of this group, yet here he was obliged to heed the arrangements of this man. Complaints aside, he still stepped forward and picked up the paper packet. On the thick brown paper, faint traces of white powder remained. Hu Dahai dipped his finger and brought it under his nose and took a whiff. His eyebrows creased involuntarily. Lime powder. Upon learning that a surplus of lime powder had been spread over her back, Sun Shi was so enraged that even her face went white. She reached out and gave Sien Murong a vicious pinch. Sien Murong felt utterly wronged. How was she to know it would be lime powder? That ugly girl had kept it tucked about her person like a precious treasure, so Sien Murong had naturally assumed it was a healing ointment. As for Sun Shi, she was hardly willing to let Shen Wan off the hook. Even while quaking in agony, she still remembered to twist the knife. Even if it is lime powder, that ugly girl most certainly means harm. And why on earth was she carrying such common, lowly things around with her for no apparent reason? What is there to be surprised about? Shen Wan said dismissively with a cold sneer. Lime powder has disinfectant properties. My man has a wound on his leg and feared infection, so I got some to disinfect his personal belongings. But surely you didn't spread that whole big pouch of lime powder all over your back, did you? This Sun woman had it coming. She was simply too greedy. With such a huge pouch of lime powder smeared across her back, of course it would hurt. It was a mercy her back wasn't roasted into a crispy suckling pig. Nonsense. Whoever heard of lime powder being able to disinfect anything? Sun Shi sneered contemptuously. None of the exiled prisoners knew medicine, but they found it hard to believe lime powder had such a use. Wasn't that stuff only used when building houses? Just because you've never heard of it doesn't mean it can't be done. Wang Qi leaned against an old tree, a lazy smile hanging on his handsome face. How laughable. The Sun family has always prided itself on being a family of scholars, yet their daughter turned out to be nothing but a foolish woman who doesn't even know something this simple. Hearing this, Sun Shi nearly exploded with rage, yet she was utterly speechless. Wang Qi was a renowned scholar in the capital. When it came to learning, he could indeed look down on anyone. The other prisoners didn't believe Shen Wan, but they did trust Wang Qi's words. If he said lime could kill poison, no one would doubt it. Even if he claimed lime could raise the dead, they wouldn't have the slightest suspicion. Seeing Wang Qi speak up, Xie Mubai couldn't help but take a second look. This strange man seemed unusually attentive to that ugly girl, having come to her aid twice in a row now. If he weren't certain that this man had a condition of misogyny, Xie Mubai would have suspected Wang Qi had taken a fancy to the girl. Utterly shameless. Hu Dahai viciously spat at Sun Shi and cursed, stealing first, then slandering my sister by claiming she had poisoned to harm people. What a venomous woman you are. As he spoke, he turned to the other officers. From today onward, no one is allowed to sell food to them. Also from now on, whenever any of the prisoners' clothes get dirty, they're the ones who will wash them. If they dare refuse, I'll chop off their hands. At these words, not only Sun Shi, but even Zhou Yinyang and the others turned pale with fright. They could endure gnawing on the hard black cornbread, but how could they be made to wash clothes? They were refined young ladies from distinguished families who had never lifted a finger in their lives. How could they do such rough work? But the sight of Hu Dahai ordering people's hamstrings to be severed was still fresh in their minds. Compared to that, washing some clothes was already an act of great mercy. With the matter settled, the crowd dispersed, and Shen Wan returned to lie down on the cart. Xiamu Bai stared at her and asked in a measured tone, "You did that on purpose?" "If they hadn't harbored wicked intentions, I wouldn't have had the chance to strike." Shen Wan didn't deny it, smiling. "What are you feeling sorry for them?" Xiamu Bai raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" He was not. He never had been. Showing mercy to the wicked was cruelty to oneself, even if those people were his own kin. "Of course you're not," Shen Wan said with a mischievous grin. "But don't you think I'm quite clever? Honestly, now have you been deeply impressed by my intellect? Have you considered granting me some title, like Grand General someday? After all, the great villain was destined to become the Grand Secretary, wielding influence over the entire court. If she could secure an official post under him in the future, that wouldn't be bad at all. In short, she absolutely refused to live a miserable life like the original owner of this body had. And if she could also teach her scumbag father and vicious sisters a lesson along the way, so much the better." Seeing this ugly girl starting to get full of herself again, Xiamu Bai simply turned over and ignored her. "This man is so boring," Shen Wan muttered inwardly. No wonder the Shen sisters both looked down on him. Feeling truly bored, she closed her eyes and went to sleep. But Xiamu Bai did not sleep. He merely lay on his side, his dark eyes gleaming with a cold, desolate light in the darkness of the night. That ugly girl had indeed bought quite a few things at the market, but he was absolutely certain that lime powder had not been among them. With that big a pouch of lime powder, he would have caught even a trace of its smell on the road. Yet that smell had only appeared after she boarded the cart. Clearly she had seen through Sun Shi's schemes and prepared it on the spot for them. How many more secrets did she still have hidden away? At that thought, Xiamu Bai turned over and coldly gazed at the little woman sleeping so soundly before him. Just as the sky began to lighten, the band of exiles hastily ate something and set off. The day was exceptionally hot. There was not a single cloud in the sky, nor a single breath of wind. The sun cast its scorching rays down upon the world, and the earth itself seemed to steam with wisps of white vapor. At the slightest movement, people were drenched in sweat. Compared to today, the exiles realized that the heat of the past few days had been nothing more than a light drizzle. Too embarrassed to let the officers push the cart the whole way, Shen Wan took over. After only a few steps, her clothes were already soaked through with sweat. In this damnable weather, it would be a miracle if no one got heat stroke. Just as she was lost and thought someone up ahead collapsed. "Daniel, wake up. Don't scare your mother." A woman knelt on the ground, clutching the little girl in her arms and weeping. Shen Wan craned her neck to look and realized it was actually Wang Qi's sister-in-law. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed the cart and hurried over. The moment she appeared, Wang Qi's eyes lit up, and he grabbed her arm, dragging her forward. "Let me put the cart down first," Shen Wan said, startled. If she accidentally let the great villain get injured, he couldn't possibly afford to compensate for that. Only then did Wang Qi reluctantly let go. Shen Wan set the cart down and quickly came to the little girl. The child's face was pale, her limbs clammy and cold, a classic sign of heat stroke and dehydration. Shen Wan carried the little girl to the shade of a big tree by the roadside, wet a cloth in the ditch, and placed it on her forehead. She had gathered some patchouli, but the situation was urgent now. There was no time to brew a decoction. "Take your sister-in-law aside for a moment." Shen Wan looked up at Wang Qi. "The child needs ventilation. There can't be too many people around her. And I don't like being disturbed while treating someone." The woman still wanted to stay, but Wang Qi dragged her away. Once they were far off, Shen Wan quickly fed the little girl some Huaxiang Jingxi water and some rehydration salts. After quite a while, the little girl finally opened her eyes. Seeing that her mother wasn't by her side, she pouted her little lips and burst into loud sobs. Hearing the cries, the woman rushed over weeping. Daniel, you scared your mother to death. She hugged the child, tears streaming down her face. If anything had happened to you, how could I ever face your father in the afterlife? So she was a widow. Shen Wan couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. That wretched emperor and his son truly were monstrous. To eliminate the Duke of Jinghua, whose merits overshadowed the sovereign, they had dragged so many innocent people into ruin. Daniel blinked her big watery eyes and said in her soft childish voice, "Mother, I'm fine now." Really? Only after confirming that the child was out of danger did Wang Qi straighten his clothes and respectfully bow to Shen Wan. Shen Wan had just been about to reach out and help when she saw Wang Qi, without even glancing at her, turn and hurry toward the mother and daughter. What a strange man. She shook her head. Strange or not, what she had just done should count as repaying Wang Qi for his earlier help. Shen Wan stretched lazily, then walked toward Xiamubai. "How are you? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" She handed him the bamboo tube, asking with some concern. Although he had been drinking heat relief soup these past 2 days, the arch-villain's body was far too delicate. A single careless moment could bring on illness. Xiamubai took the bamboo tube and drank a sip, giving a faint smile. "I'm fine, but you're the one who should be careful." There was no wind, yet the oil paper umbrella overhead could at least shield them from the sun. Besides, he did not have to walk, nor did he need to expend any energy. But the ugly woman was not so fortunate. Even without pushing the cart, merely following on foot was already exhausting. Around this time, more people in the crowd began to show symptoms of dizziness and vomiting one after another. The damned weather was as suffocating as a giant steamer, and yet these banished convicts were all delicate and weak. It was already quite remarkable that they had endured this long. Seeing the prisoners' faces turn deathly pale one by one, Hu Dahai grew anxious. After a moment's deliberation, he hurried over to Shen Wan. "Sister, things aren't looking good. More people have come down with heat stroke. I'm afraid I must trouble you." Shen Wan had only one pair of hands, and treating them all one by one would be troublesome. Moreover, if she treated too many patients, the secret of her space might be exposed. "How about this? First, take everyone somewhere cool to rest." She thought for a moment, then said, "I bought some mung beans back at the market there on the cart. Have the constables cook them into soup for everyone to drink. In a little while I'll climb the mountain to gather some herbs for the unwell patients." Hu Dahai's eyes reddened with gratitude. "Then I'll have to trouble you. But gathering herbs alone is too tiring. I'll find some people to go with you." This task was not Shen Wan's duty in the first place, and those people were neither kin nor acquaintances of hers. Now she even had to go up the mountain to gather herbs on their behalf. Hu Dahai could not help feeling guilty. "No need." Shen Wan smiled. "Having too many people on the mountain is actually more troublesome. For one thing, I would have to keep them from escaping, or for another, they don't even know what the herbs look like, so I would also have to keep an eye on them. Other things could be forgiven, but if the medicine were mixed up, it would be dangerous." Hu Dahai had considered this as well. He had simply not wanted her to work too hard. "I'll go with you." Wang Qi had come over at some point without anyone noticing. Hu Dahai looked him up and down, then asked him passively, "Do you understand medicine?" "No." Wang Qi's face was cold. "But I can help carry the herbs. Don't worry, I won't run away. My sister-in-law and niece are still here." Even so, Hu Dahai remained unconvinced. A sister-in-law and a niece. Those hostages did not seem to carry much weight. Xiamubai watched and said calmly, "Then let me trouble young Master Wang to look after my wife a little more." Since he had spoken, Hu Dahai could hardly refuse. He faintly felt that his position in the group was becoming lower and lower. Wang Qi glanced at Xiamubai, a faint mocking smile curling on his handsome face. "Even without the young lord's order, I would have done the same. I, Wang Qi, may not be a man of noble integrity, but I do understand the duty of repaying kindness." Xiamubai gave a cold smile. "Now that the Duke's mansion has been raided and seized, it seems rather inappropriate for you to keep calling me young lord. If those words reached the ears of anyone with ill intentions, I fear this Xia would be in trouble again." The two men were smiling, yet hidden blades seemed to cross in their words, as if some deep-seated hatred existed between them. Wang Qi could not be bothered with further words. He stared hard at Xiamubai, then turned and made for the mountain. "I'm going too." Seeing this, Shen Wan instructed Xiamubai, "Don't drink the mung bean soup. When it's ready, you're still taking medicine. And if you don't have enough water, go find Brother Hu." Seeing her fuss over him like this, Xiamubai's gloomy eyes softened a little. When the Duchess was alive, she too had fussed just like this all day long, and at the time, he had found it annoying. But if everything could be done over again, he would pay any price. Don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Xiaomubai smiled faintly, his voice somewhat hoarse. Hu Dahai also laughed. Don't worry, sister. I'm still here. Go on now. If she delayed any longer, Wang Qi would be nearly at the mountaintop. Shen Wan gave an awkward laugh and hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up. Watching their receding figures, Hu Dahai still felt uneasy. Do you think that Wang Qi might try some trick? Among the banished convicts besides Xiaomubai, the gifted scholar Wang Qi had the greatest fame. If he ran off, the higher-ups would surely hold them accountable. He won't, Xiaomubai said lightly. Wang Qi is aloof and proud by nature and values his reputation above all. He would rather die than be an escaped convict. Hearing this, Hu Dahai's suspended heart finally settled a little. Since Xiaomubai said he wouldn't run, Wang Qi most likely would not. Wang Qi certainly was not going to run. At that moment, he stood beside Shen Wan, earnestly learning to identify patchouli. You just pick according to this sample. Shen Wan bent down, plucked one plant, and handed it over. Patchouli likes warm, damp environments. Search in places like that, and you can't go wrong. Wang Qi took the herb and studied it carefully for a moment. How much should a 4-year-old take at a time? Only then did Shen Wan understand why he had come up the mountain. I just gave Dainyu her medicine, she doesn't need any for now. She smiled. Even if she needs it later, I'll be the one to decoct it. Decocting medicine requires proper timing and heat. You can't just toss it into a pot. Wang Qi nodded. He bent down, plucked one, and handed it to her. Is this one right? That's right. Shen Wan nodded and smiled. We'll probably need a lot of herbs this time, so let's split up. Be careful on the road. If anything happens, call me. The last sentence made Wang Qi somewhat uncomfortable. What did she mean, call her if something happened? He was a full-grown man. How could he possibly need a woman to protect him? Despite his displeasure, Wang Qi said nothing. He nodded and turned away. Once Wang Qi was far off, Shen Wan slipped into her space. The space was so much better, cool and comfortable. Outside, others were dripping with sweat from the heat, while Shen Wan soaked contentedly in the bathtub, holding a bottle of chilled drink she had left in the refrigerator beforehand. Nothing could be more satisfying than this. What a pity the arch-villain was so suspicious, otherwise she would have brought him a bottle too. After the bath, Shen Wan lay on the bed and rested for a while. When she judged that enough time had passed, she went to the storeroom and grabbed a large bunch of patchouli. After a thought, she also picked up a watermelon. Just as she was about to take something else, Wang Qi's scream came suddenly from not far away. Shen Wan's heart tightened abruptly. Damn it. Could she really have jinxed it? Had something actually happened to that gifted scholar? She didn't bother to think further. Clutching her things, she rushed out of the space and hurried toward the direction of the sound. She saw Wang Qi sitting among the weeds, holding a small handful of agastache in his left hand, while clutching his ankle with his right, sweating profusely from pain. What happened to you? Seeing this, Shen Wan hurried over. Wang Qi frowned and gritted his teeth. I twisted my ankle by accident. Hearing this, Shen Wan couldn't help regretting bringing him up the mountain. This gifted scholar could wield a pen well enough, but such rough work was a bit too much for him. Xiaomubai was really something. Why had he agreed to let him tag along? Letting her thoughts wander, she set down the things in her arms. Gently rolling up his grimy trousers, she exposed a stretch of calf as smooth and fair as jade. Wang Qi reddened. He was about to refuse, but she stopped him. Do you still want this leg? Shen Wan threatened. I'm a physician, so you have to listen to me. Wang Qi hesitated, then reluctantly endured it. Shen Wan examined the injury. Fortunately, no bones or sinews were damaged. The ice in her space wasn't convenient to use either, so she casually took out a bottle of safflower oil. It's fine. Just apply some medicine, and you'll be okay. Just as she was about to unscrew the bottle, Wang Qi took it from her. I'll do it myself. He didn't like women, much less being touched by women. Allowing this ugly woman to examine him was already the limit of what Wang Qi could endure. Seeing him finish applying the medicine, Shen Wan reached out to help him up. Wang Qi tried to refuse again, but she grew impatient. If I don't help you, how are you going to get down the mountain? There are patients waiting below. They don't have time for you to dawdle here. Without caring whether Wang Qi was willing, she carried the things in one hand and yanked the gifted scholar to his feet with the other. By then, the big bearded man had already led the group to a shady spot. The constables had also set up a pot, and mung bean porridge was steaming over the stove. You all go gather more firewood. Hu Dahai added a stick of wood and shouted at concubine Zhou and her daughter-in-law. Concubine Zhou had always been lazy, and now the heat made her even less willing to move. Lying on the ground, she said weakly, I think I've got heat stroke too. I really can't move. After all, she wasn't actually suffering from heat stroke, so whether she drank the mung bean porridge didn't matter anyway. Qian and Li sighed helplessly and forced themselves to get up. They had been the ones to draw water earlier, and now they were the ones gathering firewood again. Hu Dahai was about to curse at their sluggish behavior when he saw Shen Wan supporting Wang Qi back. Seeing Wang Qi leaning his weight on that ugly woman Xie Mubai who was resting by the roadside changed expression. What happened? Hu Dahai hurried over and steadied Wang Qi. Shen Wan smiled. Nothing serious, just a sprained ankle. Oh, the herbs are gathered. We can decoct them now. Hearing this, Hu Dahai finally noticed what she was holding. When he saw the watermelon, he couldn't help exclaiming, where did this come from? I found it on the mountain. This is the only one, Shen Wan said casually. I'll decoct the medicine first, and after that we'll eat the melon. Everyone stared at the big round watermelon and couldn't help drooling. Sun in particular could hardly tear her eyes away from the melon. On such a scorching day, nothing would be better than a melon to relieve the heat. After the medicine was decocted, Shen Wan had Hu Dahai distribute it to the patients. Though Dania didn't need to take medicine for now, Wang Qi still asked for a bowl for his sister-in-law. Shen Wan ignored them and borrowed Hu Dahai's knife to cut the melon. With one stroke of the knife, there was a crisp pop as the round watermelon split in two, revealing bright red juicy flesh. Shen Wan gave half to Hu Dahai. From the rest, she scooped out some of the flesh with a small spoon, put it in a small bowl, and then stuck a clean bamboo skewer into it before handing it to Xie Mubai. To marry such a good wife, you must have cultivated merit in a past life. Hu Dahai looked at Xie Mubai thoughtfully. You'd better treat her well from now on. Xie Mubai said nothing. He wanted to treat her well, but he didn't know how. If he did, he feared it would give her hope. If he didn't, he felt guilty. My husband is shy, so stop teasing him. Seeing the strange look in the villain's eyes, Shen Wan smiled and said, go on, eat your melon. Hu Dahai laughed and carried the melon off to find the other constables. Seeing Daniu looking unwell, Shen Wan cut another piece and sent it over. Seeing so many people eating watermelon, Dabeo burst into loud wails. Mother, I want some too. He tugged at Zhao's arm and began throwing a tantrum. Zhao panicked and hurriedly held him, coaxing, okay, when we get to town, I'll ask third aunt to buy you some. No, I want it now. Dabeo pounded Zhao's shoulder and screamed, that's the Xie family's melon. Why should outsiders get it, but not me? I'm the eldest grandson of the Xie family. The whole Duke's mansion will be mine in the future. If that ugly woman dares not give it to me, I'll drive her out of the house. Hearing this, Xie Mubai's hand holding the bamboo skewer paused slightly. He had thought Zhao was a sensible woman, but who would have expected her to raise a child like this? You mustn't say such nonsense. Zhao's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly covered Dabeo's mouth with her hand. Dabeo was far from the only one who wanted watermelon. Concubine Zhou's son and Xie Muron were also among them. Concubine Zhou thought for a moment, then shamelessly looked at Xie Mubai. You needn't take a child's words seriously. Even if it were true, it doesn't matter. Xie Mubai didn't even lift his eyelids, saying expressionlessly, the Duke's mansion has been confiscated anyway, so it doesn't matter if it all becomes his. Concubine Zhou's face went pale. She let out a few cold laughs and said softly, young lord, you're so cold-blooded that you'll leave us widows and orphans utterly disheartened. So what if the family was divided? As long as she relied on her status as an elder, she could still suppress him in the end. Disheartened? Shen Wan sneered. It's good that you're disheartened. I had originally planned to share some watermelon with you to cool off in the heat, but it seems there's no need now. Hearing this, concubine Zhou was so angry that her face turned white. Shen Wan, how dare you strut in front of me? She rolled her eyes and sneered with sarcasm. Let me ask you, you're a married woman. How could you embrace and hold a strange man in full view of everyone? If it were somewhere private, who knows what else you two would do? Young lord, I do admire you. Your own woman has done such a disgraceful thing, and you don't even utter a word. Hearing this, Wang Qi's expression changed drastically. He was just about to flare up when Shen Wan smiled coldly. If we're talking about ruining one's reputation, how could I ever compare to you, Annie? I've heard that when the old madam was arranging a marriage for you, you looked down on the other family's social standing. So before the Duchess entered the house, you were the first to crawl into the Duke's bed. The moment those words were spoken, the crowd burst into an uproar, and even the faces of several daughters-in-law Sun included changed. Concubine Zhou flushed crimson and cursed furiously, "You're spouting nonsense." "How am I spouting nonsense?" Shen Wan sneered. It seems the eldest young master was already born by the time the Duchess first entered the house, wasn't he? No. Concubine Zhou's gaze wavered with panic, and she stammered this was arranged by the old madam. If it was really arranged by the old madam, why would she have refrained from making you pay respects and attend to her during her illness all these years? Shen Wan gave a cold smile and revealed everything she had read in the book. And what about the Duchess? Why didn't she become pregnant for years after marriage? Dare you say you had nothing to do with it? A single feather-light phrase like a boulder dropped into placid water instantly stirred up towering waves. Everyone exchanged glances, seemingly understanding why the Duchess had given birth to only one son through all her years in the mansion. So it turned out that this old woman had a hand in it. Shen Wan, stop your reckless accusations. Xiamu Bai's face was so dark that water could almost be wrung from it, and he snapped, "You've only been married into the family for a few days. How could you possibly know what went on in this household? Family scandals should never be aired abroad." Even if they were true, Xiamu Bai was unwilling to strip the Duke's mansion of its last shred of dignity, nor let the Xie family become a laughingstock at tea tables and dinner parties. If revenge were to be exacted, it must be done in silence. At these words, Concubine Zhou's eyes suddenly blazed with malicious glee. "You wretched thing, even your own husband refuses to believe your lies." She straightened her back, spitting words like water from a teapot. "I wonder where you got the audacity. Your own conduct is base, yet you dare accuse me." "False accusation." Shen Wan responded with a scornful smile, her contempt unmistakable. "Shall I claim that the match arranged between you and Scholar Lin by the Dowager Lady was my own invention? You climbed into your own cousin's bed. The Dowager Lady went to Scholar Lin's home with a humbled face to beg forgiveness. Was that also my fabrication?" Hearing this, some of the older prisoners seemed to recall something from long ago. That was 30 years past. The Dowager Lady, who rarely left her quarters, had suddenly arrived at a destitute scholar's home bearing lavish gifts, only to be driven away with her presents cast aside. At the time, they had found it strange that the Zhenghua manor should have such an impoverished and arrogant relative. Now it became clear. The ugly woman's words held truth. With Zhou's father disgraced, how could a concubine's daughter hope for any suitable match? That scholar at least was a learned man, and accepting her was already generous. A murmur rippled through the prisoners. Watching everyone point and whisper at her, Concubine Zhou panicked. The incident from years past remained a wound buried deep within her chest. Now this ugly woman publicly tore that wound open for all to see, fueling her rage. "Nonsense. That never happened." Fire erupted in her eyes as she snarled, "You dare defame an elder? I'll kill you." Before her words finished echoing, Concubine Zhou lunged forward with razor-sharp nails like a mad wolf attacking Shen Wan. Xiamu Bai's gaze flickered slightly as he casually tossed a watermelon rind from beside the cart. Before Concubine Zhou could reach her target, she slipped and fell face-first into the dirt. The convicts erupted in laughter, but the daughters-in-law of the Xie family wore dark expressions. Their husband's birth mother was not merely a concubine, but a woman who had seduced her own cousin. Had they known, they would never have married into this family. The unprovoked fall only intensified Concubine Zhou's fury. She prepared to unleash another tirade when Xiamu Bai's face darkened, his cold voice cutting through the air like ice. "If you wish to humiliate yourself further, then continue your display. But don't forget one thing. Concubines are bought and sold like goods." These seemingly light words struck Concubine Zhou like a bolt from the blue. Bought and sold. What did this crippled bastard mean? Did he believe that ugly woman's accusations and intend to sell his own father's concubine? At her age, who would want to buy her? Wang Qi sneered while massaging his ankle. This particular merchandise might end up unsold. He was naturally vicious, and with Concubine Zhou daring to slander his character, there was no reason for restraint. His casual remark reduced her to nothingness. Xiamu Bai remained silent, merely glancing at Wang Qi. Seeing justice served, Hu Dahai approached to inspect the results. This woman had truly grown bold. She dared lay hands on his sister. With a casual wave of his hand, he ordered concubine Zhou and the others to fetch water for the exiled prisoners foot bathing. Any who refused would face the whip. Sien Murong felt utterly wronged. She hadn't spoken a single word throughout the entire affair, yet somehow she was being held responsible. With Sun Shi injured on her back and concubine Zhou claiming seniority, the task fell to the remaining 3 daughters-in-law and Sien Murong. Fortunately, a clear stream nearby spared them from excessive travel. Still angry with me? Shen Wan approached with a smile as she noticed Sien Mubai's cold stare fixed on the women. But who should blame? She provoked me first. Had concubine Zhou not falsely accused her of having an affair with Wang Qi, she would never have revealed that secret so soon. I harbor no blame toward you, Sien Mubai replied without meeting her gaze, his voice icy. I wish to know, were your words just now entirely truthful? Whether she stole money or climbed into another man's bed meant nothing to him. But if that woman had dared lay hands on the Duchess, that was an offense he could never forgive. Shen Wan nodded. How did you come to know? Sien Mubai's expression shifted suddenly, his eyes darkening with a menacing chill. Such a deeply private matter. How had this woman learned what even he himself was unaware of? Shen Wan scratched her head, searching for words. My stepmother. She has been quite close to Concub in private. I suppose I should explain that rumors have circulated that you won't live long, and that the hereditary title would eventually pass to your half-brother. At that time, besides you, only your third brother remained unmarried in the Duke's mansion, so concubine Zhou intended for him to marry Shen Yin in your place. My stepmother had been willing, but my father spoke of the Duchess's matter, and so the marriage fell through. The more evasive she sounded, the more convinced Sien Mubai became of its truth. Since childhood, he had been frail, and the rumors had never ceased. Yet he never imagined that even the Marquis of Xiangyang would conspire with concubine Zhou. What of Shen Yin? Did she know of these things? No, she could not possibly. She was so kind. If she had known, she would surely have told her betrothed. Lost in thought, the Xia women returned with water. After several days on the road, the convicts' feet had become raw and blistered. Though they dared not soak them, the cool water offered some relief as they wiped their bodies. Boss, we may not be able to continue today, Scarface said, watching the convicts drenched in sweat. Pushing on could cost lives. The sweltering weather was unbearable, not only for those exiled convicts who had grown up in luxury, but even for seasoned men like himself accustomed to harsh conditions. It was the dog days of summer, and finding relief from the heat was impossible. Continuing meant risking lives, yet stopping meant facing punishment himself, a difficult choice. Rest here for today, we move out at night, he decided after consideration. The convicts were relieved. Though the evening would still be warm, it was far better than enduring the brutal sun. Having already received mung bean soup, the officials dispensed no lunch. No one minded. Forget coarse millet bread. In this heat, even white flatbread had no appeal. They ate little and moved on. Taking advantage of the clear weather, Shen Wan pushed Sien Mubai to a secluded spot. She changed him into clean, coarse cotton garments and took his filthy clothes to the riverbank. Without spares, his blood-stained clothes had darkened and become unbearable. With no ready-made garments available at the market, she purchased new cloth from a household. After washing them, she hung them on tree branches by the roadside. The intense heat dried the clothes completely by evening. Eat quickly, we depart at dusk, Hu Dahai urged, glancing at the fading light on the horizon. The convicts devoured their millet buns in haste. Night brought a chill to the wilderness, with occasional breezes cutting through the darkness. In the darkness, the distant mountains loomed like crouching beasts, jaws agape, waiting for prey. Hu Dahai led the way with a torch while the procession followed behind. Sun Shi's back pain and Sien Murong's weakness left them struggling at the rear. Wild wolves howled from the barren hills on both sides, making Sun Shi's legs tremble. Someone in the group began to sob. What's there to cry about? Scarface snapped, pushing the cart. Keep weeping, and you'll bring the entire pack down on us. Hearing this, the convicts grew more terrified. Though Shen Wan had seen battlefield experience, even she felt uneasy. She had never faced wolves in combat. Are you afraid? Sien Mubai asked, raising his gaze to meet hers. Shen Wan refused to admit her fear. Gathering her courage, she dramatically raised the torch in her hand. With this, what do I have to fear? Although she put on a brave front, Sien Mubai clearly spotted a trace of panic in those clear eyes. So the ugly woman had her fears after all. At this thought, a faint smile lingered on Shen Wan's lips. Suddenly, a set of wheel tracks by the roadside caught his attention. His dark pupils contracted slightly, but he said nothing. "Don't be afraid. I was just scaring them." The scar-faced man burst into laughter. "I've walked these roads for years, so I know this area well. These wilds are full of wolves. Spotting one or two isn't unusual, but a pack? Absolutely not. Wolves aren't foolish either. Seeing our large group, would they dare to attack recklessly?" Hearing this, Shen Wan's anxious heart finally eased somewhat. Then a cold gust swept through, carrying an eerie sound from the mountainside. Shen Wan shivered instinctively. She whipped her head around to see a pack of wild wolves with luminous green eyes charging down the slope at speed. Wolves! A scream pierced the air from somewhere, sending everyone into chaos as cries of terror rose to the heavens. The bearded man's expression darkened as he watched the pack closing in. He drew his long blade in one swift motion and slashed down at the attacking wolf. The beast leapt aside with remarkable agility, narrowly avoiding the blow as it lunged straight for the cart. "Leave now, don't worry about me." Shen Wan's dark eyes narrowed sharply as he barked the command. Shen Wan ignored him completely, instead shouting to the scarred man, "Take my husband and go first. I'll cover you." Before he could respond, she swung the torch and charged forward. Her fear was real, but as a military medic, she knew there was no room for retreat when danger approached. The wolf recoiled from the flame, giving the scarred man his chance to push the cart forward. Amid the chaos, Shen Wan silently drew her silenced pistol from her spatial pocket. She pulled the trigger, and the wolf dropped instantly. "Help!" A woman's desperate scream erupted from behind them. Shen Wan turned sharply to see a vicious wolf barreling towards Sun Shi and Shen Wan in a frenzy. The two women spun to flee, but Shen Wan's foot slipped, and she crashed hard to the ground. "Third sister-in-law, save me," she cried out in pale terror. But Sun Shi couldn't bear to stay. Ignoring the pain in her own back, she fled as fast as she could. Watching Sun Shi's retreating figure, Shen Wan ground her teeth in fury. That woman could walk fine on her own, and had been lying about needing help the whole time. Despite everything she'd done for her son, Shi had abandoned her in her darkest moment. In that crushing despair, Shen Wan wept bitter tears of regret. Closer still, the wolf was almost upon her. She could smell its putrid breath, sickening and sharp. Shen Wan reached for her gun until an official runner came darting toward them. With witnesses present, using the weapon wasn't practical. Instead, she snatched the runner's long blade, and just as the wolf lunged, drove it deep into the beast's flank. Blood splattered across her clothes as the ferocious wolf collapsed lifelessly. To her surprise, no pain came. The death had been swift and merciful. Turning cautiously, she saw the ugly woman standing behind her like some divine being, long blade dripping with blood. "Fifth sister-in-law." Her throat tightened and tears fell freely. Without glancing back, Shen Wan set fire to the dry brush beside the road. The parched conditions and thick undergrowth fed the flames rapidly, sending them surging through the darkness. The wolves faltered at the approaching fire, their assault losing momentum. Hu Dahai had been wounded, a chunk torn from his right arm. Still the beast kept coming, driven mad. Shen Wan charged forward and slashed the wolf down in one stroke. "We can't stay here, move." A few wolves might yield to fire, but more could follow, rendering the flames useless. Hu Dahai understood and whistled sharply. The officials sounded their retreat whistle, guiding the convicts to safety. As Shen Wan watched the fallen wolf, her thoughts shifted. After a moment's consideration, she hoisted it onto her shoulder and carried it away. Hu Dahai, unwilling to press onward, led the group to take shelter in a ruined temple. By torchlight, Hu Dahai counted the survivors and realized 3 were missing. "My husband hasn't returned yet," a woman wailed on her knees, begging the officials to rescue him. "Go save him yourself," the scarred man snapped darkly. "Look what we've already endured for your sake. Our leader's wounded." It wasn't just Hu Dahai. All the officials bore wounds of varying severity. The woman's sobs intensified, but she said nothing more and made no move to return. Important though her husband was, she chose survival. "Where's Shen Wan?" Shen Wan's piercing gaze swept across their faces, searching for the familiar countenance, but finding none. Hu Dahai looked around in confusion. "She was right beside me during the retreat." Siam Mubai's expression darkened immediately. Wordlessly, he pushed himself up and began crawling forward. Are you insane? The scarred man grabbed him in alarm. Your leg's in no condition to move. Do you want to feed the wolves? Hey, I can't abandon her. Siam Mubai's eyes blazed red as he shouted. If not for me, she could have escaped easily with her skills. Hearing this, Siam Murong rose through her tears. Fifth sister-in-law saved my life. I have to find her too. Hu Dahai felt conflicted. I'll go instead, he decided, turning to the scarred man. You watch over everyone here. Watching them rush off one by one, the woman from before gasped between sobs. What are you doing standing there? A clear voice rang out from outside. Looking up, they saw Shen Wan standing in the doorway, the bloodied wolf slung over her shoulder. Siam Mubai's pupils tightened at the bloodstains on her clothes. Are you hurt? He pulled her close, his eyes filled with worry. Warmth spread through her at his concern. Setting the wolf down, she crouched before him with a smile. It's not my blood, it belongs to that beast. Only then did Siam Mubai's anxiety ease. She was unharmed. Shen Wan, what were you thinking? Seeing the dead wolf's son, Shi shrank back in terror. Don't you know wolves are drawn to the scent of blood? You're trying to lure the entire pack here. The words sent chills through the group. I wouldn't have brought it if I hadn't planned for this, Shen Wan replied coldly. I've scattered medicine powder along the path to mask our scent. Otherwise, even without this dead wolf, other wolves would still track us by smell. Though she didn't fully grasp the details, Siam Murong trusted her completely. I believe fifth sister-in-law. She just saved all of us. There's no reason she'd deliberately endanger us with a dead wolf. People found Siam Murong's words quite convincing. If that ugly woman had truly meant them harm, she would not have used her own mung beans to cook porridge during the day, nor would she have scoured the mountains and fields for herbs to cure them. Although the ruined temple was temporarily safe, the exiled convicts remained anxious. After Shen Wan gave the injured a simple bandaging, everyone simply sat staring blankly at each other through the whole night. Early the next morning, Hu Dahai finally took the exiled convicts to inspect the scene. The weeds on both sides of the road had already burned to ashes, and even the soil had turned scorched black. Soon the constables found two bodies at the scene. One was that woman's husband, the other was the woman whose hamstrings had been cut the day before. With her feet injured, she could not run, and her family had paid her no heed, so it was only natural that something had happened to her. Hu Dahai ordered the two bodies to be buried, hastily jotted a brief note in his ledger, and then they continued on their way. It seemed that from now on they would still have to set out beneath the scorching sun. It was hot, but at least there were no wolves. Did you find the wolf pack last night a little strange? Shen Wan pushed the cart and looked at Siam Mubai in puzzlement. Scarface had said that he had traveled this road for years without ever encountering a wolf pack, so why had one suddenly appeared last night? Siam Mubai's eyes flickered with a complicated look. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. Those wolves were deliberately released. Shen Wan was startled. How do you know? Because there were carriage tracks by the roadside, Siam Mubai said with a cold smile, a sharp glint flashing in his ink-dark eyes. Those people cleaned up the traces, but they still left something behind in the end. This road is extremely isolated. Apart from people in exile, hardly anyone ever travels here. Shen Wan could not help but shiver at the thought. The book's description of exile had been very brief, just a few cursory sentences. She had had no idea that so many things could happen along the way. It was undoubtedly a miracle that the original Shen Wan and the arch-villain had managed to reach the great Northwest alive. Then, they will strike again, won't they? Shen Wan looked disturbed. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Siam Mubai's heart tightened. That's right, he said with a bitter, sarcastic smile. As long as I'm alive, they won't give up. But they are far too cautious. Even now that I'm a cripple, they still can't feel at ease. Shen Wan looked at him anxiously. You have some way out, don't you? She was not afraid of death, but she did not want to die, especially not without knowing why. I'm not sure. Siam Mubai looked at the small, dark face in front of him and said thoughtfully, but since this attempt failed, the spy hidden among us will certainly make another move. If you are afraid, I can give you a letter of divorce. Along the way, this ugly woman had done more than enough. No matter how many faults she had committed before, he would no longer hold them against her. After all, who could blame someone who loved them with true sincerity? Who are you looking down on? Do you think I'm scared? Shen Wan craned her neck and said smugly, didn't you see how formidable I was last night? 3 whole wolves. I killed every one of them. Xiamubai asked impassively, "Are you sure you won't leave?" "Why would I leave?" Shen Wan countered, "If I leave, could you find me another man as good-looking as this one?" Xiamubai's face darkened. Did this ugly woman only like his face? If she met a better-looking man, would she leave him? Be more vigilant over the next few days. He resumed his usual icy demeanor. If something like last night happens again, you must run first. He was not a good man, but he did not want to owe anyone anything. Fine, I'll listen to you. Shen Wan smiled mischievously. If danger comes again, I promise I'll be the first to run. Is that all right? Just then Xiam Murong walked to the front of the cart with red-rimmed eyes. Fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law, I was wrong. Kneeling on the ground, she kowtowed heavily. Before I was blind, mistaking good people for villains. For the sake of survival, she had only tried to ingratiate herself with concubine Zhou and son Shi, and had treated the couple heartlessly. Yet at the critical moment, it was the ugly woman she had always detested who saved her life. Tears streaming down her face, Xiam Murong slowly raised her head, blood rolling down her smooth forehead. Shen Wan said nothing, merely turning to look at Xiamubai. This was his sister, whether to forgive her was for him to decide. Murong, have you ever heard this saying? Xiamubai said coldly. Not every mistake can be forgiven. Xiam Murong nodded. I did not expect fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law to forgive me, because I behaved far too terribly before. But no matter what, I still had to say these words. It's good that you know. Xiamubai did not glance at her again. Shen Wan, let's go? The implication was clear, he did not forgive. Xiam Murong did not press further. She kowtowed once more, then left. She really does seem to know she was wrong, Shen Wan asked, puzzled. Didn't you used to dote on her the most? Why not forgive her? With his eyes closed, Xiamubai said faintly, I didn't say I wouldn't forgive her. I just won't treat her the way I did before. Some wounds cannot be washed away by a few words. He was no saint, so he could not act as if nothing had happened. I thought you suspected her of being that spy. Shen Wan gave a sly smile. Xiamubai did not take the notion seriously. It was not that he looked down on his half-sister. With her intelligence, she was far from being qualified as a spy. But who exactly was that spy? That person was not only extremely familiar with the route, but had also managed to pass information out right under everyone's noses. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. There was still no village ahead. At noon, the group stopped to rest and eat in a clearing. The heat was so intense that no one had much appetite. When they learned that Shen Wan intended to roast the wolf meat, Scarface had the women of the Xie family gather some dry firewood, while Hu Dehai stepped forward to skin the animal. Shen Wan cut the meat into pieces, took seasonings out from her spatial storage, and marinated it for a while before roasting it. She had bought quite a lot of things at the market, so no one had the slightest doubt about where the seasonings came from. Soon the aroma of roasted meat wafted out. The exiled convicts were still unsettled, but the enticing smell made their mouths water. Still, they knew all too well that the meat was not meant for them. It would surely again go to that ugly woman and the constables. Once the meat was done, Shen Wan gave some to Xiamubai and casually handed a few skewers to Danielle. Thank you, sister. Danielle did not take them. She said in a soft, childish voice that uncle is injured, so you'd better give it to him. At these words, Xiamubai's face instantly clouded. Was he really that old? She called that ugly woman sister, but when it came to him, she called him uncle. While she was only 16, just at the age of a budding flower, while he was already 25, the age gap between them did seem somewhat large. Call him brother. Danielle's mother sensed Xiamubai's discomfort and quietly reminded her. But Danielle, with a stern little face, said seriously, he is uncle. He is about the same age as my uncle, so calling him brother would be wrong. Xiamubai was left momentarily speechless. Wang Shi had also been injured in the arm while protecting his widowed sister-in-law and niece. Seeing the dejected look on that certain someone, he could hardly keep from laughing. Whether it's brother or uncle, you should take the meat, he said after a moment's thought. Xiamubai was indeed proud, but compared with Danielle's health, what were such empty titles worth? Only then did Danielle accept the meat. Watching them eat the roast meat, Sun Shi and the others gnashed their teeth in hatred. Shen Wan, this wolf meat isn't yours alone. There is no reason for you to keep it all to yourself, is there? Her eyes darted, and she said venomously, everyone was there at the time, so we are entitled to a share too. Hearing this, the convicts' thoughts began to stir again. So many people had been present back then. How could anyone know who had killed the wolf? Since it was uncertain who the killer was, they naturally felt entitled to a share as well. Is that so? Shen Wan returned to the fire, continuing to roast the meat as she lazily asked, "May I ask where you were when the wild wolf came, and what were you doing?" Sun Shi's face went pale. Could she admit she had been so terrified she nearly wet herself, her only thought being survival? Of course not. Her eyes darted around as she deliberately sidestepped the question. "I am but a frail woman with wounds. Surviving among a pack of wolves was already feat enough. Indeed, third sister-in-law has quite the talent for staying alive," Sien Murong said from the side, a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Her back was wounded so severely she could barely walk, needing me to support her every step. Yet the moment she spotted a wolf, she took off like the wind, faster than any dog." Seeing this girl dare to expose her like this, Sun Shi was nearly beside herself with rage. "So you are saying you have never killed a single wolf?" Shen Wan sneered, her words dripping with contempt. "Then if you have not killed one, this wolf certainly does not belong to you." 6 wolves attacked at that moment. I slew 3 of them while the other 3 fled. Upon hearing this, Sun Shi immediately retorted, "You claim you killed them, but how do we know that is true? Your word alone is not enough. It is not simply what you say that makes it so." Ridiculous. A single woman claiming she killed 3 wolves? It was not just Sun Shi who doubted this. Even the other convicts found it hard to believe. "My life was saved by 5th sister-in-law. How could that be fabricated?" Sien Murong was immediately furious upon hearing this. An officer nearby chimed in, "That is right. When this woman killed the wolf, she was using my blade. If it were not for this girl, I would have lost this arm to those wolves." Hu Dahai also stepped forward to testify. Seeing witness after witness come forward, Sun Shi could not help but feel panicked. Damn it. This plain-looking woman actually possesses such remarkable abilities. Not only is she skilled in medicine, but her martial prowess is equally impressive. How strange that Shun Yin has never mentioned any of this before. Lost in thought, Shen Wan's lips curved into a faint smile as she picked up a nearby branch. "Since there are witnesses, I will claim this wolf as mine now. No objections, I hope." Before she finished speaking, she applied slight pressure, and the thick branch snapped in two. The group of exiles trembled with fear. Who would dare object? This woman had killed 3 wolves in mere moments. Slaying these pampered, useless young masters would be as simple as crushing an ant. "Even if you will not share with us, surely you can give something to the elderly and children." Sun Shi insisted, her mind racing. "Did not the Marquis of Xiangyang teach you that doing good deeds brings rewards? Aunt Zhou qualified as an elder, while De Bao and Xiao Bao were both children. All 3 should deserve a portion. Then she could rightfully take meat from them." Shen Wan removed a piece of roasted meat and devoured it greedily. "You overthink things. I have never been a good person, nor do I intend to perform virtuous deeds. So try not to provoke me in the future." Hearing this, Sien Mubai's handsome lips curved into a slight smile. This girl's sharp tongue was truly enough to drive anyone mad. Sun Shi had only herself to blame for picking a fight. Still, that plain-looking woman's roasted wolf meat was quite good. Unusual in flavor with no gamey taste at all. He was useless. Could not protect her, needed her to handle problems instead. Sun Shi's face flushed red and white as she was rebuked, and she opened her mouth to speak, but Hu Dahai's expression darkened. "Shut up. You dare frame me, and still want wolf meat. Is your Sun family's women this shameless? Say another word, and I will beat you to death." Upon hearing this, Sun Shi immediately clammed up. The others, seeing this, dared not harbor any thoughts of the wolf meat either. After eating and drinking their fill, the group continued their journey, finally spotting a way station at dusk. Everyone's eyes reddened with emotion at the sight. Heaven alone knew how they had survived the night before. They had not feared mosquitoes or the hard ground. They only dreaded the wolves returning for revenge. Some of the women were particularly pitiful, too scared to relieve themselves and holding on until dawn. Now that they had reached the way station, their anxious hearts could finally rest easy. Though the way station was in disrepair, Hu Dahai ensured Shen Wan and Sien Mubai received a small private room. It was not large, but reasonably clean. The Xie family, however, received no such treatment. There was no space on the communal sleeping platform, so Hu Dahai dismissed them to the stables. The stable had originally served travelers needing to tether their horses, but due to poor road conditions, many chose detours instead, leaving the structure gradually abandoned. Though unused for years, it still reeked of a nauseating stench. In comparison, Shen Wan's small private room seemed like paradise. Shen Wan carried Xiamu Bai to the bed and fetched a bucket of hot water for bathing. Though she had a bathtub in her spatial dimension, remaining consistently clean without washing outdoors would surely arouse the great villain's suspicions. There was no curtain on the bed, so Xiamu Bai could only turn away. Shen Wan placed the bucket in the corner, keeping her distance from him as much as possible. As she washed, she stole glances toward the bed. The great villain lay perfectly still, seemingly asleep. She had overthought things. Given the original owner's dark complexion, the great villain would hardly find her attractive. As the novel described, Xiamu Bai kept his distance from women and never showed affection toward the original owner after marriage. Reflecting on it now, he likely bore some responsibility for the original owner's elopement. Lost in her thoughts, Shen Wan finished bathing and changed into clean clothes. Seeing the great villain still sleeping, she cautiously opened the door and stepped out with the bucket. She failed to notice that someone's ear tips had already turned crimson. Stepping into the courtyard, Shen Wan saw the disheveled Xie family sitting at the stable entrance looking like utter beggars. Upon seeing her refreshed and clean, the Xie family's anger intensified further. Aunt Zhou was the first to rush to the kitchen, demanding hot water. "Get lost." The cook shoved her away irritably. "I am the cook, not responsible for boiling water." At that moment, Shen Wan approached, carrying her wooden bucket. "Miss Shen is here." Upon seeing her, the cook's expression brightened with a smile. "More hot water." Shen Wan replied with a smile. "Yes, thank you for the trouble." "No trouble at all, it is just water." The cook took the bucket and poured hot water with great eagerness. Watching this, Aunt Zhou fumed with rage. "Why does she get water while I do not?" "Because she cured my toothache." "Do you have a problem with that?" the cook said dismissively. Aunt Zhou had no response. Shen Wan took the bucket full of hot water, thanked the cook with a smile, and returned to her room. As she pushed open the door, she found Xiamu Bai's eyes open, seemingly lost in thought. "You are awake." Shen Wan smiled. "I just fetched hot water. You should take a bath too." Hearing this, Xiamu Bai's face grew even redder. "Actually, I can manage without washing." "You must wash." Though Shen Wan was smiling, her tone left no room for argument. "It is only because the cook here is accommodating. If we miss this chance, who knows when we will get another opportunity to bathe." As she spoke, she poured the water into a wooden basin. The way station was poorly equipped with no bathtub, so they would have to make do with washing in a basin. Watching the steaming water in the basin, Xiamu Bai's palms grew cold with anxiety. Though this plain woman had already seen him exposed, he still could not bring himself to be open with her. What should he do? Would she make inappropriate requests later? No, that could not happen. Lost in his wandering thoughts, Xiamu Bai saw clearly that the ugly woman had already stretched out her wicked little hand. No. His body stiffened, and he instinctively pushed that dark hand away. "Trust me, this would be good for neither of us." After spending some time together, although he no longer disliked the ugly woman before him, he had never considered taking things any further. If he did not love her, then perhaps leaving her untouched was the greatest respect he could offer her, and himself. Shen Wan was stunned for a moment, then came back to her senses. "Uncle, what on earth are you thinking?" She clutched her stomach and laughed until tears came to her eyes. "I only wanted to carry you to the wooden stool. You didn't seriously mean to take a bath while sitting on the bed, did you?" It was true that this arch-villain was easy on the eyes, but how could she possibly allow herself to become entangled in a romance with a character in a book? If she did somehow return one day, would she have to flip open the book at a family gathering and introduce him to her relatives as her boyfriend, saying she planned to marry this arch-villain and have his children? Seeing her rocking with laughter, Xiamu Bai's face grew even darker. For some reason, now that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, an inexplicable sense of loss lingered in his heart. Xiamu Bai said nothing more, simply letting the ugly woman carry him to the small wooden stool by the table. "Sit and wash slowly. I'll be right outside the door. Call me if you need anything." After everything was arranged, Shen Wan stifled her smile and withdrew from the room. Though the weather was hot, a cool breeze drifted through the corridor. Standing at the door, she listened to the splashing water inside, while counting the stars in the sky. "Want me to scrub your back for you?" Utterly bored, she deliberately teased. Sure enough, the sound of splashing water inside came to an abrupt halt. Without having to look, she knew that someone's face must already have flushed a deep crimson. The thought made Shen Wan laugh even more gleefully. Just then Scarface arrived with the evening meal. Seeing her laughing so joyfully, and hearing the sound of splashing water from within, he seemed to grasp what was going on. Poor, sickly, handsome man, who knew how much longer he could hold out under the ugly woman's torment. Alas, what misfortune had befallen the household of Duke Xinghua. Scarface handed the meal to Shen Wan and said with a complicated look, I know you two are newlyweds, so of course you're deeply in love, but... He opened his mouth, yet had no idea how to continue. Forget it. He shook his head a little helplessly. Just pretend I never said anything. Scarface sighed and hurried away. Shen Wan was thoroughly baffled and recovered only after a long moment. Men, why on earth were their thought processes so strange? Could it be that the face of this body's original owner was simply too sinister, always leading their thoughts astray? Before long, Sien Mubai finished his bath. Shen Wan opened the door and carried the meal in. Seeing him standing there fresh and clean, she deliberately let out a whistle. Sure enough, the pure-hearted arch-villain blushed again. At the sight, Shen Wan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Realizing that this was just another of the ugly woman's pranks, Sien Mubai's face darkened until it seemed it could drip with water. All right, I was only joking. Shen Wan smiled and set the dishes on the table. Don't keep that gloomy face. I'm a coward. I'll be scared if I look at you. You go ahead and eat. I'll go dump the bathwater. The cook's skill left much to be desired, but one could tell he had put real effort into the meal. 2 bowls of white rice, a plate of stir-fried mountain bamboo shoots, and a large bowl of braised wolf meat. For exiled convicts, such treatment was absolutely second to none. Sien Mubai did not eat, but waited until Shen Wan had emptied the bathwater before picking up his chopsticks. Neither of them was a picky eater, and they devoured so much of the food that only a little sauce remained. As for the Porcia family, they had nothing except sauce and cornmeal buns. In the middle of the night, Sun Shi suddenly came down with a high fever. The guards summoned a physician, yet in a single night all their money was spent and her condition had not improved in the slightest. Perhaps the 5th sister-in-law will have a way, Qian Shi said thoughtfully, holding Bao in her arms. Xia Morong sat in the corner and shot her a half-smiling look. You still have the nerve to go beg her. As for me, I wouldn't have the face. Concubine Zhou's expression also changed. She had little affection for Sun Shi as a daughter-in-law, but if she simply washed her hands of the matter, she feared it would chill the other daughters-in-law, for she still had to rely on their care along the road. She thought it over, then took Zhao Shi along to find Hu Dahai. Begging the ugly woman directly would never work, but if Hu Dahai broached the subject, the result might be different. Hu Dahai detested the Xie family. The moment he heard who it was, he drove the 2 women away, without even asking what they wanted. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law walked dejectedly into the courtyard, only to see Scarface approaching from the other direction. Seeing this, Zhao Shi stepped forward and pleaded desperately. Finding her truly pitiable, Scarface hesitated for a moment before ultimately bringing them to Shen Wan. No. Shen Wan refused without a moment's hesitation. You know perfectly well how Sun Shi harmed me. Why should I save her? Scarface's expression turned rather sour at the ugly woman's blunt refusal. But she's still your sister-in-law. He did not like Sun Shi either, but 2 prisoners had already died since the exile began. If too many more died, they would have a hard time accounting for it when they returned to the capital. When she was harming me, she never once thought of me as her sister-in-law. Shen Wan said crossly as she combed her hair. Now go, all of you. I need to change my clothes. Seeing that she had made it clear they were unwelcome, concubine Zhou went straight up to Sien Mubai. I know you're angry with us. She squeezed out a few tears and said pitifully, but no matter what, Sun Shi began keeping her chastity for your 3rd brother from the moment she entered the family. She hasn't had an easy time of it all these years. For your 3rd brother's sake, say a word for her. At the memory of his 3rd brother's tragic death, Sien Mubai's gaze turned complicated. Of his 4 half-brothers, all born of concubines, the 3rd had been the closest to him. Because they did not share the same mother, the other half-brothers had always treated him with cool distance. Only the 3rd brother, whenever he returned from a campaign, would bring him local specialties and tell him stories of far-flung places. It was precisely for this reason that among all his sisters-in-law, Sien Mubai showed Sun Shi exceptional tolerance. He hesitated for a moment, then raised his eyes to Shen Wan. Don't tell me you're planning to play the saint, he said. Shen Wan's face darkened. Although Sien Mubai had no idea what a saint was, he knew it was hardly a compliment. He considered for a moment, then said, how about asking her for 10 taels of silver? 10 taels. At the mere mention of that sum, not only Shen Wan, but even Scarface thought the frail, handsome man had lost his mind. If Sunshire had 10 taels of silver, she would have gone to town to hire a physician long ago. Why would she come to beg the ugly woman? Sunshire spent every coin she had on medicine. We truly have no money left. Concubine Zhou put on a grieving look and dabbed at the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Heavens! Was it not enough that you took my husband and my son? Must you now take my daughter-in-law as well? Xiamubai let out a cold laugh, his gaze falling on her feet. Unless I'm mistaken, you still have a 10-tael banknote hidden in your shoe. At once Concubine Zhou's expression changed drastically. That was money she had secretly put aside for emergencies. To avoid discovery, she had not even removed her shoes throughout the journey. How then could this sickly man have found out? Really? Zhao Shi feigned astonishment and turned towards Concubine Zhou. With a mind as meticulous as hers, how could Zhou's little trick possibly escape her notice? She simply had not been bothered to call it out. But now that Sunshire's life hung by a thread, and that old woman refused to part with her money, Zhao Shi could not help but feel a pang of fellow feeling. The fox mourns when the hare dies. I was saving it for an emergency. Concubine Zhou said, her face pale, looking somewhat uneasy. With Aunt Sun this gravely ill, could this not be considered an emergency? If Xiamubai hadn't exposed her, the woman would clearly never have admitted it, let alone offered it up. Zhao Shi watched this, and a chill ran through her heart. It seems you have no intention of saving third sister-in-law, Xiamubai said coolly. Very well, then let it be. Shen Wan didn't want it anyway. Concubine Zhou sneered. Good that she doesn't want to. With 10 taels of silver, I have more than enough to bring the finest physician from town. Though displeased by the woman's secret hoarding of money, Zhao Shi said nothing. The road of exile was still long. Every bit saved was a bit gained, and perhaps she could even claim a share for herself. Terrible news. Suddenly Li Shi stumbled and, looking frantic, tears streaming down her face, she looked at Concubine Zhou in terror. Third sister-in-law just stopped breathing. Second sister-in-law pinched her philtrum for a long while before she came back. With Sunshire now at death's door, without a physician, her life might very well end here. Hearing this, Concubine Zhou's intestines twisted with regret. Had she known this would happen, she would never have come at all. What did the death of a daughter-in-law matter? But if she lost this money, how could she possibly endure until they reached the Lin family? Concubine Zhou was now on the horns of a dilemma. When she pulled it out, she couldn't bear to part with it. When she didn't, she would be deserted by her own kin. Under the gaze of her two daughters-in-law, she ultimately gritted her teeth and carefully removed her shoe. She took out the banknote with an aching heart and reluctantly handed it over. Shen Wan refused to touch that foul-smelling note and frowned. Give the money to Xiamubai. I'll go check the stables now. It was not for the sake of the 10-tael note, but since the villain had already spoken, she did not want to embarrass him. Hearing that Sunshire's condition was critical, a crowd had already gathered in the yard, whispering among themselves. Shen Wan did not spare them a single glance, walking straight into the stable. Sunshire lay motionless on the reeking straw, her face deathly pale, her breath barely a thread. Fifth sister-in-law, please take a look. Third sister-in-law is failing. Sunshire set her eyes red, pleading urgently. Without a word, Shen Wan stepped forward and swept the clothes off Sunshire's body. Just as she suspected, the wound on the woman's back had become infected and festered. All of you get out, she said coldly, her face grim. Concubine Zhou immediately objected. No, I must stay here with her. With all that money spent, she was curious to see just how this ugly woman would cure her. If she could learn a few tricks, wouldn't she too be able to strut around with impunity in the future? Fine, then you stay. I'll leave. Shen Wan was not angered, she simply rose to her feet. Sunshire's condition was grim and required numerous medical instruments and medicines. She was no saint, as she absolutely would not expose the secret of her space for the sake of a wicked person. Moreover, every one of these people harbored ulterior motives. If they discovered it, it would surely invite deadly calamity upon her. Seeing this, Zhao Shi hurriedly forced a smile and said, Fifth sister-in-law, you focus on treating her here. I'll take Anne out now. Concubine Zhou wanted to insist, but was pushed out by the daughters-in-law. Guard the door well. No one is allowed inside. Shen Wan said coldly, seeing Xian Murong also rise to her feet. Xian Murong felt flattered that Shen Wan was speaking to her. Yes. She nodded quickly and walked out with light footsteps. Soon only Shen Wan and Sun Shi remained in the small stable. Shen Wan injected Sun Shi with an anti-inflammatory, then used a scalpel to pare away the gangrenous flesh from her back bit by bit, before finally applying medicine and dressing the wound. The operation was not difficult, but it was extremely painstaking, taking a full 2 hours. When she finally rose and stepped out of the stable, Shen Wan felt dizzy and utterly drained of strength. This is how you treat patients. Seeing her come out, concubine Zhou immediately twisted her face and deliberately bellowed. Just 1 hour, and this costs 10 taels of silver. The Marquis of Xianyang's household really has fine morals, extorting your stepmother while your sister-in-law lies dying. Our old Xie family was cursed 8 lifetimes over when you married into it. Silvery bright silver had flowed straight into that ugly woman's pockets. How could she ever accept this? Hearing this, the other exiles were also shocked. After all the characters Xie bound them as one family, how could the ugly woman exploit another's desperation to raise her price? Was her heart truly so vicious? Fine, then I'll just take down the medicine from Sun Shi's back right now. Shen Wan smiled wearily. You can find someone more capable. The medicine was already applied. How could concubine Zhou possibly let her remove it? She was about to rush forward when she saw Hu Dahai approaching. Officer, you must do right by this old woman. Concubine Zhou's eyes turned, and she immediately changed tack, weeping. That viper Shen Wan is so vicious. My third daughter-in-law was at death's door, yet that wretch swindled 10 taels of silver from me, and now wants to take down all the medicine on her. Hu Dahai's expression shifted abruptly on hearing this. Seeing his grim face, concubine Zhou secretly rejoiced. Wasn't this ugly woman's patron precisely this officer? If she could only make Hu Dahai loathe her, it would be the end of her good days. She was still gloating when, to her shock, Hu Dahai struck her across the face. Wretch, who are you cursing? He roared. Don't think I'm in the dark just because you blather on with wild lies. Given your family's behavior, if it were me, not even moving a mountain of gold would get me to treat you. Now get lost. Don't block the road with your foul luck. In all her years, concubine Zhou had never been slapped before. Clutching her swollen face, she looked utterly incredulous. You dare to strike me? Why wouldn't I dare? Hu Dahai spat viciously and cursed. You're just a lowly concubine. Don't put on lady airs in front of me. Enough. It's about time. Eat up, and we're setting out. At the call to depart, the womenfolk of the Xie family found themselves at a loss. But third sister-in-law still hasn't woken up, Li Shi said worriedly. Hu Dahai said crossly, carry her, or leave her behind. Sun Shi never dreamed that she too would enjoy the luxury of a stretcher. Soon enough the party set off. Zhao Shi and Qian Shi lifted Sun Shi on a wooden board. Concubine Zhou led Dabao, and Li Shi, whose foot injury had yet to heal, carried the young Erbao in her arms. Mother, I want to be held too. Seeing Erbao being carried, Dabao immediately tugged at Zhao Shi's clothes and began to act spoiled. Zhao Shi doted on her son, but she could not set down the stretcher. She could only look at concubine Zhou with a pleading gaze. And just hold him for a while. Hold him, concubine Zhou snapped. I gave birth to 4 sons and never held a single one. How would I know how to hold a child? Zhao Shi's eyes reddened. Li Shi saw this and quickly tried to console her. Sister-in-law, don't be too upset. Once third sister-in-law wakes, at least she'll be able to take a few steps, and that will be easier on you. Sun Shi, lying on the stretcher, had long since woken up. She had wanted to ask for a sip of water, but hearing this, she closed her eyes again. The stretcher was hard, but at least it spared her from having to walk. At that moment, Scarface passed by, pushing Xiemu by. If only we had a cart like that, Zhao Shi said, unable to keep the envy from her voice. Scarface heard her and turned to look. Zhao Shi was already strikingly beautiful, and with reddened eyes and glistening tears, she looked all the more alluring. Scarface instinctively let his gaze linger. Feeling the man staring fixedly at her, Zhao Shi's cheeks burned, and she quickly turned away. Even if we had one, it would be useless. None of us know how to push it, Qian Shi said with a bitter smile and a helpless look. Only fifth sister-in-law is so capable, she knows how to do everything. At the mention of Shen Wan, Li Shi suddenly remembered something. Oh right. We forgot to ask fifth sister-in-law how often third sister-in-law's medicine needs to be changed. Changed? Concubine Zhou flew into a rage at once. We don't have a single coin left now. Where are we going to find more medicine? Hearing this, Sun Shi's gaze dimmed where she lay on the stretcher. She had thought she was finally in for some good fortune, yet now she could not even get medicine. Fourth sister-in-law keep close to her. Concubine Zhou suddenly spotted Shen Wan stopping and starting along the roadside, and a plan sprang to mind. Whatever she picks, you pick the same. That cripple and third sister-in-law both suffered external wounds, so the medicine she uses should be more or less the same. Li Shi was willing to help, but she looked at Bao in her arms and hesitated. Then we'll aunt hold Bao. Let him walk on his own, Concubine Zhou said with a look of impatience. Hearing this, Qian Shi grew annoyed. Aunt Bao is still small. He can't walk that far. If you won't carry him, then I will. But if she carried Bao, what about Sun Shi? Helpless Concubine Zhou decided she would have to follow Shen Wan and gather herbs herself. Hearing this, Sun Shi's eyes suddenly brightened. She had thought she'd have to lie there alone with no one to care for her, but it seemed her mother-in-law would still look after her. She felt a little comforted. However, Qian Shi's words made Sun Shi's heart sink to the bottom. She knew the family had no medicine and no money, so even if she was cared for, she might not survive. At the thought that Shen Wan might let her die, Sun Shi's eyes no longer had any light. After secretly drinking a bottle of glucose, Shen Wan's strength had long recovered, so she continued gathering herbs along the way. Seeing Lady Zhou sneaking behind her, she had already guessed what was going on. She picked up a sprig of medicinal herb and smiled at Xiamu Bai. Drink less water for now. Oh, I'll make you some medicine later. So the medicine was not for external application. It was to be decocted. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhou hurriedly bent down and plucked one as well. Whatever the ugly woman gathered, she collected the same. Before long, she already had a small handful in her grasp. Lady Zhou vaguely sensed that she too could now gather herbs to sell. Even without the Lin family, her life on the road would not be so strained in the future. The weather remained oppressively hot, and before noon even arrived, everyone began to rest. As soon as Lady Zhou sat down, she asked Zhao Shi to borrow a small pot to decoct medicine for Sun Shi. Zhao Shi had never done any household labor since childhood. Her delicate fingers were untouched by work, and she did not even know how to use a fire striker. After much fumbling, she still had not managed to light the fire. The scarred-faced man watched this and stepped forward to help her light the fire. Zhao Shi dared not meet his gaze, offering only a mumbled thanks. The man seemed to ignore her, rose to his feet, and walked away. Hey, someone's got eyes for your eldest sister-in-law. Shen Wan nudged Xiamu Bai and whispered. Xiamu Bai frowned, his cold voice tinged with reprimand. Don't talk nonsense. How am I talking nonsense? Shen Wan wore a mischievous grin. Look at Scarface. When has he ever cared about anyone like this? She felt neither warmth nor ill will toward Zhao Shi as her eldest sister-in-law. Of course, she also doubted that any dignified, beautiful, noble lady would find herself drawn to an official guard like Scarface. Every son of the Xie family possessed striking looks and mastery of both civil and martial arts. After experiencing such fine men, how could Zhao Shi possibly develop feelings for someone as lowly as Scarface? I told you to stop. Xiamu Bai's face showed annoyance, clearly irritated. Shen Wan stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Without needing to say it, it was clear someone did not want his widowed sister-in-law to remarry. All right, I won't say it, she chuckled playfully. Drink some water. Look at your lips, so dry they're almost cracking. Xiamu Bai took the bamboo container and drank casually. The water was remarkably sweet, leaving him refreshed each time, as though he had soaked in a hot spring. After struggling for most of the day, Zhao Shi finally managed to brew the medicine. Qian Shi and Li Shi helped Sun Shi sit up and forced the large bowl of medicine down her throat. The medicine was incredibly bitter, making Sun Shi nearly vomit everywhere from the nausea. Still, she forced herself to swallow it, partly because bitter medicine often proves effective and partly because she wished to avoid walking. Why isn't third brother's wife awake yet? Zhao Shi wiped the sweat from her brow, asking with some surprise. She had witnessed Shen Wan's medical skills and found them to be genuinely impressive. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhou's anger flared up all at once. How are you even treating her? She raised her voice, glaring viciously at Shen Wan. If you cannot cure her, you had better refund the money. Rest assured, she took the bamboo container from Xiamu Bai's hand and smiled. Before an incense stick burns out, your precious daughter-in-law will not only wake up, but also crawl back to her feet. Crawl back to her feet. Not even Lady Zhou believed this, nor did any of the prisoners present. Sun Shi was already in such a critical condition with injuries on her back. Even if she wanted to crawl, she would need the strength to do so. If she can actually get up, I will kowtow 3 times right here in public. Lady Zhou's eyes lit up as she immediately countered. But if she cannot, you return my money. Since the other party insisted on placing a bet involving kowtowing, Shen Wan naturally had no reason to refuse. Some busybody produced an incense stick from somewhere and stuck it directly into the ground to light it. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to the burning incense. The stick grew shorter and shorter, yet Sun Shi remained motionless, showing no signs of waking. Hu Dahai watched with growing concern for Shen Wan and stepped in to defuse the situation. Everyone should disperse. What is the point of this pointless spectacle? Official, you cannot show favoritism. Lady Zhou perked up at this. This was my agreement with Shen Wan. There is no backing out now. Shen Wan also nodded. Indeed, we cannot go back on our word. Seeing her determination, Xian Mubai offered no objection, and Hu Dahai had nothing more to say. Shorter, still shorter. When only an inch of the incense remained, Lady Zhou sat up straight, with a smug expression, turning to Shen Wan. Hurry up and pay up. She felt she had made a tremendous profit this time. Sun Shi had received treatment, yet not a single coin was lost. If she had known this would happen, she should have had this ugly woman examine Sun Shi's wounds much earlier. No rush, just wait a bit longer, Shen Wan replied dismissively. She simply could not believe Sun Shi could hold out much longer. The medicine had been taken for quite some time now. It should have taken effect by now. Just as the incense was about to extinguish, Sun Shi suddenly let out a piercing scream. She bolted upright from the stretcher and frantically crawled forward. Third sister-in-law, what are you doing? Li Shi turned pale with fright. Before she could finish her question, a thunderous sound erupted. Then an indescribable foul stench filled the oppressive air. Watching this, Shen Wan could not help but laugh. Lady Zhou, now you can kowtow. The herbs she had gathered earlier were not wound medicine at all. They were laxatives. Zhao Shi proved to be quite fierce, as well, boiling an entire handful of herbs. If Sun Shi did not suffer diarrhea, that would be the real miracle. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhou's expression suddenly shifted. Her face went white as she stammered. I am your elder. If I kneel before you, it will shorten your lifespan. The Xie family's rules are truly strange. Even a concubine dares to claim she is an elder of her masters. Shen Wan rolled her eyes and gave a cold smile. Seeing this, Zhao Shi stepped forward to plead. Fifth brother's wife, please show mercy this once. If the incense burned out and Sun Shi did not wake, do you think Lady Zhou would spare me? Shen Wan countered. Lady Zhou certainly would not have shown mercy, and Zhao Shi knew this well. With that said, she found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it is best to let it go, Scarface suggested with a reluctant smile, seeing Zhao Shi's frustration. Kowtowing for nothing is pointless. Why not punish her in some other way instead? Shen Wan considered this for a moment. Very well, I will do it for your sake. Since Sun Shi has soiled her clothes, let Lady Zhou wash them for her. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhou was so enraged she nearly fainted. Asking her to wash those soiled garments stained with excrement was something she found almost unbearable, worse than death itself. Go now, Scarface barked sharply, his face darkening. Or you will kowtow instead. With no choice, Lady Zhou complied. At noon, the guards resumed cooking free mung bean porridge. Naturally, the women of the Xie family were restricted to labor with no portion for themselves. After washing clothes under the blazing sun for hours, Lady Zhou felt her head throbbing and desired a bowl as well. None for you, Shen Wan stated coldly. Lady Zhou's anger flared immediately as she demanded harshly, the funds come from public sources. Why do others receive portions while I am denied? Who said this belongs to the public? Shen Wan retorted without courtesy. These mung beans are mine. I give them to whoever I please. Not just you. Anyone who speaks ill of me or my man receives nothing whatsoever. My property needs no justification for withholding from the ungrateful. I would rather pour it out to feed pigs than let her have a single drop. Before finishing her words, she rose to wash her hands. The assembled exiles quickly bowed their heads in fear, worried they might have done something to offend this unpleasant woman. Lady Zhou was consumed with rage, yet utterly powerless, forced to watch helplessly as bowl after bowl of mung bean porridge disappeared into others' stomachs. Having just finished washing her hands, Shen Wan noticed Qian Shi, who had been distributing porridge, now standing before Xiamu Bai with a bowl. "Fifth brother, have some." She offered a gentle smile. Xiamu Bai shook his head. "I am on medication. I cannot drink this." Qian Shi's expression flickered slightly. "A small amount will not hurt," she mused, then smiled. "The weather is so hot, and your constitution is weak. If you suffer heat stroke, it would be troublesome. Do it for second sister-in-law's sake. Just take a sip." While smiling, she brought the bowl to Xiamu Bai's lips. "Didn't I tell you not to drink mung bean porridge?" Shen Wan approached with a grim expression and snatched the bowl away. "Why are you being so disobedient? If this continues, I will not treat your leg anymore." Xiamu Bai smiled, then turned to Qian Shi. "You saw that yourself. She will not allow it. I am a patient who I must obey her." Qian Shi laughed awkwardly and carried the porridge away. Watching her receding figure, Shen Wan asked with deep suspicion, "Why did she insist you drink porridge?" "You are overthinking it." Xiamu Bai said calmly, "Second sister-in-law is an honest woman. She would have no idea what dietary restrictions apply when taking medicine." Among the daughters-in-law of the Xia family, Qian's birth was the humblest. After entering the mansion, she kept a low profile, never stirring up trouble. If not for bearing a son, most people would likely not even remember such a person existed in the Zhengui Duke's residence. If someone suggested she might do something wicked, few would believe it. Shen Wan did not dwell on it further. She simply used a damp towel to wipe Xiamu Bai's hands clean, then handed him an egg-filled flatbread, the kind the station cook had pressed into her possession before departing. Xiamu Bai took the flatbread and ate with extraordinary elegance. Good heavens, even the great villain looked so strikingly handsome while eating. Witnessing this, Shen Wan could not help but stare with an utterly infatuated expression. Noticing the plain-faced woman gazing at him dreamily, Xiamu Bai asked quietly, "Does it please your eyes?" Shen Wan nodded, certain in her reply. "It does." Xiamu Bai was momentarily speechless. This was the first woman he had encountered whose thick skin reached such remarkable proportions. Perhaps this plain-faced woman needed more mung bean porridge to cool her inflammable temper, otherwise who knew what scandalous deeds she might unleash next. Mung bean porridge cleared heat and tasted far superior to coarse grain cakes, so the exiled convicts readily consumed several extra bowls. "Give it to the child." Seeing Zhao Shi sitting by the roadside exhausted, Scarface offered his own bowl. This sudden kindness was not lost on Zhao Shi, however simple she might be. She could see exactly what he intended. No need. Blushing, she immediately shook her head. Debao was still young and completely oblivious to the subtleties at play. He tugged at Zhao Shi's sleeve and cried, "Mother, I want a drink. I am so hot." The weather was unbearably sweltering, and Zhao Shi herself wished to prepare a bowl of mung bean porridge for her son, yet accepting this from Scarface. Could she really take it? Seeing how genuinely distressed Debao was, she hesitated, then reluctantly extended her hand. "Sister-in-law." Qian suddenly spoke, her tone icy. "We are widows. We must avoid even the appearance of impropriety." Hearing these words, Zhao Shi withdrew her hand. Indeed, she must be cautious. As a widow, nothing mattered more than her reputation, except perhaps her son. Should her honor be tarnished, it would not bode well for Debao either. "I appreciate the officer's kindness," she managed a strained smile, speaking slowly, "but we truly do not need anything." Seeing her resolve, Scarface said nothing more and rose to leave. Every detail fell precisely into the watchful eyes of Madame Zhou. Just as she was about to speak, a prisoner suddenly screamed, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground in agony. Immediately after, the other convicts began wailing in pain, succumbing to the same condition one by one. Shen Wan was startled and hurried forward to investigate. "Sister, what has happened to us?" Hu Dahai gasped, his face ashen with pain. Her heart clenched. Poisoned. After a brief moment of panic, Madame Zhou quickly composed herself. Pointing at Shen Wan's nose, she erupted in curses. "Wretched woman, this must be your doing. These mung beans all belong to you, and only you had access to the medicine. How could it be anyone else's doing?" At these words, everyone's expressions darkened. Scarface had not drunk the porridge and had not been poisoned. Upon hearing the accusation, his weathered hand immediately gripped the hilt of the long blade at his waist. Indeed, the plain-faced woman was the prime suspect. It is true that Shen Wan lacks intelligence, but she is by no means foolish. Sien Mubai sneered coldly, his words dripping with mockery. If she truly intended harm, she would simply watch you perish one by one at the wolf's jaws. Why go to such trouble? He was not exaggerating. Without Shen Wan that night, though the group might not have been entirely annihilated, they would certainly have suffered devastating losses. I also trust fifth sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Sien Murong immediately spoke up. Hu Dahai clutched his stomach, his teeth chattering from the pain. Enough of this talking now. Sister, please save us quickly. Shen Wan's expression darkened, her gaze sweeping lightly across the faces before her like a dragonfly touching water. I will never undertake such thankless tasks again. After a moment's thought, she said coldly, not a single one of those who doubted me will I save. Hearing this, the exiled convicts all protested. Young madam, I never doubted you. Exactly. So many of us remain unpoisoned. Why blame you? Upon hearing these words, all eyes fell upon the women of the Xie family. Aside from Shen Wan and Sien Mubai, only they had remained unaffected. Shen Wan glanced at Scarface and said coldly, keep a close watch on those who were not poisoned. If any escape, you will be the one in trouble. Though harboring doubts about the plain-faced woman, Scarface nodded anyway, for the sake of having her treat the sick. Shen Wan produced silver needles and swiftly pressed them into Hu Dahai's acupoints. With needle strikes coming fast, Hu Dahai's expression shifted. He bent forward and vomited violently. They had been poisoned only briefly, and the toxin's potency was not severe. Inducing vomiting was undoubtedly the best course of action. Witnessing Shen Wan treat Hu Dahai, the remaining convicts also stepped forward. After purging themselves, everyone's abdominal pain was relieved to varying degrees. Which heartless wretch did this? Hu Dahai panted heavily, cursing viciously. Hearing this, Shen Wan immediately turned to look at Sien Mubai. The mung beans were hers, the fire was kindled by Scarface, and the porridge was cooked by Hu Dahai. These three stages should have been beyond reproach. Sien Mubai pondered for a moment, his gaze falling upon the two wooden water buckets. Shen Wan understood immediately and stepped forward to inspect them. She reached out and lightly touched the inner wall of the bucket. Indeed, scattered remnants of a white powder were clearly visible. Sister, what is the matter? Hu Dahai asked anxiously. Shen Wan did not answer directly. Instead, she asked coldly, who drew the water? Upon hearing this, Li Shi hurriedly rose to her feet in alarm. Her face draining of color, she stammered, it was me. Second sister-in-law, and I drew the water. I swear the water was perfectly fine. I even drank several mouthfuls by the river. Hearing this, Shen Wan immediately turned her gaze toward Qian. It was not me. Qian's expression remained composed. I have no money. I could never afford poison. Li Shi, whose nature was the most guileless, chimed in supportively. Exactly. Second sister-in-law would never do such a thing. Besides, she has no quarrel with any of these people. Why would she do this? Sien Mubai said nothing. He merely signaled to Shen Wan with his eyes. Understanding the gesture, Shen Wan immediately approached Qian to search her. Do not touch me. Qian's composure shattered and she struggled desperately. I told you I did not do this. Seeing their mother being mistreated, the ordinarily obedient Erbao charged forward as well. Let my mother go at once, you wicked woman. He swung his tiny fists with force at Shen Wan. In the scuffle, a small paper packet fell from Qian's person. Shen Wan's pupils abruptly constricted. She shoved Erbao aside and swiftly picked up the small paper packet. Opening it, she saw white powder inside, exactly the same as what coated the inner wall of the bucket. How do you explain this? Shen Wan held the packet out before Qian Shi and asked coldly. Qian Shi's face changed abruptly. Second sister-in-law, did you really do this? Li Shi was shocked at the sight. Why would you do such a thing? It was not just Li Shi, everyone else also looked on in utter disbelief. In everyone's eyes, Qian Shi was a quiet, gentle woman. She never contended or fought for anything and was mild in temperament. Let alone poisoning or killing. She had never even slaughtered a chicken. Qian Shi did not answer. You suspected me all along, didn't you? She drew a deep breath and cast a cold look at Sien Mubai. Even if what I served today wasn't mung bean porridge, you still wouldn't drink it, would you? Sien Mubai watched her quietly for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I know. The one you wanted to kill was me. I also know the woman who tried to trip Shen Wan that day and the wolf pack that night. All of it was your doing. At first he had only suspected. But today when she urged him repeatedly to drink the porridge, he was forced to believe his own judgment. Everyone who heard this was too stunned to recover for a long time. Never would they have imagined that this kind-faced, benevolent-looking woman before them was an out-and-out demon. You're spouting nonsense. Bao puffed out his small chest, stood in front of Qian Shi, and glared fiercely at Xiamu Bai. My mother is a good person. She would never do something like that. Li Shi was equally baffled. Yes, fifth brother, are you sure you've got it wrong? Let alone the fact that second sister-in-law could never lure fierce wolves. Even if she could, wouldn't she worry about her own safety and Bao's? Xiamu Bai gave a cold laugh, his gaze falling on Qian Shi's strikingly beautiful face. When the wolves came, she had already taken Bao and hidden away. Since she was able to hide, why didn't she simply run away with her child? Li Shi remained puzzled. Being a fugitive might offer a chance to live, but on this long road of exile, no one could be sure they could hold out. Xiamu Bai's smile vanished, replaced by a terrifyingly cold gaze. Because the Qian family is still in the capital, isn't it? Qian Shi's face suddenly changed. Fifth brother, do you mean someone used the Qian family as hostages to force second sister-in-law to kill? Li Shi still did not understand, her whole body radiating dense confusion. But who exactly is trying to kill you? It was not only her. Even Shen Wan was utterly confused. That cursed emperor. If he wanted to kill, he could simply have turned the confiscation of the estate into the extermination of the entire clan, yet he deliberately did not do so. Clearly he intended to spare Xiamu Bai's life. At that thought, Shen Wan seemed to understand something. Yes, the third prince. It must be the third prince. In order to remove the crown princes backing the third prince, secretly murdered Duke Xinghua. Once the matter had blown up, the emperor, to protect this most cherished son, could only go along with the tide and have the duke's estate confiscated. Perhaps he still felt a trace of guilt toward the Xie family, or perhaps he was wary of Duke Xinghua's remaining influence, and so he spared Xiamu Bai's life. The third prince, however, was extremely suspicious. Naturally, he would not leave such a serious threat alive. After all, the Xie family was the most powerful backer of the crown prince's faction. Then you'll have to ask my good second sister-in-law. Xiamu Bai sneered, an eerie cold light flickering in his ink-black eyes. After a brief silence, Qian Shi suddenly laughed. Your second brother used to say every day that you were exceptionally clever, so that was all a lie. She held her head high and looked at him with a mocking expression. You guessed wrong. No one ordered me around. Everything was my own idea. I hate you, you jinx. You were born to bring death to your father, mother, and elder brother, and now you've brought calamity upon us. If I don't kill you, the next ones you will bring death upon will be me and Bao. At these words, a woman rushed forward like a madwoman. Bitched. She grabbed Qian Shi by the hair and rained blows down on her head and face. Give me back my husband's life. Don't hit my mother. Seeing this, Bao reached out with his small hand and tried to pull her away. The woman ignored the fact that he was only a child and kicked him to the ground. Concubine Zhou and the others waited at one side, not daring to speak, afraid of being implicated themselves. Don't hurt my child. Seeing Bao fall to the ground, Qian Shi shouted in anguish. She was just about to help him up when the woman grabbed her tightly. You cherish your own son, but have you ever thought that other people also have parents and children? My poor husband was still so young, just over 20, and he was bitten to death by wolves. Hearing this, a flicker of regret passed through Qian Shi's eyes. She hadn't wanted things to end this way, but she had no choice. I will bear responsibility for what I have done. She smiled bitterly and looked calmly at Xiamu Bai. The one who wanted to kill you was me. Bao had nothing to do with it. Before she finished speaking, she turned to Li Shi. Fourth sister-in-law, I know you are kind-hearted. From now on, Bao is in your hands. Before anyone could react, Qian Shi suddenly shoved the woman aside and dashed headlong toward a large tree. Shen Wan's gaze tightened. She was just about to put a stop to it when blood splattered everywhere. Qian Shi's full-figured body went limp and crumpled onto the sun-scorched ground. Scarface stepped forward, reached out to check her breath, and said expressionlessly, she's dead. Mother. Bao threw himself at her in a frenzy and hugged her tightly. Don't go. If you leave, what am I supposed to do? Li Shi's eyes too had turned red from crying. She went over and held Bao, but for a moment she didn't know how to console him. Qianshi was dead. She had borne all the guilt, and the poisoning matter could only be dropped. Although everyone knew someone must have been behind her, who Dahai and the others had no wish to press the matter. He knew very well that the person responsible was certainly someone he could not afford to offend. Fearing that she might be implicated, concubine Zhou did not intend to collect Qianshi's body. Having no other choice, Li Shi and Zhao Shi hastily dug a pit and buried her. Scarface had wanted to go up and help, but after hesitating, he ultimately stood quietly to one side. After Qianshi was buried, the exile resumed. Shen Wan pushed the cart, looking somewhat uneasily at Xiamubai. Qianshi is dead. The third prince is certain to send more people. What are we going to do then? Hearing this, Xiamubai's pitch-black pupils suddenly contracted. What do you know? Qianshi had never said that the mastermind was the third prince, so how could this ugly woman know? To be honest, he is very close to my scumbag father. Realizing she had misspoken, Shen Wan shifted all the blame onto the Marquis of Xiangyang. I also vaguely heard that he seems to want to become the son-in-law of the Marquis's household. But I only have you in my heart and eyes, so of course I could never take a liking to him. I guess he must have turned love into hate, and that's why he struck out to kill you. Within her half-true, half-false words, Xiamubai caught the news he least wanted to hear. The Marquis of Xiangyang, who had always regarded himself as a gentleman of honor, was actually in league with the third prince. How could this be? Hadn't he previously considered having this ugly woman marry into the crown prince's household? It was even possible that he had lent a hand when the duke's mansion was confiscated. Thinking of the Marquis of Xiangyang, Xiamubai involuntarily thought of Shen Wan again and felt a dull ache in his heart. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's household, could she really be completely unaware of such an important matter? No, that couldn't be. He shouldn't suspect her. Amid these chaotic thoughts, the group had already reached the post station ahead. Because the residual poison in their bodies had not been fully purged, Hu Dahai summoned a medical officer, which conveniently benefited Sun Shi, who had no money for treatment. The prisoners' bodies were extremely weak, so the task of nursing the sick was given to concubine Zhou and a few others who had not been poisoned. Concubine Zhou had no idea how to tend to people, and no one knew how many lashes Scarface gave her. To secure a more comfortable life, she had a shrewd idea and went off to find Zhao Shi. After hearing concubine Zhou's words, Zhao Shi was so angry, she nearly burst into tears. Won't you give a thought to Debao? Concubine Zhou played her trump card and threatened fiercely. After the disgraceful thing Qianshi did, do you still expect those officials to treat us kindly? If we don't find a backer, it won't just be me. Even Debao won't reach the great Northwest alive. Zhao Shi's body stiffened, and 2 lines of tears rolled down her smooth cheeks. After concubine Zhou had talked to Zhao Shi, Scarface's attitude toward the women of the Xie family improved noticeably. Though he still did not greet them with a smile, he no longer lashed his whip at every turn. As luck would have it, Debao also got heatstroke around that time. He had always been a picky eater, and now his appetite became even worse. At night, Shen Wan carried a bucket out to pour away the dirty water when she heard an odd sound coming from the back courtyard. She thought quickly and crept forward cautiously. The moment she poked her head out, the scene before her gave her a start. Under the pale moonlight, Zhao was sitting disheveled at the foot of a haystack with Scarface seated closely beside her. He remained silent, merely handing over a blue bundle, its contents unknown. Zhao's eyes were red as if she had just been crying. Seeing the bundle offered to her, she bit her lip, snatched it away, and rose to leave. As Zhao approached, Shen Wan, startled, quickly hid in a corner, relieved not to be discovered. Only after Scarface also departed did Shen Wan pour out the leftover water and hurriedly returned to her room. "Why is your face so red?" Xiamubai asked, observing her. Shen Wan touched her cheek and gave an awkward smile. Probably from the heat. She had no intention of spreading word about Zhao and Scarface's affair. After all, Scarface had been kind to her. Although he knew the ugly girl was lying, Xiamubai did not expose her. Hu Dahai mentioned we may stay here for a few days until everyone recovers enough to continue the journey. That's fine, Shen Wan nodded. But we've already delayed so much on the road. I wonder if we can still reach the Northwest on time. Are you that eager to go there? Xiamubai's eyes flickered. What was so good about the Northwest? There were only barren slopes, parched earth, and swirling yellow sand. Shen Wan nodded and said truthfully, compared to traveling every day, I prefer a stable life. who after all willingly endures such relentless wandering. Xiaomubai had been frail since childhood, utterly unsuited for long journeys. Had it not been for the downfall of the Duke of Jinggua's household, he might never have set foot beyond the capital, even now. Do you regret it, eh? He lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting a shadow on his fair face. If you had never entered the Duke's mansion, you would still be the second miss of the Xianyang Marquis' household. Why would I regret it? Shen Wan smiled. Rest assured I will not leave until I have safely delivered you to the northwest. At these words, Xiaomubai's handsome brows furrowed slightly. Did this ugly girl mean she would leave once they reached the northwest? No, that couldn't be. It was surely her saying something in anger again. She had worked so hard to marry him. How could she bear to leave? It was already late. The night watchman's call drifted in from outside. Like other post stations, the room held only a single bed, forcing Shen Wan and Xiaomubai to squeeze together. Even sharing the same bed, Shen Wan pressed herself against the edge, maintaining a safe distance from the man beside her. Fortunately, Xiaomubai slept peacefully without kicking her off. Early the next morning, Shen Wan asked Hu Dahai for permission to use the kitchen. Since the exiled prisoners had been poisoned, the cook was already exhausted from preparing herbal medicine and paid little attention to their meals. Shen Wan didn't mind, but the delicate, sickly beauty needed proper nourishment. If his legs could recover sooner, her burden would be much lighter. Naturally, Hu Dahai did not refuse the request. The cook had already gone to deliver medicine, leaving the kitchen empty and deserted. So Shen Wan took out the beef she had stored from the Duke's mansion kitchen and made 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles accompanied by a plate of greens. Just as she was about to bring the food to Xiaomubai, a young prisoner entered. He was in his 20s with a pair of flirtatious peach blossom eyes. Though not as handsome as Xiaomubai, he could still be considered dashing and debonair. What a wonderful aroma. He smiled lewdly, his eyes glued to the beef noodles. By the way, second Miss Shen, I heard that Xiaomubai is completely impotent now. Have you ever considered your future? Considered what? Shen Wan feigned ignorance. She remembered this lecture. He had been a notorious playboy in the capital, using his handsome face to harass respectable women. Of course, the original owner's shockingly hideous face had never caught his eye. Consider remarrying. The prisoner grinned lasciviously. To be honest, I've long admired the second miss, but that sickly fellow snatched you away first. Though I'm not as distinguished as Xiaomubai, I come from an official family. Most importantly, I'm healthy. Much better than being a widow tied to that sickly fellow. Faced with this sudden, unwanted affection, Shen Wan felt not the slightest joy, only disgust. Among the exiled prisoners, there were plenty of young and beautiful women. The reason he pestered her was simply her connection to the guards and the food she possessed. Get lost. Shen Wan's face darkened as she spoke coldly. The prisoner was taken aback that this ugly girl dared to reject him. The Xianyang Marquis' household must be too poor to afford a mirror. This ugly girl had no self-awareness at all. No wonder she had dared to covet Xiaomubai. Good sister, are you really so cruel? He rolled his eyes and reached for her arm. Do you know how tormented I've been thinking of you? Come, let your brother hold you. He refused to believe that this young woman in the prime of her youth could withstand loneliness. Shen Wan had never had a good temper, and this act ignited the long-suppressed venom within her body. She lashed out with a vicious kick aimed at his lower abdomen. Caught off guard, the prisoner was sent flying like a broken rag doll, crashing heavily onto the cold floor. Shen Wan dashed forward in a flash and rained down a flurry of kicks without mercy. Listen well, she gritted her teeth and threatened fiercely. If you ever dare harbor such thoughts about me again, I'll take your wretched life. With those words, she turned and left proudly. Back in the room, she set the noodles before Xiaomubai. Noticing her grim expression, he asked casually, what happened? If I told you, would you stand up for me, eh? Shen Wan vented her anger on him, speaking in a petulant tone. Seeing her fiery temper, Xiaomubai said no more. He wanted to protect her for life, just not yet. Forget it, let's eat. Seeing the villain remain silent, Shen Wan said impatiently. She was in a bad mood, and Xiaomubai had no appetite either. Both bowls of fragrant beef noodles sat untouched. Suddenly, a chaotic flurry of footsteps sounded from outside. Shen Wan looked up to see Scarface entering with a battered, swollen-faced prisoner. That prisoner was none other than the lecher who had harassed her moments ago. Officer, she's the one who beat me. The prisoner pointed accusingly at her and immediately launched into his complaint. I saw this ugly girl stealing in the kitchen, so I went to question her, and she savagely beat me. If you don't believe me, look at my face and my arms. All her fault. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. Indeed, his fair skin was covered with black and blue bruises, looking truly dreadful. Xiamubai's eyes shifted slightly. So it was this scoundrel who had provoked the ugly girl. Is what he said true? Scarface asked coldly, his face dark. Shen Wan sneered nonchalantly. I'd rather like to know what he was doing in the kitchen. The prisoner looked flustered, stammering, I was just passing by. Passing by. Shen Wan sneered scornfully. All the male prisoners are housed in the front courtyard while the kitchen is in the back. A rather convenient passing by. Scarface's gaze turned icy. Although he suspected the prisoner had instigated the trouble, he didn't want to dig too deep. With Hu Daihai weakened and the detoxification stalling, he was already handling all the exiled prisoners' affairs alone. By the end of the day, he was utterly exhausted with no energy left for such trivial matters. No one is allowed in the kitchen from now on, he said, annoyed after a moment's thought. Seeing Scarface punishing both sides equally, Shen Wan felt displeased. Xiamubai smiled softly and patted her shoulder. See, I told you not to bother. The medical officer will surely manage. You're not the only one who knows medicine, nor the only one who can cleanse the residual poison from everyone's bodies. Listen to me. Stay out of the kitchen and let the antidote matter go. At these words, Scarface's eyes lit up instantly. I will follow your advice. Seeing the flicker of light in the scarred man's eyes, Shen Wan sighed softly. It is my fault. I should not have gone to the kitchen to check on the medicine. Besides, I was only worrying needlessly. What business is this of mine? Throughout this journey, I have spent my own money and labor, yet in the end, I gained nothing but the suspicion of theft. Seeing her quick understanding, a faint smile touched Xiamubai's lips. He enjoyed dealing with intelligent people, especially one as perceptive as this seemingly plain woman. Official, this woman is lying. The prisoner panicked and quickly spoke up. She went to the kitchen to steal food. If you don't believe me, look. The evidence is right there on the table. The scarred man glanced at the table and saw 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles and a side dish of vegetables. His expression darkened, and he backhanded the prisoner without warning. Nonsense, he growled, his face grim. There is no beef in the post-station kitchen. How could she any? Have you lost your taste for living? Trying to make a fool of me for no reason. The scarred man did not wish to delve deeper, but the couple showed no signs of letting it go. There was no helping it. Who dared to upset Hu Daihai's favorite person? With one slap, the prisoner's face burned with pain. He clutched his swollen cheek, but still insisted. Even if this plain woman did not steal anything, the injuries on my body were definitely inflicted by her. Having been beaten for nothing, he could not swallow his grievance. Why in the world would my wife hit you for no reason? Xiamubai asked coldly. The prisoner stammered for a long time, yet did not know how to answer. The scarred man cursed in annoyance, wretched. How dare you frame an innocent person? In a fit of rage, he drew the long whip from his waist. He is not lying. I saw it with my own eyes. It was this woman who beat him. Suddenly, a soft, childlike voice came from outside the door. Following the sound, they saw Bao standing at the entrance. His mother Qianshi's death had dealt him a heavy blow. In less than a day, his once round cherubic face had hollowed out, his complexion dreadfully pale. At first glance, he looked exactly like a little ghost freshly risen from the grave. Children must not lie. Seeing how pitiful he was, the scarred man's voice softened somewhat. Bao shook his small head and said in a milky voice, I am not lying. I was so hungry and wanted to find something to eat in the kitchen. As soon as I approached, I saw this woman hitting someone. The prisoner's eyes lit up. Shen Wan chuckled softly. Though falsely accused, she still felt sympathy for the young orphan. She stepped forward, bent down, and looked at the dirty little child with a smile. Bao, did you see me hitting him? Bao pouted his little face and nodded vigorously. He had seen nothing. But to avenge his mother, he had to lie. Shen Wan's sly smile reminded Bao of the cunning little fox in storybooks. Though somewhat frightened, he puffed out his tiny chest and barely maintained his composure. Shen Wan asked with a smile, Then let me ask you, did I use the fire poker or the rolling pin to hit him? The prisoner was about to chime in, but Xiamubai shot him a fierce glare. That chilling gaze made him feel as though pins were piercing his back. Bao blinked his big eyes and thought carefully. Both items were in the kitchen, but the rolling pin would need to be sought. This plain woman was new here and unfamiliar with the place, so the fire poker would surely be more convenient. The fire poker, he said with certainty. Shen Wan's smile grew even brighter. Bow, if you wish to frame someone, you should at least do it flawlessly. Bai said coldly, his face clouded. Hearing this, Bow immediately retorted, I am not framing her. You should go back now. The scarred man said impatiently, given your young age, I will let it go this time. Next time I will not spare your behind. Bow still could not let it go and said, I am not lying. Then do you dare swear on your mother? Seeing him still arguing, the scarred man grew angry. Bow's face went pale. He did not dare. Mothers are meant to be loved, not invoked in oaths. If his mother could not find peace in the underworld, he would never feel at ease in this life. Bow, Bai sighed softly and said earnestly, blows from fists leave bruise-type injuries while strikes from sticks leave striped wounds. They are easy to distinguish. Bow had never been beaten, so he naturally did not understand the difference. But he clearly knew his lie had been seen through. You want to avenge your mother? Shen Wan asked. Bow did not deny it and nodded firmly. His mother had been killed by these two people, and he wanted to avenge her. You witnessed what happened that day, did you not? Shen Wan sneered. If your mother had succeeded in poisoning and truly killed your fifth uncle, would you seek revenge on his behalf? How could an uncle compare to a biological mother? Bow no longer wished to lie and shook his head solemnly. Shen Wan wiped the smile from her face and asked seriously, your mother's life is precious, but are your fifth uncle and the others' lives worthless as common grass? You cherish your mother, but I also cherish your fifth uncle. I will not permit anyone to harm him, including you. Bow fell silent. Though young, he dimly understood one thing, that other people's lives mattered too. It was something his mother had never taught him. From now on you would best stop these petty schemes. Shen Wan frowned slightly, her words laced with a chilling undertone. Those who do wrong must eventually pay the price, and your mother was no exception. If your mother could perceive from the netherworld, I believe she would surely hope you become an upright person. These words were far too profound for a child's young mind to comprehend. Wretched, just as vicious as his mother. The scarred man was truly infuriated. Someone dragged this child away and administered 20 lashes with the whip. He had originally pitted the boy for his recent maternal loss and shown considerable leniency, only to find him so detestable. Upon hearing this, Bai's expression changed abruptly. Bow was still so young, 20 lashes would surely be unbearable for him. Let us drop it, he immediately intervened. After all, he is merely a child. Qianshi had just passed away, so Bow must be grieving deeply inside. If not for hatred sustaining him, he would have doubted whether this tiny person could endure, as he himself might not. The scarred man roared at Bow, get out of here at once. Bow stared fiercely at Bai for a moment before shuffling away on his short little legs. After Bow left, the scarred man turned his gaze to the prisoner. The prisoner's face went pale, and he panicked, shaking his head. This injury was not inflicted by Miss Shun. I fell on my own. Yes, I fell myself. I was half asleep just now, and spoke nonsense. He had sought to vent his frustration on this plain woman, but it had backfired. Had he known this would happen, he would never have gone to the scarred man to complain in the first place. You didn't actually think that just because I'm crippled you could bully my woman with impunity, did you, eh? Bai gave a cold smirk. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an innate authority that pressed down on everyone present. Even the prisoner felt it, and the scar-faced man who had weathered countless storms found his back bearing a weight akin to a 1,000-pound boulder. Seeing the villainous protagonist stand up for her caught Shen Wan quite off guard. Over the past few days she had grown accustomed to shielding him from the wind and rain, so his sudden display of protectiveness left her momentarily out of sorts. The prisoner, panic-stricken, nearly shook his neck off. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Bai replied coldly. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you can explain it to Brother Hu. Shen Wan, let's go. Bai said darkly, his face grim. If today's matter doesn't get a satisfactory resolution, then Bai would hardly deserve to be called a man. Hearing this, Shen Wan quickly stepped forward to carry him. Seeing that the couple truly intended to seek out Hu Dahai, the scar-faced man hastily stepped forward with a fawning smile. The boss is in weak health. There's no need to trouble him over such a trivial matter. Don't worry, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Before the words even faded, he raised his leather whip and struck the prisoner down in a single lash. "Guards," the scar-faced man bellowed with reddened eyes. "Drag this bastard out and give him 20 hard strokes, then chain him to a latrine. He's not to be unchained until he confesses." At the command, 2 constables entered and dragged the prisoner out like a dead dog. "Does this answer satisfy you?" the scar-faced man asked, turning to Shen Wan with a smile. If Shen Wan remained unsatisfied, he would have the prisoner's tongue torn out. In short, no matter what, he could not let Hu Dahai lose faith in him. Shen Wan gave a slight nod. "Sorry for the trouble." The scar-faced man exchanged a few more pleasantries before hastily departing. "You seem in an especially foul mood today," Shen Wan observed. She fluttered her big eyes, looking at him curiously. The original owner of this body had been young to begin with, and with her head tilted slightly, she appeared even more lively and endearing. Shen Wan glanced at her, a hint of amusement threading through his cool voice. "Didn't you ask me whether I would stand up for you?" Shen Wan was momentarily stunned before snapping back to reality. Damn, the great villain had already placed her within his protection so quickly. Didn't this mean that as long as she avoided that destiny-blessed third prince, she could swagger freely throughout the territory of Dawei? At the thought, she bounced up in excitement. "You don't have to exhaust yourself like this," Shen Wan said, the smile in his face deepening at her joyful expression. "I may be immobile, but my mind is still sharp. If anyone bullies you, you may simply tell me." Shen Wan immediately nodded like a pecking chicken. "All right, if anyone bullies me again, I'll come straight to you. Enough of that, let's eat the noodles while they're hot." Both of them were in fine spirits, and even the noodles tasted especially savory. Just then Hu Dahai walked in. His complexion was sallow, his bell-like eyes deeply sunken, and he wore a look of utter exhaustion. "Sister, I heard someone's been bullying you," he asked through gritted teeth, his face burning with anger. Shen Wan smiled. "It's fine, it's already handled." She had been simmering with fury moments ago, but seeing the great villain stand up for her, any lingering grievance dissolved into thin air. "Good to hear." Seeing that she was not displeased, Hu Dahai let out a sigh of relief. "Sister, I heard you know how to remove the residual poison from our bodies." He had taken the medicine prescribed by the medical officer, but instead of the poison being cured, he had only made countless trips to the latrine, leaving his legs weak and his every step an ordeal, not to mention the prisoners who had been pampered since childhood. Shen Wan instantly knew it was the scar-faced man who had told him. "Brother, it's not that I'm unwilling to help," she said with some hesitation. "It's just that what happened earlier truly chilled my heart. Think about it. If you spent both money and effort helping them, yet they not only refused to show gratitude, but even bullied you, could you still continue saving them without any resentment?" Hu Dahai listened and let out a long sigh. Though he did not know exactly what had happened in the kitchen, he could tell this ugly woman had been wronged. "I know you're feeling wronged, but I'm begging you, sister," Hu Dahai said helplessly. "We've already delayed too long on the road. If we tarry any further, there's no way we'll arrive on schedule. I swear to you, whoever dares to offend you from now on, I'll whip him to death." The medical officer is still in the front hall. If you have the time, I hope you can go discuss things with him. Looking at Hu Dahai's pale face, Shen Wan thought it over and ultimately agreed. The reason was simple: she needed to win Hu Dahai over for the great villain, and absolutely could not let him join the third prince's camp. Afraid that Shen Wan would be bored alone in the room, Shen Wan carried him out to enjoy the shade beneath the big tree in the courtyard. "I'll go to the front hall first and come back once the prescription is settled. There are fruits and pastries here. Eat if you're hungry. If you need to relieve yourself, just call out, and I'll come right away." Hu Dahai couldn't help but laugh. "Sister, stop worrying so much. I'll have 2 brothers sit nearby. If you need anything, brother-in-law just needs to call out." Shen Wan wanted to say more, but Shen Wan smiled and said, "Go on. Everything is fine following brother's arrangement." She nodded and followed Hu Dahai to the front hall. Although the weather was hot, the shade beneath the tree was refreshingly cool, with an occasional gentle breeze passing by. Shen Wan found no common ground with the 2 constables Hu Dahai had summoned. So bored, he closed his eyes and began to rest. "Have you heard? Eunuch Huang is dead." "How is that possible? He was hale and hearty during the house raid that day, and now just a few days later he's dead." "I'm telling the truth. A passing constable just told me. He said Eunuch Huang died a miserable death. His entire body was picked raw by his own fingernails, bit by bit." Just then the conversation of the two constables drifted into his ears. Siamubai's eyes snapped open, and an eerie cold glint flickered deep within his ink-black pupils. He had entertained countless theories about that silver needle, but never once had he imagined that a single prick could take a life. It just occurred to me. Could Eunuch Huang's death be connected to the theft at the National Treasury? Should keep your voice down. Do you want to lose your head? The constable glanced around nervously and said in a hushed tone, "This is not something to be discussed. Just keep it to yourself." Because of this matter, more than a dozen guards at the Treasury have already been executed. On hearing that, the other constable immediately shut his mouth in fright. The National Treasury robbed. Siamubai's handsome brows knitted together at the news. It seemed the capital had grown quite eventful after his departure. So much had happened. Before he knew it, the sun had climbed high into the sky. By the time Shen Wan and the medical officer finalized the prescription, it was already noon. Glancing at the blazing sun outside, she quickly set down her brush and hurried into the courtyard. "Sorry I'm late." Seeing him, Shen Wan began to apologize. "You must have been sweltering in this heat, right?" Siamubai did not answer directly. Instead, he said flatly, "Eunuch Huang is dead." Shen Wan gave an "oh" without the slightest surprise. Still, she had to admit that Eunuch Huang had been quite resilient. He had lasted a bit longer than she had expected. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have done themselves in within 2 days. Seeing her silent, Siamubai couldn't help but smile. "Have you nothing you wish to say?" Shen Wan shook her head. What could she possibly say? Could she say that she was the one who killed him? If word of that reached that dog emperor's ears, he would most certainly chop her into pieces. Noticing that there were others around, Siamubai did not press further. He reached out with his big hand and clasped her soft little one. "Thank you." At those words, Shen Wan's heart tightened suddenly. Judging by the great villain's demeanor, he had already figured out that Eunuch Huang's death was her handiwork. Seeing that Shen Wan remained silent, Siamubai did not press further. After all, walls had ears, and if word leaked out, trouble would follow. He would remember this debt of gratitude. "Has the prescription been settled?" he asked casually. Shen Wan nodded. Although the antidote formula was finalized, complications soon arose. Great Wei was never wealthy to begin with, and with the imperial treasury looted clean by Shen Wan, the kingdom was now utterly destitute. After futile investigations, the tyrant emperor and his son had no choice but to lead by example, advocating frugality. The funds allocated to the exiled prisoners were pitifully meager. Facing the enormous medical expenses, Hu Dahai was so worried he couldn't even eat. Having walked this path for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a thorny problem. In desperation, he could only drag his ailing body to find Shen Wan, intending to gather herbs in the mountains. Shen Wan did not refuse, and under the guise of collecting herbs, she secretly took some medicinal materials out of her spatial storage. Of course, these herbs were far from sufficient. The nearby mountains did not yield many medicinal plants, and if she suddenly produced a large pile, the medical officer would surely grow suspicious. With many people, but few herbs, Hu Dahai decided to treat the severely poisoned prisoners first, leaving those with mild symptoms alone for the time being. After decocting the medicine, Shen Wan and the scar-faced man went from room to room distributing it. "Why didn't I get any?" Seeing that everyone else had received medicine, the prisoner who had previously harassed Shen Wan began to protest. "I clearly drank the mung bean porridge that day too." Ever since the scar-faced man had given the order, he had been chained to the toilet bucket. The other prisoners were all accustomed to having everything done for them. None of them would voluntarily empty the bucket. After a whole day of this, he was utterly miserable, living worse than a dog. "You have the strength to run around, and you still want medicine." The scar-faced man shot him a cold glare and cursed angrily. It was all this bastard's fault. When Hu Dahai learned of what had happened that day, he had scolded him several times over. Seeing the man's fury, the prisoner shrank back in fear, yet still glared at Shen Wan with venomous eyes. Shen Wan paid him no mind, but as she passed by him, she deliberately kicked the toilet bucket. The reeking filth spilled out, splashing all over the prisoner. "Shen Wan, you did that on purpose." The prisoner's face turned white with rage as he leaped up from the ground. Seeing his pathetic state, even his own mother instinctively pinched her nose and edged away from him. "I could say the same about you." Shen Wan rolled her eyes, her expression dripping with disdain. Under such public humiliation, how could the prisoner endure this unbearable disgrace? You vile woman, I'll fight you. Gritting his teeth, he raised the toilet bucket and hurled it viciously at Shen Wan. Though this ugly woman was skilled, most of the people in the room were his family. He refused to believe he would suffer this loss in silence. Shen Wan did not dodge. Her fingers moved slightly, and a crystal-clear glass bead rolled onto the ground. The prisoner's foot slipped, and he crashed face-first onto the floor. A silk handkerchief fluttered down from his bosom. Shen Wan recognized it at once. It was Sun Shi's. She had thought that woman would behave herself for a few days after being injured, but no sooner had she recovered than she started stirring up trouble again. If her guess was right, the kitchen incident was surely instigated by that woman. Sister Shen, are you there? Just as Shen Wan was about to speak, Daniu's mother hurried in. Her face was pale, and her beautiful wide eyes were filled with panic. Seeing her, Shen Wan asked, "Is Daniu feeling unwell again?" No, Daniu's mother shook her head and said nervously, "Young madam, please take a look at my brother-in-law. His foot injury seems to have gotten worse." Shen Wan was utterly confused. Wang Qi's foot injury was not serious. With such a large bottle of safflower oil applied to it, there was no reason for him to still be in pain. Her thoughts racing, she quickened her pace toward the adjoining room. The room was small, yet it crammed in 3 families. Wang Qi, unwilling to fight for the heated brick bed with the old and weak, slept on the straw against the wall. His face was ashen, his teeth clenched tightly, but he did not utter a single sound. When he saw Shen Wan, a flicker of guilt passed through Wang Qi's eyes. "Sister-in-law sent you here," he said flatly. "I'm fine. Uncle is lying." Daniu pouted and said in her childish voice, "Uncle's foot hurts so much he doesn't even dare to walk, yet he says he's fine." Shen Wan bent down and rolled up Wang Qi's pant leg. Sure enough, his ankle was red and swollen, even worse than when he had first sprained it. "Did you not apply the medicine on time?" Shen Wan's face darkened as she shot him a cold glare. Wang Qi remained silent. "Are you stupid?" Shen Wan's anger flared at the sight. "What are you saving the medicine for if not to use it? Do you expect it to lay a golden egg?" Daniu's mother was also astonished. "Brother-in-law, so you did have medicine. Then why didn't you use it?" Wang Qi glanced at her, but still said nothing. The journey ahead was long and arduous, and sprains or falls were bound to happen. If he used up the medicine now, what would Daniu and her mother do when they needed it later? He had no money on him, nor was he shameless enough to ask others for charity. Shen Wan had Daniu's mother bring a basin of water, clean the remnants from his ankle, and then applied a medicated plaster. "Rest well for the next couple of days, and try not to walk," she instructed. Not being able to walk was truly troublesome, just like the great villain. That once proud man now had to be carried even to the latrine. All dignity and face had long been cast to the winds. Since they were not traveling these days, perhaps she could take the opportunity to make him a wheelchair. That way he could move about more easily, and she could save herself some trouble. Wang Qi remained silent. "Thank you, young madam." Daniu's mother flushed red and fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. But we don't have any money." Paying for medical treatment was only natural. Yet when their family had been raided, they had been cast out with only the clothes on their backs, not a single coin to their names. Shen Wan shook her head. "Forget it. Thank you, young madam." Hearing this, Daniu's mother was moved to tears. Shen Wan brushed it off. "It's nothing, just a trivial help." She said no more, rose to her feet, picked up the wooden bucket, and distributed the antidote to the rest of the people in the room. After finishing, Shen Wan asked who to hire for a broken chair and some wooden planks, then returned to her room. "What are you doing?" Xiaomubai sat on the bed, staring in bewilderment at the little woman on the ground, who was hammering and knocking away. What on earth was this? It looked like a chair, yet not quite, because chairs didn't have wheels. "I'm making you a wheelchair," Shen Wan said casually, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "I've wanted to make it for you for a long time, but never had the time. With this you can go wherever you want from now on." Those final words moved Xiaomubai. If he could move freely, there would be so many things he could do. After working for most of the day, Shen Wan finally transformed the broken chair into a simple wheelchair. "Come on, try it out." She lifted Xiaomubai onto the wheelchair and said with a smile, "This is a hand-cranked wheelchair I made for you. I added a hand-crank drive handle to the wheelchair base. You can use your hands to control it to go straight, turn, and even go uphill or downhill without any problem." Could this wheelchair really be that effective? Xiaomubai didn't believe it. Seeing the doubt on his face, Shen Wan smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, try it yourself." Bai hesitated for a moment, then did as the ugly woman said. To his surprise, the shabby-looking wheelchair actually began to move forward. It really moves. Bai was both shocked and delighted. This little ugly woman was truly a treasure. Shen Wan laughed proudly. Would I ever lie to you? But this wheelchair does have one flaw. It can't be used for long periods. These wooden materials were too poor. It could barely move around the courtyard, but expecting it to carry him all the way to the great northwest was nothing short of a fantasy. Despite its flaws, Bai was already more than content. With this wheelchair, he could often go out into the courtyard for a stroll. When she was away, he would will himself out to enjoy the cool evening air. Night, like a drop of thick ink falling onto pristine white rice paper, slowly spread and bled outward. There was no moon nor any stars. Only faint fireflies blinking eerily in the darkness. Bai was about to head back inside when he saw the prisoner who had bullied Shen Wan walk out of the house carrying the toilet bucket. Why have you come so late? Suddenly a woman leaning on a staff emerged from the shadows. Bai's gaze shifted slightly. He knew this voice all too well. It was none other than his third sister-in-law Sun Shi. He had thought she was too ill to get out of bed, yet to his surprise she could walk about now. He remained silent, quietly propelling his wheelchair into a corner and merging into the boundless darkness. That ugly woman nearly did me in. It's already a wonder I can come out now. The convict spat viciously and cursed. That ugly woman really oversteps her bounds. For me to want to get close to her is already a great honor to her. And yet she had the audacity to act the chaste martyr in front of me. On hearing this, Bai's dark pupils suddenly constricted and two piercing cold glints shot from his eyes. No wonder that ugly little woman had been so furious. So this was the reason. He made no sound, yet a knife as thin as a cicada's wing suddenly appeared in his palm. Catching the lecher's foul stench, Sun Shi immediately held her nose and retreated a few steps. Such a trivial matter, and you can't even handle it. How dare you show your face to me? Having just recovered from a serious illness, she had clearly become thinner. Her loose garments hung slackly on her, giving her a strangely alluring charm. What makes me embarrassed? The convict looked her up and down, a lewd grin spreading across his face. If your father hadn't coveted the Duke Xingguo's power back, then we might have been together long ago. Come here, and let your big brother kiss you. As he spoke, he reached out to seize Sun Shi's hand. Sun Shi shoved him away and hissed, "You bastard. Behave yourself. If someone sees us, we're doomed. I don't care. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't ruin that ugly woman's reputation, you must never come to see me again." Before her words even faded, she turned and left. Seeing Sun Shi walk off, the convict, whose lust had just been aroused, bent over in fury and cursed his mother. Suddenly something glinting in the darkness caught his eye. What was that? Silver. He had just stepped forward to take a closer look when a sharp flash of cold light passed by. It must be said Shen Wan's prescriptions were proving remarkably effective. Though the toxins in the prisoners' bodies had not been completely eliminated, they were now clearly under control. Early the next morning, Hu Dahai ordered them to set out at once. Shen Wan spread the bedding on the cart, thoughtfully filled a bamboo tube with water, and only then carried Bai onto the cart. "You wicked woman! Why did you harm my son?" Just as Shen Wan started pushing the cart, a silver-haired old woman rushed over like a madwoman. Seeing this, Hu Dahai blocked her and demanded, "Who is your son?" In the midst of their confusion, 2 officers carried over a man drenched in blood. His face was smeared with blood, and his tangled long hair clumped over it, making him look utterly horrifying. In fact, his wounds were not large, but every tendon in his body had been severed, blood gushing out like a meandering brook. It was easy to see that the attacker was a rare master. Even Hu Dahai felt ashamed of his own inferior skill at the sight. That ugly little woman was indeed capable, but she still had a clear gap before reaching the level of a master. Moreover, he did not believe she would use such cruel methods on anyone. But didn't that mean there was yet another peerless master hidden among the exiled procession? At the thought, a shiver ran through his whole body. Shen Wan examined him for a long while before she could barely recognize the bloody figure as the lecher who had tried to assault her. Heavens, who in the world had done this? Not herself. Could it be? At this thought, she instinctively turned her gaze to Bai. Could it be him? She was not sure. Bai remained expressionless, as ever not saying a word, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Officer, you must do justice for me. The old woman had dissolved into tears. My son has always been honest and kind. Apart from this ugly woman, he has never crossed anyone. Last night, he went out to empty the chamber pot, and never returned. When we found him this morning, he was already like this. Dahai's face darkened at this. That sort of scumbag actually dared to claim he was honest. You say Shen Wan did it? He asked impatiently. All right, let me ask everyone. Who believes she did this? With her medical skills, if she truly wanted to kill someone, would she leave survivors? She could simply poison them with a packet of arsenic. Why go through all this trouble? To prepare medicine for you, Sister Shen was busy until late last night. The medical officer and I can testify to that. You ungrateful wretches. Next time, don't expect her to lift a finger for you. At these words, everyone shook their heads. That ugly little woman, despite her sharp tongue, had a good heart. Whether it was the mung bean porridge or the antidote, she had never accepted a single coin from them. The old woman paid no heed to that. If it wasn't this ugly woman, then who? She plopped down on the ground and wailed, Heaven above, open your eyes. Being exiled because of the Xie family is already miserable enough. Why must my most beloved son suffer this too? In truth, she wasn't sure Shen Wan had done it. Her own son was all too worthless, and along the way he had never stopped harassing pretty women. But she had made up her mind to blame the ugly little woman, for who else had money? You should be asking your son. Bai suddenly interjected, his voice low and measured. Who knows what other people he might have offended? Hearing this, the old woman's murky eyes brightened. Then cure him right away. She pointed at Shen Wan and bellowed. Once he wakes up, he can identify the murderer. Let alone my not knowing how to treat such injuries. Even if I knew, I wouldn't lift a hand. Shen Wan sneered coldly, her eyes full of contempt. Why should I? Because he bullied me. If you want to save your son, it's simple. Go find another doctor. For her, this injury was nothing but child's play, yet she felt no obligation. Hearing her say no, the old woman could say nothing more. But finding another doctor was absolutely impossible, for they had no money. I have a bold guess, Shen Wan said, her eyes shifting with a sneer. Your son has always loved flirting around. Could he have run into a conflict with another man over that? If I were you, I'd search him carefully for any woman's belongings. Sun Shi, lying on the stretcher, instantly changed color in fright. Fifth sister-in-law, this really isn't appropriate. Her eyes darted as she quickly added, there are so many women here. Isn't it improper to search a man in public? Do you have to look? Shen Wan deliberately sneered. Can't you just close your eyes, or have you been wanting to see? At this, Sun Shi was so furious she nearly cursed out loud. The old woman paid no attention to any women present, as long as she could catch the true culprit and perhaps even get compensation. She hastily bent down and fumbled through her son's clothes, drawing out a woman's silk handkerchief from his bosom. She had seen this handkerchief before, but hadn't taken it seriously since her son often carried women's things. Isn't this third sister-in-law's? Xiaomorong saw it and blurted out. Concubine Zhou also became angry. She gritted her teeth and slapped Sun Shi's back directly. You slut! How dare you do such a disgraceful thing? I'm innocent. Sun Shi cried in panic, explaining desperately, someone must be setting me up. I have always been chaste. How could I do such a shameless thing? Unfortunately, no matter how she explained, no one believed her. So it was you bitch. The moment the old woman saw Sun Shi, she seemed to remember something. Back then you failed to seduce my son, so you just climbed into the Duke Xingguo's mansion instead. Now that the Duke Xingguo's mansion has fallen, you want to come back and ruin my son. Tell me, which of your paramours did this? Compensate me. If you want, you won't leave here alive today. Before she finished, she rushed forward madly and grabbed Sun Shi's hair in a vice-like grip. Sun Shi shrieked in agony, but wounded as she was, how could she match the old hag? Soon she was beaten until her face was bruised and her body was covered with injuries. Despite so many people on the scene, not a single person stepped forward to hold them apart. Having seen enough of the drama, Shen Wan turned her gaze to Dahai. Brother, it's getting late. Let's set out quickly. Hearing this, Dahai darkened and barked, enough. No more rowdiness. Get moving now, or I'll have you all executed without mercy. The old woman's eyes were red as she sobbed, but my son can't walk at all now. Can't walk. Easy. Dig a hole and bury him. Hu Dahai sneered. He had already delayed far too long on the road. He really couldn't wait any longer. Besides, the man was just a shameless ruffian. It made no difference if he died. Seeing that the matter had come to this, the old woman had no choice but to have a few of her concubine-born sons carry the man along. As for compensation, that was out of the question. The Xiao women were even more destitute than they were. Shen Wan pushed the cart, walking at the very end of the procession. You did it, eh? She fixed her eyes on the sickly, handsome man in front of her and asked in a measured tone. Xia Mubai gave a soft hum of acknowledgement, offering no denial. Shen Wan was stunned, unable to come back to her senses for a long while. She had only known that the great villain was almost demonically clever, never suspecting that his physical prowess was so formidable. You? Why did you do it? After a long pause, she stammered. Xia Mubai frowned slightly, his chilly voice laced with obvious displeasure. I took a dislike to him. This reason left Shen Wan completely speechless. While the great villain's protection was precisely so overbearing and effective, and she liked it. As they were talking, Wang Qi approached on crutches. After a few days of rest, his foot had mostly healed. He stepped over and suddenly said, "Let's travel together." Shen Wan was startled and instinctively glanced towards Xia Mubai. She had never considered traveling with others. The more people there were, the easier it would be to expose the secret of her spatial ability. Yet Wang Qi was a rare talent. To miss him would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the great villain. Their gazes met in midair, and Xia Mubai's lips curved into an involuntary smile. Without needing to ask, he knew this so-called ugly woman was plotting on his behalf. In this world, perhaps only she considered his interests wholeheartedly. Why the sudden decision? Xia Mubai asked with a faint smile. Wang Qi was by nature aloof and arrogant. No one in this world could win his regard. In great way, many admired him, yet equally despised him. His unyielding and rebellious disposition had countless enemies. When the Grand Tutor had once sought to take him as a son-in-law, Wang Qi had simply turned on his heel and walked out in public, showing not an ounce of respect. Now that opportunity had presented itself, naturally those people would seize the chance to kick him while he was down. The young mistress has done me a kindness, so naturally I must find a way to repay her, Wang Qi said with a stern expression on his handsome face. Though I'm merely a scholar, I'm no useless man. Perhaps someday you'll find use for me. Xia Mubai's gaze flickered slightly. My Lord Marquis, my brother-in-law spoke carelessly. Please don't take it to heart, Nio's mother said, hastily forcing a smile as she noticed the sickly young Marquis remained silent. Truthfully, when Wang Qi first proposed this suggestion, she had been reluctant. Shen Wan shared an excellent rapport with the guards and possessed remarkable medical skill on top of her ability to procure all manner of provisions. As for the three of them, Wang Qi bore an injury to his foot, while she and her child knew nothing of practical matters, and they possessed not a single coin. Traveling together would inevitably become a burden on the couple. I agree, Xia Mubai said coolly. Upon hearing this, Nio's mother was both surprised and delighted. Thank you, my Lord Marquis, she exclaimed, tugging at Wang Qi's sleeve as she spoke. She had hoped her brother-in-law would say something as well, but this stubborn man was even more obstinate than a donkey, refusing to utter a single word. What a handful this younger brother-in-law was turning out to be. Nio should come ride in the cart too, Shen Wan suggested with a smile, noticing how long the woman had been carrying her child. Nio's mother immediately shook her head. No. You would tire yourself out. She was already struggling just walking while holding Nio. This so-called ugly woman was pushing a grown man in the cart along with a pile of miscellaneous belongings. How could adding a child possibly make things any easier? How heavy is Nio? That alone won't exhaust me, Shen Wan replied lightly with a smile. Besides, my husband would be bored sitting alone in the cart. It would be nice to have the child keep him company. Nio's mother wasn't one to make her own decisions, so she looked up at Wang Qi for guidance. He gave a slight nod without pretense, and only then did she place the child into the cart. Though modest in size, the handcart proved surprisingly comfortable. The thin quilt beneath provided cushioning, while the oilcloth overhead offered shade from the sun. Wow, this is so comfortable. Seated on the soft bedding, Nio's face lit up with delight as she reached out her small hand to touch the rolled-up oilcloth at one side. This feels just like my little bed back home. This is far more practical than a regular bed, Shen Wan explained with a smile. When it rains, we can simply lower the oilcloth on the sides to keep little Nyo dry. Upon hearing this, Nyo furrowed her tiny brows. But if we lower the oilcloth, I won't be able to see the scenery outside. Her soft, innocent words suddenly sparked an idea in Shen Wan's mind. Then I'll work hard to earn money, and we can buy some light gauze at the next town, she said brightly, her eyes lighting up. The gauze will keep mosquitoes away while still letting us see the view outside. It'll be wonderful. Upon hearing this, Nyo's face filled with admiration. Wow, sister, you're so smart. Seeing them chatting and laughing together, Nyo's mother finally felt some relief, though only barely. She had worried this supposedly ugly woman might be difficult to talk to, yet she proved remarkably approachable. Just then a group of women from the Xie family passed by. Ever since the loss of their wealth concubine, Zhou had found Sun Shi increasingly disagreeable. Now with the handkerchief incident added to the mix, it was a miracle she hadn't torn her apart. So concubine Zhou had handed Sun Shi a walking stick and told her to keep pace on her own, leaving Zhao Shi and Li Shi to tend to the children. As for Xie Murong, she had long since distanced herself from these cold-hearted women. Fifth brother's wife, why not let Dabao rest in the cart for a while? She narrowed her eyes and shot a malicious glance toward Shen Wan. Dabao is ill, and it must be so tiring for sister-in-law to carry him alone. Dabao had always been delicate. Though his heat stroke had improved, he still whined and refused to walk. Already quite chubby, he hadn't gone far when Zhao Shi was drenched in sweat from the effort. Hearing this, Zhao Shi's heart skipped a beat. She too would welcome someone to share the burden, but the question remained, would Shen Wan agree? Shen Wan looked up to see Sun Shi glaring at her with pure malice. Her face was ashen and her hair disheveled. Even after being worn to the bone like a ghost clawing its way from the grave, she still hadn't forgotten how to make trouble for her. Watching this unkillable pest before her, she sneered coldly. I noticed you have a wound on your back, and was considering offering you a ride. But since you've asked so directly, then by all means let Dabao come up. Upon hearing this, Sun Shi's dog-like eyes instantly lit up. Then give me a ride instead. How can that be? Zhao Shi exclaimed in outrage. You explicitly said to let Dabao board first. But Shen Wan wanted to offer me the ride. Sun Shi countered. Fifth brother is already in the cart. What propriety is there in a widowed sister-in-law joining him? Zhao Shi's face darkened, her mockery unabashed. Oh, forgive me, I forgot. You gave a handkerchief to another man, so sharing a cart with your brother-in-law would hardly be a concern for you. If she had known this wretch would prove so detestable, she would never have accompanied concubine Zhou to beg Shen Wan in the first place. Upon hearing this remark, Sun Shi flew into a furious rage. Her eyes blazing red, she lunged forward and grabbed Zhao Shi's hair. But Zhao Shi was no pushover either. She set Dabao down and immediately engaged Sun Shi in a fierce struggle. Shen Wan pressed her lips together in a suppressed smile. There was no helping it. She simply enjoyed watching them turn on each other. They thought they could just climb into her cart. These women were living in delusions. Before she knew it, dinner time had arrived once more. Shen Wan set up a pot beside the road and took out a bowl of rice to begin making congee. Since Nyo's mother couldn't cook, she hurriedly squatted down to tend the fire. No mung bean porridge today. Seeing them boiling plain white rice porridge, one prisoner turned to Hu Dahai. Hu Dahai's face darkened as he asked coldly, are you paying for it? For the past several days, Shen Wan had been providing both the mung bean porridge and the medicinal herbs. But now, using the excuse of that prisoner's mother stirring up trouble, she had ceased her generosity. A single measure of rice given breeds gratitude, a peck given breeds resentment. Had she continued indefinitely, those prisoners would not have shown gratitude, but instead taken it for granted. The prisoner returned empty-handed and dared not speak further. Shen Wan finished cooking the porridge, sliced a plate of thin pickled vegetables, and served a dish of braised beef. Given the intense heat of the weather, a lighter meal proved rather fitting. Watching the fragrant porridge in her hands, Nyo's mother felt somewhat guilty. But Wang Qi wore an expression of calm indifference as he began to eat casually. Shen Wan ladled another bowl to deliver to Hu Dahai and happened to catch sight of Sun Shi. The woman's face was bruised and swollen, yet her gaze still carried that sinister undertone whenever it fell upon Shen Wan. She couldn't understand why this woman insisted on opposing her at every turn. Rummaging through the original host's memories, she couldn't recall any deep enmity between them that would warrant such persistent hostility. Hey, does she have a crush on you? Returning to the great villain's side, Shen Wan lowered her voice to ask. Aside from that, she truly couldn't think of any other explanation. Xie Mubai's face darkened. If it isn't, then it isn't. Why are you getting angry? Seeing the arch-villain's bad expression, Shen Wan muttered as she ladled out a bowl of porridge. As a battlefield medic, she ate very quickly, altogether unlike the refined young ladies Xie Mubai was used to seeing nibbling at their food. By this time, Wang Qi and Dinyo's mother had already eaten their fill and were washing their hands with Dinyo in a ditch by the roadside. Seeing Xie Mubai staring at that ugly girl as she ate, Dinyo's mother couldn't help smiling. Everyone says Shen Wan married above her station by wedding the young lord, but I think they are very well matched. That girl may be somewhat lacking in looks, but in temperament and ability, she is second to none. As for Xie Mubai, what does he have? All he had was a face that was pleasant to look at, but useless in practice. Who says so? Wang Qi retorted. Dinyo's mother knew that this brother-in-law of hers must think well of Xie Mubai. Men are all the same. They only know how to look at faces. How shallow. I, on the contrary, think he is not worthy of the young madam, Wang Qi said with a sneer. After a brief moment of astonishment, Dinyo's mother recovered. So my brother-in-law likes this type, does he? She smiled at Wang Qi. When we reach the great northwest, I'll find you a wife with the same temperament as the young madam, so you can start a family early. Once this troublesome brother-in-law was married off, she would have one less worry on her mind. Wang Qi's face turned cold. He wiped Dinyo's hands clean and rose to leave without another word. Seeing Wang Qi angry, Dinyo's mother was baffled. Could it be? He likes the young madam. Thinking of this, she seemed to understand why Wang Qi had insisted on traveling with Shen Wan. No, that absolutely cannot be. Wang Qi was a great scholar renowned throughout the world. How could he fall for a married woman? No, for the 100-year reputation of the Wang family, she had to snuff out this improper thought in him. After the meal, Shen Wan found an excuse to go up the mountain and returned with a few bright red fruits in hand. Dinyo thought it was wonderful to travel with this elder sister. There was kanji to drink and fruit to eat. Fifth sister-in-law, there are a few things I'd like to say to you alone. Seeing this, Xie Murong walked straight over. Shen Wan handed the fruits to Dinyo, then followed Xie Murong to a secluded place by the roadside. Fifth sister-in-law, don't travel with them no matter what. Xie Murong said in a low voice with a grave face. Wang Qi knows nothing useful. They'll all become a burden to you. Shen Wan looked at her with a faint, enigmatic smile. Wasn't your fifth brother the same kind of burden back then? Xie Murong's face turned pale. Then you decide. She thought for a moment, then said, but from now on you had better be on your guard against Scarface. Last night, I saw him meeting Zhao in secret. Zhao is close to Qian, and I'm afraid she may do you harm. Shen Wan had witnessed all of that with her own eyes, so when Xie Murong brought it up, she did not react much, and only acknowledged it lightly, which left Xie Murong extremely embarrassed. Her face flushed crimson, and she said awkwardly, I've said everything I needed to say. I'll be going now. Before she finished speaking, she hurried away. Shen Wan was not unaware of Xie Murong's attempt to ingratiate herself. But the girl had gone far too far before. Earning her forgiveness would not be so easy. Xie Mubai and Wang Qi had not heard what Xie Murong said clearly, but with 800 schemes between them, how could they fail to guess something so obvious? Don't listen to her wild talk. Seeing Shen Wan approaching, Xie Mubai said calmly, being able to travel with Wang Qi is a stroke of luck. Wang Qi did not stand on ceremony, puffing up with a proud, aloof air. Naturally, thinking back, the dashing and romantic Wang Qi had once been one of the most sought-after luminaries in the capital. Countless women used to linger all night outside the Wang family's gate just to catch a glimpse of him, yet now even the daughter of a concubine looked down on him. I think it would be better for us to go separately. Dinyo's mother hesitated, then finally mustered her courage and said. Wang Qi frowned and looked at her with surprise. Why? Dinyo's mother glanced at Shen Wan and bit her lip. I can't keep taking advantage of you. She thought for a moment and said, we Wangs would rather break than bend, and we value integrity most of all. But now all I eat and use comes from the Xie family. I feel I no longer have the right to hold my head up in front of you. Since she had put it that way, Shen Wan did not find it convenient to say anything. No, I want to stay with sister. Dinyo immediately hugged Shen Wan's arm and started crying. Looking at Dinyo's pale face, Wang Qi cast a cold glance at Dinyo's mother. Must you really do this? In your heart is so-called integrity more important than a child's life. Hearing this, Danyo's mother fell silent. At this point, Hu Dahai was already urging everyone to set out. Shen Wan glanced at Danyo's mother, then began pushing the cart. Though the cart was heavy, the original owner had been as strong as an ox, so pushing it was not exhausting. When they encountered uphill sections, Danyo's mother would take the initiative to pull the cart from the front, so the journey went quite smoothly. Zhao, however, was not so lucky. The weather was hot to begin with, and with a child in her arms before long, her legs turned weak and stars danced before her eyes. If not for Li's quick reaction, she would already have fallen flat on her face. Zhao put Debao down and sat by the roadside gasping for air. No, she had to think of a way out. If she went on carrying the child, she felt she would surely die there. Just then she saw Scarface walking by. Since she had already been taken advantage of by this shifty-looking man, she might as well maximize the benefit. Zhao thought it over, steeled herself, and walked over to whisper a few words with him. Scarface was rather reluctant, but since Zhao had spoken, he found it hard to refuse. After thinking for a moment, he approached Shen Wan with an ingratiating smile. "Sister, let me push for a while." Shen Wan had clearly seen the two of them furtively talking by the roadside just now. Seeing Zhao's utterly drained appearance, she immediately guessed what was going on. "Let me keep pushing," she said, her eyes darting as she smiled. "Brother who hasn't fully recovered yet, and with so many people around, you alone have to keep an eye on everything. How could I trouble you at a time like this?" These pleasant words were so deftly spoken that Scarface was momentarily left speechless. "This cart looks quite spacious. It should be fine for one more person to sit on it, right?" He thought for a moment, and said with a dry laugh. Siemu, by sharp as could be, could hardly fail to guess what he was driving at. "Shen Wan, pull over quickly. My stomach hurts." He frowned, putting on a pained expression. Ever since the family division, he had grown completely cold toward these so-called widowed sisters-in-law. Now their conduct only made him sneer with contempt. This little ugly girl owed them nothing. He truly wondered where they got the nerve to make such a request. Shen Wan caught his meaning. She immediately smiled at Scarface. "Sorry, but my man has had some diarrhea lately. I need to steer over to the roadside." Before she finished speaking, she quickly pushed the cart toward the roadside, leaving only Scarface with a grim face, standing alone in the wind. "He's quite good to your eldest sister-in-law, isn't he?" Shen Wan teased deliberately. Siemu Bai's face at those words darkened until it seemed water could be wrung from it. Shen Wan, however, did not notice his expression and only peered curiously toward Scarface. Sure enough, after learning that things had not been handled, Zhao flew into a rage and stormed off with a flick of her sleeves. Whether it was an illusion or not, she seemed to catch a flicker of hatred flash across the depths of Scarface's eyes. Shen Wan did not give it much thought. After the scar-faced man had walked far away, she pushed the cart and continued on her way. Although the residual poison had been controlled, the convicts remained physically weak. Watching each prisoner succumb to exhaustion, Hu Dahai's brows were so tightly furrowed it seemed they could crush a mosquito. As expected, when the sun set, they failed to reach the village ahead on schedule and had no choice but to camp in the wilderness. Wang Qi and Daniu's mother gathered some dry branches and built a fire by the roadside. The weather was unbearably hot, and everyone's appetite was poor. Shen Wan steamed brown rice and sliced a plate of cooked wolf meat. The dead wolf could not be conveniently stored in her spatial pocket, so she had borrowed the kitchen at the relay station and braised it beforehand. This made it both easy to carry and simple to preserve. Noticing purslane growing by the roadside, she gathered some, blanched it, and simply tossed it with salt and sesame oil before serving it to Siemu Bai and the others. "Can this really be eaten?" Daniu's mother asked, uncertainly staring at the vivid green wild vegetable. Though she was no lady from a prestigious family, she was still a daughter of an official household. Not to mention eating it, she had never even seen this kind of wild vegetable before. "Of course it can," Shen Wan smiled. "This wild vegetable is not only edible, but also helps expel dampness. It is perfect for summer." It must be said that Consort Zhou had keen ears. Upon hearing this, she immediately instructed Zhao Shi and Li Shi to go gather some as well. They had no sesame oil, so they obtained some lard from the scar-faced man and mixed it in hastily. Consort Zhou tasted a bite and immediately spat it out. "Is this meant for feeding sheep, eh?" She wrinkled her nose, her face full of disgust. The wild vegetable was sour and astringent, carrying a distinct grassy fragrance. It seemed that the ugly woman's cooking skills were not exceptional either. Xiamubai also took a bite. His pale hand froze slightly, and his gaze immediately fell upon Shen Wan's sweat-dampened face. The aroma of the sesame oil was particularly distinctive. It was unique to the Zhengui Duke mansion. Not even in the imperial palace could one find a bottle with the same scent, let alone in a remote village. At this moment, he could be entirely certain that this ugly woman had brought something out from the Duke's mansion. Including the wild berries from earlier, they were likely from there as well. But how much had she actually brought, and where had she hidden these items? Suddenly recalling her sudden disappearance that night, Xiamubai found the matter growing increasingly interesting. His eyes gleamed with intense interest sparked by the woman before him. What's wrong? Shen Wan felt unsettled under the gaze of the great villain and asked uncertainly, does it not suit your taste? Xiamubai shook his head calmly without pressing further. He knew clearly that even if he asked, she would not tell him. Young madam, you are truly clever. Wang Qi also took a bite and smiled. Honestly, I never knew these wild vegetables could taste so delicious. Delicious? Consort Zhou and the others were utterly baffled. Looking at the vegetables in their bowls, and then at their own, they were clearly the same. There was no reason hers should taste like wild grass, while that ugly woman's became a heavenly delicacy. Exactly, Wang Qi was certainly flattering her. Realizing this, she felt somewhat relieved. After the meal, the exiled convicts began claiming their sleeping spots. In these barren mountains and wilderness, there were no good places. Having an old tree to lean against was already fortunate, and soon people began arguing over territories. The mother of that lecher already harbored resentment towards Sun Shi, and now both families had their eyes on the same old tree, leading to a fierce brawl. The Xie family women, naturally delicate and frail, stood no match against them. If the scar-faced man had not intervened to stop them, Sun Shi and the others would hardly have seen the next dawn. Seeing this, Dainiyu's mother hurriedly carried Dainiyu down from the cart. It was getting late. If they did not secure a spot soon, it would be too late. Here, take this, Shen Wan said, pulling a thin quilt from their luggage and handing it over. It gets chilly at midnight. Do not let the child catch cold. She could manage without sleeping in the cart, but the great villain could not. Although his leg wound was improving, if he did not take proper care of it, it would leave him with lasting ailments. Dainiyu's mother accepted the quilt, her eyes reddening involuntarily. Though the quilt was not particularly valuable on this journey of exile, it was more practical than silver. With such a fine woman, it was hardly surprising that her younger brother-in-law had taken a fancy to her. After settling the Wang family, Shen Wan was about to have a word with the great villain, only to find he was already asleep. Soft moonlight spilled upon his sharply chiseled face, so breathtakingly beautiful that he seemed otherworldly, stirring in her a sudden impulse to sin. Sigh, what a pity I can only look but not touch. Shen Wan sighed dejectedly before climbing into the cart. The weather was too hot, and she had not bothered to lower the oilcloth rolled to one side. No sooner had she lain down than the great villain suddenly rolled over and pulled her into his arms. Shen Wan was unprepared, her face slamming directly against his chest, frightening her almost to a scream. Surely not. Had the great villain not been asleep and actually heard her filthy thoughts? Just as she was about to explain, she saw that he was merely holding her tightly, taking no further action. In confusion, Shen Wan carefully lifted her head, but her lips accidentally brushed against something soft. Staring at those sensuous thin lips, she trembled all over with nervousness. Heaven and earth were her witness. She truly had not intended this. It was true that she liked looking at handsome men, but she had never imagined assaulting him. Fortunately, the great villain remained asleep. If he had woken, she truly would not know how to explain herself. Xiamubai seemed to have been disturbed. He released his hold and rolled over again. But in that fleeting moment of turning, he suddenly opened his eyes. Nothing. She possessed nothing on her person, not even the jade belt hook he had gifted her. Where exactly had she hidden those items? An unknown amount of time passed before a steady breathing sound reached his ears. Turning around, he saw that the ugly woman had already fallen asleep. Gazing at those vividly red lips, Xiamubai felt a slight warmth rise to his cheeks. So she was actually this sweet. He dared not look any longer and hastily turned away. In the middle of the night, Shen Wan was shaken awake. Opening her eyes, she saw an unfamiliar woman standing before her. Young madam, my son went to urinate in the woods ahead, but unfortunately he fell and got injured. I dared not move him, fearing I might damage his bones. Could you please go and take a look? Though she was not familiar with this woman, upon hearing that a child was injured, Shen Wan hurriedly descended from the cart. The forest was dark and silent, with strands of pallid moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Before long, the woman suddenly vanished. Shen Wan's heart tightened. No, she had fallen into a trap. As she turned to flee, a glint of cold light slashed through the air. You vile woman, you dare flee. The scar-faced man's eyes were filled with crimson veins, his expression as ferocious as Yama emerging from the night. Before his words had finished, the long blade in his hand came swinging down toward her. Witnessing that long blade gleaming with a chilling cold light, the toxins Shen Wan had long suppressed surged forth from the depths of her blood. So all of this had been his design. Her figure shifted slightly, and her right hand seized the scar-faced man's wrist. Before he could react, he was thrown heavily to the ground, and the long blade flew from his grasp. Just as he attempted to rise, Shen Wan delivered a fierce kick directly to his ribs. Accompanied by a crisp sound of cracking bones, the scar-faced man's agonized scream pierced the sky. Hearing the commotion, Hu Dahai, roused from sleep, led a large group over to investigate. The moment he saw him, the scar-faced man appeared as though he had found a savior, and immediately cried out, "Boss, this ugly woman tried to escape. I discovered her, and she beat me badly. You dare lie." Shen Wan's eyes red with fury, she slapped him hard. The scar-faced man shuddered violently and spat a mouthful of blood. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Wang Qi's expression tightened. He stepped forward and embraced Shen Wan, saying coldly, "Do not act impulsively. Quickly tell the officer what actually happened." By this point, Shen Wan had long lost her reason. She shoved Wang Qi aside and pointed at the scar-faced man, cursing, "Do not think I am unaware of anything. Is it simply because I did not push your lover's son that you are framing me?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shi, who had come to watch the spectacle, shrank back in fright. She had instigated the scar-faced man to teach that ugly woman a lesson, but she had never expected him to be so useless, beaten so badly by a mere woman. "Sister, calm yourself," Hu Dahai said, frowning slightly. "Let us return first. I will definitely investigate today's incident thoroughly." He did not believe this ugly woman would attempt to escape, but the scar-faced man had followed him for many years, and they shared bonds forged in life and death, making the situation extremely difficult for him. Injuring either party was something he did not wish to see. Shen Wan sneered. "Very well, I will grant you this face today. If you do not give me a satisfactory answer, none of you will live in peace henceforth." If Hu Dahai dared to show favoritism, she would not hesitate to tear off the mask. As long as she held immense wealth, she feared nothing, even without this protective umbrella. Hearing this, Hu Dahai's already somber face darkened another shade. Clearly, he would have to choose between the two. Left with no other option, he brought everyone back and began a meticulous interrogation. No sooner had they returned to the campsite than Shen Wan spotted the woman who had deceived her. "It's her." Pointing at the woman, she immediately said to Hu Dahai, "Just now she told me that her son had been injured in the woods and asked me to go and take a look. Young lady, you can't just slander people like that." The woman smiled at once. "I've been married for 5 years and still have no child. Where would I get a son?" Since she had decided to deceive, she naturally wouldn't leave any loose ends. Shen Wan narrowed her eyes and sneered coldly, "I know why you've never had a child. It's because you've done far too many wicked deeds. How dare you say such a thing?" The woman's face turned white with fury. Shen Wan's eyes blazed as she barked, "Then dare you swear that if you truly have framed me, you will die without descendants?" How could that woman dare to make such a poisonous oath? She still wanted to bear a son to continue her husband's lineage. Seeing her hesitate, everyone began to grow suspicious. "Stop spreading wild lies here." Scarface clutched his chest and coughed heavily. "I saw you trying to flee with my own eyes. How could that be false?" "Boss, you must believe me. I've followed you for so many years. How could I possibly deceive you?" The other constables also chimed in on his behalf. Xie Mubai gave a cold smile, contempt written in his eyes. If Shen Wan truly wanted to leave, she could have slipped away while everyone was poisoned. Why would she have labored so hard to save people? To be honest, I feel wronged on her behalf. If there is a next time, even if she wants to come to the rescue, I will be the first to object. After all, beasts are unworthy of sympathy. At these words, everyone fell silent. Yes, when Shen had poisoned them, that ugly girl could have done absolutely nothing. She only needed to wait for them to die of the poison, and then she could leave quietly. They owed her their lives. Let alone the fact that this ugly girl couldn't have escaped. Even if she truly meant to run, they would still have to speak up for her. Shen Wan took out a medicinal pill and held it in her mouth, and only then did her restless agitation barely calm. You're supposed to be a constable, yet after just a few instigating words from that woman you toss away your conscience. She laughed coldly, but her mocking gaze landed on Zhao. Don't imagine your schemes were flawless. Your sordid little affair has long since spread everywhere. Seeing her staring at Zhao, the crowd stirred in shock. No way. The dignified principal wife of the eldest branch of Duke Xinggua's mansion was actually having an affair with a lowly constable. Seeing everyone staring and whispering, Zhao grew anxious. Her face pale, she defended herself. Why are you all looking at me? This has nothing to do with me. The more she protested, the more suspicious everyone became. Do you really dare to say it has nothing to do with you? Shen Wan walked up to her, staring intently into Zhao's flustered eyes. I ask you, where did the white flour flatbreads that you, your son, and concubine Zhou have been eating these past days come from? At the mention of white flour flatbreads, Sun and Li exchanged startled looks. Nonsense. No, there's no such thing. Zhao looked at concubine Zhou with a pale, terrified face. Concubine Zhou and I never ate any white flour flatbreads. Concubine Zhou also chimed in. Right. There was no such thing at all. Shen Wan said nothing. She simply seized Zhao by the collar. With a slight tug, a small blue bundle fell to the ground. When it was opened, inside were half an uneaten flatbread and a few pieces of loose silver. Beyond a doubt, all of it had been given by Scarface. Fine, so you've been eating well behind my back. Sun's eyes reddened with anger. Had I known this would happen, I never would have fed you ungrateful wretches anything. Ignoring her injuries, she rushed forward like a whirlwind and grappled with Zhao. Li did not join in, but her gaze toward concubine Zhou turned complicated. Seeing that Zhao was probably no longer of any use, concubine Zhou immediately put on a wronged expression. Had I known these flatbreads were obtained through such filthy means, I would never have eaten them no matter what. Vile woman, you've brought disaster upon my Debeo. Such a good child, yet he has such a shameless mother. How is he supposed to face anyone in the future? Cursing all the while, she too went up and struck Zhao. At the mention of Debeo, Zhao, who had meant to drag concubine Zhou down with her, immediately dimmed. Yes, Debeo could not have such a mother. There must not be a single stain on him. I was forced as well. She gritted her teeth and shifted all the blame onto Scarface. He took advantage of me. If I refused, he threatened me with Debeo. Hearing this, Scarface felt his heart sink heavily. It was true that he had feelings for Zhao, but he had never intended anything intimate with her. If Zhao hadn't taken the initiative, he would never have flirted with her. Heavens, forcing a female prisoner is no minor crime. Seeing that trace of disappointment in his eyes, Shen Wan deliberately fanned the flames. Hearing this, Wang Qi also chimed in. That's right, he'll be sentenced to at least 8 to 10 years. Add in his attempt to murder you, and he'll never take half a step out of prison for the rest of his life. At these words, Scarface burned with rage. Zhao, can you show a little conscience? He gnashed his teeth, his furious gaze fixed on Zhao's face. It was obviously you who seduced me. How did it become me forcing you? If I truly wanted to force a female prisoner, whether it's Xian Morong or Sun, which of them isn't younger and prettier than you? You begged me to teach Shen Wan a lesson and vent your anger for you, and you even promised to bear me a son. Was that also me forcing you? Seeing him speak more and more crudely, Hu Dahai's expression soured. Men, tie him up, he said darkly, his face grim. When we reach the next county seat, hand him over to the authorities. Hearing this, the other constables stepped forward one after another to plead for him. Boss, you can't do this. That's right. If Brother Scar is handed over to the authorities, his life is over. Facing the desperate pleas of his subordinates, Hu Dahai remained unmoved and simply flicked his sleeve and left. Zhao's reputation was utterly ruined. She had lost all face. Unable to bear the strange looks from the crowd, she wept and wailed and threatened to hang herself. Sun had no intention of consoling her. She simply stood by, gloating and cursing. Debeo too dissolved into tears. Only Erbao stared with his big black eyes, coldly watching everything before him. Truly a child of the Xie bloodline. He carried the bearing of a great general and was equally cold. Shen Wan's face was equally cold. Yes, this was the price of offending her. At that moment, Xian Mubai reached out and beckoned Shen Wan over. Are you all right? He reached out a large hand and gently patted her shoulder. Seeing that beautiful large hand land on her, Shen Wan's body stiffened involuntarily. She didn't dare meet his eyes, so she shook her head hastily. Good, that's all that matters. Xian Mubai nodded. Shen Wan lowered her head, waiting for him to continue, but he said no more. I thought you were going to speak up for Zhao, she said a little awkwardly. Why would I speak up for her? Xian Mubai laughed coldly. She cuckolded my elder brother, yet you think I'd say a good word for her. Is that possible? In truth, Shen Wan didn't see anything especially wrong with Zhao's actions. By now Zhao had reached a dead end. Giving herself to Scarface to survive had been a matter of necessity. She simply should not have offended Shen Wan. Leave this matter alone. Wang Qi walked forward leaning on his stick and said coldly, your man, and I will take care of it. This was the first time Shen Wan had ever seen Wang Qi like this. In her eyes, he had always been a brilliant, unyielding scholar, but now he seemed to carry a faint, murderous aura. I pushed you a moment ago. Are you all right? Shen Wan asked with a somewhat guilty conscience. Wang Qi cast her a displeased glance. He said nothing. He merely flicked his sleeve and walked away. The matter was temporarily settled. At dawn, the exiled prisoners ate a little and set off again. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Shen Wan felt concubine Zhou was in an especially good mood today. Even her steps were unusually light. Could it be that she was actually pleased to see Zhao bring such shame upon her own son? The weather grew hotter. The prisoners' bodies were already weak, and after such a long trek, many began to show signs of heatstroke one after another. Especially the woman who had deceived Shen Wan. She vomited until she wished she were dead. This time, however, they could forget about getting any medicine from Shen Wan. Husband, can you help me walk? Her face pale, she looked at the man beside her with pleading eyes. The man glanced at her with disgust and irritably handed her a stick. Hold this and walk on your own. Because she had colluded with Zhao and the others to frame Shen Wan, the other exiles harbored resentment toward them and made things difficult for them all along the way. As a result, the man vented his anger on the woman. The woman was about to speak, but she bent over and vomited again. Looking at the prisoners, each one withered by the sun, Hu Dahai was so worried he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he spotted a small farmstead on a hillside not far away. His heart leaped with joy, and he immediately decided to rest there for a while. As the group entered the manor, an elderly man carrying a hoe walked toward them head-on. His hair was completely white, yet he looked vigorous and hale, and his large knotted hands appeared strong and powerful, much like a young laborer's. Hu Dahai saw this and hurried forward to explain the situation. He had expected to be turned away in disdain, but instead the old man broke into a smile. This is actually not difficult. The master of our Lin Zhuang is renowned far and wide as a great philanthropist, always eager to help those in need. Let me take you to speak with him right away. So the ragged-looking convicts followed the old man down the path. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying an almost imperceptible fragrance through the sultry air. Did you all catch that scent? Shen Wan wrinkled her nose slightly. Xian Mubai's nostrils flared, but he remained silent. Probably just wildflowers from the roadside, Wang Qi said indifferently, glancing at the scattered blooms. Shen Wan didn't press the matter and continued pushing the cart ahead. Soon they arrived before a large residence. The house stood simple and serene, its mottled walls etched with the cracks of time, while the bronze rings on the dark wooden door carried traces of verdigris. Two servants in faded garments stood at the entrance. Upon seeing them, the old man approached and whispered something. The servant's brow furrowed slightly, but he went inside to report. Not long after, the servant returned and invited the old man and Hu Dahai inside, while the rest were left waiting under the scorching sun. Exhausted, most of them leaned against the wall, but concubine Zhou kept craning her neck to peer inside. Why does this place feel so strange to me? Shen Wan glanced at the notorious villain and frowned slightly. The manor was unsettlingly quiet, with hardly any travelers on the road, something decidedly out of the ordinary. Those two gate guards kept shifting their eyes about suspiciously, clearly not trustworthy types. Yet despite her attempts to spot something amiss, she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. Xian Mubai shot a sharp glance at concubine Zhou and murmured warningly, "Be careful." Shen Wan merely acknowledged with a soft sound, refusing to meet his eyes. Ever since the incident with that stolen kiss, she had avoided direct eye contact with him. His gaze was piercingly sharp, as if capable of peering straight into one's soul. She was terrified he would uncover her secret. If he discovered she had taken advantage of him, who knew whether in his wrath he might twist that graceful neck of hers. Observing the plain-faced woman deliberately sidestep his gaze, Sien Mubai's lips curved into a smile. Her usual ferocious posturing was mere bravado, a paper tiger after all. Before long, Hu Dahai emerged from within. Standing at the doorway, his cool gaze swept over their faces in passing. Master Lin has arranged for us to stay in the abandoned granary behind the estate. Listen carefully. All of you are to remain here and cause no trouble. If I catch anyone behaving recklessly, don't say I didn't warn you. As he spoke, he flicked the whip into the air with a sharp crack. The piercing crack made the convicts flinch and nod in eager agreement. Exhausted from their ordeal, their legs barely held them up. There was no strength left for escape attempts. The granary sat behind the main residence, enclosed by towering walls. Once the doors were bolted shut, there would be no escape. An elderly steward led Hu Dahai and the others to their quarters and began assigning sleeping arrangements. Half the space was occupied by stored grain, leaving little room for anyone to have their own quarters. As a result, Shen Wan, Wang Qi, and several others were packed together. The room suffered from poor light and worse ventilation, with only a tiny window on the back wall. The moment the door closed, it became stifling, like being trapped in a steamer with sweat pouring down their bodies. Shen Wan was forced to leave the door open for air. With no beds available, the steward ordered straw to be brought from another warehouse for everyone to sleep on. Since Sien Mubai and Wang Qi had injured legs, Shen Wan and Yang Dainiu carried the straw themselves, spreading it thickly across the floor. It turned out quite comfortable. By chance, Shen Wan spotted concubine Zhou. Strange, that old woman was notoriously lazy. Why would she volunteer to work? Still puzzled, she watched as concubine Zhou grabbed the old steward and dragged him into a storage room. Could she be planning to do the same as Zhao Shi? Shen Wan muttered this to herself. At that moment, an official escort passed by with Scarface bound hand and foot. Spotting her at the doorway, Scarface gnashed his yellowed teeth and shot her a venomous glare. If looks could kill Shen, Wan would have perished on the spot. Don't worry, we'll reach the county town in a few days. Wang Qi sneered at the remark. The county magistrate is my classmate. This Scarface's luck is about to run out. Watching Wang Qi defend Shen Wan so vigorously, Sien Mubai chuckled with thinly veiled envy. Who would have guessed the icy cold second master Wang harbored such a warm heart beneath that stern exterior? Naturally, Wang Qi made no attempt to deny it. Do you really think I'd eat your food for nothing? As they spoke, the Lin household servants arrived with their meals. It was modest fare, but infinitely better than the rock-hard cornbread they'd been surviving on. Scarcely had Shen Wan taken the dishes when Wang Qi snatched them away. He borrowed a silver needle from Yang Dainiu and carefully inserted it into the food. The needle remained unchanged in color. You suspect these people too? Shen Wan asked with a smile. Wang Qi responded with characteristic reserve, better safe than sorry. Witnessing their shared suspicion, Yang Dainiu grew visibly uneasy and instinctively tightened her grip on the child. Nothing to worry about. Just eat, Shen Wan assured them, taking a spoonful of porridge with a smile. When she stuck to the porridge alone, Sien Mubai picked up his chopsticks and transferred some vegetables to her bowl. Eat more. Concubine Zhou, emerging from the storage room at that very moment, froze in shock. After all these years at the Duke's mansion, she had never seen the invalid show such consideration for anyone. What had possessed him today? Shen Wan stared at the vegetables in her bowl, torn between eating and refusing, every nerve in her body prickling with unease. This sudden kindness left her deeply unsettled. Wang Qi watched her struggle and couldn't help but chuckle. So this particular someone wasn't entirely heartless after all. After the meal, Yang Dainiu volunteered to wash the dishes. After all, Shen Wan had been caring for them throughout the journey. She couldn't just sit idle. We'll take turns watching tonight, Sien Mubai said flatly to Wang Qi. You take the first half of the night, I'll take the second. That puts you at a disadvantage, Wang Qi remarked with a faint smile. The weather was hot, so everyone naturally slept later. For Wang Qi, keeping watch during the first half wouldn't significantly affect his rest. Sia Mubai dismissed the concern. I sleep enough during the day on the carriage. I won't be sleepy tonight. Seeing his determination, Wang Qi made no objection. Let me handle it, Shen Wan quickly offered upon witnessing the exchange. Both of you are injured and need to rest. There are men present. The night watch is no woman's duty. Sia Mubai and Wang Qi spoke in unison. Witnessing such synchronization between them, Shen Wan and Yang Dainyu exchanged bewildered glances. How amusing. Those two rivals actually agreeing on something. Night fell once more as scheduled. Through the endless darkness, the eerie, sinister cackling of owls rang out intermittently. Wang Qi and the others had already drifted off, but Sia Mubai lay on the soft straw, his eyes gleaming with an almost unnerving intensity. Rest for a while. I'll stand watch. Shen Wan stole a glance at him and lowered her voice. Sia Mubai shook his head slightly. I'm not tired. Go to sleep. His natural insomnia, compounded by his troubled thoughts, made sweet dreams utterly unattainable. Shen Wan felt no drowsiness either, so she listlessly gazed at the moon visible through the window. Around the pale moon hung a luminous halo. Can't sleep either. Sia Mubai, also fixated on that ring of light, asked. Shen Wan nodded slightly. Shall we talk for a bit? Sia Mubai considered and suggested. Shen Wan offered no objection. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Sia Mubai suddenly felt a surge of amusement and deliberately shifted closer to her side. As expected, the plain-faced woman turned deathly pale with fright and instinctively recoiled. That terrified little expression reminded him of the small black puppy he'd raised in childhood, startled into a bristling mess equally unsightly and endearing. Did you sleep well last night? Sia Mubai asked mischievously. At these words, Shen Wan's complexion darkened further. It's over, he's found out. What should I do? Say it was just an accident that she accidentally kissed him. But the question was whether he would believe her. Witnessing her flustered Adeluz state, Sia Mubai's smile deepened involuntarily. It's only natural not to sleep well, he said deliberately. After all, when something like this happens, who could keep their mind at ease? Shen Wan's face drained of color. With the situation as it stood, she might as well come forward and confess. Might as well face it head on. There was no avoiding the consequences anyway. Let him do what he will, whether execution or dismemberment. It would be far more refreshing than living in constant dread. Steeling herself, Shen Wan declared, I was wrong to do this. Punish me as you see fit. Watching the young woman before him were such a tragic and resolute expression, Sia Mubai felt remarkably cheerful. Since the Duke's mansion had fallen into misfortune, this was the first time he had laughed so happily. Indeed, you do need to be dealt with. He raised fair, slender fingers and lightly tapped her forehead. You're this old, and you still fell for a trick. If I don't hit you, you'll never learn. All the wits of our Duke's mansion have been dragged down to rock bottom by you. What? Taken in by a swindle. It wasn't about the stolen kiss after all. Shen Wan was at a complete loss. What are you thinking about? Sia Mubai teased deliberately with a wicked smile. Could it be that we aren't talking about the same thing? Shen Wan immediately nodded her head like a pecking chicken. Yes, absolutely. Just as the two were talking, a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. Sia Mubai shot Shen Wan a meaningful glance. Shen Wan understood and quietly slipped out of the door. Under the pale, ghastly moonlight, she clearly saw concubine Zhou and the old steward hurrying out of the granary. No way. They had been busy all day, and now they were continuing at night. This old steward had astonishing stamina. Shen Wan curled her lips. Slightly blending her silhouette into the surroundings, she slipped into her hidden space and followed them without being noticed. The old steward led concubine Zhou into a storeroom piled high with weeds where the light was extremely poor. Come here quick. The old steward lowered his voice and urged. Shen Wan's cheeks burned. Damn, at their age they were still so impatient. She had no interest in watching such filthy business. Since they weren't doing anything that private, she decided to leave. Just as she turned around, though, she saw the old steward brush aside the weeds and with much effort lift a heavy bluestone slab. Shen Wan was shocked. Peering into the opening, she saw a long underground tunnel below. So this storeroom hid a completely different world. The old steward helped concubine Zhou down, and Shen Wan promptly followed. After passing through the long tunnel, the view suddenly broadened, and an enormous courtyard appeared before her. If her guess was right, this should be the front compound. The old steward first had concubine Zhou bathe and change clothes, then led her to a room before withdrawing. Admittedly, concubine Zhou looked quite beautiful after freshening up. Although she was advanced in years, she still retained her graceful charm. Indeed, had she been even a little plainer in the past, she would not have made Duke Xinghua so utterly infatuated. Concubine Zhou adjusted her clothes and pushed open the door. Taking the opportunity of the open door, Shen Wan also slipped in behind her. No sooner had she entered than a strange fragrance assailed her. The room was very large. On a long table against the wall sat a stack of model calligraphy by famous masters and several precious inkstones. All manner of brushes stood in brush pots, like a small forest. Opposite, an authentic painting by Tang Bo hung on the wall, and a white ink-wash bed curtain hung over the bed. One could tell at a glance that the room's owner had refined taste. Zhou Caiqing, I never imagined we would see each other again. While Shen Wan was still inspecting the room, an old male voice came from behind the bed curtain. Concubine Zhou's eyes reddened and tears streamed down like pearls snapped from a string. Brother Lin, do you know how bitter I feel inside? Bitter? The man sneered. Could a concubine of the Duke Xinghua mansion possibly be bitter? Do you think it's so easy being a concubine? Concubine Zhou wept, looking as pitiful as pear blossoms drenched in rain. I don't want to dwell on the past, but I dare swear to heaven that I have never forgotten you all these years. Shen Wan was so startled, she almost cried out. Before she had even sorted out the affair between Madame Zhao and Scarface, concubine Zhou had already gone and cuckolded her husband. Lost in wild conjectures, she heard the man let out a long sigh. I truly have no way to deal with you. Tell me, what do you want me to do? At those words, a vicious glint flickered in concubine Zhou's eyes. Clenching her teeth, she said fiercely, I want you to kill Xiamu Bai, and that wretch Shen Wan, then stay here and never leave. Anyway, I've taken no small amount of money from the Xie family over the years, more than enough for the rest of our lives. Most of this estate was her property, so she naturally counted herself as its mistress. Though Lin Manor was not as bustling as the capital, being a wealthy local landlord here, it was far better than being exiled to the desolate northwest. Hearing this, Shen Wan suddenly saw the whole picture. No wonder concubine Zhou had been in such high spirits along the way. It turned out that Lin Manor was not only home to her old lover, but was also where she had stashed the stolen valuables. That isn't difficult. The man laughed in a peculiar way. But if you want to stay here long, wouldn't you like to become my Lady Lin? You naughty devil. Concubine Zhou blushed and scolded him coquettishly. At your age, you're still so improper. Even so, she took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Before long, lewd sounds came from behind the curtain. Shen Wan's cheeks burned, and she hurried back to the granary. How did it go? Xiamu Bai sat in the darkness in the corner of the wall, his cool voice carrying not the faintest trace of emotion. Concubine Zhou went to the front compound to see Lin the philanthropist. Shen Wan stole a glance at the arch-villain and stammered, They're doing it right now. Xiamu Bai's handsome brows furrowed slightly, but he said nothing. Since the incident with Madame Qian, one scandal after another had struck the Xie family, so adding a straying concubine hardly seemed to matter. The only person to be pitied was Duke Xinghua. He had spoiled concubine Zhou for so many years only to realize that he had long been cuckolded. Did you discover anything else? Xiamu Bai asked nonchalantly. Shen Wan looked around cautiously, then lowered her voice and told him everything. The goods really are here. Xiamu Bai smiled coldly. Shen Wan was taken aback. You knew all along? She asked in surprise. Xiamu Bai gave a soft Yes, he had long guessed it. Concubine Zhou was terribly lazy, usually too idle to walk a single extra step. But today, contrary to her usual behavior, she had quickened her stride. Without doubt, this manor housed exactly what she had been longing for. And what she wanted was certainly the money stolen from the Duke's mansion. Xiamu Bai slowly lay down against the wall and said indifferently enough, It's late, get some rest. They're about to make a move, and you can still sleep. Shen Wan was frantic. Xiamu Bai slowly raised his head, his gaze settling on the faint halo around the moon. The wind was bound to be strong by tomorrow. Don't worry. It's not time yet, he said thoughtfully. The next morning, everything was as usual. There was no wind, no murder. Concubine Zhou had changed back into her old clothes and did not go to the front compound. Holding a stalk of straw, she sat at the granary entrance playing with Debeo, seemingly in a good mood. Madame Zhao, on the other hand, looked dreadful, dazed and unresponsive to anyone who spoke to her. Only when Scarface passed by did her expression show any stir. Everything was perfectly calm. At midnight the wind rose. Watching the branches thrash violently outside the window, Shen Wan looked up at Wang Qi. "Pack up your things. We're not staying here tonight. The wind is so strong. Where are we going?" Daniel's mother asked uneasily. The granary may have been crude, but at least it was a shelter against the wind and rain. "Anywhere is fine," Shen Wan said coldly. Though Wang Qi did not understand why he still looked at Daniel's mother. It's never wrong to follow the young duke. Taking advantage of the silent night, the group slipped out of the granary without a sound. "Go on ahead. I need to relieve myself," Shen Wan said to Wang Qi, her eyes darting. Even though his feet were not very nimble, Wang Qi still carried Shen Wan on his back. "Hurry back then." Shen Wan nodded and quietly retraced her steps. Before she had even steadied herself, she saw a group of servants sneak in furtively. They stopped at the storeroom where Shen Wan and the others were staying and splashed several large barrels of tung oil all over it. Once everything was ready, one of the servants lit a tinder and casually tossed it to the ground. Soon roaring flames were soaring. Shen Wan had no gasoline in her space, but she had a large quantity of alcohol. She splashed the alcohol over the storehouses filled with grain and fodder and set them ablaze. Since Lin the philanthropist liked playing with fire, he might as well get his fill. The fire swelled and spread across the rear compound upon the fierce wind. Fearful that the others might be in danger, Shen Wan deliberately smashed all the clay jars piled in the corner. Hearing the jars shatter, Hu Dahai was immediately jolted awake from his sleep. Discovering the fire, he immediately evacuated the exiled convicts. Meanwhile, the Lin family servants made a show of rushing to extinguish the flames. The rear compound burst into chaos. Shen Wan loved chaos. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, she slipped to the front compound and cleaned out all of Lin the philanthropist's valuables. Since he had wanted to kill her, she couldn't exactly let him go without a lesson. Besides, these things belonged to the Xie family, so she naturally had every right to take them. The wind was too fierce. After a whole night of fighting the fire, the flames were at last put out, but the Lin family's granaries had been reduced to ruins. Hu Dahai also suffered considerable losses on his side. The exile's few possessions were all burned up. The lecher's family members were so busy saving their own skins that they abandoned him in the warehouse. And so he too met his end. How could this have happened? The old steward demanded, his face white with rage. "You must be the ones who did it." "You can't say that." Hu Dahai's face darkened as he answered coldly. "I am deeply sorry your estate caught fire, but you can't accuse us without a shred of evidence." Those exiled convicts had barely found themselves a place to stay. How could they bear to burn it down? Besides, the Lin family delivered their meals, so they had no need to set up their own kitchen. No matter how one looked at it, they had nothing to do with this. "You still dare say it wasn't you?" The old steward shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. "Our household has never had a fire in years. How could it all burn down the moment you arrived?" Hearing this, Hu Dahai's face became even darker. Although he was certain the fire had nothing to do with his own people, the conflagration had after all broken out only after their arrival. They were bound to take the blame. Heavens, what is this? Shen Wan deliberately walked to the edge of the ruins and shrieked. Hu Dahai and the old steward hurried over at once. In the ruins there was still a pool of tung oil that had not fully burned. Under the dazzling sunlight, the gleaming oil spread out like a huge face, as if mocking the old steward's incompetence. The old steward's face paled in anger. Those servants had been too careless, actually leaving behind such important evidence. He had no idea that the servants had handled matters beautifully. That pool of oil had been deliberately left there by some little clown girl. To burn this granary down to such a degree, you would need no small amount of tung oil. Shen Wan's eyes flickered and she smiled with a meaningful look. "But we have to go to the far northwest. Why would we carry so many things with us? Besides, being able to move freely around the granary and haul in so much tung oil is something only a capable person could manage. Old sir, I think you must have offended someone, haven't you?" These words immediately stirred the crowd into an uproar. The exiles were not fools. How could they fail to grasp the implication? Apart from the Lin family's own people, no one could have had the means to set that fire. "You heartless beast, give me back my son's life." The lecher's mother charged forward like a madwoman, eyes bloodshot. She bared her sharp fingernails and viciously clawed at the old steward's face. In an instant, several shocking gashes appeared on that greasy old face. Startled, the old steward tried to dodge, but the other exiles were already surging toward him like an angry tide. "Why did you kill us? We had no enmity with you. Why would you strike so mercilessly?" Though the servants were armed with heavy clubs, the exiles were far too many in number, and for a time, they were at a disadvantage. Before long, the old steward was beaten black and blue. Seeing this, Shen Wan curled the corners of his mouth. There was no need to guess. It was all the doing of that little clown girl. From the moment she had left on some excuse last night, he knew she was about to make another big move. "Enough. Everyone stop." Hu Dahai's face darkened, and his low voice carried an awe-inspiring authority. "We leave at once." Even though he knew there was something fishy going on, Hu Dahai did not want to stir up trouble. A mighty dragon is no match for a local serpent. If he really came into conflict with the great benefactor Lin while leading this group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, he might not gain the upper hand. Moreover, too much time had already been wasted on the road. Since no one had actually died, he did not want to spend more effort on matters unrelated to exile. Having cursed and fought, the exiles had more or less vented the anger in their chests. When they heard they were about to set out again, the exiles raised no objection. Shen Wan's handcart was still in the courtyard. Apart from being slightly blackened by smoke, it was completely unharmed. She lifted Shen Wan onto the cart and helped Nyo climb up as well. Seeing that these people were determined to leave, the old steward did not dare stop them. Hu Dahai ordered men to bury the lecher, then led the others onward, including concubine Zhou and her in-laws. Last night, concubine Zhou had wanted to sleep in the front courtyard, but the great benefactor Lin had refused, saying it would alert the enemy. Now the man had not been eliminated, and she still had not freed herself. This made her extremely exasperated. No, she had to think of something. But by the time they reached the edge of the village, she still had no plan at all. What was she to do? Was she really going to the far northwest? Even if she truly had to go, the man should at least return her money first. Stop! Suddenly, an old man in brocade garments and a gauze hat led a huge crowd rushing over in force. Some carried wooden clubs, some carried hoes. All wore a murderous expression. At the sight of the old man, concubine Zhou's face lit up with joy. When the great benefactor Lin finally showed himself, Shen Wan could not help stealing a few more glances at him. Though she couldn't see his face clearly, those large hands seemed oddly familiar. But the fragrance on his body was quite unique, sweet, a little like freshly brewed flower nectar. How brazen! I kindly took you all in, yet you burned my granary, and even went into the front courtyard to steal from me. The great benefactor Lin interrupted Shen Wan's thoughts with a harsh shout. If you're smart, hand the things back at once. Maybe then I'll spare your lives. Even though the arson had failed, he had been angry, but had not taken it too seriously. But when he opened the cabinet this morning and found all his valuables gone, even the storehouse had been emptied, he was consumed with rage. In these last few days, the only person who had entered the room and could obtain the key was concubine Zhou. In a fury, he had brought all the able-bodied men in the manor to chase after them. Concubine Zhou was no fool. How could she miss the implication? Her face sank, and she flared up. Rubbish. The main gate was locked. How could we have gone to the front courtyard to steal anything? Fine. This bastard must think I'm old and worthless now, so he wants to keep all the money for himself. The moment you arrived, things went missing. Who else could it be but you? At the sight of her, the great benefactor Lin was gnashing his teeth with hatred. Seeing this, Shen Wan asked with a smile that did not reach her eyes, "Great benefactor Lin, may I ask what exactly you have lost?" The great benefactor Lin hesitated for a moment before saying coldly, "Several large chests of gold, silver, and jewels, plus several hundred sacks of grain and a quantity of cloth. So you see, this couldn't have been us." Shen Wan deliberately drawled, smiling. "Besides anything else, just take those several hundred bags of grain. Even if we stole them, where could we possibly hide them? And look at us. The old are old and the sick are sick. Even if you gave us that grain for nothing, we wouldn't be able to carry it off." Hearing this, the great benefactor Lin could not help giving these beggarly exiles another look. They were empty-handed, every one as weak as a sick chicken. A single sack of grain would probably flatten them all. But if it wasn't them, then who? In my view, the thief must be someone close to you. Seeing that the time was ripe, Shen Wan fanned the flames. He set the fire first to distract your attention, then stole the goods, without leaving a trace, and shifted the blame onto us. You have to admit it's a very well-played scheme. After hearing this, the great benefactor Lin seemed to understand something. He gritted his teeth and immediately looked at the old steward. Yes, it was him. It had to be him. It was true that concubine Zhou had been in the room, but she was unfamiliar with the layout and had very few helpers. How could she have moved such a fortune in so short a time? The old steward, on the other hand, knew every corner of the estate, and the servants hung on his every word. Apart from him, no one could have done the job so perfectly. Seeing the great benefactor Lin staring at him, the old steward, already beaten black and blue, was alarmed. "Master, you must believe me. I've served you for 5 or 6 years. You should know my character better than anyone." Ignoring him, the great benefactor Lin barked, "Men, tie him up. Hang him upside down from the tree and don't take him down until he confesses." At these words, the old steward's face went white with fear. Already advanced in years, how could he withstand such torture? Yet no matter how he pleaded, he could not escape his fate of being hung upside down. Seeing them tearing at each other, Shen Wan was in high spirits. "May we leave now?" she asked with a faint smile, raising her eyes to the great benefactor Lin. The great benefactor Lin nodded slightly. So Hu Dahai gave a sweeping wave of his hand and said, "Set out immediately." Hearing they were about to leave, concubine Zhou was hardly willing. If they left, what would become of her money? "No, we can't go." Her eyes darted, and she immediately spoke. "We may be exiles, but we come from honest, respectable families. How can we be slandered as thieves without any proof? If there's no explanation today, I won't move a single step." Seeing this woman trying to make trouble, Hu Dahai was furious. He directly ordered someone to bind concubine Zhou and drag her along. After leaving Lin family village, the journey was smooth for a time. Having just gained a fortune, Shen Wan was in an excellent mood. She remained radiant all the way, a sweet smile hanging on her lips. Xian Mubai's gaze, however, was full of complexity. Had the old steward truly stolen those things? He did not believe it. He could not imagine that the old steward had the ability to silently move such a huge pile of goods in so short a time. At this thought, the arch-villain's gaze involuntarily shifted to Shen Wan. After they had split up last night, how many things had she actually done? "Uncle, why are you staring at sister?" Danielle blinked her big watery eyes and asked in her soft childish voice. Xian Mubai's face turned red. "Maybe it's because sister is pretty enough to have a flower on her face," Shen Wan said with a smile. "Really?" Danielle was thrilled. "Sister, where's the flower? I want to see it too." Seeing this, Danielle's mother quickly scolded, "Silly child, what nonsense are you saying? Sister is only joking with you." She had a vague feeling that they could no longer let Danielle continue traveling with them. With this girl around, how could the young couple's relationship ever progress? "Everybody hurry up." Hu Dahai stood by the roadside and called loudly. "Once we cross the bridge ahead, we'll reach the county town." The moment they heard the county town was closed, the gloom lifted from the exiles' faces and their spirits rose. They had heard that the post station there was very comfortable, and the food especially refined, if only they could stay there for a few days. Scarface's expression, however, was rather grim. Once in the county town, he knew very well what awaited him. Just then, a vegetable farmer driving a cart came from the opposite direction. "Are you going to the county town?" the farmer asked. Hu Dahai nodded. "The bridge up ahead has collapsed," the farmer said with a slight frown. "You'd better take another road." How could a perfectly sound bridge suddenly collapse? Hu Dahai asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Who knows?" The vegetable farmer shook his head with a wry smile. "Some say it's due to years of neglect. Others claim villagers secretly sold the sand from beneath, hollowing out the bridge's foundation. I don't care how the bridge collapsed. I just need to get to the county town quickly, or my cartload of vegetables will be completely ruined." The man was anxious. Hu Dahai was even more anxious. It had already taken them a long time to cover the short distance from the capital to this place. This bridge was the nearest route to the county town. Going around would cost them several more days. Moreover, the food he carried was running low enough to last only one day. If they couldn't reach the county town soon, were they supposed to feed more than 100 people? Fresh air. "We'll take the mountain trail." Hu Dahai gritted his teeth and finally made the decision. As long as they crossed the mountain ahead, they could still reach the county town. These people moved slowly, but a day's time would be enough. At the mention of taking the mountain trail, the scar-faced man, bound hand and foot, was the first to step forward and object. "Absolutely not. The mountain path is extremely treacherous with bottomless cliffs on one side. If anyone falls, not even their remains will be found. Despite his questionable character, he was undoubtedly an experienced old constable, thoroughly familiar with the road conditions along the way. The exiled convicts had no desire to climb the mountain in the first place. Hearing this, they were even more eager to back out, refusing to go no matter what. Shen Wan overheard and began to have misgivings herself. By herself it would be nothing, but if she had to push another grown person along as well, it might indeed be dangerous. I'm also doing this for their own good, Hu Dahai said coldly, his face dark. The weather is too hot. On the main road, who knows how many people would suffer from heat stroke. Up in the mountains it's cooler and closer. Besides, the cliffside section is barely 2 li. It'll be crossed in no time. As long as no one wanders off, absolutely nothing will go wrong. When we reach the county town, I'll give everyone a big chicken drumstick. Hearing the word drumstick, the convicts, whose bellies had long been starved of grease, could not help but make their eyes gleam. Go, we must go. It wasn't for the food. They simply loved mountain climbing. Soon the group set off amid a mighty commotion. Pushing the cart won't be convenient on the mountain. Let me carry you on my back instead. Shen Wan thought for a moment and said to Xian Mubai, let brother, who push the cart for now. Looking at her frail, slender frame, Xian Mubai felt a twinge of guilt. But since he had no better idea, he could only nod slightly. Shen Wan bent down and lifted him onto her back without the slightest effort. Xian Mubai, lying against her shoulder, felt a wisp of delicate fragrance drift into his nostrils. Were all women this fragrant? He didn't know. All he knew was that this little ugly girl smelled sweet, like a red cherry just plucked from its branch. Perhaps spurred on by the promise of drumsticks, the group moved quickly and reached the mountainside in no time. June weather is like a child's face. It changes in an instant. A moment ago the sky had been cloudless. In a flash it became a torrential downpour. With no other choice, Hu Dahai led everyone into a dilapidated thatched hut to take shelter. Shen Wan had an oilcloth on her cart. She took a piece and draped it over Xian Mubai. The two of them were not drenched much. Only Shen Wan's tattered embroidered shoes got soaked. But the others were not so lucky, though every one of them was soaked to the bone. Just then Sun Shi's stomach began to growl. Annie, I'm hungry. Give me some money to buy food. She turned to look at concubine Zhou, who was trussed up. Concubine Zhou was already seething with anger. Seeing this woman actually ask her for money only made her fury flare further. I don't have any. Auntie, I suggest you hand over the money obediently. Confident she had seized the other woman's leverage, Sun stopped pretending and lowered her voice to threaten. If word of your theft from the Duke's mansion gets out, how do you think fifth brother will deal with you? By the way, didn't he once say that concubines could be bought and sold? If he finds out about this, do you think he might sell you in a fit of anger? Seeing that this woman dared to threaten her concubine, Zhou gnashed her teeth in hatred. She wished she had money. The problem was she truly didn't. If you can find a single coin on me, I'll take your surname. She swore through gritted teeth. If you can't, then you're a damned bastard. Hearing such a venomous oath, Sun began to doubt herself. Could it be? All these days this woman had been sneaking around the front courtyard, wasn't it to get money? While she was still puzzling, she saw Shen Wan had already made a steaming pot of fragrant lean pork congee, and several people were eating with relish. Though Sun's mouth watered at the sight, she did not have the nerve to snatch any, let alone the fact that she could not win a fight. If she dared to start one, Hu Dahai would be the first to beat her half to death. The rain grew heavier with no sign of stopping. Suddenly a piercing rumble came from not far away. In an instant the earth and mountains seemed to shake, and sand and dust from the roof pattered down. Xian Mubai's pitch-black pupils abruptly constricted, and he instinctively shielded Shen Wan in his arms. Shen Wan's face pressed tightly against his chest, her heart feeling as if it had leapt into her throat. Why did he do that? Could it be he liked her? That thought barely surfaced in her mind before she hurriedly cast it to the winds. How could that be? It was clearly written in the book. The arch-villain's heart belonged only to Shen Yin, with no room at all for anyone else. For some reason Shen Wan felt a dull ache in her heart at the thought. Oh heavens! Could she have fallen for the arch-villain? Caught up in her wild thoughts, the shabby temple had already stopped shaking. A constable went out to scout and quickly returned. Boss, this is bad. There's just been a landslide. The road down the mountain is blocked. Hearing this, Hu Dahai's face grew even gloomier than the sky outside. Even now some still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Aren't you going to serve the meal yet? We're starving to death. That's right. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it. Hudahai grew increasingly irritated as he listened. After a moment's thought he told them plainly there isn't much food left. Each person can only get one corn bun. Until we reach the county town, you'll have to find ways to fend for yourselves. What can we do? Sun shrieked immediately. We're exiles, and you're constables. You're obligated to provide us food. The woman who had helped Zhao frame Shen Wan chimed in with agreement. Hudahai, his face dark, snarled, keep arguing, and there won't be any corn bun for you at all. Eat it or starve. Hearing this, the two women were so frightened that they quickly shut their mouths. If they kept making a fuss, even the sole corn bun might be taken away. The rain continued to fall, still with no intention of stopping. Soon everyone had finished their single corn bun. The children, badly hungry, began to cry one after another. Although her heart ached with pity, Shen Wan did not bring out the supplies stored in her space. This was a group of over 100 people. It would require a great deal of grain. If she produced such a huge amount out of thin air, those people would inevitably grow suspicious. Keep a close watch on the goods. Xian Mubai said coldly, his expression grim. Shen Wan nodded. In the face of hunger, human nature simply could not withstand scrutiny. The arch-villain had turned dark precisely because he had seen the coldness and callousness of the world on this road to exile. So whenever she was sleepy, she slept on the cart, and when awake she stayed seated on it, keeping a death grip watch over the valuables. Even so, someone still set their sights on her. After all, on this journey, no one was better off than this ugly woman. In the middle of the night, someone crept over to rummage through the cart. After searching for a long time, without finding even a single grain of rice, the person finally slunk away in frustration. Only when the person left did Shen Wan curl her lips in a cold smile. Had she not been so prepared, that intruder might well have succeeded. She turned over impatiently, only to see Xian Mubai's ink-black eyes glimmering in the darkness. He lowered his voice and asked, why didn't you catch him? There's no grain anyway. Shen Wan smiled slyly. But since I'm so generous, I did give him quite a few good gifts. Knowing this little woman had another trick up her sleeve, Xian Mubai smiled faintly. The mountain night was still bitterly cold. Looking at the little ugly girl's pale, chilled face, he stretched out his long arm and pulled her into his embrace. Shen Wan was about to struggle, but his magnetic voice reached her ears. Don't move. I'm cold. Hearing that, she gave up. Listening to the steady, powerful beat of his heart, Shen Wan felt her own pulse inexplicably quicken and her cheeks burn. It was over. She truly seemed to have fallen for him. Today, why did you protect me? Shen Wan asked hesitantly. Could it be because his heart had stirred as well? There should be at least a little right. The situation had been so dangerous, yet the arch-villain had instinctively shielded her in his arms without caring about his own safety. If it wasn't a stirring of the heart, then how could it be explained? At the thought, Shen Wan's palms grew sweaty with nervousness. If he confessed his feelings in a moment, should she accept? Should she accept outright or feign modesty and decline for a while first? Xian Mubai slowly closed his eyes, his magnetic voice sounding especially cold and distant in the darkness. We had an agreement. You treat my leg, and I will protect you for a lifetime. A few light words, yet they doused Shen Wan in ice-cold water. She had been far too naive. How could she have forgotten that from the very beginning to the end, the only person the arch-villain loved was Shen Yin? Shen Yin was beautiful and noble, crowned with the heroine's halo. It was only natural that a swarm of men would be infatuated with her. She, an ugly cannon fodder supporting character, what right did she have to fight the heroine for a man? Shen Wan drew a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. It takes 100 days to heal broken bones. 100 days later, once the arch-villain could walk freely, she would step out of his life. Shen Wan did not notice that Xian Mubai's ear tips had long since flushed with a suspicious tinge of red. It rained throughout the entire night, and the water outside the thatched cottage was already a foot deep. Hudahai's grain sack was nearly empty, with nothing edible left. If the sky did not clear soon, these people would starve to madness before long. Shen Wan did not take out any food either. She merely sipped water in silence. This spiritual spring water had nourishing properties, so even if one went 3 to 5 days without eating, the body would not suffer any problems. Mother, I'm hungry. Dania blinked her big watery eyes and whispered. Grown-ups could skip meals, but children were still growing. Drinking only water was not enough to stave off hunger. Shen Wan thought for a moment and said, "Wait here. I'll go out and find you something to eat." At once Hu Dahai stopped her. "No, it's too dangerous outside. The heavy rain has destroyed the roads, and this ugly girl is unfamiliar with the terrain here as well. If she steps into empty air and falls off a cliff, the consequences would be unthinkable. I'll just stay nearby and won't go far," Shen Wan said with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't be in any danger." Seeing that she was insistent, Hu Dahai raised no further objection. "I'm going too." Wang Qi immediately stood up as well. Daniyu was one of the Wang family. He had no reason to let her take such a risk. Shen Wan shook her head. "Your foot has only just recovered a little, so don't go out. If anything happens, I'd have to be distracted." Wang Qi's face turned white. Fine, he admitted that going would not only be of no help, but would only end up weighing her down. "Be careful then." Xiamu Bai remained wearing his eternally frosty expression as he gave the reminder. Shen Wan hummed an acknowledgement draped on an oilcloth cloak and rushed into the boundless rain. Seeing the ugly girl laughing and chatting with others while treating him with such coldness, Xiamu Bai felt as if a needle had pricked his heart. "Did you offend her?" Wang Qi also found it strange and asked. Xiamu Bai shook his head. Last night, afraid that she might be cold, he had even taken the initiative to hold her as they slept. He had already been trying his best to be good to her. There was no reason for her to be angry. Shen Wan was indeed not angry, how instead she found it a little amusing. Perhaps it was because she had been single for too long that she had secretly developed feelings for the arch-villain. Instead of wasting time on such melancholy, it was far more practical to fill one's stomach. At the thought, she slipped into the space and hugged a large pile of snacks to munch on. For some reason, the donuts she had always loved now tasted like chewing wax. After having eaten and drunk her fill, seeing that it was getting late, Shen Wan slipped back out of the space, pulled up some wild vegetables from the roadside, and returned. The exiled convicts were waiting eagerly in the thatched cottage for her return. When all they saw was a pile of dripping wet wild vegetables, they could not help feeling deflated. "I thought it would be something good." Sun Shi rolled her eyes in disdain. Shen Wan gave a cold smile. "Whether it's something good or not, it won't be given to you anyway." As if anyone wants to eat it, Sun Shi curled her lips. "Those are just wild vegetables fit for pig feed. No real person would touch them." Shen Wan could not be bothered to waste any more breath on her, and handed the wild vegetables to Daniyu's mother, who had stepped forward. Neither Daniyu's mother nor Wang Qi was the sort to take advantage of others. Since they could not gather food themselves, they would do more work whenever there was work to be done. Daniyu's mother washed the vegetables with the rainwater she had collected, then looked at Shen Wan. "How are we supposed to eat this?" There was no firewood. Were they supposed to eat it raw? Shen Wan smiled and said, "I'll make you a wild vegetable salad." What the hell was a wild vegetable salad? Even the well-learned Wang Qi had no idea. Shen Wan chopped the wild vegetables finely, then mixed in a little salad dressing. This dressing was something left over from her past. She never thought it would prove useful now. Looking at that plate of raw wild vegetables, the other exiles could not help sneering. They did not even have the urge to snatch it. They would rather go hungry and preserve their noble bearing than touch such pig slop. Let alone them. Even Daniyu's mother and Wang Qi lost their appetite at the sight. It was Xiamu Bai who gave her face elegantly, picking up a piece of wild vegetable and putting it into his mouth. The wild vegetable, which had originally been sour and astringent, surprisingly gained a distinct flavor after being wrapped in a thin layer of dressing. Though it was not much of a delicacy in these desolate wild mountains, it could certainly be counted as rare food. Wang Qi and the others watched and began eating as well. Hu Dahai had no appetite. Even when Shen Wan brought him a bowl, he refused. In the face of hunger's so-called self-respect was utterly worthless. The children, unable to bear their hunger, burst out wailing. Debeo in particular had the shrillest voice, making everyone restless and irritated. Seeing this, several burly men steeled themselves and went outside to look for food. Concubine Zhou was tied up and Zhao Shi was in a daze. In desperation, Li Shi, the kindest-hearted of the women, followed those men out. There was too little edible food on the mountain, and besides they did not recognize any wild vegetables, so they recklessly pulled up a huge pile and brought it back. With one bite, they nearly vomited bitter bile. Hu Dahai watched his expression growing uglier by the moment. "Boss, I didn't eat my corn bun yesterday. You have it." Scarface sat leaning against the corner of the wall, his voice extremely weak. He was already carrying wounds, and with a whole day of not eating his body soon gave out. Hu Dahai's eyes stung with heat. At a time like this a corn bun was far more precious than gold. From Scarface, he fumbled out a hard corn bun, then brought it to his lips. In your condition you won't last without eating something. No need. Scarface gave a desolate smile, and shook his head weakly. Even if I make it to the county office, I'll still end up in prison. I'd rather die now. Boss, I don't blame you. I know I did something wrong. I truly regret it now. Hearing this, Hu Dahai could not hold back his tears. Stop talking. He cut off Scarface in a hoarse voice. You stay alive for me, and live like a real man. When you do wrong, you have to take responsibility. What kind of man runs away by dying? At that moment, the blackened corn bun in his hand was like a plate of rich, fatty meat, making the eyes of all the exiles shine. Suddenly, an old man reached out and snatched the corn bun away. He was just about to snatch it back when he saw that the man had already stuffed it into his mouth. Give it back. Hu Dahai's eyes turned red, and with a swish he drew his long blade from his waist. The old man tilted his head back and desperately swallowed. The steamed cornbread was so dry and hard that it became lodged in his throat. His face turned purple, his eyes bulged wide open, and his breathing grew rapid and labored. Shen Wan muttered a curse under her breath and immediately rushed forward. She had the old man lie flat on the ground, then pressed firmly with the heel of her palm 2 finger widths above his navel, crossing both hands for continuous rapid and forceful compressions. The old man's body gave a violent shudder, and a large chunk of cornbread was spat out from his mouth. Mine. That's mine. Before the bread could even hit the ground, several hungry children with wild glints in their eyes swooped in to snatch it, quickly descending into a chaotic brawl. Shen Wan watched and felt her heart churn with turmoil. Glancing up, she saw an elderly woman frantically scraping and eating the dirt from the wall, starving. Sir, we are on the verge of starvation. Please find a way. Sun Shur, dizzy and blind from hunger, tearfully glanced toward Hu Dahai. You are an official. You must protect us. If worst comes to worst, we shall continue onward. We cannot simply starve to death here. Hearing this, the other prisoners eagerly chimed in agreement. Hu Dahai suddenly felt that these were not merely exiled criminals. He felt as though he were serving a bunch of living ancestors. He was an escort officer, not their filial son or devoted grandson, yet he was expected to see them through to their final days. Under Sun Shur's instigation, the prisoners' emotions grew increasingly agitated as they loudly demanded, "We're leaving." Exactly. We refuse to die of starvation in this wretched place. Though danger lurked ahead, they still wanted to take a chance. Rather than perishing slowly from hunger here, they might as well risk everything. There might still be a sliver of hope. Fine. Since this is what you demand. Hu Dahai gritted his teeth and said with forced firmness, I accept no responsibility for anything that happens. Shen Wan's brows furrowed slightly as she advised, Brother, Hu, proceed with caution. Traveling in such dire weather was indeed unwise. If you don't want to go, don't. Just don't stand in our way. Sun Shur leaned heavily on her staff, glaring at Shen Wan with open hostility. Though if you can provide food for everyone, perhaps we needn't go. Face is a precious thing. Why do you lack it? Siem Murong replied with a cold sneer, his expression laced with disdain. Sun Shur's face went pale, and she snapped back. Then stop blocking us if you can't provide food. Shen Wan concocted some scheme intending to starve us all alive here. Shen Wan ignored her and looked toward Hu Dahai instead. After all, he was the official in charge and held the decisive authority within the exiled group. Hu Dahai also sighed and said earnestly, Sister, if we exercise caution, nothing should go wrong. As a seasoned escort officer, he had not journeyed through such weather for the first time. Risks certainly existed, but they should not pose insurmountable problems. Seeing his determination, Shen Wan ceased her objections. She walked up to Siem Mubai, the former villain, and bent down. Gazing at his frail shoulders, Siem Mubai hesitated for a moment before draping the oilcloth over them and climbing onto her back. Though the oilcloth tent was large, once unfolded it would barely cover her, Wang Qi, and a few others. The rest would still have to endure the torrential rain. Finding the path increasingly treacherous, Hu Dahai ordered Zhou Nyangnyang's bonds to be loosened as well. Seeing them wrapped in oilcloth, Zhou Nyangnyang watched with palpable envy. Biting her lip, she fixed Shen Wan with a vicious glare. Dabao and Erbao are the true heirs of the Xie family. There is no reason to give the oilcloth to outsiders instead of their own kin. If the Xie family bloodline suffers even the slightest harm, I wonder how you will face your ancestors in the underworld. Shen Wan merely shrugged indifferently. Suit yourself, I hardly know them anyway. Hearing this, Zhou Nyang was so enraged, she nearly spat blood. She had prided herself on her ability to dominate others, yet before this unyielding, plain-faced woman, she could gain absolutely no advantage. Shen Wan scornfully disregarded her and briskly quickened her pace. Tread carefully, Xie Mubai reminded her, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. We are approaching a cliff. Shen Wan nodded. The path was exceedingly narrow, accommodating only one person at a time. To their right lay a precipitous drop of thousands of feet. Hu Daihai scouted ahead, while the procession of exiled prisoners followed behind, trembling with fear. Suddenly one prisoner stepped into empty air and plummeted into the abyss. My husband! A woman shrieked frantically, attempting to rush forward, but Hu Daihai seized her in time. One death had already occurred, he had no intention of losing another. Let's go back, Sun Shi pleaded, her face ashen and her legs quivering incessantly. Hu Daihai's expression darkened as he rebuked her. Wasn't it you who was clamoring to set out? Then lead the way yourself. Upon hearing this, Sun Shi burst into outright sobs. Sir, I was wrong. Truly I was wrong. What good is admitting fault? You'd better give me back my husband's life. Upon hearing this, the widow vented all her grief upon Sun Shi, hurling vicious curses. But what could Sun Shi offer in return? Apart from weeping, she had no other recourse. Shen Wan glanced upward at the gloomy sky and advised, Brother, who let us return? A premonition warred within her. If they did not turn back, promptly something far worse might occur. Haunted by the piercing cries beside him, Hu Daihai finally made up his mind. Retrace our steps. Though the thatched hut meant going hungry, at least it offered shelter from wind and rain, far safer than exposed to the elements. The prisoners, already terrified beyond measure, readily turned around upon hearing the order. The woman traveling with Zhao Shi's faction, who had been lagging furthest behind, now found herself at the vanguard of the retreat. She pointed at the roadside ditch and smiled. Look, the water in the ditch is receding. It seems the rain will cease soon. Shen Wan's heart tightened as she hastily glanced toward the ditch. Indeed, the water that had previously stood over a foot deep had dwindled pitifully. Even the stones at the bottom of the ditch were clearly visible. Suddenly the trees rustled, and a strange rumbling echoed from the mountainside. Danger! Do not advance. Her face drained of color as she shouted loudly, Fall back immediately. But the woman refused to heed Shen Wan's warning, responding with a derisive sneer, I know exactly what you're plotting. It's only because I conspired with Zhao Shi to deceive you that you deliberately try to ruin me. If I had walked more slowly, would you have incited the officials to beat me again? Not only did she refuse to listen, she quickened her pace. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Shen Wan chose to ignore her. She turned and urgently shouted to the bearded man, Follow me. Before her words had fully left her lips, she had already sprinted sideways, carrying Xie Mubai on her back. Hu Daihai may not have known what was unfolding, but he clearly sensed imminent danger. Thus he ordered everyone to follow Shen Wan. With a crack of splintering timber, a torrent of muddy floodwater cascaded down from the mountaintop, like a stampede of wild horses, sweeping the obstinate woman away without mercy. Watching the woman reduced to a tiny black speck within the floodwaters, the other prisoners stood paralyzed with terror. Her husband stood merely nearby, showing no intention whatsoever of reaching out to save her. Sister, thank you, Hu Daihai said in a hoarse voice, shame evident on his face. I was at fault. I should have heeded your advice. Shen Wan shook her head nonchalantly. The mountain flood had utterly destroyed the path. They could no longer return to the thatched hut. Their urgent priority was finding a safe shelter from the rain. Yet the question remained. Where could they seek refuge? I'll guide the way, the scar-faced man mused, glancing toward Hu Daihai. I've traversed this area before. I recall a hunter's lodge somewhere nearby. Though his character was questionable, his sense of direction was remarkably reliable. With an injury on his body, an escort officer supported him as he led the way forward. But by the time the soles of everyone's shoes were nearly through, they had neither spotted the hunter nor even a cave. Could you have misremembered? Hu Daihai asked doubtfully. The scar-faced man shared his bewildered expression. It was impossible. He was certain the place should be right around here. Look, smoke rising over there. Xiamubai suddenly spoke up. Look, there's smoke rising over there. Xiamubai suddenly spoke up. Look, there's cooking smoke over there. Xiamubai suddenly spoke up. Following the arch-villain's gaze, sure enough, amidst the vast wind and rain, a wisp of curling cooking smoke rose into the air. Seeing this, the group could not help but be overjoyed. Thereupon the group quickened their pace and headed toward the source of the smoke. Passing through the dense forest, they spotted a dilapidated thatched cottage halfway up the mountainside. Were it not for the rising cooking smoke, Shen Wan would have doubted that anyone lived there at all. The cottage was not large, only 3 tiny rooms, and a simple horse shed had been cobbled together in the yard. Seeing people approach, the white horse let out a neigh. Xiamubai glanced at it, his handsome brows furrowing slightly. "Urga, go out and take a look. Seems someone has arrived." At that moment, an aged female voice came from inside the cottage. "Mother, you must have misheard," a man said with a chuckle. "In this wretched weather, who would possibly come up the mountain?" Hearing the voices, Hudahai hurried forward and knocked on the door, shouting, "Is anyone home?" The cottage fell silent. With a creak, the shabby wooden door slowly opened, revealing a burly man dressed as a hunter. He was in his mid-30s, stalwart in build, with a pair of bright, piercing eyes set in a swarthy face. Coupled with his thick, bristly beard, he was the very image of a reincarnated Zhang Fei. "Who are you people?" Startled by the sight of a large group of ragged individuals at his doorstep, the hunter visibly flinched. Hudahai quickly put on a placating smile and said, "I'm an official escorting convicts. The road down the mountain is blocked, and we've run into a flash flood. We were hoping to impose on you for shelter." The moment he heard the word convicts, the hunter did not hesitate. He slammed the door shut with a bang. Clearly he held no welcome for these uninvited guests. Though the owner was unwelcoming, Hudahai had no intention of leaving. After all, this spot was high up and relatively safer. If trouble really arose, perhaps they could still turn to the hunter for help. He surveyed the area, then had the old, weak, sick, and disabled take shelter in the stable. The others either sat under the eaves or rested beneath the large trees. With his injured leg, Xiamubai naturally entered the horse shed as well. Fortunately, the cart was still there, so he did not have to sit on the weed-strewn ground mingled with horse dung like the others. Having been drenched the entire way, everyone looked like drowned rats. In order to keep the little clown-faced woman from getting soaked, the arch-villain's hair had also been thoroughly wet. His face was deathly pale, and crystalline raindrops dripped steadily from his jet-black long hair. Yet even so, he betrayed not the slightest hint of dishevelment. Instead, he seemed to possess an indescribable fragile beauty. Shen Wan glanced at him and handed over a clean towel. Xiamubai, however, did not take it. Instead, he gripped her slender wrist and with a slight tug drew the little clown-faced woman before him. Before Shen Wan could react, the arch-villain took the towel and carefully wiped the rainwater from her face. Perhaps it was her imagination, but after this long journey, the little clown-faced woman seemed to have become somewhat prettier, and the iron-gray tint on her face had faded a little. Gazing into those dangerously deep eyes, as dark and unfathomable as a cold abyss, Shen Wan instinctively wanted to flee. She was afraid that if she let her guard down, she would be drawn into the whirlpool within his gaze. "Be careful. Something's off here." Before she could break free, Xiamubai's low voice reached her ear. Shen Wan was startled. "What did you notice?" she asked in a hushed, wary tone. Xiamubai's face darkened as he said calmly, "How could a destitute hunter's family afford such a fine horse?" Hearing this, Shen Wan stole a glance at the white horse. Sure enough, it was plump and sturdy, its coat sleek and glossy, clearly a well-cared-for animal. "Are they the third prince's men?" she asked tentatively. At the mention of the third prince, a barely perceptible cold glint flickered in Xiamubai's eyes. "Not sure," he said with a shake of his head, his low voice laced with mockery. "But given that person's nature, he would have had us killed outright when he blew up the mountain. He never would have allowed us to live this long. Clearly there's something on us that he wants." Shen Wan's heart tightened abruptly. Blew up the mountain. She instinctively clenched her fists and turned toward the arch-villain with a look of unease. Xiamubai smiled faintly. "Don't you think the sound yesterday was a little strange?" At that, Shen Wan suddenly came to her senses. The rain had been so loud back then that she had not paid much attention. Now that she thought about it, it truly did sound like an explosion. If it wasn't the third prince, then who could it be? These convicts were so poor their clothes barely covered them. What could anyone possibly want from them? Don't overthink it, Shen Wan said, patting her shoulder. I'm here. His voice was not loud, yet it gave Shen Wan an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Then what do we do now? As she asked cautiously. Shen Wan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and said calmly, Wait. That made sense. Since these people carried something the other party wanted, the latter would surely lose patience before long. After trudging through the heavy rain for so long, the convicts were exhausted and hungry, almost had drifted into a groggy sleep. Sun Sure had failed to secure a good spot and could only sit beneath the large tree opposite the horse shed. Though the tree was lush, it still could not block the raging wind and rain. Cold and famished, she hugged her knees and shivered uncontrollably. Seeing that Shen Wan seemed to be embracing that ugly woman, her anger surged. She raised her voice and cursed, The sky hasn't even darkened yet, and you're already getting cozy. Utterly shameless. Their husband and wife, anything they do breaks no rules of propriety, Shen Wan said from one side with a sneer. Unlike some people, pledging love with a silk handkerchief, sneaking around behind others' backs, having themselves a grand old time. Dahai had just fallen asleep when he was rudely awakened, and rage flared instantly. He rushed over and viciously lashed them twice with his whip. Say one more word and get the hell out of here. Seeing Shen Wan being struck, Shen Wan lowered his eyelids, concealing the expression in his eyes. Feeling sorry for her, Shen Wan teased. Shen Wan lifted his gaze and said flatly, Let's talk business. I suspect this hunter still has explosives in his possession. Find a way to get them. Shen Wan flashed a sly smile. Are you so sure I can manage that? Absolutely certain, Shen Wan replied, the corner of his thin lips curving into a faint smile that did not reach his eyes. You handled the Lin family estate matter quite well. Hearing this, Shen Wan was stunned, speechless for a long moment. Impossible. She had been extremely discreet about that affair. How had he discovered it? Originally, it had been only a guess, but seeing that she did not deny it, Shen Wan grew even more convinced of his judgment. Everyone has secrets, and I am no exception. He smiled faintly and said gently, You needn't worry. As long as you don't speak of it, I won't ask. But I believe Shen Wan would never harbor any intention to harm me. Hearing those words, the anxious stone in Shen Wan's heart finally settled somewhat. She knew all along that this matter could not be hidden from the arch-villain. What surprised her, however, was that he did not treat her like some kind of monster. Instead, he trusted her without reservation. Mother, I want food. I'm hungry. Sun Sure had just quieted down when Dabeo started throwing a tantrum again, tugging at Zhao Sure and wailing noisily. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps came from inside the cottage. The dilapidated wooden door groaned open, and an elderly woman hobbling on one leg emerged. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her kindly features made her resemble a clay bodhisattva straight from a temple shrine. Pardon us, Auntie. Dahai quickly stepped forward to apologize. I assure you we will keep our voices down and try not to make a sound. The old woman paid him no mind. Instead, she extended her rough, calloused hand and gently patted Dabeo's head, her face etched with pity. Alas, what a tragic fate. How can there still be children left? Good child, stop crying. Come inside quickly, Grandma has hot congee for you. The moment they heard about the hot congee, the other children burst into loud wails, terrified of being left behind. I want hot congee too. I want some too. Seeing the pitiful sight of the crying children, the old woman hurriedly said, all right, stop crying. You can all come inside. At these words, several children jostled and rushed into the house. Among the ragged crowd of over 100 souls, there surprisingly were 7 or 8 children. Danui, would you like some congee? Danui's mother turned to ask, but Danui did not answer. She lay amidst a patch of weeds, her face flushed red, her breathing growing rapid and shallow. Young madam, please check her quickly. Upon seeing Danui's state, her mother instantly panicked. Shen Wan hurried forward. She placed a hand on Danui's forehead and found it burning hot. It seemed the moment had finally arrived. Shen Wan exchanged a subtle glance with Shen Wan, then carried Danui toward the old woman and begged, Auntie, this child's fever is quite severe. I am a physician and I wish to borrow your room to administer acupuncture to the child. The moment she saw Shen Wan, an imperceptible glint of hatred flickered across the old woman's eyes. You're so young and a girl at that. How could you possibly be a physician? Her expression darkened suspicion plainly evident. Hudahai quickly interjected, she truly is a physician. Everyone among us who fell ill on the road was treated by her. Glancing at the delirious, feverish Danui, the old woman reluctantly gave a slight nod. Follow me then. The interior was in a state of utter disrepair. Apart from 2 cooking stoves, the only furniture was a splintered table shoved against the wall. It stood crookedly coated in a thick layer of dust that spoke of long neglect. Several children sat around the table watching eagerly for their meal. You may stay here. The old woman lifted the door curtain and led Shen Wan to the West Wing room. But let us make this clear beforehand, apart from the kitchen, you are only permitted to stay in this room. Do not wander about. Shen Wan offered a sweet smile, though her gaze lingered on that large calloused hand. Of course. However, I will need to ask for some hot water. This child was drenched by the rain and must drink something warm to restore her body heat. The hand was large and extremely rough, hardly resembling that of a typical woman. The old woman was clearly growing impatient, yet she frowned and said, boil it yourself then. Before she could even finish, the old woman turned and strode out. The West Wing room was equally grimy. Half the plaster had peeled from the walls and the roof beams were draped in thick cobwebs, giving no impression of ever being inhabited. Still, in such treacherous weather, having a roof to keep out the rain was already a considerable blessing. After a brief survey of the room, Shen Wan administered an injection to Danui. The child had suffered heat stroke and then been drenched by rain. Her constitution was far too frail for ordinary medicines to bear. Just then the sound of children squabbling drifted from the kitchen. Frowning, Shen Wan lifted the curtain and stepped out, only to find Debao pinning Erbao to the ground, cursing viciously. You little bastard, hand over that kanji now. No. Erbao clutched the bowl tightly, crying out, grandmother gave this to me. You don't deserve to eat. Debao's eyes burned with rage as he snarled, your mother is a murderer. The child of a murderer is nothing but a wicked brute, utterly unworthy of food. Hand over the kanji and give it to us to drink. The other children standing nearby chimed in without hesitation. That's right, a murderer's child doesn't deserve to eat. Exactly. If not for his mother, we would never have been poisoned in the first place. He's just like his mother. Both of them have hearts full of poison. Hearing those venomous words, a clear glint of murderous intent surfaced in Erbao's tear-filled eyes. Clenching his tiny white teeth, he glared viciously at Debao. Yes, only you deserve to eat. Didn't your mother find you a stepfather? Go beg your stepfather for food. Why are you stealing mine? Upon hearing this, Debao flew into a furious rage. You little bastard, I'll beat you to death. Before the words had even left his mouth, his chubby little fists rained down upon Erbao like hail. Shen Wan did not intervene. She merely watched the entire scene with cold, calculating eyes. The old woman and her son also stood at the doorway of the East Wing room. Their gazes were fixed, deadlocked on Debao and Erbao, while a sinister smile curled at the corners of their lips. Observing this, Shen Wan's understanding dawned instantly. No way. So she herself was the true architect of this disaster. For the sake of that fortune, benefactor Lin had truly gone to extraordinary lengths. After watching for a while, the old woman finally pushed open the door and stepped out. Which household do these 2 fighting children belong to? I am terrible with children. Let one of their family members come in. With consort Qin deceased and consort Zhao deliriously sure, who had been tending to the children, rose to her feet. What are you going to do? Seeing this, Sun Shi grabbed her arm. I am your senior sister-in-law. If anyone must go, it should be me. Upon hearing of such an opportunity, concubine Zhou's greedy eyes instantly lit up. She scrambled to her feet and darted forward like the wind. I am their biological grandmother. Let me go. The old woman had been waiting precisely for her. Seeing the bait taken, she put on a pretense of sighing. Alas, you have had a hard life at your age. Come on in. Concubine Zhou marched inside with barely concealed excitement. Hidden behind the door curtain, Shen Wan nearly laughed aloud. This fool was practically eager to throw herself to the wolves. Upon entering, concubine Zhou first scolded and struck the 2 children, then fawned over the old woman with an ingratiating smile. Though the old woman remained aloof, she eventually drifted to the stove and ladled out a bowl of kanji. In that very instant, Shen Wan clearly caught sight of a pinch of white powder slipping from the old woman's fingernails into the bowl. The moment she laid eyes on the kanji concubine, Zhou's eyes turned red with emotion. Heeding neither the heat, she devoured the entire bowl before anyone could react. Just as she was about to offer her thanks, concubine Zhou spotted Shen Wan behind the curtain. That wretched woman must be drooling over it. "Oh, sister," she drawled, deliberately elongating her words as her eyes darted about. "Your kanji is simply exquisite." Shen Wan could contain herself no longer and burst into laughter. She wondered whether this woman would still be so brazen once the old matriarch made her move. The old woman shot Shen Wan a frosty glare before turning to drag concubine Zhou toward the east wing. Unperturbed by that chilling stare, Shen Wan paid it little mind. Lowering the curtain, she stripped the damp clothes from Danui and made her way to the kitchen. There she tended the fire to boil water while drying the garments by the stove. "Move over, I need to warm myself too." Debao's face was set in a sullen pout as he commanded in an imperious tone, "I am the sole heir of the Xie family. If you dare disobey me, I shall have my fifth uncle divorce you." Shen Wan scrutinized him from head to toe and sneered, "Very well. Go tell your fifth uncle right now. If your fifth uncle listens to you, I will leave immediately." Would his fifth uncle actually heed his words? Debao was uncertain. Just then the water reached a boil. Shen Wan ladled out a bowl. After a moment's thought, she poured another for her bao. Though consort Qian had brought her fate upon herself, the child was ultimately innocent. Bao blinked his large dark eyes, but dared not take the bowl. "Do not worry. It is not poisoned," Shen Wan replied with a cold smile. Saying nothing more, she gathered the clothes and water and returned to the west wing room. Checking Danui's forehead and finding the fever had broken, she finally allowed herself to breathe a sigh of relief. Before she knew it, the night had grown deep. Seeing that everyone had fallen asleep, Shen Wan subtly dimmed her presence and slipped into her spatial dimension, moving unnoticed to the east wing room. No sooner had she entered than she saw concubine Zhou fast asleep like a log, already bound by the mother-son pair. The hunter lifted a stone slab and kicked her into the pit below, after which the duo leaped in themselves. Witnessing this, Shen Wan did not hesitate for a moment and jumped in after them. The cellar was pitch black. There were no torches, not even candles. Only a luminous pearl embedded in the wall, casting a soft glow in the darkness. Staring at the egg-sized luminous pearl, Shen Wan couldn't help but swallow hard. That Lin Dashin was truly tight-fisted. Even while illuminating with such a rare treasure, he still clung to the meager belongings she had taken. After walking through the passage for quite some time, the view suddenly opened up to reveal a massive underground cavern. Inside, mountains of explosives were piled up. Shen Wan was so startled her jaw nearly dropped. Though she had guessed there would be explosives here, she never imagined there would be this much. Not only enough to blow up this mountain, but more than sufficient to destroy the entire capital. Wait, this was not as simple as it seemed. If Lin Dashin was merely a soft-sitting rich peasant, what would he need so many explosives for? Despite his evident wealth, he was desperate to reclaim those belongings. Could there be some secret hidden within? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she saw Lady Zhou being tossed aside like a discarded carcass by the hunter. The old woman produced a bucket of cold water from somewhere and dumped it straight over Zhou Yinyang's face. Zhou Yinyang was drenched to the bone. She shivered violently before gradually regaining consciousness. "Where is this?" Gazing at the dark cavern, she asked in confusion. "Am I dreaming?" The old woman sneered coldly, her words dripping with the chill of the underworld. "What do you think, Zhou Kaiqing?" Hearing this, Zhou Yinyang turned ashen with terror. Not many people in this world knew her maiden name, yet this old woman before her was unmistakably unfamiliar. Who exactly are you?" She stared at the old woman in terror. The old woman sneered coldly before slowly peeling away the human skin mask from her face. So he was not a woman at all, but rather the elderly steward of Lin Dashin. After a brief moment of shock, Shen Wan burst into laughter, her stomach aching from the force of it. He actually looked quite fetching in women's clothing, practically a replica of Huang Gonggong. Fortunately, this space was cut off from the outside world, otherwise the steward would have been driven to madness by her teasing. "Why is it you?" Zhou Yinyang's expression shifted dramatically as she stammered, What do you want?" The steward's face darkened, a sinister grin spreading across his features as he asked coldly, "What do you think I want? Tell me quickly, where did you hide the stolen goods?" The moment those words came out, Zhou Yinyang's anger flared. You are the one who stole those things. How dare you turn the tables on me? Whether I took them or not is beside the point. You have no right to question me here, for those items were always mine. You still dare to argue? The steward's clouded eyes narrowed sharply as he barked. You would do well to behave yourself, or I shall make you regret it for the rest of your life. He had sworn a terrible oath before Lin Dashan that if he failed to recover those belongings, he would pay with his own life. After considerable deliberation, he had come to believe that Zhou Yinyang was the thief. Zhou Yinyang herself was no gentle soul, and the mere fact that a lowly servant dared to raise his voice to her made her nearly burst with rage. She lifted her chin defiantly and glared at him. Let me give you some advice. Release me if you know what is good for you. When the officials fail to find me by dawn, he will surely kill you all. The steward erupted in laughter as though he had heard the most absurd joke. Those men, he sneered dismissively. To tell you the truth, beyond myself, no one knows the path down the mountain. As long as this heavy rain continues for a few more days, they shall all perish here. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan's eyes lit up instantly. Even if I stole all those things, where could I possibly hide them? Zhou Yinyang recalled Shen Wan's earlier words and countered immediately. Father, she must have accomplices. The hunter interjected from the side. She has several daughters-in-law, and one of them has improper relations with the officials. If his guess was correct, those items had likely been smuggled out with the officials' assistance. The steward's expression shifted grimly. This was precisely what he feared most. Should those goods fall into enemy hands, none of them would survive. With this thought, the steward seized Zhou Yinyang violently and demanded harshly, "This is your final chance. Speak now, or I shall cut you down." Zhou Yinyang wished she could talk her way out of this, but she had never even caught a glimpse of those belongings. How could she possibly provide answers? Seeing her stubborn silence, the steward flew into a rage. He shoved her forcefully, sending her plump body hurtling backward through the air. The steward possessed such tremendous strength that Zhou Yinyang's head slammed violently against the hard wall, blood gushing forth as her body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Shen Wan jumped in fright and rushed forward, only to discover Zhou Yinyang's eyes rolling back. Father, this old woman is dead. The hunter grew increasingly desperate at the sight, knowing the third prince would spare neither of them if the items remained unrecovered. Shen Wan was shocked. The third prince. She never imagined they served him, and this place must be his ammunition cache. It seemed her fate was fundamentally opposed to that lucky champion. After a moment of contemplation, the steward spoke. See those people down the mountain? Why? The hunter asked in bewilderment, his wide eyes filled with confusion. With a grim expression, the steward replied coldly, "Once they descend the mountain, Zhou's accomplices will naturally retrieve those belongings. We simply follow them. If we truly cannot locate them, then we shall." At this point, a sinister smile crossed his face. "Father, you are truly brilliant," the hunter said, raising his thumb in approval. "Should the third prince ascend to the throne, he would surely grant you a high position." The steward wore an expression of smug satisfaction, as though he had already been elevated to nobility. Clearing his throat, he said, "You should learn from this in the future. Our immediate priority is still to locate those items." The hunter nodded, glancing anxiously at Zhou Yinyang's body as he asked, "Then how shall we explain this woman's fate to the officials outside?" "What a fool!" The steward cursed impatiently. "Simply fabricate any excuse. After we go upstairs, check if the girl has awakened. If anything seems amiss, you know what to do, correct?" The hunter nodded eagerly, like a chicken pecking rice. As the father and son walked out chatting, Shen Wan hurried to follow behind them. Taking advantage of their distraction, she silently beckoned with a finger. Forgive her, third prince, but these explosives belong to the main antagonist. She could not very well refuse to help him. As for that luminous pearl, it was family property of the Xia clan, so she naturally claimed it as well. In just a blink, the vast cavern lay empty, except for Zhou Yinyang's unblinking corpse. After leaving the cellar, Shen Wan hurried back to the west wing and pulled the covers over herself, pretending to sleep soundly. Soon after, faint footsteps echoed from outside. The hunter lifted the curtain to peer inside, lingering for a long while before departing. Once he was gone, Shen Wan quickly retreated into her spatial dimension and began rummaging through the belongings she had gathered at Lin family village. It was undeniable that Zhou Yinyang had spared no expense for her longtime lover. Every manner of jewelry, silk, and fine fabrics was present in abundance. Considering how pitiful the Duke's situation was, a renowned hero reduced to being betrayed by such a woman. Suddenly a piece of paper fluttered down from within the book. Shen Wan picked it up and examined it, her expression frozen in shock. The yellowed paper turned out to be the annulment agreement that Lin the Benevolent and concubine Zhou had signed 30 years ago. Shen Wan could never have dreamed that Lin the Benevolent was actually the very same Lin Xiaozai from years past. What puzzled her was that the two families had clearly fallen out over the concubine's annulled marriage, so how on earth had they ended up entangled with each other again? Could the third prince have had a hand in this? At the thought, Shen Wan continued rummaging through the pile. Yet there was simply too much clutter, and she could not make heads or tails of it for the moment. Still, a wooden hairpin caught her eye, quaint and refined, perfect for styling the great villain's hair. The rain continued to fall, and the sky showed no sign of clearing. Early the next morning, the old steward donned his human skin mask, once more disguising himself as an elderly woman. Wiggling his plump waist, he deliberately went to the western wing and asked in a shrill voice, "Girl, is Sister Zhou in your room?" Shen Wan played the fool as well, looking at him with a blank expression. "Wasn't she sleeping with you last night?" "I thought she had come to find you," said the old steward. He raised his pinky in an exaggerated gesture of shock. "We did sleep together last night, but when I woke up this morning she was gone. I have to go out and ask around," he said. "If she really ran off, I won't be able to answer to the officers." Had she not known the truth, she might have let it pass. But now that she did, Shen Wan could hardly keep from laughing every time she saw the old steward raise his pinky like that. "Oh heavens, she didn't actually run away, did she?" she shrieked deliberately. To be honest, concubine Zhou had been planning this for a long time. The only reason she hadn't escaped was because the officers were watching her too closely. The old steward was quite pleased with her reaction. "Then I'd better go ask around at once." With that, he hurried outside. When Hu Dahai heard the old woman's question, he was so furious he nearly passed out. Curse it, he had known all along that Zhou woman was no good. Fine, let her run. This was a desolate mountain wilderness, and even if she fled, there was no way she would make it out of these mountains alive. "Officers, are you in a great hurry?" the old steward asked calmly. "I happen to know a path down the mountain, though it's a bit farther from the county town." Hu Dahai thought he was simply in luck that a pillow had arrived just as he was dozing off. Little did he know it was all part of the old steward's scheme. Hearing this, he was so overcome with emotion that tears welled in his eyes. How could he possibly refuse? The old steward smiled and said, "There's a river behind the mountain. If we follow it downstream, we can reach our destination. But we don't have any transport, so everyone will have to make bamboo rafts themselves." The mountain was covered in bamboo groves, and Hu Dahai led his men to chop down a large pile in no time. The convicts had no idea how to build a bamboo raft, so Scarface had to drag his ailing body over and start working on one. Siamubai was extremely clever and learned simply by watching a few times. He bent over to tie the bamboo together, asking quietly, "Has everything been taken care of?" Shen Wan did not look up, merely humming in acknowledgement. Seeing that she did not want to talk about it, Siamubai did not press further. After toiling through the pouring rain for an entire day, the rafts were finally finished. The old steward and his son led the group to the back mountain. The once gentle stream now rushed violently, a sight that made everyone's hearts pound with fear. The hunter helped the old steward onto a raft, then turned to the others. "I can fit 7 or 8 more people here. Who wants to come aboard?" "Me." At the sound of this, Sun Shirt dashed forward like the wind. Though there were enough rafts to go around, she did not trust the officer's skills. The hunter who had lived in the mountains all his life was surely far more reliable. Seeing that she was concubine Zhou's daughter-in-law, a faint smile curled at the corner of the hunter's lips. "I remember your family still has a few people. Why don't you all sit together?" Hearing this, Li Shi quickly brought her bow and the others aboard as well. Casually, the hunter's gaze drifted towards Siem Murong. Among the ragged convicts, the elegant and refined Siem Murong stood out like a pure white lily. He thought for a moment, then called out, "Young lady, why don't you come aboard too?" Sunshire was so furious she wanted to curse. All men in this world were blind. She was clearly beautiful as a flower, so why did they all refuse to see it? Siem Murong, however, seemed not to hear him at all. Instead, she walked straight over to Shen Wan. "Fifth sister-in-law, could I ride with you? I've never steered a raft before. Aren't you afraid?" Shen Wan asked. Siam Morong smiled. "I'm not afraid. I trust you, fifth sister-in-law." Seeing that the girl truly seemed to have repented, Shen Wan turned to Siam Mubai. "What do you think?" "You decide," Siam Mubai said coolly. Hearing this, Siam Morong beamed. "Thank you, fifth sister-in-law. Thank you, fifth brother." Seeing Siam Morong board Shen Wan's raft, the hunter could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He lightly pushed his pole against the shore, and the raft drifted downstream. Hu Dahai followed suit, clumsily imitating the hunter. Soon a line of rafts wobbled unevenly along the river. After drifting down the long waterway, the whole group finally came ashore. The place was utterly desolate, overgrown with weeds, without even a village in sight. "The county town is another 30 li from here," the hunter said with a smile. "If you're all tired, you can stop at the inn up ahead for a rest. Don't worry, the proprietor is my cousin. I'll have him give you a discount." At the mention of an inn, Shen Wan and Siam Mubai exchanged a knowing glance. If they guessed right, that inn was probably one of the third prince's hideouts, and it might be even more dangerous there than up in the mountains. "They're about to make their move," Siam Mubai said. His expression darkened as he lowered his voice. "If there's danger, you must leave first." After all, he was nothing but a crippled man now, and if a real fight broke out, he would only become a burden to her. "If I leave, you can just marry another one." Shen Wan shot him a displeased glance. She did not bother with him further, instead pushing the cart and moving forward with the group. Hearing that the innkeeper was the hunter's cousin's son, she bounced around beside the hunter for the entire journey, as if she had springs strapped to her feet. She was already exceptionally beautiful, and with such eager flirtation, even the hunter could not help stealing a few more glances at her. Shen Wan watched with undisguised contempt. For the sake of survival, these women of the Xie family truly gave it their all. Sun sure could preen all she liked. Soon enough, she would probably be crying. Sure enough, before long a small inn came into view. Hu Dahai did not have much money on him, but with the hunter as their go-between, the innkeeper was quite generous and arranged rooms for everyone. The old steward's targets were concubine Zhou's daughters-in-law, so naturally, they were given the finest guest rooms, while Shen Wan had to squeeze into a filthy, shabby room with Wang Qi and the others. "You all rest. I'll take care of the cleaning." Though Dinyo's fever had broken, she was still weak, so Siam Morong willingly took on the chores. Shen Wan went to the kitchen instead, drying her shoes by the stove and carrying a pot of hot water back to the room. Seeing that the couple wanted to wash up, Wang Qi and the others found an excuse to leave. The two of them hastily wiped themselves down and changed into clean clothes. "How much gunpowder is there?" Siam Mubai asked as he straightened his garments. Shen Wan thought for a moment. "Around 10,000 barrels. After all, the great villain had already noticed something strange about her, so there was no point in hiding it now. At that number, Siam Mubai's pitch-black pupils abruptly contracted. After a long silence, he let out a cold laugh. So it was connected to him after all. "Among the things you brought back from the Lin family, is there any evidence hidden in there?" Shen Wan frowned slightly. "I haven't found it yet, but I did discover this." As she spoke, she handed him the marriage certificate. Siam Mubai merely glanced at it indifferently before returning it. "If I'm not mistaken, concubine Zhou is already dead, isn't she?" Shen Wan was startled. This great villain truly had a knack for divination, even knowing that. "It's not strange," Siam Mubai said with a cold sneer. "If she weren't dead, why would those two have led us down the mountain? It's too easy for her, though. She died before I could avenge my mother." Shen Wan was utterly in awe of his analytical abilities. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him with adoration. "Big brother, is there anything in this world you don't know?" Siam Mubai hesitated, looking at her with a complicated expression. After a long moment, he asked slowly, "I don't know what I've done wrong. Why have you been so cold toward me these past 2 days?" "Really?" Shen Wan felt a pang of guilt, yet still replied with a smile, "Perhaps it's just because I'm too tired." Too tired. She felt weary at the sight of him, yet not tired at the sight of Wang Qi. Siam Mubai felt a faint sourness stirring in his heart, but he did not press the matter. He lowered his head slightly, and a head of black hair smooth as a waterfall cascaded down, veiling much of his face. Shen Wan glanced at him, and a thought suddenly struck her. "Oh, I have something for you." She produced the wooden hairpin and hurriedly offered it to him. "Use this to tie up your hair." Ever since they had been exiled, the arch-villain had simply tied his hair with a strip of cloth. Fortunately, he was handsome enough to carry it off. On an ordinary man, it would have been a frightful mess. At the sight of the magnolia flower on it, Shen Wan's brows knitted slightly. He disliked flowers, especially magnolias. Yet since it was from this little woman, after hesitating for a moment, he accepted it with both hands. He used the wooden hairpin to fasten his long black hair, revealing a face of cold, breathtaking beauty. Shen Wan looked at him, and her cheeks flushed despite herself. No wonder the original mistress of this body had been willing to bear infamy to marry him. The lethal allure of that face was simply too overpowering, even making her lose her composure. Seeing the ugly girl's eyes glued to him, Shen Wan felt not a trace of revulsion. Instead, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Only when she saw him smile did Shen Wan snap back to her senses. You should rest. I'll go pour out the water. Like a child who had misbehaved, she grabbed the wooden bucket and scurried out. Watching her flustered, retreating figure, the smile on Shen Wan's face deepened. Indeed, she was still that little ugly girl who loved him to the bone. However, Shen Wan loathed that magnolia flower. After a moment's thought, he lightly swept his long, pale fingers over it, and the flower disappeared without a trace. After Shen Wan emptied the leftover water, she spotted the old steward whispering covertly with the cook in the kitchen. Since the inn was problematic, the food here was definitely not to be eaten. Suddenly remembering there was a river next to the inn, she borrowed a straw rain cape from the shopkeeper and went out. The old steward's target was concubine Zhou's several daughters-in-law, and the third prince's greatest worry was Shen Wan. Hence the inn staff paid no heed to this ugly girl. Before long, Shen Wan came back, carrying several lively fish. Fifth sister-in-law, you caught those. Shen Wan walked over with a look of astonishment as soon as she entered the inn. You're incredible. Shen Wan smiled. What's so difficult about that? They're just a few fish. There was a flood this time, and quite a few were carried down from upstream. At the mention of fish, the other exiles grew agitated. They were already so hungry they saw stars. Now that free fish were laid out before them, how could they let the chance slip by? Forgetting the heavy rain outside, the exiles rushed toward the river in a frantic scramble. Shen Wan paid no attention to them, setting up a pot on the corridor before her room. When she prepared to cook, Dinyo's mother stepped forward to wash the fish, while Wang Qi somehow produced a pile of firewood. Shen Wan stood by, awkwardly unable to lend a hand. As for the cooking, it still fell to Shen Wan, for Dinyo's mother's culinary skill left much to be desired. Soon a rich fragrance permeated the damp air. Once the fish soup was ready, Shen Wan began ladling it into bowls, giving Shen Wan the largest share of fish. He was weak by nature, and with a wounded leg he absolutely needed good nourishment to recover. When she saw Shen Wan gave her a bowl as well. Taken aback that there was a portion for her, Shen Wan's eyes reddened. Don't just stand there. Sit down and eat. Shen Wan smiled and urged her. The room was stuffy and dark, so apart from Shen Wan, the rest sat on the corridor to eat. As they ate, they saw Sun Shi sticking to the hunter like a shadow not far away. Wherever the hunter went, she followed. At something the hunter said, she burst into an exaggerated fit of laughter. Shameless. Shen Wan spat out fiercely in a low voice. Wang Qi didn't even glance at her, saying coldly, That's not how you should put it. Your third brother passed away years ago. It's only natural for your third sister-in-law to want to remarry. There's nothing disgraceful about it. Young mistress, don't you agree? Shen Wan nodded at once without thinking. Hearing this, Shen Wan's hand paused slightly. If they separated, she would remarry as well, wouldn't she? At the thought that she might marry someone else, the fish soup in his hand suddenly lost its savor. Why aren't you all eating any staple food? Just then the old steward came over carrying a basket, smiling. I've got some corn buns here. Help yourselves. As he spoke, he took out a few coarse grain buns. Dinyo was just about to reach for one when Shen Wan smiled and said, Nyo, you've just recovered. Your spleen and stomach are still weak, so you should eat less. Hearing this, Dinyo sullenly withdrew her little hand. She was hungry, but her mother had told her to listen to sister. Thank you, uncle, but we don't need them. Shen Wan smiled at the old steward. We don't have any money on us, so we can't afford them. This was not an official courier station. Everything here cost money. Hudahai could hardly afford such a huge expense, so it had to be borne by the exiles themselves. The old steward froze for a moment, then recovered his wits. Child, you're overthinking. I've already told my nephew. You're my friends. These buns are free, no charge. Hearing they were free, Sien Murong's heart stirred. However, without Shen Wan say so, she didn't dare accept them. Then I thanked the steward. Shen Wan took the buns and smiled. Seeing her accept them, the old steward breathed a sigh of relief and went off to continue handing out his free buns. Once he was far away, Shen Wan brought the buns into the inner room and did not share them with the others. Seeing this, no one dared to say anything. After all, they had eaten her fish soup, so it was hardly strange that she kept a few buns. After the meal, Sien Murong went to wash the dishes, while Denyo's mother played with Denyo on the corridor. Seeing Sien Mubai and Shen Wan talking in the room, Wang Qi walked in and asked bluntly, "Are these buns problematic?" "This is a den of thieves," Sien Mubai said coldly. He felt it necessary to tell Wang Qi about this. This Wang Qilong was brave and meticulous. Having an extra pair of eyes to watch out for things was always advantageous. At these words, Wang Qi's expression abruptly changed. He took a deep breath and asked, "Shouldn't we inform the constables?" "Not for now. We'll see," Sien Mubai said flatly. "And don't tell your sisters-in-law either. Women are apt to lose their nerve." It was true that Hu Dahai was not a bad person, but he was an official constable after all. Once this involved the third prince, no one could predict which side he would ultimately take. Wang Qi nodded, but his gaze settled on Shen Wan, and he asked in a measured tone, "Aren't you afraid?" Would being afraid stop them from acting? She poured them 2 bowls of water and smiled. "You two talk. I'll go make more preparations." As soon as she stepped out, she saw Sun Shi pulling the hunter into an empty room. Shen Wan frowned and quietly followed them. "Go away. I don't like married women," the hunter said with a sullen, cold face. Sun Shi grabbed his sleeve and gave a charming smile. "I know you fancy my sister-in-law, but she's haughty by nature and looks down on you. If you're willing to help me leave this place, I can help you fulfill your wish." The hunter seemed doubtful. "What could you possibly do?" "Whatever the method, in the end I can give you what you desire." Sun Shi smiled ingratiatingly. "Think it over carefully. My sister-in-law is the rightful daughter of a ducal mansion. If you marry her, and later you have children, even your family's lineage will become noble. As long as you agree today, I can put a beauty in your arms." Hearing this, Shen Wan felt a chill run through her entire body. She had known Sun Shi was no good, but she never imagined she would be so malicious as to harm her own sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan hurried off to find Sien Murong. The rain was falling far too heavily, and the water in the courtyard had already risen past her ankles. Sien Murong then strained to carry the bucket of water to the corridor, where she crouched down to wash the dishes. Having lived 16 years, this young lady was washing dishes for the very first time. What's so hard about washing dishes? Sien Murong added some soda ash to the basin and said dismissively, "Isn't it just rinsing them with water? I reckon even a 3-year-old could do it." She casually picked up a bowl, but unexpectedly her hand slipped, and the porcelain bowl fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Just then Shen Wan walked over carrying a teapot. Sien Murong was startled and explained with a tearful voice, "Fifth sister-in-law, I didn't mean it." During this period of traveling alone, she had endured much hardship and had nearly been taken advantage of several times. If this ugly little girl were to abandon her for being clumsy, she truly didn't know how much longer she could hold on. "Are your hands all right?" Shen Wan didn't even glance at the broken bowl, asking only with concern. Hearing this, Sien Murong quickly shook her head. "It's good that you're fine." Shen Wan nodded and said seriously, "By the way, if Sun Shi comes looking for you, you must not pay her any attention." Hearing this, Sien Murong let out a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, fifth sister-in-law. I've already stopped paying her any attention," she quickly said with a smile. "I'm not stupid. Why would I have anything to do with a venomous woman?" Since the wolf pack incident, she had completely severed ties with Sun Shi. Even if Shen Wan hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have any further dealings with that woman. Hearing this, Shen Wan felt at ease. In truth, the sensible Sien Murong was rather endearing. When she smiled, there was more than a hint of that great villain's charm. To know one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest good. Of course, it would be even better if her hands were a bit more dexterous. Otherwise, who knows how many bowls and plates in the storage space would be enough for her to break. "That's good," Shen Wan nodded. "You finish washing the dishes. I'll go to the kitchen in the back and get some water for your fifth brother to make tea." Hearing this, Sien Murong couldn't help teasing, "You're so good to fifth brother. By the way, when will I be able to hold a little nephew?" When the little nephew is born, can I help take care of the child for you? Shen Wan's face flushed. How annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. She stamped her foot and hurriedly carried the teapot toward the back courtyard. Not to mention that she and the great villain could never be together. Even if by some miracle something did blossom, she wouldn't dare entrust a child to Shen Wan. That young lady breaking bowls was one thing, but what if she dropped the baby too? Lost in such fanciful thoughts, she soon arrived at the kitchen. Seeing this ugly woman coming to get hot water, the cook was clearly rather impatient. Boil it yourself. He cracked melon seeds and said crossly, I'm old now, I can't wait on so many people. Shen Wan didn't get angry either. She sat on the small stool in front of the stove and began to build the fire. Could she say she actually preferred doing it herself? If she let the cook boil the water, she'd worry he might have added something. Suddenly, the broken door of the adjacent woodshed was kicked open. Then came a thud, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. What's that sound? Shen Wan asked, puzzled. The cook said impatiently, Do I have to report to you when we move firewood? He tossed aside the melon seed shells in his hand and walked out. Moving firewood. No, that was definitely not the sound of firewood being dropped. The sound was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Shen Wan thought for a moment, then immediately rose and walked out of the kitchen. She glanced around and saw Sun Shi hurrying toward the front courtyard. Damn it! The moment she saw that woman's back, Shen Wan's heart tightened. Without a second thought, she pushed open the shabby wooden door. The woodshed was pitch black with extremely poor light. Shen Wan immediately took out a small flashlight from her storage space. Instantly, a pale beam of light, like a sharp blade, split the dreadful darkness in two. Among the weeds lay a young woman on the ground. Stepping closer, she saw it was actually Shen Wan. Her face was pale, she was unconscious, and there was an obvious mark on the back of her head from being struck by a heavy object. You brainless girl! Shen Wan cursed. At that moment, the hunter was rushing toward the woodshed in a panic. Hearing his footsteps, Shen Wan's gaze sharpened. She lightly curled her finger, and the unconscious Shen Wan vanished into the storage space. Since Sun Shi was so fond of such sneaky underhanded tricks, she might as well let her have a taste of her own medicine. With that thought, Shen Wan immediately used her instant translocation ability. Sun Shi hadn't even reached her room when she felt a wave of sweet fragrance wash over her, and her whole body went limp as she fainted. Shen Wan grabbed her arm, quickly returned to the woodshed, and threw her onto the ground. Just as the hunter stepped through the door, Shen Wan vanished in an instant. The light inside the woodshed was extremely dim, so he noticed nothing unusual. Seeing a woman lying in the weeds, the hunter didn't even look carefully before pouncing on her like a ravenous wolf. Soon the woodshed was filled with sounds that made one's heart race and face flush. Brother, who come quickly. There's a snake in the kitchen. Shen Wan first sent Shen Wan back to her room, then deliberately went to find Hu Dahai putting on a frightened expression. As luck would have it, Hu Dahai was just chatting with the old steward. Seeing her terrified look, he couldn't help but laugh. This girl was usually so fierce and bold, able to kill even wolves. Who would have thought a snake could scare her this badly? Don't be afraid. I'll go take a look right away, he said with a laugh. Hearing this, the old steward followed along as well. Just as they reached the kitchen door, they heard an odd sound coming from the woodshed. Hu Dahai's expression changed drastically at the sound. One scar-faced man was already enough to vex him. If a second one appeared, he would surely go mad. He gritted his teeth and kicked the wooden door open. Though the light inside was dim, he could still clearly see a disheveled man and woman entangled together. Heavens! What sin has been committed here? Shen Wan deliberately shrieked and quickly covered her eyes. Third sister-in-law, really now? You've disgraced the Duke Xingguo's household. Her voice was so loud that it quickly drew a crowd of exiled convicts to watch. Third sister-in-law. Hearing this, the hunter, who had been bare-chested and hard at work, froze. He quickly lowered his head, and just then Sun Shi also woke up groggily. Seeing that black Zhang Fei-like hunter lying on top of her, she was so frightened that she let out a piercing scream. How could this be? Hadn't it been Shen Wan lying in the woodshed? Why had it suddenly become her? Watching Sun Shi's panicked and bewildered expression, Shen Wan sneered coldly. Soon the scandalous affair between Sun Shi and the hunter spread to every corner of the inn. After learning everything Sun Shi had done to her, Shen Wan was so furious that she grabbed a wooden staff and insisted on going to fight that woman to the death. If Shen Wan hadn't stopped her, Sunshire's head might well have been smashed in by the girl. Fifth sister-in-law, I really didn't go with her. Xian Murong sobbed, her face streaked with tears. She snuck up and hit me from behind. Shen Wan quickly comforted her. I know you're the most well-behaved. Listen to me. You don't need to do anything. Your fifth brother and I will teach her a lesson ourselves. Xian Mubai said nothing, but the murderous intent in his eyes was terrifyingly thick. He thought he must have been too merciful, which was why those people dared to challenge his bottom line again and again. The rice was already cooked. No matter how angry Xian Mubai was, it was useless. The old steward hypocritically slapped his son a few times, then ordered them to marry the next day and held a grand banquet at the inn, inviting all the exiled convicts. Hu Dahai was also a man who repaid kindness, so he privately crossed out Sun Shi's name from the registry as a way to repay the mother and son for saving his life. After all, the Dog Emperor's only real concern was Xian Mubai. Whether Sun Shi lived or died had no bearing on this exile. I think something isn't right. Upon learning that a grand banquet was to be held, Xian Mubai frowned slightly. Even if the hunter wants to take responsibility for Sun Shi, there's no need for him to make such a spectacle of it. Marrying a widow and an exiled convict at that is far too ostentatious. It's abnormal. Shen Wan also felt deeply suspicious upon hearing this. Normally, the fewer people who knew about such matters, the better. Now that so many people knew, it was inevitable that someone with a loose tongue would leak the news. Could it be that this was nothing more than a Hongmen banquet? At that thought, she couldn't help but shudder. Yes, it must be. Clearly, the great benefactor Lin was a man of extreme suspicion. As long as he eliminated the entire exiled group, even if the Zhou family women let something slip, no one would ever know about his lost valuables. She had originally thought their target was merely Zhou's daughters-in-law, possibly extending to Xian Mubai at most. But now that more and more people were being dragged in, things were likely getting difficult to handle. After her illicit affair was uncovered, Sun at first made a show of weeping and wailing, but the moment she heard she no longer had to go to the great northwest, her face swiftly blossomed into a brilliant smile. The hunter might be ugly and poor, but by his side, she could at least have a stable life. Early the next morning, she took charge of the inn's great hall as its mistress and managed to send all 7 or 8 waiters scurrying in circles. Debao kept his head down, frantically stuffing rice into his mouth. Erbao, by contrast, did not eat at all, but watched the waiters hanging lanterns with considerable amusement. Seeing this, Lady Li quickly began to feed him. Come, this is a reward for you. Seeing Xian Mubai's son immediately assumed an air of haughty superiority. She handed him a meat bun and said, for the sake of you being my former brother-in-law, I'll give you this bun. What a pity. You will soon be on your way, so I doubt you'll ever taste buns this good again. Seeing this woman once again asking for death with such reckless abandon, even Xian Mubai kept his calm, but Shen Wan could no longer sit by. Do you really think a single bun is enough to buy us off? She narrowed her eyes and sneered with contempt. Without 180 taels of silver, we won't attend your wedding feast. Hearing this, Sun flared up. Good riddance then. She thrust out her neck and cursed viciously. I'm not stupid. Why would I spend money to beg you to come? Not just Sun. Everyone felt Shen Wan must be out of her mind. Even Hu Dahai frowned. If they had 180 taels of silver, why would that mother and son still be living on a mountain? Don't be so ungrateful. Shen Wan rolled her eyes and shot her a provocative glare. This is already a special discount for you out of respect for your having once been my third sister-in-law. Seeing that the ugly woman was clearly not joking, the hunter also grew angry. Who do you think you are? How dare you have the nerve to ask us for money? Oh my. Third sister-in-law, don't tell me you haven't told him. You don't have a letter of divorce. Shen Wan deliberately put on a shocked expression and looked at Sun. At those words, the room fell into dead silence. They had remembered only that the ducal mansion had fallen and had forgotten that Xian Mubai was still alive. Under the customs of the Great Way, if a widow wished to remarry, she had to have a letter of divorce issued by her husband's family. Otherwise, she would have to remain a chaste widow for her late husband and live out her life in bitter solitude. If Xian Mubai refused to sign the letter of divorce on behalf of his dead elder brother, today's marriage was doomed. Brother Go, what should we do? Sun panicked and turned at once to the hunter. Although it was Xian Murong she had initially been drawn to, once the hunter discovered that Sun was still a virgin, he was fairly satisfied with the match. After all, she really was quite attractive. But if it meant paying out money, he would have to think twice. She was nothing more than a mere convict's wife. How could she be worth so much? You'd better talk to Mother about this. His face darkened, and he stalked off with a flick of his sleeve. Sun hastily chased after him. Xiamubai, seeing this, cast Shen Wan a meaningful glance. Shen Wan took the hint and quietly followed. Inside the room, Sun was weeping as pitifully as pear blossoms drenched in rain, while the hunter stood coldly to one side, showing no intention of speaking up for her. It's not that I don't want to help you, but simply that I don't have that much money. The old steward's face was grim as he said coldly, you spent years in the Duke Xinggua's mansion. Surely you saved some private money. Sun's tears grew even more bitter at this. If I had money, would I have let that Shen Wan bully me? You don't, but that mother-in-law of yours does. The old steward gave a cold smile and began to lay his trap. That night, when she rested in my room, she told me she had quite a few valuables in her possession. She also said that she had entrusted the greater part of her belongings to her daughter-in-law for safekeeping. At those words, Sun's breath caught in her throat. She nearly fainted on the spot. How could she do that? Crimson with fury, Sun burst out, that woman has been living off me all the way here, yet once she had the money, she handed it to someone else. If I'd known this, I would never have looked after her. Father and son exchanged a look. Apparently the valuables were not in that stupid woman's hands. Then who do you think she gave the money to? The old steward asked without changing his expression. Now that you're to be my future daughter-in-law, I have to see justice done for you. Sun thought it over. Lady Zhao was a simpleton, so concubine Zhou certainly would not entrust the things to her. As for Lady Li, she was timid and weak, mud that could never be spread on a wall, hardly someone able to shoulder a great responsibility. Apart from them, that woman seemed to have no one she could trust. Don't know, then forget it. Seeing her blank expression, the old steward sneered. Go back to your room and rest. Ergo, and I will discuss this further. Sun was reluctant to leave, but seeing their sour faces, she had no choice but to lower her head and walk out. Father, could we be overthinking this? The hunter lowered his voice and asked, now that the saltpeter mine is in our hands, even without the map, nothing will go wrong. If we keep our mouths shut, the third prince won't know a thing. Saltpeter mine. At those two words, Shen Wan suddenly remembered the large store of gunpowder in the cave on the mountain. No wonder Lin the Benevolent had been so anxious. Saltpeter was an essential ingredient in making gunpowder, and if the map fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it would be a terrible blow to the third prince. What would a dignified prince want with so much gunpowder? Even without saying it aloud, everyone could guess the answer. The old steward's face hardened as he cursed, what a fool. I can't be bothered to explain. Since that foolish woman doesn't know, either let's just wipe them all out. Even if the map could not be recovered, if all these people were dead, no one would ever know about this matter. The hunter hastily nodded. Do we still have the stuff? The old steward asked coldly. The hunter at once opened a cabinet and took out a large paper package. The old steward looked at it, a sinister, bone-chilling smile curling at his lips. Come, let's go tell Sun that the wedding will proceed. Can Sun be spared? The hunter stammered. Though it wasn't exactly love, if he could marry a proper young lady from a distinguished family, that really didn't seem bad. The old steward's face darkened. Do you want the woman, or do you want your life? At that, the hunter fell silent. He put the paper package back in the cabinet, then followed the old steward out. Shen Wan let out a sigh of relief. Distracted for a moment, she accidentally kicked over a chamber pot by her side. At once a sharp clatter rang through the room. Who? The old steward whirled around, a chilling gleam flashing deep in his murky eyes. Shen Wan gave a start and quickly darted to one side. Gazing at the overturned chamber pot, the old steward went forward, slowly scanning the surroundings warily. Just as he reached where Shen Wan stood, he suddenly stopped. They were so close that she could see every pore on the human skin mask over his face with absolute clarity. Under his piercing gaze, Shen Wan's heart rose straight to her throat. It couldn't be. This space was utterly cut off from the outside world. No outsider could possibly see her. Could it be that this old steward possessed some uncanny ability to sense her presence? Dad, besides the two of us in this room, where are there outsiders? The hunter also looked around and said with a smile, it must have been done by rats. The inn was shabby and dilapidated, so it was no wonder there were a few rats. But these rats were too audacious, daring to swagger around in broad daylight. Hearing this, the old steward's vigilance gradually faded. Within this filthy, it's a wonder business is any good at all. He cursed a few times and then left. This time Shen Wan was cautious. After the door was closed, she silently crooked her finger, and the large paper package in the cabinet came into her hand. Upon opening it, it was a full package of knockout powder. She thought for a moment, poured out most of the powder, and mixed in some flour. After finishing, she put the large paper package back in its original place. When she returned to the hall, she saw Shen Wan looking at her with smiling eyes. The old woman said she would write me an IOU saying all the wedding gifts received would go to us. Do you think I should agree? Shen Wan smiled charmingly. Of course you should agree, but it's better than getting nothing at all. You think the same as I do, so I accepted the IOU. Tonight we'll wait to attend the wedding feast together. Shen Wan nodded. Shen Wan winked at Hu Dahai and deliberately raised her voice. Of course we'll drink a few more cups. Sister-in-law's marriage is a great occasion. In my opinion, let's not eat now, or we'll save room for a big feast tonight. Seeing her wink, Hu Dahai didn't react much and remained calm drinking tea. Shen Wan smiled meaningfully, then pushed Shen Wan back to the room. As soon as they entered, she looked around and lowered her voice. They've prepared knockout powder planning to kill us all. Such despicable tricks. Shen Wan couldn't help but show contempt. Don't worry, I've already asked Wang Qi to inform Hu Dahai. Hu Dahai wasn't one to court trouble, but with a knife at his throat he had no choice but to resist. Hearing this, Shen Wan felt slightly relieved. There's one more thing. According to them, among the things I took from Lin family village is a map of a saltpeter mine. She frowned slightly. I've searched before, but didn't see any map. At the word saltpeter mine, Shen Wan's expression changed drastically. Without speaking, he silently took off the hairpin from his head. Without the magnolia flower, the hairpin looked completely different from before. He applied a little force, and the small hairpin cracked apart, revealing a yellowed paper scroll inside. Opening it, it was indeed a map. It turned out that in the mountains a few li ahead of the inn, a huge saltpeter mine was hidden. The third prince had people mine there, process it into gunpowder, and then the inn's people escorted it to a cave on another mountain where the steward's son, disguised as a hunter, guarded it. If Shen Wan hadn't stumbled upon that money, probably no one would have known about it until now. How did you know it would be hidden here? Shen Wan was a little surprised. Shen Wan sneered coldly, a sinister gleam flickering in his eyes. The third prince has a fondness for magnolias. Tonight's wedding feast will probably be very lively. The gale came without warning. Pitch-black clouds shrouded the sky, and raindrops as large as beans twisted into finger-thick ropes, savagely lashing this filthy mortal world. In the vast rainy night, the small inn was decorated with lanterns and festoons, extremely lively. The exiles hadn't seen meat for a long time. Now, with wine and meat before them, they ate until they forgot their own names. The hunter and son, sure dressed in red wedding attire, toasted each guest, looking quite like a married couple. Shen Wan had long replaced the wine in her cup with spiritual spring water, and she and Shen Wan drank merrily. Oh heavens, why do I feel dizzy? Shen Wan held his forehead and suddenly collapsed onto the table. Shen Wan tried to stand up, but her body went limp and she fell to the ground. Before Sun Shi could react, the exiles all collapsed unconscious. Although only part of the knockout powder was used, it was enough to induce a state of shallow coma. What? What's happening? Sun Shi looked, her face pale with fright. The hunter didn't answer directly, but asked with a sneer, were the meat buns delicious? Sun Shi nodded blankly. Of course they were delicious, otherwise she wouldn't have eaten 3 early in the morning. That's right. The hunter glanced at the exiles strewn on the ground and sneered sinisterly. With this much meat, it should last for years. Hearing this, Sun Shi's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Meat buns. Heavens, those buns were made of human flesh. So it turned out this. This was a den of thieves. Brother, go, I beg you. Please let me go. Sun Shi, pale as death, looked at the hunter, trembling. I promise I'll forget everything that happened here. Don't kill me. Let you go. The hunter sneered coldly, malice flashing in his eyes. Do you think I'm foolish enough to hand the knife handle to someone else? Father, you were right. This woman cannot be kept. Father. Sun Shi was shocked. The old steward no longer concealed it. He tore off the human skin mask on his face. Seeing it was him, Sun Shi was scared out of her wits. I won't leave. I'll settle down here and live peacefully, bearing brother go many children. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask. I'm already brother goes woman. Maybe I'm already carrying his child. Stop spouting this useless nonsense. The old steward's face darkened as he looked at her coldly. I'll ask you one last time, where did concubine Zhou put those valuables? Sun Shi was already frightened out of her wits, shaking her head desperately. How would she know? If she did, she would have stolen the money first. Since you don't know, then let's proceed. The old steward sneered. After all, only the dead can keep secrets. He signaled with his eyes, and the waiters beside him drew their long knives with a swish. Shen Wan gripped the silver needles in her hand, about to act, when Hu Dahai leaped up. With a swift stroke, he cut off the hunter's head. The old steward flew into a rage. He waved his hand and shouted fiercely, "Attack!" The waiters were about to move when flashes of silver light streaked by, and they fell one after another. Shen Wan was momentarily stunned. She had only taken out 3 silver needles, so how could 7 or 8 waiters fall simultaneously? Looking up, she saw Shen Wan smiling at her. "Wife, you have excellent skills." Hearing this, Shen Wan came to her senses. How could she forget that this villain was a master at playing the fool to deceive others? The old steward's face changed. He tried to flee, but another officer pressed a knife to his throat. One after another, people climbed up from the ground. "You? None of you are affected." The old steward stared in shock. Shen Wan dusted herself off and smiled. "Blame yourself for using too little of the drug." Too little. That big package could knock out not just 100 people, but even 100 elephants. You did something. The old steward's eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth and asked. Shen Wan didn't deny it. "That's right, I replaced most of the drug with flour." "Then why didn't you replace it all?" The old steward was puzzled. Shen Wan smiled. "If I had replaced it all, how could everyone have enjoyed the play you put on?" Hearing this, the old steward gritted his teeth and sneered. "I underestimated you, you waste. But don't gloat too soon. My master will never let you off." Suddenly, he bit his tongue hard and blood trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth. The rain had stopped, the sun came out. After cleaning up the bodies, Hu Dahai decided to rest here and set out the next day. At the time, everyone had been in a shallow coma, so they had heard everything clearly. Shen Wan had rendered great service. Not only Hu Dahai, but even Scarface knelt to her on his ailing body to thank her. If she hadn't swapped the drugs, they might have already turned into meat buns. Shen Wan couldn't be bothered with him and went straight back to the villain's side. "Do you want to get rich?" Shen Wan looked up at Shen Wan. At these words, Shen Wan's doggy eyes suddenly lit up. "You're going to the saltpeter mine?" she asked eagerly. Saltpeter was a wonderful thing. It could not only make gunpowder, but also ice. With it, the god of wealth would be the first to object if you failed to get rich. He would insist on pressing you into a pile of gold ingots. Watching her eyes sparkle, the arch-villain's lips curved slightly. "The saltpeter mine is naturally yours, but I'm talking about something else." Shen Wan looked bewildered. The saltpeter mine is in the deep mountains a few li ahead, while the bulk of the gunpowder is hidden in a cave on the mountain. Shen Wan frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "And this lies between the two. If it were only for transporting gunpowder, there would be no need to hire 7 or 8 waiters. If I'm not mistaken, this place is probably the gunpowder processing workshop. If we can find it, wouldn't that be our fortune?" Hearing this, Shen Wan immediately became excited. Put aside everything else. Just for that set of gunpowder-making equipment, she had to go. "Leave it to me." Before the words died down, Shen Wan headed out in high spirits. Seeing her bouncing along, Shen Wan couldn't help smiling. Was she really so fond of money? Leaving everything else aside, the wealth she had obtained from philanthropist Lin alone was enough to last her a lifetime, let alone the national treasury that had most likely also fallen into her hands. It seemed she had lived a very hard life in the Marquis of Xiangyang's mansion. By now the inn was already in a complete uproar, and no one paid Shen Wan any attention. Seeing that all of the old steward's men were dead, the exiled convicts began plundering the valuables. Hu Dahai, who was short on food, made a grand gesture and ordered the constables to carry away everything edible. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shen Wan searched everywhere, but found no clues. Could the arch-villain have guessed wrong? While her mind was running wild, she abruptly caught sight of the woodshed. After a moment's thought, she pushed open the shabby wooden door. Step after step. Suddenly an odd sound came from beneath her feet. Shen Wan's heart tightened. She quickly bent down and knocked gently on the ground a few times. Sure enough, it was hollow beneath. Overjoyed, she hastily pushed aside the straw above, and an extremely thick bluestone slab appeared before her eyes. With a heave, she lifted the heavy stone slab, revealing a long stairway. The stairs were exceptionally smooth. One could tell at a glance that someone often came down here. Without a second thought, Shen Wan walked down the stairs. Just like the earthen cave on the mountain, this place was also lit by luminous pearls. A few more steps brought her to an underground gunpowder workshop with hundreds of barrels of not yet shipped gunpowder stacked in the corner. With a wave of her little hand, she swept all the equipment and remaining gunpowder into her space. It really felt wonderful to get rich. Even if she never made gunpowder in the future, selling this equipment should fetch quite a sum. Naturally, she wasn't about to spare the luminous pearl on the wall either. A luminous pearl that large would be more than enough to buy philanthropist Lin's estate. Shen Wan walked over, reached out, and took down the luminous pearl. Suddenly the wall gave a violent turn, and a pitch-dark secret chamber appeared. Startled, Shen Wan instinctively drew the silenced pistol. Just as she was about to make a move, she saw several people lying scattered across the floor of the secret chamber. They were completely motionless, like soulless puppets. Relying on the glow of the luminous pearl, Shen Wan cautiously stepped forward. Their eyes were tightly shut, and their breath was as faint as a thread of silk. Judging by their clothing, they were probably travelers, surely abducted by those bastards. "Help! Somebody come quick!" Shen Wan called out loudly, her eyes darting. In any case, everything here had already been taken away. Even if someone came, all they would see was an empty cave. Hearing her voice, Hu Dahai hurried over with his men. The moment he saw the people in the secret chamber, his face changed. So that hunter was telling the truth. Shen Wan deliberately put on a look of shock. They really did make human flesh buns here. Hu Dahai's eyes blazed with fury, and he spat viciously. "They're nothing but beasts." Cursing as he went, he ordered the constables to carry the people into the guest rooms. There were 4 people in the secret chamber. One, dressed in fine clothes, was probably a scion of a wealthy family. The other 3 were dressed as servants and were presumably his men. Shen Wan examined them and found they had no injuries. They had only fainted from hunger. She had Hu Dahai fetch some white sugar, mixed it with spiritual spring water, and fed it to them. After a while, the richly dressed man slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Shen Wan's small, grimy face, he opened his eyes wide in fury. "Vile woman, kill me or carve me up as you please. Even as a ghost, I'll take revenge on you all." His voice was too weak. What should have been a domineering threat came out soft and feeble, almost like a spoiled child's whine. Even he found it a little embarrassing. "Don't be afraid. We saved you. Those bandits have been killed." As she spoke, Shen Wan pulled Hu Dahai over. "See, he's a constable. He'll protect you." Looking at Hu Dahai's filthy constable uniform, the anger in the richly dressed young man's eyes finally faded, and he let out a long sigh of relief. "Where are you headed?" Shen Wan asked curiously. The richly dressed young man said hoarsely and wearily, "My surname is Qin. My family lives in Chenlu County. A few days ago, I was bringing some servants back home when we encountered bandits on the way. They killed 2 of my servants and made them into meat buns. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to meet you, miss, I might have become food in those bandits' bellies." He broke off into a heavy cough. "Don't overthink it. It's all over now," Shen Wan comforted him. "I'll make you some porridge. Drink it, then rest." At these words, young Master Qin's eyes turned red. After Shen Wan had cooked the porridge, she told a constable to deliver it, then went back to show off her haul to the archvillain. Of course, she was only bragging. She wasn't about to let him tour her space. Watching the little clown girl look so pleased with herself, the smile on Xian Mubai's face grew deeper. All the joy he had on this journey was probably given by her. "You like money that much?" he asked with a smile. Shen Wan nodded vigorously. "Of course. Who in this world wouldn't like money?" Hearing this, Xian Mubai began to calculate silently. Early the next morning, Hu Dahai told everyone to set out after breakfast. Hearing the noise, young Master Qin came out with his servants. At the sight of him, Madame's son, who had been crouching by the wall gnawing on a cornmeal bun, suddenly had her eyes light up. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment. "It's you. You are." Young Master Qin studied her for a long time, but still failed to recognize the woman before him. Seeing that, Madame's son became anxious. She quickly stood up and said urgently, "I'm your elder cousin from the Sun family of the capital. When you were little, you came to my house to play and broke grandmother's jade statue of Guanyin. At that, young Master Qin finally recognized her, albeit with difficulty. So you are my cousin. Years had passed, and with Madame's son in such a state, he simply could not connect this beggar-like woman before him to the glamorous young lady in his memory. As soon as she heard that the richly dressed young man was a relative of Madame's son, Shen Wan didn't even look at him. She handed the bowl of porridge prepared for young Master Qin directly to the person beside her. You have it. Really? For me? The man seemed unable to believe it. Shen Wan spun around only to find Scarface looking at her with reddened eyes. She tried to pull her hand back, but the bowl was already in his hands. Young madam, I'm not human, Scarface said, tears streaming down his face. If there's a next life, I'll repay you as your ox or horse. Those two lines again. In less than a day, Shen Wan had heard them so often she was sick of them. If he could have managed even a third new sentence, she might have forgiven him long ago. Shen Wan flicked her sleeve impatiently and went straight to find Xiaomubai. After the meal, the company finally set out. After the rain, the sky was unusually blue, the clouds unusually white. Even the hot wind blowing in their faces felt particularly pleasant. After enduring that heavy rain, everyone found the sun more endearing. Their spirits were high. The only one who was unhappy was Madame's son. Everyone had been only half conscious at the time and heard everything outside with perfect clarity. Whether she had been forced or not, the fact that she had been willing to bear a bandit's child filled them all with contempt. The Jingwa Duke's household was a family of loyal martyrs, yet it had such an unscrupulous daughter-in-law. You'd best get some medicine from the young madam. The lecher's mother gave a cold laugh and shot her a vicious look. What if you really did end up pregnant with that bandit seed? Her son's tragic death had made her vent all her anger on Madame's son. The road of exile had been bitter, but before this their whole family had been safe and sound. Yet ever since this wretch secretly met her son, one mishap had followed another. For all anyone knows, it was this wretch's lover who reduced my son to such a state. Auntie, you're overthinking it, a prisoner sneered. Didn't you hear son say she wants to bear that bandit many babies? Maybe she's even hoping to get pregnant. Hearing this, son broke down sobbing. Wasn't her life hard too? Widowed at such a young age, alone and helpless. She only wanted to find a place to belong and survive. Was that a crime? Now, even Li, who usually spoke the kindest, refused to have anything to do with her. Cousin, it's not what they say. Son looked at young Master Qin with a pitiful, tear-streaked face. You have to believe me. I was forced to. Ever since she first laid eyes on this richly dressed cousin, her restless heart began to stir again. The Qin family, though not as illustrious as Duke Xingguo's mansion, were imperial merchants by origin. If she could win him over, she would be guaranteed a secure life for the rest of her days. Perhaps out of fear of running into bandits again, young Master Qin, despite his frail health, forced himself to keep pace with the group. He did not think much of Sun, his distant cousin. The Sun family had become arrogant after hitching themselves to Duke Xingguo's mansion and gradually came to look down on these humble relatives who were hardly presentable. He grunted a non-committal then dragged his sickly frame over to Shen Wan and gave a bow. I am Qin Shu. May I ask your honored name, miss? Seeing this richly clad man strike up a conversation, Xiaomubai's face darkened at once. Don't you dare entertain any crooked thoughts. Wang Qi curled his lip and sneered. She is the young mistress of Duke Xingguo's mansion. You don't stand a chance. Qin Shu flushed and stammered, no. Young master, you misunderstand. I only wanted to thank the lady for saving my life. Shen Wan smiled faintly. It was merely a small act of kindness. Qin Shu wanted to say more, but Xiaomubai's sharp gaze shot over like two razor-sharp daggers filled with menace. Seeing their hostility, he had no choice but to slink away. Heaven knew he truly had no other intentions toward this ugly girl. He simply wanted to repay her kindness. But what was wrong with these two men? They guarded against him like thieves, as if afraid that ugly girl might be snatched away. The Qin family, though not wealthy, was hardly so desperate as to take in a female exile as a bride. Got the cold shoulder. Sun saw this and deliberately fanned the flames. Let me give you some advice. Stay far away from that ugly girl. She grew up around military camps and lost her chastity long ago. Wang Qi happened to overhear this. He had always detested Sun. Now that she was slandering Shen Wan again, he asked with a malicious sneer, so by your logic the bandit's wife is the chaste one. Sun's face turned pale. She hurriedly grabbed young Master Qin's sleeve and pretended to be fragile and helpless. Cousin, look. He's bullying me. Seeing that grimy hand, Chin Chu could not hide his disgust. Without a moment's thought, he shoved her away. Cousin, have some self-respect. Seeing son snubbed, Shen Wan could not help but smile with pursed lips. Shen Wan stopped by the roadside for a moment. Xiamubai glanced at the distant mountains and frowned slightly. Wang Qi, take Nyo away first. Wang Qi understood and immediately carried Nyo out. Shen Wan stopped the cart at a secluded spot by the roadside and asked, do you need to relieve yourself? Xiamubai's face darkened. He stuffed the yellowed map into her hand and said impassively, the saltpeter mine is nearby. You can make your move now. Shen Wan took the map and glanced at it, but her brows knitted slightly. It's not difficult, she said after a moment. Unfortunately, I can only take the raw materials they've already excavated. The rest still belongs to the third prince. How about this? Before we leave, I simply blow it up. All the gunpowder in the cave had been placed inside her spatial storage, so blowing up a saltpeter mine was hardly a difficult task. Destroying it was far better than letting the third prince keep it to use against them. What a silly girl. Xiamubai smiled faintly. Saltpeter mines are extremely precious. What a waste it would be to blow one up. Don't worry. We still have Hu Dahai. Shen Wan looked at him in surprise. Didn't you distrust him? Hu Dahai was a government constable, not the type to look for trouble. Last time, when Lin family village caught fire, he had clearly sensed something strange, but had not pursued it. Perhaps this time he would also choose to turn a blind eye. After all, not everyone was willing to wade into such murky waters. Xiamubai shook his head, a cold smile curling across his sensual lips. Whether he is willing or not, he is going to wade into these murky waters. Of course, all of this will require your help. Shen Wan understood. This arch-villain must have taken a fancy to Hu Dahai's skills and wanted to force him onto their boat as soon as possible. Outwardly, he appeared calm and indifferent, but in truth, he had never given up revenge for a single moment. Don't worry. I know what to do. Shen Wan put the map away and said quietly. This was the first time she had demonstrated putting something into her spatial storage in front of the arch-villain. Xiamubai had always prided himself on his sharp eyesight, yet, when that yellowed paper vanished from the ugly girl's hand, he could not discern the least trace of how it had been done. Shen Wan did not notice his weird expression. She merely pushed the card over to Hu Dahai and said, brother, my husband's stomach is a bit off. I want to go into the woods ahead to gather some medicine for him. Hu Dahai was about to nod when Xiamubai said with a frown, the flood has just receded, and there are bound to be plenty of snakes and insects in the woods. I'm not at ease with you going alone. Denyo's mother did not understand the hidden intent and quickly said, I'll go with the young mistress. Given her frail frame, going along would only cause trouble. I'll accompany you, sister, Hu Dahai said at once. Hu Dahai said without the slightest hesitation. This ugly girl was the great benefactor of every one of them, let alone accompanying her to gather herbs. Even if it meant walking through a mountain of knives or plunging into a sea of fire, he would not so much as frown. Shen Wan was delighted. Then I'll trouble you, brother. The exiled procession carried on while Shen Wan and Hu Dahai entered the woods. The forest was so dense that it blocked out the sky. Outside it was scorching hot, yet inside the woods it was cool and shady. Shen Wan gathered medicinal herbs while surveying the surrounding terrain. Her eyes darted with an idea. She deliberately pulled a plump, meaty rabbit from her spatial storage and gave its rump a hard slap. Stung by the pain, the rabbit darted forward as fast as the wind. A rabbit! Shen Wan shouted deliberately and immediately gave chase. When Hu Dahai saw this, he hastily urged, don't run so fast. How could Shen Wan slow down? Following the map's directions, she quickly led Hu Dahai to the saltpeter mine marked on it. What was strange was that all they saw was a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds with no entrance visible. Could the map be wrong? At that moment, Hu Dahai also caught up. Where's the rabbit? He looked around and chuckled. If you can't find it, forget it. Let's go. When we reach the county town, I'll treat you to a meal. He had taken some loose silver from the inn. It was not much, but it was more than enough for a feast. Suddenly an odd sound echoed from the mountain. Hu Dahai's expression changed abruptly. Run. Danger. The sound was far too similar to the roar of that day's flash flood. Shen Wan's gaze tightened. She yanked him into a patch of tangled grass and lowered her voice. Don't say a word. Hu Dahai was startled. A moment later, a stone door suddenly split open in the barren mountain, not far away. Immediately afterward, two laborers walked out pushing a cart. The cart was covered with a large sheet of oilcloth, making it impossible to see what was underneath. Those bastards at the inn are something else. The rain has stopped, and they still haven't come to haul the goods. The two laborers complained as they walked. When I get there, I'll curse them to death. Shen Wan glanced at Hu Dahai and quietly dropped a glass bead on the ground. One laborer slipped, and the heavy cart toppled over. In an instant, a large amount of saltpeter scattered across the ground. Seeing this, Hu Dahai's face changed drastically. In the Great Way, the rights to mine saltpeter belonged exclusively to the imperial government. Private individuals were forbidden from extraction. The fact that these people were so secretive made it obvious this was an illegal mine. Though shaken, Hu Dahai maintained an attitude of non-interference and had no intention of involving himself. His task was simply to escort these exiled convicts safely to the Great Northwest, then return home to care for his aging mother. That was all. Shen Wan keenly noticed his unusual demeanor and quietly retrieved a wild pheasant from her spatial realm, pricking its rear with a needle. The startled bird fluttered its wings and took flight. "Who's there?" The laborer started an alarm. At the sound, a group of fierce-looking men burst from the cave, their eyes immediately spotting the two figures hiding among the weeds. "Kill them." The leader's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he barked the order. Hu Dahai, confident in his martial prowess and his official status as a magistrate's officer, held these men in little regard. He emerged slowly from behind the boulder and offered a formal fist-in-palm salute. "I am an officer tasked with escorting prisoners and have strayed into this place by mistake. I ask for your forgiveness." An officer, however lowly ranked, held official commission from the imperial court. Under Great Way law, murdering a government officer carried the death penalty by immediate execution. As long as neither side crossed the other, Hu Dahai believed they might let them pass. "Officer, my ass." The leader sneered venomously. "Even if an official came himself, I'd kill him without hesitation." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the man lunged forward with his sword. Hu Dahai drew his blade in alarm, but within just a few exchanges, he sensed something was deeply wrong. These men were highly skilled, their fighting styles mirroring those of trained military soldiers, clearly receiving formal combat instruction. Now even a fool would understand this was an unauthorized mining operation belonging to some powerful court figure. Outnumbered and outmatched, Hu Dahai struggled to hold his ground despite his considerable skill. Shen Wan disabled one of the attackers and pressed a small paper packet into Hu Dahai's hand. Her voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Take this and run while I draw them away." Hu Dahai caught the familiar scent and knew immediately. It was quicklime powder once more. Before he could respond, the clown-faced girl let out a mighty shout. "You useless bastards can't even beat a woman. I'm done with you." Without another word, she bolted toward the forest's heart. Unable to gain advantage in the fight, and now ridiculed by her, the men turned pale with fury. "Worthless whore, I'll hack you to pieces when I catch you." "Brothers, pursue." The leader roared, giving chase with his sword drawn. Watching the clown girl successfully lure away half their number, Hu Dahai swept his arm forward. White quicklime powder cascaded through the air like snow. While the men flinched and shielded their eyes, Hu Dahai sprinted from the clearing at top speed. He needed to bring reinforcements. Even as he fled, his mind stayed fixed on rescue. His determination hardened. Regardless of the cost, he would save her. Not that she was anything more than the clown girl in his eyes, yet that title alone was enough. Upon catching up to the main group, Hu Dahai urgently requested they mount a rescue. "Absolutely not." Siam Mubai's expression darkened. "We're leaving now, and we're not going back. If they pursue, we'll be completely surrounded." Yet he held absolute faith that the clown girl would escape unharmed. Her ability to vanish without a trace made her untouchable by ordinary men. Not that he would have dared send her into such a den of lions otherwise. "Siam Mubai, can you still call yourself a man?" Hu Dahai erupted in fury. "That's your wife you're abandoning. Put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, without her, would you even be alive?" Qin Shu couldn't contain himself any longer. "Take me with you. I'm going to rescue Miss Shen." "You'd do better to watch your own back," Wang Qi replied with a sneer. "Some of us are only going to get in the way and end up dragging everyone down instead of saving the young madam. I'll write you a letter right now. Hand it to the county magistrate, and he'll see you're taken care of." The journey to the county seat was barely 5 li away, so obtaining reinforcements wasn't insurmountable. Of course this all depended on whether she'd already fallen into their hands. Hearing this reasoning, Hu Dahai gradually steadied himself. He entrusted the exiled convicts to his fellow officers and set off at a dead run straight for the county seat. Fearing pursuit from the criminals, the rest hurried their pace as well. Only once they reached the official road did they finally ease their pace. "We need to keep moving," Sun Shi urged them anxiously. "What if those people catch up to us?" Wang Qi stared at her as though she'd lost her mind. This is a public highway, crowded with travelers and close to the county town. They wouldn't dare make a move here. Unauthorized saltpeter mining was itself a serious offense, so he was confident the gang wouldn't risk escalating matters. Hearing this, Sun Shi's anxious heart finally began to settle. Her eyes darting, she immediately began poisoning Qin Chu's thoughts against her. "That worthless girl only knows how to cause trouble. Cousin, you have no idea the chaos she's brought us all along this journey." Qin Chu recoiled in disgust at her words and turned away without another glance. Wang Qi observed this with a cold, knowing smile. "Is this another one of your schemes, eh?" He considered this carefully before casting a measured look toward Xie Mubai, who remained silent. "Absolutely despicable." Wang Qi's voice carried both anger and disdain. "Knowing full well you'd sent her into danger, and I still found myself defending you. Don't expect me to overlook this if it happens again." Xie Mubai met his gaze with something unreadable in his eyes. Throughout this entire journey, Wang Qilong's protectiveness toward the clown girl had consistently exceeded what warranted mere friendship. Yet none of this stemmed from romantic attachment. He couldn't know what awaited him, that Shen Wan was living quite comfortably at this very moment. After leading them away, she dissolved into shadow and slipped inside the saltpeter mine, claiming nearly all the extracted saltpeter for herself and seizing a considerable collection of weapons. Once the authorities took possession of the mine, even the third prince's vast influence would leave him with no recourse but to swallow his losses. Finding herself utterly bored, Shen Wan reclined on a sofa, sipping a cold drink while reading comics. Just as she was thoroughly enjoying herself, Hu Dahai arrived with the soldiers in hot pursuit. Steel flashed and blood flowed as the scene erupted into chaos. And so the third prince's prized saltpeter mine fell under government control. With the matter settled, Shen Wan materialized in the woods outside the cave. "Brother Hu, you're finally here." She put on an eager expression and hurried toward him. Hearing her voice brought tears to Hu Dahai's eyes. "It's good that you're unharmed," he managed to say hoarsely after scanning her from head to toe. Shen Wan nodded. "By the way, brother, there's something I'm uncertain whether I should mention." "Speak freely, sister," he encouraged her. She glanced around cautiously before leaning close to whisper. "This mine clearly belongs to some powerful figure. If he discovers we interfered, he'll surely take revenge. Could you ask the county magistrate to keep us separate from this matter?" Making an enemy of the male protagonist before the great antagonist rose to power was hardly wise strategy. Hu Dahai smiled. "You're far more prudent than I realized. Let's go. The heir apparent awaits you at the relay station." But even as he said this, he understood they had irrevocably offended that powerful figure. This murky affair was one he couldn't escape, whether he willed it or not. Mounted on horseback, the soldiers returned to the county seat within moments. Despite being a county seat, the place showed signs of decay and desolation. As soon as they passed through the city gate, Shen Wan spotted a lone figure standing at the relay station entrance. His long hair flowed like silk, his white robes brighter than fresh snow. No earthly phrase could capture such breathtaking beauty. The moment she laid eyes on him, her heart began racing for reasons she couldn't explain. Seeing that the little clown-faced girl had finally returned Xie Mubai's face as ethereal as a banished immortal's finally gained a trace of human warmth. He reached out, drew her before him, and studied her carefully before letting out a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" Shen Wan shook her head. "Good, you're fine." She was about to speak when a gentle male voice came from not far away. She looked up and saw Qin Chu walking over from the other side. He had changed into a set of clean clothes, his dark hair tied high with a jade crown, and the smile on his face was even more radiant than the spring sunshine. It had to be said, he was rather good-looking. "Why haven't you left yet?" Shen Wan asked in slight surprise. Qin Chu smiled and made a bow. "My travel money was stolen, so I couldn't continue my journey. As luck would have it, a relative of mine lives nearby, so I've been staying at their house for a few days." As soon as she saw him, Sun Shi hurried out of the courier station, swaying her slender waist. Since you live so close, cousin, come over and keep me company whenever you have time. Her eyes were full of smiles, her manner entirely affected. Honestly, it's been ages since we cousins caught up with each other. If not for their family connection, Qin Chu wouldn't have wanted to look at her even once. Shen Wan felt the same way. She only nodded at Qin Chu, then pushed Xian Mubai into the courier station. The exiled prisoners had long since gone back to their rooms to sleep. The hall was empty, with only Wang Qi waiting there. Seeing Shen Wan return, Wang Qi hastily pulled out a stool, poured tea for her, and waited on her with excessive attentiveness. Shen Wan had just sat down when she saw Qin Chu follow her in. Do you need something else? She frowned slightly. Qin Chu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Hu Dahai. I'm here to see you, officer. I have a private matter I'd like to discuss with you. Although Hu Dahai was tired, he nodded. The two of them then went to the corridor in the back courtyard. Seeing that no one else was around, Qin Chu handed him a banknote. This is a 1,000-tael banknote. I beg you, officer, to release Miss Shun. For you, losing an unimportant prisoner can't be that great a mistake, can it? A life-saving kindness had to be repaid. As long as she could shake off her identity as an exiled prisoner, he would buy her a house and a few acres of fields, and she would probably live not too badly. You'd better give up on that idea. On hearing this, Hu Dahai couldn't help laughing. In any case, I am an officer of the law. I cannot release a prisoner on my own. Before he even finished speaking, he turned and left. Watching Hu Dahai's figure grow distant, the smile on Qin Chu's face gradually vanished, and his eyes turned frightfully cold. Not a single detail escaped Sun Shi's notice. Seeing her cousin spend a fortune to save that bitch, while ignoring her, Sun Shi was burning with rage. Bitch! She stormed straight into the hall and took all her anger out on Shen Wan. You're already married, yet you still have no restraint. Fine, you fooled around before marriage, but now you won't even leave my cousin alone. You're the one who failed to seduce him, and now you're blaming me, aren't you? Shen Wan said with a cold smile, sipping her tea leisurely. She wasn't blind. Along the way, how could she not have seen the little trick Sun Shi was playing? It seemed Sun Shi was truly past all shame. She'd throw herself at any man who walked by. Qin Chu was still young, yet she had the nerve to make a move on that young cabbage sprout. Sun Shi curled her red lips and gave a contemptuous sneer. If you hadn't seduced him on purpose, why would my cousin have taken out 1,000 taels of silver to get the officer to release you? At the mention of that sum, everyone was astonished. Because he was Sun Shi's cousin, Shen Wan and the others had not thought highly of Qin Chu, but they never imagined he could be such a loyal and righteous man. Maybe he just didn't think I looked like a bandit's wife. Shen Wan smiled, stood up, and pushed Xian Mubai away, leaving Sun Shi alone in the wind, her face twisted with rage. The county town's courier station was indeed different, shabby, but very clean. Was it dangerous this time? Xian Mubai asked. Shen Wan washed her face as she spoke. Not really. Luckily, I was quick on my feet, so they couldn't catch me. Maybe I shouldn't have let you go, Xian Mubai said after a moment. Wang Qi was right to scold him. He shouldn't have let her take such a risk. She was willing to work so hard for him only because she loved him. But he didn't love her. By what right then could he accept her kindness with an easy conscience? Shen Wan was briefly stunned, then laughed. I'm helping you now. You can help me in the future, right? Will a day like that ever come? Xian Mubai suddenly felt unsure of himself. The Duke Xinggua's mansion had already fallen, and all the pressure rested on his shoulders alone. He truly didn't know whether he could bear that responsibility. Of course it will. Seeing that his spirits seemed low, Shen Wan's eyes brightened with an idea. By the way, Hu Dahai said there will be a temple fair tomorrow, and we can go out for a stroll. Can you come with me to buy a pair of shoes? And let's invite Wang Qi, the others, and Murong too. The more people, the livelier it will be. Xian Mubai knew very well that this little clown-faced girl was doing it to take his mind off things. He didn't like crowds, but he couldn't bear to refuse her, so he nodded. Early the next morning, the whole group set out. Hu Dahai happened to be escorting Scarface to the county office, so he traveled with them. Fifth sister-in-law, look at that. Xian Murong saw some palm leaf fans set out on a stall, and was so astonished that she couldn't close her mouth for a long while. The Duke's mansion had only silk fans and paper fans. How could it ever have such cheap things? Shen Wan laughed. You truly are a young lady from a noble house to find even this amazing. As she laughed, she paid for one for each of them. Xian Mubai took his fan and held it for her, while Wang Qi naturally took Dinyo's mother's fan as well. Seeing the big villain acting so considerate, Shen Wan felt a little flattered and surprised. Shen Yin simply had no good fortune. She had refused such a handsome and attentive man, insisting instead on following that ambitious male lead. Fifth brother, you're so unfair. Xian Morong's eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased. You only think to hold it for fifth sister-in-law, but not for your own sister. Let your own man carry it for you, Xian Mubai said coldly. Xian Morong's face flushed a little. Hearing the big villain's words, Shen Wan couldn't help stealing a glance at Wang Qi. She didn't know whether she was overthinking it, but his attentiveness to Denyo's mother did seem a little unusual. Didn't you want to buy shoes? There are no shoes on Wang Qi's face. Seeing the little clown-faced girl staring at Wang Qi, Xian Mubai said sourly, there are plenty at the stall ahead. Let's go take a look. Shen Wan didn't take the big villain's jealous tone to heart. How could he possibly be jealous? At most, he just didn't want to be cuckolded. She thought for a moment and said, let's go buy shoes. I'm in a good mood today, so everyone gets a pair. Do I get a pair too? Denyo blinked her big watery eyes, asking in her milky voice. Shen Wan's eyes sparkled as she deliberately teased, but Denyo is different. Not for me. Denyo misunderstood and pouted her little mouth in grievance. Seeing her cute look, Shen Wan smiled and gently pinched her nose. Denyo's feet grow quickly, so you must get 2 pairs. At those words, Denyo lit up with joy. Big sister is so nice. She gave Shen Wan a big kiss. Denyo's mother felt a little awkward and quietly scolded Denyo, you mustn't be so forward. It's fine. I like it when children act like that, Shen Wan said with a smile. Come on everyone, let's go take a look at shoes. There were indeed many shoes at the stall. Though they weren't made of silk and satin, they were absolutely sturdy, well suited for exiled prisoners like them who had traveled so long a road. Shen Wan picked up a pair of men's shoes, then bent down to take off Xian Mubai's shoes. His feet were very white, forming a sharp contrast with that little dark hand. By accident, Shen Wan's warm fingertips brushed across his foot. Xian Mubai's body stiffened slightly, as if he had been scalded. Suddenly, frantic hoofbeats sounded in the distance. Looking up, they saw a masked man in black already aiming a bow at them. Xian Mubai, surrender your life. Accompanying a ferocious roar, an arrow glinting with chilling cold light sped toward them amid the trembling dark wind. Xian Mubai's pitch-black pupils tightened suddenly. He pushed Shen Wan aside in one motion. Before the sharp blade concealed in his sleeve could be drawn, a figure suddenly dashed in front of them. The razor-sharp arrow pierced straight through the man's chest, blood gushing forth like a stream. One drop after another. The crimson blood fell onto the scorching ground, baked by the sun, appearing especially gruesome. You must flee. The scarred-faced man crashed to the ground, a pained groan escaping his cracked lips. He knew he was wrong, truly knew it now. Ever since the incident at the relay station, he had been consumed with regret for his actions. Now that he had the chance to repay his debt to her, he felt his death would be worthwhile. Shen Wan watched with a bitter sting in her nose. By now the scene had already descended into chaos, with terrified people scattering in every direction like headless flies. Let's go. Not caring about anything else, Shen Wan immediately hoisted Xian Mubai onto her back. Xian Mubai said nothing, merely gripping the dagger in his hand instinctively tighter. In full view of onlookers, he refused to expose his true strength. Seeing them attempt to flee, the leader among the black-clad figures snatched a bamboo basket from the roadside and hurled it with all his might. Shen Wan shifted slightly and kicked the broken basket away. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of a familiar face in the crowd. Qin Shu stood pressed against the wall, craning his neck anxiously, as if searching for someone. Since those people's target was Xian Mubai anyway, Shen Wan paid no mind to him and turned directly into a narrow alley. Unfamiliar with the county town's terrain and with those black-clad riders on horseback, they quickly caught up. However, they did not loose any more arrows. They simply pressed forward relentlessly. Good heavens, they must be born flies. How absolutely tedious. Shen Wan panted heavily, complaining. Xian Mubai's expression darkened. Like flies drawn to filth, like ants to sweetness. If those assassins were the flies, then what was he? The rumors proved true. This clownish girl indeed had read very few books. Without realizing it, the group burst through the city gates. Suddenly, a turbulent, surging river blocked their path. Jump! Xian Mubai's phoenix eyes narrowed as he suddenly spoke. Shen Wan didn't hesitate, leaping directly into the water. Before she could react, a pair of cold lips covered hers. Why was he doing this? Didn't he dislike her? Then why kiss her? Shen Wan's tense heartbeat quickened, as if her entire blood had begun to boil. No, this was unacceptable. Even if she liked him, she would never do such a thing with someone who did not love her. Thinking of this, Shen Wan finally regained her composure. Gritting her teeth, she pushed him away with all her strength. Perhaps she had pushed too hard, or perhaps the swift current from recent rain made it difficult. Either way, that push sent the great villain straight into a whirlpool. He coughed up several mouthfuls of water, his legs failing to find strength, his tall frame sinking and floating in the river. Shen Wan was startled. She quickly dove over and firmly gripped his hand. This whirlpool was terrifying. Just as she prepared to exert force, Shen Wan felt as though two mysterious hands underwater were dragging her downward with great force. Let go. Xiamu Bai sensed something amiss and spoke in a hoarse voice. I've burdened you too much all this way. No. Shen Wan wrapped her arms around him from behind, pushing desperately toward the shore. You owe me so much. Dying like this would be far too easy for you. Listen to me carefully, you must survive. As they neared the riverbank, those black-clad figures, annoying as flies, had already caught up. Shen Wan cursed under her breath. Steel ing herself, she embraced the great villain and let the surging river carry them away. Suddenly a wave crashed over them. Seizing the moment, Shen Wan exerted all her strength and firmly grasped a tree branch by the riverbank. With every ounce of strength she finally pushed the great villain onto shore. Xiamu Bai's condition was dire. His eyes shut tight, his breath faint, looking as though he might depart at any moment. Shen Wan was startled. She immediately straddled the great villain and pressed hard on his stomach with both hands. After a few presses, the great villain's body shuddered heavily and a mouthful of filthy water finally spat from his lips. Seeing this clownish girl perched on him in such a bizarre posture, Xiamu Bai, just regaining consciousness, felt his face burning and even the tips of his ears flushed with shameful redness. Noticing his discomfort, Shen Wan finally realized the impropriety. She hastily climbed off him and stammered, Don't overthink it, I was only trying to save you. You must believe me. I would hardly take advantage of you at a time like this. Xiamu Bai said nothing, merely fixing his complex gaze upon her, as though searching for something hidden beneath that darkened face. Blushing, Shen Wan said awkwardly, We had best leave quickly, otherwise those men might catch up. Truth be told, this great villain's fate was truly wretched. Having been exiled for only a few days, yet a basket full of people already wanted him dead. Yet these assassins today were peculiar. They carried bows and crossbows, yet throughout this entire chase only one arrow had been fired. Could it be they intended to capture the great villain alive? Lost in her wandering thoughts, Shen Wan hoisted Xiamu Bai onto her back once more. This place was truly desolate. Apart from the weeds covering the ground, not a single soul could be seen. After walking for a long while, they finally spotted an earth shrine nearly on the verge of collapse. With no alternative, the two could only take shelter there temporarily. Fearful that making fire might attract the black-clad men, they dared not dry their clothes by flame. Fortunately, the weather was hot. Shen Wan propped a bamboo pole between them and draped her damp clothes over it. This way the clothes could dry, while also providing some cover for their bodies. However, Xiamu Bai was far too tall. His gaze could easily catch sight of her frail shoulders and that small face glistening with sweat. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, What is your name? Shen Wan. The words slipped from Shen Wan's lips before she could stop them. The moment they left her mouth, her heart clenched. Why was he asking? Had he grown suspicious of her? Fortunately, her name matched that of the original owner, so she had not revealed any flaw. Hearing this, Xiamu Bai could not help but let out a cold smile. Perhaps you are unaware. The real Shen Wan simply could not swim. Shen Wan's biological mother threw herself into the lake to end her life, and from that day onward, she dared not enter the water again. Regarding this most ardent pursuer, he was not entirely ignorant of her. Moreover, with Shen Yin present, he knew at least a little. Xiamu Bai, I truly should not have meddled in your affairs. Shen Wan's small face darkened, a chill rising within her. You knew I couldn't swim, yet you made me jump into the river. Were you attempting to drown me on purpose? It was she who had been foolish. Fully aware that this great villain was bloodthirsty and merciless in killing, yet she had naively placed her trust in him, hoping he would offer her protection, dreaming that she might become his exception. Had she known this would come to pass, she should never have clung to him like a lifeline. It would have been far better to simply flee far away. She wanted to leave, to go as far as possible and sever all ties with this man once and for all. It had been a long time since they had met, yet this was the first time Shen Wan had ever witnessed the clown girl in such a furious state. For some reason unknown to him, his heart ached inexplicably. I wanted to transfer my chi to you, but you refused. He lowered his head like a child who had done wrong, his voice feeble. I would rather die myself than harm you. He had never been a good person, let alone a soft-hearted one. Yet this clown girl before him was the sole light in his endless darkness. How could he bear to destroy it with his own hands? At the mention of transferring chi, Shen Wan finally came back to her senses. So it was her misunderstanding after all. But I still have to leave, she said after a moment's thought. If you doubt my identity, it would be pointless for me to stay. Before he could respond, she reached for her clothes. Strange, why wasn't he apologizing? She had said such harsh words. If the great villain wouldn't give her an excuse to back down, how was she supposed to? What if he truly didn't apologize, leaving him for real? The mere thought of departing from him made Shen Wan's heart ache painfully. Lost in frantic thoughts, her dark little hand was suddenly enveloped by a cold, large hand. Don't go. Shen Wan gazed at her for a long moment, as if his heart had missed a beat. I was wrong. Actually, whether you are the real Shen Wan or not, I don't care. Shen Wan's heart sank slightly. Of course he wouldn't care. True or false, from the very beginning, he had only ever cared about one person, Shen Yan. You said it yourself. She forced a smile and wrenched her hand free from his grip. But don't worry, once we reach the great Northwest, I will never pester you again. I'll move out on my own, buy a few acres of fertile land, raise some chickens and ducks, and start a small business. When you achieve great success, just remember to introduce me to a few customers. As long as she didn't cling to him, the great villain wouldn't sacrifice her to his sword after he rose to power. Seeing that her future plans held no place for him, Shen Wan mistakenly assumed she was still angry. Just as he was about to speak, an unusual sound came from outside. Shen Wan's eyes narrowed, and she scooped him up before darting underneath the offering table. Neither of them was clothed, and the close proximity made Shen Wan's breath quicken, every inch of his skin growing feverish. He thought, perhaps he did care for her. There were countless women in the world, yet none could give him this feeling. After a long while, no sounds came from outside. Shen Wan shot him a look before hastily draping clothes over herself and tiptoeing outside. The moment she stepped out, she spotted a plump wild rabbit grazing right there. Shen Wan's heart leaped with joy. She beckoned with her finger, and the fat rabbit appeared in her hand. We have meat to eat, she said cheerfully as she carried the rabbit back into the temple. Shen Wan had already dressed himself. Seeing the clown girl in her disheveled state, his face flushed. You should put your clothes on. The weather was hot, and though her clothes hadn't fully dried, they weren't damp anymore. Shen Wan glanced down and realized only her collar needed adjusting. She wasn't even exposing as much as she used to in her low-cut dresses. Was he really blushing at just this much exposure? What a rigid old scholar, truly conservative to the core. She hastily tidied herself and glanced at him. Is this acceptable now? Shen Wan took a glance, but said nothing. His gaze then fell on the rabbit in her hand, and he frowned. How do you plan to prepare this rabbit? Lighting a fire would surely attract that person in black. Was she really thinking of eating the rabbit raw? Still, given their desperate situation, even a piece of raw rabbit meat seemed like a reasonable prospect. Who said I'd eat it raw? Shen Wan smiled slyly and produced an oilcloth packet. Just wait and see. Shen Wan looked at it with astonishment. Upon opening it, he discovered a large bag of quicklime powder. He instinctively touched the cloth and found it completely dry. Yet he kept quiet, afraid that speaking would anger the clown girl again. She didn't mind his suspicions. The real issue was there was no way to explain it. How could she? Tell him the world was merely virtual, and he was but a character in a book. I'll fetch water, and we'll have food soon. Shen Wan rose and carried the broken wooden bucket from the corner out of the temple. The area was desolate, so she had to return to the river to find water. Rather than making the trip, Shen Wan simply filled the bucket with spiritual spring water from her space. When she returned to the temple, she found Shen Wan had already finished skinning the rabbit. How do you know how to do this? Shen Wan was surprised. The great villain was a noble heir of immense stature and had never served in the military. He should not know such skills. Xiamubai hesitated before confessing. Third brother taught me. Most of my martial arts skills came from him as well. However, the Zhenghua Duke's mansion had drawn too much attention, arousing the emperor's suspicion early on. That's why I've always kept a low profile since childhood. Nearly no one knows I practice martial arts. His frankness made Shen Wan feel uneasy. She nodded absently and said, then cut the meat into slices. Xiamubai drew a sharp dagger from his sleeve and began slicing carefully. Shen Wan glanced at the razor-thin blade before removing and washing the incense burner and offering bowl from the altar table. She poured the quicklime into the burner, added water, and the cold liquid quickly began to boil. Xiamubai watched, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Everyone knew quicklime boiled when mixed with water, yet no one had ever considered using it for cooking. The clown girl was undeniably clever. Such a quirky and spirited girl. Wonder who would have the fortune of marrying her someday. For reasons he couldn't explain, the thought of her wed to another made his heart ache as though pierced by a needle. Your knife skills are quite good. Shen Wan placed the meat slices into an offering bowl filled with water, then set it atop the steaming incense burner. Though the quicklime produced heat, it didn't emit smoke like open flames, far safer than building a wood fire. While the meat was still cooking, she brought out 2 packets of hot pot dipping sauce and set them on another dish. Shen Wan did not take out chopsticks. She simply snapped a few branches from the corner of the wall. Soon the meat was done. Xiamubai took the makeshift skewers, picked up a slice, dipped it in the sauce, and tasted it. His eyes widened in shock at the first bite. Having been born into nobility with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had sampled every delicacy under heaven. Yet this rabbit meat paired with the dipping sauce was beyond imagination, simply exquisite. The daughter of a marquis should possess such knowledge. It was easy to picture the kind of life she led within the Xianyang marquis manor. What of Shen Yan? Was she truly ignorant of her elder sister's suffering, allowing the marquis and his wife to mistreat their concubine's daughter? At this thought, Xiamubai's heart ached once more. I will treat you well from now on, he said, suddenly looking up at her. On hearing that, Shen Wan's hand, which held the chopsticks, paused slightly. Why would you suddenly say that? Though her heart was somewhat flustered, she still forced a composed smile. Xiamubai moved his gaze away, afraid she would see the pity in his eyes. Because you are kind to me. Hearing this answer, a flicker of disappointment swept through Shen Wan's eyes. She was far too foolish. Apart from repaying a kindness, what other reason could he have to be good to her? Could it possibly be love? Even without Shen Yan, someone as radiant and immaculate as he was not someone a hideous woman like her could ever hope to defile. Eat quickly. She lowered her head and said calmly, I'll apply medicine for you in a little while. Seeing the little ugly girl's indifferent reaction, Xiamubai said no more. After the rabbit meat was eaten, Shen Wan fed him some spiritual spring water. Once everything was tidied up, she set about pulling down the villain's trousers and untying the gauze on his leg. His legs were long and straight, and his skin was as delicate and smooth as cool jade. Unfortunately, a few hideous scars on his calves marred that ultimate beauty. Wounds this deep are bound to leave scars. Shen Wan frowned. Even though he had been undressed many times, Xiamubai still flushed scarlet. He smiled with slight awkwardness. I'm not a woman, so I don't care about such things. What if your future wife doesn't like them? Shen Wan shot him a look. I have medicine here. If you apply it on time for a while, even if there are scars in the future, they won't be too obvious. Did she despise him? Xiamubai had wanted to refuse, but when the words reached his mouth, he changed his mind. All right. Your bones are recovering well too. While putting the medicine on him, Shen Wan said, in a little while I'll make you a pair of crutches. You should be able to walk a short distance with them. You need proper exercise or the muscles in your legs will atrophy. Hearing this, Xiamubai couldn't help but curl the corner of his lip. He didn't speak, only quietly watched her every move. The little ugly girl kept her head slightly lowered, the messy locks at her temples covering most of her face. Xiamubai instinctively reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear. She was concentrating on bandaging the wound when a big hand suddenly reached over, giving Shen Wan a fright. She abruptly raised her head and her forehead directly bumped into his tall, straight nose. Xiamubai winced and let out a soft cry. Sorry, I didn't see it. Seeing that, Shen Wan hurriedly reached out to rub it. The moment her warm fingertips touched his cool skin, Shen Wan felt as if he had been scalded, and his heartbeat inexplicably raced. He thought he must be sick. Shen Wan's face was burning red as well. It's nothing. She lowered her eyelids and hastily took out a pill. Take it in a little while. I'll go make the crutches now. She didn't dare to look at the villain's eyes again and got up to hurry outside. Watching her swiftly retreating figure, Shen Wan subconsciously touched his nose. Treading across the weeds on the ground, Shen Wan climbed the mountain. The mountain was full of trees, so finding suitable wood for a pair of crutches was not difficult. Before long, she chose a large tree. The original owner's strength was truly not to be underestimated. With just a little effort, she snapped an extremely thick branch clean off. There was no one on the mountain, so Shen Wan unhesitatingly took out the tools from her space. Since it didn't need to be too refined, a brand new pair of crutches was finished in no time. Just as she put away the tools, a disorderly sound of footsteps came from not far away. Shen Wan's heart tightened, and she immediately entered the space with the crutches. After a while, a tall man and a short man in black came down from the mountain. The tall one was actually the man who had shot and wounded the scar-faced man. It seemed the chance for revenge had arrived. Shen Wan smiled coldly and quietly took out her silenced pistol. It's all your fault for forcing them to jump into the river, the short man complained. If anything happens to those two, how are you going to explain it to young Master Qin? Qin Shu, could this matter actually have something to do with him? Shen Wan widened her eyes in shock. What do you know? Our chance to rise in rank and get rich is coming. The tall man sneered, his gaze chillingly fierce. Do you know who that sickly man is? The short man shook his head. To tell you the truth, he is Shen Wan, the heir of Duke Xinghua. The tall man sneered. As long as we take his head, we'll be connected with the third prince from now on. Working for the third prince is far better than taking private jobs like we do now. Besides, I'm beginning to suspect that the man named Qin also wishes the sickly man were dead. Otherwise, why would he treat that little ugly girl so well, spending such a large sum just to save her? Hearing this, the short man couldn't help feeling confused. Do rich people all have such weird tastes? He scratched his head, looking puzzled. The tall man sneered. Who cares if his tastes are weird? I'll only ask you one thing, are you in or not? Anyway, we've only shot one arrow, so we've already explained ourselves to young Master Qin, and the deposit doesn't need to be returned. Of course I'm in, the short man agreed without even thinking. Hearing this, Shen Wan's eyes reddened with anger. Without a second thought, she pulled the trigger. Before the two men in black could figure out what was happening, they crashed to the ground. Shen Wan flashed out of the space and threw them all into the river. How infuriating. Qin Shu had spent money to save her, yet these bastards had actually wanted to offer up their heads to curry favor with the third prince. After doing everything, Shen Wan returned to the Earth God Temple. The moment she entered the door, Shen Wan's nostrils moved slightly. He clearly smelled the bloody odor. Are you hurt? He asked tentatively. Shen Wan shook her head and handed him the crutches. No, I'm not. I made these for you. Shen Wan took the crutches, but his gaze swept over her without leaving a trace. That's right, she wasn't hurt, but where did the smell of blood on her come from? Come, let me help you try them. Shen Wan didn't notice his suspicion and reached out to help the villain stand up. It had been a long time since he knew the feeling of standing. Now suddenly standing up, Shen Wan couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Although the crutches were not finely made, their height was just right, as if they had been custom made for him. Yet the little ugly girl had apparently never measured his height. It seemed she really was head over heels in love with him, memorizing even every little thing about him. At the thought, his heart began to ache dimly again. One step, another step. Although his speed was even slower than sitting in a wheelchair, it was already great news for Shen Wan. The sky gradually darkened. The two casually ate a little something, then lay down on the pile of weeds in the corner. Afraid she might be cold, Shen Wan draped his outer robe over Shen Wan. You'd better cover yourself with it. Seeing this, Shen Wan hurriedly declined. You are weak and you just fell into the water. If you catch a chill, that won't be good. I'm not as frail as you imagine. Shen Wan smiled faintly and said with a thoughtful expression, it's just that I don't know when we will be able to leave this place. Could Shen Wan say that she didn't want to leave so soon? Since learning she was poisoned, Shen Wan's heart had been perpetually suspended in anxiety. The arduous journey of exile left her precious little time to research the antidote. Though so much time had elapsed, she had merely managed to suppress the poison within her body with no further progress. Yet if she delayed much longer here, Hudahai would surely be consumed with worry. I do not know either, she said after a moment's thought. Siamubai's gaze darkened. After a long silence, he murmured softly, "Go to sleep. You have been exhausted today." Hearing this, Shen Wan quietly closed her eyes. Strange, why did the great villain not sleep yet? If he did not sleep, how could she enter her spatial realm? Lost in wandering thoughts, she finally heard a steady, even breathing beside her. Only then did Shen Wan cautiously open her eyes. After confirming he was asleep, her figure flickered, and she disappeared into her spatial realm. She had recently collected far too many things. The saltpeter alone occupied a considerable portion of space, and she might need to find a way to dispose of some of it. After a brief survey, she entered the laboratory. The space was spacious, equipped with every manner of instrument. Shen Wan took another drop of blood from her fingertip onto a test strip and casually inserted it into the machine. Soon new data appeared on the computer screen. Just as before, the results showed no difference at all. Good heavens, what am I to do? She clutched her head in anguish and cried out, "Am I destined to remain a madwoman for the rest of my life?" Suddenly the computer emitted an unusual sound. Looking up, she saw a message appear on the screen: "Antipsychotic medications, antidepressants. Please select." Shen Wan briefly, then casually clicked on antidepressants. The moment she confirmed her selection, the computer desk's drawer slid open automatically, revealing it was filled with various antidepressant medications. Shen Wan stared in astonishment, at a loss for words. She quickly glanced up at the shelves above, but the supplies showed no decrease. Confusion crossed her face. Hastily, she removed the medications and closed the drawer once more. "Allergic reaction," she called out loudly to the computer. Sure enough, the drawer opened again, brimming with various antihistamine medications. Good heavens, the computer actually possessed this function. She had assumed she was merely depleting finite reserves, yet this extraordinary machine could continuously generate various medications. Realizing this, all of Shen Wan's earlier frustration vanished, her joy so overwhelming she nearly soared through the air. What did it matter if she could not research an antidote? At the worst, she could simply capture that deceitful by Lianhua Shenyan another day. Overcome with happiness, she immediately popped open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. But wine alone would hardly suffice. Music and roasted meats were arranged as well. Of course, it would have been even more delightful if a handsome young man stood nearby applauding her. Shen Wan was thoroughly enjoying herself when a shrill scream from outside violently shattered her merriment. It was Siamubai's voice. Startled, she immediately emerged from the spatial realm. Beneath the ghastly pale moonlight, Siamubai's brow was twisted in agony, bitter tears rolling down his exquisitely handsome face. "No, no." He desperately waved his arms, his voice piercingly tragic. "Father, come back." Witnessing his utter helplessness, Shen Wan felt an intense piercing pain in her heart. Since the downfall of the Zhengguo Duke's mansion, the great villain had not shed a single tear. Everyone presumed him cold and heartless, never imagining he had suppressed all his suffering deep within his soul. "Do not be afraid, everything will be fine." She quickly embraced him, comforting him. "Rest assured, the Duke is perfectly safe now." Yet Siamubai seemed not to hear, struggling all the more frantically. "Father, please do not go. Since the Dog Emperor will not tolerate us, why must we continue to sacrifice ourselves for the Shao family? Mother has passed, all 4 elder brothers are gone. I cannot lose you as well." Hearing that desolate plea, Shen Wan's heart felt as though silver needles had pierced it, every wound throbbing with relentless pain. When she had first read about the great villain eliminating his rivals, she found his methods excessively cruel, but now she understood that whatever he had done could be forgiven. When a person is driven to such desperation, who has the right to demand they remain kind? "We will no longer serve the Dog Emperor." Absolutely not. She held Siamubai tighter, speaking in a hoarse voice. "From this day forward, whoever dares threaten us again shall be destroyed utterly." After an uncertain duration of struggling, the great villain finally drifted into a heavy slumber. His face pressed tightly against her shoulder, his tall frame trembling violently, like a wretched child abandoned by the world. Seeing this, Shen Wan's heart ached all the more. She held him close, gently patting his back. Unknowingly, she herself fell asleep. After an indeterminate span of time, Siem Mubai suddenly sprang, his eyes open, his ink-black pupils gleaming with something peculiar in the darkness. He had not been sleeping, nor had he dreamed. Observing the clownish woman growing restless and apparently in haste, he had merely pretended to sleep. Indeed, upon seeing him asleep, a living person simply vanished into thin air. He felt no surprise, merely gently stroking the residual warmth left on the straw bedding. Siem Mubai waited for a long while, yet the clownish woman did not return, which sent a wave of panic through him. Could she have abandoned him? No, that was impossible. Despite all hardships, she had never forsaken him. Could some misfortune have befallen her? At this thought, Siem Mubai felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Yet as a mere mortal, how could he hope to find her? In his desperation, his eyes darted with an idea, and he resolved to pretend from a nightmare. The moment Siem Mubai cried out, the clownish woman suddenly appeared. With half-closed eyes, he had clearly seen the anxiety and panic flashing in her gaze, and had caught a whiff of an unusual alcoholic fragrance. Had she been drinking? With whom? A faint sting of jealousy stirred within him. But when she reached out to embrace him, and when he heard those deeply moving words, the last line of defense, in Siem Mubai's heart crumbled completely. If he betrayed a wife of such virtue, what difference would there be between him and a beast? At this thought, he instinctively drew her closer. Shen Wan slept profoundly and peacefully that night. In her drowsy state, she felt as though something had bound her body tightly. Opening her eyes suddenly, she met Siem Mubai's profound gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Shen Wan's cheeks flushed as she spoke uneasily. Siem Mubai offered a gentle smile. He extended his large hand, softly caressing her long hair. Shen Wan, let us live well together. Upon hearing these words, Shen Wan nearly launched herself upright in shock, jumping straight up. What did you say? Her eyes widened in astonishment as she stammered her response. No, this was absolutely impossible. When her heart had privately belonged to him, it had been he who doused those fragile flames of affection with cold water. If her guess was correct, his next words would surely involve some agreement or talk of repaying a debt. Seeing the frightened look on the little ugly girl's face, Siem Mubai felt a faint ache in his heart. Just how cold had he been to her before that a single word could frighten her this much? What I mean is, he flushed red, carefully weighing each word. I want to be with you forever. Do you understand what I'm saying? At 25, the arch-villain had confessed his feelings for the first time in his life. He thought she would surely agree. She loved him deeply after all. For him, she had once donned armor and stood atop the city gate tower declaring her love before the entire army. At the time, he had only felt shame and anger, but now thinking back, if not for deep love, how could she have found such courage? Shen Wan was so stunned that it took her a while to come back to her senses. What exactly was he trying to do? All along, the arch-villain had loved only Shen Yan. How could he possibly be attracted to her? Was it because she had done him a favor that he intended to offer himself in return? No, absolutely not. She still wanted to go back. She could not allow the feelings she had barely suppressed to flare up again. At that thought, Shen Wan shook her head forcefully. Seeing her shake her head, the light in Siem Mubai's eyes instantly dimmed. How could this be? Hadn't she loved him dearly? Had he been too rash and frightened her? Why? He asked in a hoarse voice, utterly bewildered. Because Shen Yan is in your heart. Shen Wan thought for a moment, and said seriously, besides, I am very possessive. I want to share a lifetime with only one person, and my man is absolutely not allowed to take concubines. Siem Mubai, what I want is something you can't give me. At the mention of Shen Yan's name, Siem Mubai was slightly absent-minded. He did not know since when, but whenever he heard that name, he no longer felt that warm rush in his heart as he once did. As for spending a lifetime with one person, that did not seem very difficult either. Now that he was a prisoner, what woman would risk death to become his concubine? I think I will do my best, Siem Mubai said after a moment's thought. Shen Wan looked at him and laughed in spite of herself. If you don't love me, there's no need to force yourself. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Siem Mubai, doing this is not only insulting me, but also insulting yourself. I admit that I was impulsive to substitute for the bride back then. I apologize to you. But at that time, Shen Yan refused to enter the bridal sedan. I felt sorry for you and couldn't bear to see you stood up on your wedding day, so I put on the wedding dress. Hearing this, Siem Mubai's heart tightened abruptly. How could this be? How could Shen Yan refuse to get into the bridal sedan? In the beginning, the household of the Duke of Jinghua and the household of the Marquis of Xiangyang had little friendship. But later the Marquis of Xiangyang took the initiative to propose the match, and since Xiemu Bai also had a good impression of Shen Yin, the engagement was settled. At that time, the imperial decree to confiscate the household had not yet been issued, so there was no reason for her to suddenly refuse the marriage, unless she had already gotten wind of it beforehand. At that thought, Xiemu Bai couldn't help laughing bitterly. One had to admit that the Marquis of Xianyang had played his cards very well. After getting wind of the news, he kept his talented and beautiful legitimate daughter to climb higher in marriage, then pushed his long-despised concubine-born daughter onto the bridal sedan. Such a win-win opportunity was one that nobody would pass up. But what exactly did the little ugly girl mean by that last remark? In other words, you don't want to marry me either, do you? Xiemu Bai subconsciously clenched his fists and smiled at Shen Wan. Though he was smiling, there was a trace of bitterness in his smile. If the last glimmer of light was about to disappear from his life, he truly didn't know what to do in the future. Was heaven so cruel that it had to force him into a sunless hell? Seeing the bitterness on his face, Shen Wan couldn't help but shiver. She knew very well that she was now the person the arch-villain relied on most. If she wanted to live on, she could not let him completely fall into darkness. I want you to marry me properly and openly. Shen Wan lowered her eyes, her long lashes completely hiding the uneasiness underneath. I also know that once you discovered the bride was not Shen Yin, you would hate me to death. I don't want to force you, nor do I want to force myself. Xiemu Bai, let's just keep things as they are between us. If we take even one more step forward, I'm afraid I'll be pierced all over. Her voice was choked with tears, and her thin shoulders trembled slightly, making Xiemu Bai feel an extraordinary pang of pity and heartache. He nodded and said, his voice a little hoarse, I understand. I was too abrupt. Before he had fallen in love with her, he really should not have done so. Hearing this, Shen Wan thought it over and said, it seems you're not seriously hurt after all. Let's set out again in a while. Since those two men in black had searched nearby, it was probably no longer safe here. Besides, Hu Dahai must be burning with anxiety by now, and she didn't want to cause him any more trouble. Xiemu Bai said nothing, only nodded. Seeing him nod, Shen Wan crouched down in front of him. Xiemu Bai lay on her back, still holding the pair of crutches in his hand. Although it was desolate here, getting out was not too difficult. As long as she followed the riverbank upstream, Shen Wan firmly believed she could still make her way out. Fifth brother, fifth sister-in-law, where are you? In the distance ahead came Siem Murong's voice, choked with tears. What are you shouting for? They're certainly dead. Sun Shi rolled her eyes and sneered contemptuously. Fifth brother is wounded. How could that wench fight a group of masters while carrying him on her back? In my opinion, there's no need to search anymore. Better to rest at the inn instead. After Shen Wan and Xiemu Bai disappeared, Hu Dahai had led people out to look for them. The shoes on their feet had worn out, yet they still saw no sign of them. Qin Shu's face darkened, his piercing gaze stabbing viciously at Sun Shi like two of the sharpest daggers. So my cousin is such a cold-blooded person after all. His face was grim and his voice was chillingly cold. No matter what, the missing ones are your own brother-in-law and his wife. Seeing him angry, Sun Shi hastily lowered her eyes and pretended to look weak and helpless. Cousin, you've misunderstood. She leaned close to Qin Shu and said in a low voice, actually, I'm doing this for their own good. If we stop searching, wouldn't that give them a chance to escape? Before she finished speaking, a cold leather whip came whistling over amid a gust of eerie wind. Before Sun Shi could react, a shocking wound had already appeared on her body. What a wicked woman! Hu Dahai roared with reddened eyes. The main criminal has escaped. Do you want the authorities to punish me? Sun Shi was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly shook her head and defended herself. No, no, no. Officer, I really didn't mean it like that. With Hu Dahai on one side and Qin Shu on the other, Sun Shi glib as she was had no idea how to explain. Wang Qi had already been burning with anxiety of seeing that woman start making trouble again. He smiled maliciously. Officer, don't bother with a woman of such bad character. Talking with a woman like her might even taint you. Hearing this, Qin Shu couldn't help frowning. Cousin, don't believe them. Seeing him frown, Sun Shi turned pale with fright. Those bandits were too cruel and ferocious. I am a victim too. Whether she was a victim or not, Qin Shu was not interested. But for the sake of their relatives' feelings, he could not be too indifferent. He nodded casually and instructed the servants beside him, you all go ahead and take a look. Actually, he shared Sun Shi's view. It would be better not to continue searching. As long as the constables left, the little ugly girl could escape successfully. Little did he know that the men in black he had hired had long since betrayed him and decided to switch sides to the third prince. Seeing how concerned he was for Shen Wan, Sun Shi was so hateful that she nearly ground her teeth to pieces. She could not understand why that ugly girl was so fortunate. First Hu Dahai and now Qin Chu. One after another, all of them wished they could shield her from wind and rain. The servants hurriedly quickened their pace. Do you think the young mistress and the others will be all right? Daniyu's mother looked at Wang Qi with an uneasy expression. Those people are clearly martial arts experts. With the young mistress carrying an injured person escaping may be very difficult. It was not merely Nyang about who everyone was worrying. With Xiemu Bai holding them back, even if Shen Wan were as light as a swallow, it would hardly matter. Wang Qi's gaze darkened. He was about to speak when Xiemu Rong beside him burst into tears. Hearing that piercing cry, Hu Dahai's expression grew even more grim. If he had known this would happen, he would never have let her go to that blasted temple fair in the first place. Noticing his irritability, Qin Chu seized the opportunity to suggest, "Officer, I know your time is tight. How about this? You all set out first, and I'll continue searching with some men. Rest assured, Miss Shun is my benefactor. I will do my utmost. Should any misfortune befall them, I will ensure they receive a proper burial." Calculating the timeline, Hu Dahai would need to press on with all speed from here. If they delayed further, they certainly would not reach the Great Northwest on time. Hu Dahai considered for a moment and said, "I will stay and search for a few more days. The others may depart first." Until Shen Wan was found, he could never rest easy. Even if something terrible had happened, he had to recover her body. Let the superiors blame him. He did not care. Boss, bad news. Suddenly a runner from the Yamen dashed over panting. Brother Dao's condition has worsened. He may not survive. Hearing this, Hu Dahai's face changed dramatically. To him, Shen Wan was important, but so was Dalian, who had faced life and death alongside him. We must return at once. His expression turning grave, he glanced immediately at Qin Chu. Miss Shun is entrusted to you. Hearing this, an unusual gleam flickered in Qin Chu's glass-clear eyes. He nodded and said, "Then go quickly." Once these people were gone, everything would fall under his control. "Hey, don't just leave." Before Hu Dahai had taken a few steps, a familiar voice rang out from behind. He whirled around sharply. In the harsh sunlight, he saw Shen Wan carrying Xiemu Bai on her back, making her way toward them. The moment she came into view, Qin Chu's expression shifted violently, and Sun Shi was beside herself with rage. That wretched little slut. How could she possibly be so hard to kill? Such a large group of men in black had failed to slay her. Wang Qi's eyes reddened, and he sprinted forward like the wind. He grabbed her arm tightly and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Seeing Wang Qi, who was usually so composed, lose his composure entirely, both Xiemu Bai and Daniyu's mother's eyes darkened. It had to be admitted his concern for Shen Wan seemed excessive. Shen Wan smiled and said, "It's fine. Look, I'm back, aren't I? As long as you're back, that's what matters." Hu Dahai stepped forward with red-rimmed eyes and said emotionally, "Here, let me carry your brother-in-law. You should rest." Having walked all this way, Shen Wan was indeed quite exhausted. That great villain looked slender, but he was no light burden. Qin Chu stood to one side, his gaze complexly fixed upon Shen Wan's face. He opened his mouth, but found no words to say. He could only watch helplessly as she passed before his eyes, leaving behind only a faint, lingering fragrance in the air. Wang Qi also wanted to follow, but Daniyu's mother held him back. "Sister-in-law, can we talk about this when we get back?" he said anxiously. Daniyu's mother looked at him and could not help but let out a cold laugh. "I know you are anxious, but what do you think His Highness the Heir would think if he saw this?" "Let him think whatever he wishes." Wang Qi's gaze drifted uncertainly. Daniyu's mother sighed softly and spoke with sincere earnestness. "Seventh brother, I know you too well. You have always disliked contact with women, yet you show special concern only for the young madam. I understand that the young madam is indeed outstanding, and it is natural for you to harbor feelings for her. But she is a married woman. You must not ruin yourself, nor can you bring harm upon her." She had not intended to speak so plainly, but Wang Qi's behavior just now had been far too obvious. If she did not stop him soon, matters might spiral beyond control. Hearing these words, Wang Qi finally snapped back to reality. So that was what she was thinking all along. Sister-in-law, do you know who Shen Wan is? He gave a bitter laugh and finally looked at Daniu's mother. Daniu's mother appeared puzzled. Who was Shen Wan? Was she not merely the concubine-born daughter of the Xiangyang Marquis Manor, the heirs lady of the Zhengui Duke's mansion? Could she possibly hold another identity? Wang Qi wiped the smile from his face and let out a long sigh. She is the daughter of Wang Si. Upon hearing that name, Daniu's mother's expression changed abruptly. You? What did you say? Her face draining of color, she stammered. She is Aunt Wang Si's daughter. The Wang family was renowned for its scholarly traditions of both men and women of the clan studied diligently. The most celebrated figure among them was not Wang Qilong, but rather Wang Si, the legitimate daughter of the Wang family in earlier years. She possessed unparalleled beauty and brilliant talent, so much so that even that canine emperor had wished to take her as a concubine. Alas, fate was unkind. Wang Si, in the prime of her youth, suddenly died under mysterious circumstances. She had never married, so where did this daughter come from? Moreover, when had she become entangled with the Xiangyang Marquis? Seeing her stunned expression, Wang Qi frowned slightly. Just keep this knowledge to yourself. Do not mention it to anyone. Come, let us go. If we linger any longer, we shall lose them. At last the entire group returned to the inn. Seeing Shen Wan return safely, Daniu was overcome with joy and immediately buried herself in Shen Wan's embrace. Sister, those bad men didn't bully you, did they, eh? She gazed with big watery eyes and asked in a childish voice. Shen Wan smiled and pinched her nose. If they dared to bully me, sister would have beaten their bottoms to pieces. Sister is so formidable. Daniu clapped her small hands and said happily, Sister, I want to learn martial arts from you too. If any villains dare to bully you in the future, I will deal with them myself. The idea of a refined young lady from a distinguished scholarly family wanting to learn martial arts was ridiculous. Not to mention the others, but even Erbao standing in the corner found it amusing. That girl's thin little arms and legs hardly looked like the stuff of a warrior. Daniu's mother hurried forward and lifted Daniu down. Your aunt is tired. Let her rest. She's my sister, not my aunt. Daniu said seriously, pouting her little face. Daniu's mother glanced at Shen Wan and smiled awkwardly. Very well, call her sister. Now can you get down? Hearing this, Daniu finally loosened her grip. By then Hu Dahai had already placed Xie Mubai upon a stool and was hurrying toward Dalian's room. Shen Wan followed behind. After all, Dalian had been injured while rescuing Xie Bai. Since that was the case, she could not simply turn a blind eye. No sooner had she entered the room than an elderly medical official with a white beard approached. He cleared his throat and said, the patient's condition is dire. You would do well to prepare his funeral arrangements at once. Hu Dahai's eyes reddened, and he rushed to the bedside in an instant. Dalian's condition was extremely poor due to massive blood loss. His face had turned an alarming shade of pallor. Without timely blood transfusion, his life was in grave danger. Watching this, Shen Wan frowned. All of you leave. This is my affair now. You little girl, do not speak out of turn. Upon hearing this, the old medical official exploded in anger. If I say it cannot be treated, then his name is already registered in the book of Yama. I dare declare that before the third watch tonight, this officer will surely be dead. He was the most renowned medical official in the county, otherwise the county magistrate would never have dispatched him. Shen Wan's face turned cold as she said, then wait outside. I would like to see whether with me present Yama would still dare send someone before the third watch. The old medical official opened his mouth to retort, but Shen Wan shoved him out forcibly. Seeing this, Hu Dahai also hurried out. An arrogant, ill-bred little girl who knows neither heaven nor earth. The old medical official seethed with rage and cursed from the doorway. I want to see whether he can truly survive past the third watch. Squinting coldly, Shen Wan sneered. And if he does survive? If he survives, I will carry your medicine box and serve as your attendant. The old medical official did not even need to think before replying arrogantly with a sneer. If he does not, you will serve as my foot washing maid. Shen Wan nodded. Very well. I have remembered it. So what if she remembered? The old medical clerk refused to believe a young girl possessed such ability as to wrest souls from the jaws of the king of underworld. Noticing the scorn in his eyes, Shen Wan remained silent. With a loud bang, she firmly closed the worn wooden door. Hearing the commotion, everyone gathered around to watch the spectacle. Seeing the old medical clerk's anger, Sun Shi's eyes darted with scheming thoughts. Sir, please calm yourself. Ignoring the exhaustion of her long journey, she swayed her way forward. My younger brother's wife is uneducated. Please do not hold it against her. However, I recall she mentioned she couldn't treat blade wounds, so how can she handle arrow wounds now? This is truly perplexing. When Deng Tuzi was injured by Shen Wan, Shen Wan indeed refused treatment on those grounds, and many witnesses were present. If she truly possessed such abilities, wouldn't she have saved him back then? Deng Tuzi's mother happened to pass by and heard every word. She turns out to be nothing but an ignorant woman. Hearing this, the old medical clerk sneered at Hu Dahai. In that case, your brother may not even last until the third watch. The color drained from Hu Dahai's face as he listened. He remembered what Shen Wan had said. Even if she could treat it, he still harbored doubts. This old medical clerk was no ordinary man, rumored to be descended from a divine physician. If not for offending powerful figures back, then he would never have ended up as a minor medical officer in such a small county town. Shen Wan's medical skills were genuine, but Hu Dahai didn't believe her craftsmanship could surpass that of a divine physician's heir. Yet what else could he say? With Scarface hanging by a thread, it was better to try everything, even in desperation. If she failed, that would simply be Scarface's fate. Shen Wan, however, remained composed. If the so-called ugly woman claimed she could cure him, then she certainly could. Watching the varied expressions on those faces, he quietly committed several names to memory. Those who hoped for the ugly woman's failure would not escape his reckoning. Time passed swiftly, and before long darkness fell, yet the door remained stubbornly shut. Officer, it's been so long with no movement inside. Should we check on her? Sun Shi said with malicious intent. She had heard from Zhao Shi that the ugly woman dreaded noise while treating patients. Last time when she treated injuries, Shen Wan was even posted outside to guard. If she really saved Scarface, that wretched woman would walk proudly in the exile convoy from then on. Shen Wan didn't even glance at her, but spoke coldly. Brother, anyone who dares intrude will be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai immediately drew his long blade from his waist. Sun Shi was startled and quickly shut her mouth. Qin Chu stood nearby, staring at her with utter disgust. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Shen Wan stood at the doorway, her face ashen and exhaustion evident. She leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Shen Wan, seeing this, immediately stepped forward with his cane. Without a word, he took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the perspiration from her forehead. Shen Wan was utterly exhausted. She closed her eyes and helplessly rested her head on his shoulder. The old medical clerk, noticing this, deliberately let out a long sigh. How unfortunate, even earlier than I expected. That officer could have survived until the third watch, but unexpectedly lost his life so soon. Hearing these words, Hu Dahai's heart sank heavily. It's all right, he said with red eyes and a sorrowful smile. Sister has done her best. Tears streaming down his face, he didn't even realize how he entered the room. His most trusted brother had left just like that. Upon hearing this, Sun Shi immediately screamed, "What do you mean, done her best? This is clearly murder." That wretched woman knew she couldn't treat blade wounds, yet insisted on trying. What else could this be but murder? Upon hearing this, everyone began whispering among themselves. Though they disliked Sun Shi, they had to admit her words had some merit. Nonsense. Shen Wan retorted immediately. If fifth sister-in-law truly wanted to harm him, she simply wouldn't have helped. Why go to such trouble? In an instant, chaos erupted at the doorway. Enough, stop arguing. The old medical clerk glanced at Shen Wan with contempt. Dead is dead. He wouldn't have survived long anyway. However, young girl, try not to push yourself unnecessarily in the future. Now go boil some hot water. I'll need you to wash my feet shortly. Suddenly, an excited cry rang out from inside the room. Brother, you're awake. Upon hearing this, the old physician's expression shifted dramatically. No, this was absolutely impossible. Scarface had lost far too much blood. He should have died. In a frenzy of disjointed thoughts, he stumbled into the room. In the small room, Scarface lay quietly on the Kong, his complexion still pale. Seeing Hu Dahai, he managed a weak smile. I thought I was truly dead this time. Shen Wan saved you, Hu Dahai said through tears. It's over now, you're going to be all right. From outside, Shen Wan watched and deliberately shot a sideways glance at Sun Shi. I knew fifth sister-in-law could do it. Perhaps it's just terminal lucidity. Sun Shi rolled her eyes. The officer standing nearby struck her across the face without hesitation. If anything happens to Brother Dao, I'll be the first to cut you open and bury you with him. With one slap, Sun Shi's face immediately swelled up. Tears streaming down her face, she looked at Qin Shu with an aggrieved expression. Qin Shu ignored her and followed the others into the room. Scarface's body remained weak, but there was clearly a spark of life in his eyes. The old medical clerk knew clearly. It was not terminal lucidity. This officer would truly survive. Where is the young madam? Scarface muttered to himself, his gaze constantly searching for the ugly woman. Finally, he spotted her at the doorway. Young madam. His eyes reddened as he choked back sobs. I'm not worth your saving. If it had been before Shen Wan would never have saved him. But ever since he had taken an arrow for Xiemu Bai, all her grievances against Scarface had dissolved. You also saved my husband. She smiled wearily. Everyone should disperse now. The patient needs rest. Just one person to stay and care for him is enough. Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai immediately said, I'll stay. I'll return to the room first. If anything is needed, please have someone call me. Shen Wan nodded. Seeing how exhausted she was, and noting Xiemu Bai's leg injury, the elder Nyonyo's mother stepped forward to support her. Just as she was about to leave, Shen Wan suddenly turned back to the old medical clerk. From tomorrow onward, you'll carry my medicine box. Upon hearing this, the old medical clerk's expression shifted dramatically. Shen Wan said nothing more. She merely smiled and allowed the elder Nyonyo's mother to guide her away. Back in the room, the elder Nyonyo's mother helped Shen Wan lie down on the bed, while Xiemu had already brought hot water. You all may leave. I'm here, Xiemu Bai said calmly. Xiemu wanted to insist further, but the elder Nyonyo's mother restrained her. Perhaps the young couple wishes to speak privately. Hearing this, Xiemu face flushed crimson. She quickly grabbed the water bucket and hurried out like the wind. Soon the small room held only Shen Wan and Xiemu Bai. You seem unusually exhausted today. Xiemu Bai moistened a towel and gently wiped her face. Shen Wan nodded. The surgery today was rather complex. The arrow was dangerously close to the heart. Any lapse in judgment could have been fatal. Heart. Could it be that she had removed Scarface's clothing? At this thought, Xiemu Bai felt an inexplicable sourness in his chest. Even though he felt uncomfortable, Xiemu Bai said nothing. Since this little clown girl had made things clear, the way they got along had become very strange. On the surface, they still behaved as harmoniously as an ideal couple, but in reality, they had grown far more restrained. Shen Wan was so exhausted that she went to sleep in her clothes without even eating. The room was stuffy and hot. Before long, a fine layer of sweat beads covered her forehead. Seeing this, Xiemu Bai picked up the palm leaf fan at the head of the bed and began to fan her. Perhaps because it was so comfortable, when Shen Wan opened her eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky. So late? She stretched and asked in surprise. Indeed, it's almost lunchtime. Xiemu Bai smiled, his cool voice tinged with weariness. Hurry up and get out of bed. Magistrate Wu has prepared food and wine at his villa and invited Wang Qi, us, and Hu Dahai to dine together. Needless to say, Wang Qi, his old classmate, was very loyal. To be willing to host a meal at such a time, this friend was definitely worth keeping. Hearing that someone was treating them to a meal, Shen Wan suddenly felt hungry. But we've never met him. Is it appropriate for us to attend? Magistrate Wu is of the Crown Prince's faction, so he is worth meeting, Xiemu Bai said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Shen Wan finally climbed out of bed. No wonder the big villain had dared to hand the saltpeter mine over to the authorities. It turned out he was actually one of the Crown Prince's partisans. However, Magistrate Wu had also been lucky. He had not been implicated in the Duke Xinghua affair. As her thoughts wandered, Shen Wan got out of bed and saw that a wash basin and towel had already been prepared. Such a considerate big villain made her feel flattered and a little overwhelmed. The surgery last night had worn her out, and even washing her face was a struggle. But since she was going to see the magistrate, she had to mind her appearance. She couldn't disgrace the Duke Xinghua mansion. Shen Wan splashed water on her face a few times, then sat down at the table to comb her hair. But the moment she raised her arm halfway, she broke into a cold sweat from the pain. You comb it for me. She thought for a moment, then looked up at the big villain. Xiemu Bai hesitated, but still wheeled himself over. He took the comb and combed her hair with great care. Her hair was beautiful, black and smooth as if washed by heavenly water with a faint fragrance lingering in the strands. It was a pity that such beautiful hair did not even have a hairpin. Perhaps he really had been very bad to her. After her hair was combed, the two finally went to the main hall. "Sister, you're awake." Seeing her, Danielle clapped her little hands and laughed. "We can finally set off." Shen Wan's cheeks grew slightly hot, and she sheepishly scratched her head. "Well, I overslept. You were just exhausted." Danielle's mother took her hand, her eyes full of loving affection. "If you're tired, go back and sleep for a while after the meal. Look how skinny you are. A single gust of wind could blow you away." If her aunt were still alive, seeing her daughter this thin and frail would have broken her heart. "Sister-in-law, you're making me itch all over." Shen Wan laughed, feeling a little awkward under all that touching. "Mother only loves sister if she doesn't love me anymore." Danielle pouted and said coquettishly. Sure enough, 3 women make a show. Wang Qi and Xiemu Bai were both men who loved quiet, yet they had run into 3 women who especially loved to talk. "Isn't it enough that uncle loves you?" Wang Qi patted Danielle's little head, his eyes full of doting affection. Seeing them chatting so happily, Hu Dahai could not help urging, "It's getting late. Let's be on our way." Shen Wan glanced outside and saw the sun was already high. They were exiled convicts, so it was truly improper to keep an eminent magistrate waiting. Just as they stepped out of the door, the old physician suddenly came chasing after them. "Why are you following me?" Shen Wan was clearly displeased. The old physician kept a grim face and said expressionlessly, "I have come to carry your medicine box. Wherever you go from now on, I will follow." Hearing this, Shen Wan remembered what had happened last night. "Then go back and wait for now." She gave a wry smile. "When I buy a medicine box one day, I'll let you know." Hearing that this little clown girl did not even have a medicine box, the old physician could not help being greatly shocked. How can that be? How can a physician not have a medicine box? Seeing that he did not believe her, Shen Wan smiled. "I am an exiled convict. Where am I supposed to find a medicine box? Even if I had one, old sir, would you really follow me to the great Northwest?" Hearing this, the old physician could not help but look troubled. If he had been alone, it would have been one thing, but he had a family and truly could not travel far. "Go on then," Shen Wan said with a faint smile. "I did not mean to offend you, old sir. I was merely eager to save lives. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive me." The old physician became even more ashamed and uneasy. He thought for a moment, then respectfully made a deep bow. Seeing this, Shen Wan was startled and quickly helped him up. "Old sir, I cannot accept such a great bow. No, miss, you are worthy of it." The old physician said sincerely, "All along, I believed my medical skill was unmatched and that no one was worth my notice. But after meeting you, I realized I had been sitting in a well and looking at the sky, unaware that there are people beyond people and mountains beyond mountains. Since you have no need of an attendant, please accept this." Before the words faded, the old physician respectfully presented his medicine box. "The herbs in this box are not valuable, but inside is a set of golden needles handed down from my ancestors. In the future, if you encounter people from the Yaowang Valley, these golden needles will put them at your command." As he spoke, he opened the medicine box. Sure enough, there lay a set of glittering golden needles. "Since they are an heirloom from your ancestors, I truly dare not accept them." Shen Wan hurriedly refused upon hearing this. "But old sir, you are from the Yaowang Valley." In the Great Way, everyone knew the name of the Yaowang Valley. The Valley Master was the world's foremost divine physician, but he was solitary by nature and did not like to interact with people. Even the Dog Emperor's invitation for him to come out of seclusion was flatly refused. "I can barely count as one." The old physician seemed to recall something unpleasant and his expression darkened. "But miss, please accept these golden needles. If you don't, it will plainly mean you despise me. You had better accept them, or the old gentleman will not rest easy." Seeing that she still wanted to decline, Xiemu Bai said coolly. Hearing this, Shen Wan finally accepted them reluctantly. Seeing her accept them, the old physician left quietly, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Taking the medicine box to the banquet seemed improper, but she could not put it into her spatial storage in full view of everyone. Therefore, she first returned the medicine box to her room. Just as she reached the rear courtyard, she ran into Qin Shu. "Miss Shen." Seeing her, Qin Shu asked with a smile, "I heard you were going to a banquet. Why not take my carriage?" Shen Wan did not answer. She stared at him for a long time, then suddenly said, "Thank you." But I hope what happened last time was the last time. Don't do anything foolish again. I am going to the great northwest of my own free will. No one forced me. Qin Chu's expression changed abruptly. He had thought everything was done seamlessly, never imagining that this young girl knew everything. Stay away from Sun Shi. Shen Wan suddenly changed the subject and said lightly, you are a good person and I don't want you to suffer a loss. Suffer a loss? What could a mere big-breasted but brainless Sun Shi possibly do to him? Qin Chu dismissed it. The words had been spoken, whether they would be heeded was now Qin Chu's concern. Shen Wan said no more, returned the medicine box to the room, and then hurried away. Watching her gradually receding figure, Qin Chu felt deeply conflicted. He simply could not understand what was so good about that sullen-faced damned cripple. For his sake, she had even given up her freedom. But since she was unwilling to leave, he would have to make other plans. Though they had no carriage, Xiamu Bai and his party soon arrived at Magistrate Wu's private villa. It was called a villa, but in truth it was merely a secluded mansion. There were no elegant pavilions or towers, no rare flowers or exotic plants. Only a few old trees dotting the empty courtyard. Brother Wu holds an official post, so it is not convenient for him to associate with us openly, Wang Qi explained, fearing that Xiamu Bai might take offense. Xiamu Bai was unconcerned. After all, he was just an exiled convict. What right did he have to be so particular? He had hardly taken a few steps when a strange, alluring fragrance drifted over. Qi Lang is here. He looked up and saw Magistrate Wu approaching with a smile. The magistrate was about 30 years old. Though not especially handsome, he had clean, refined features. When old schoolmates met, both were greatly stirred. Magistrate Wu rushed over in quick strides and clasped Wang Qi's hand tightly. At the sight of those large hands with protuberant knuckles, Shen Wan's delicate brows furrowed involuntarily. How could a scholar's hands be nearly as rough as Hu Dahai's? Yet those hands looked strangely familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Thanks to you, the saltpeter mine affair was settled. Otherwise I would have been done for this time. Magistrate Wu did not notice her strange reaction. With a look of deep remorse he went on, I had thought that although I might not be a very good official, at least I could protect the safety of the people in my jurisdiction. But I never imagined that someone would dare to do such a thing right under my nose. Wang Qi was proud and aloof by nature and disliked excessive closeness with others. But since Magistrate Wu had just helped them, he had no choice but to suppress his displeasure and force a smile. Those who do such things naturally keep them while hidden. It is only normal that Brother Wu did not discover it. By the way, let me introduce a few people to you. You have already met this officer, Hu Dahai. This is my sister-in-law, and this is my niece. As for these two, they are no ordinary guests. This is the heir of Duke Xinghua, and this is the heir's wife. Hearing this, Magistrate Wu hastily straightened his clothes, stepped forward, and offered a salute. Magistrate Wu, you do me too much honor. Xiamu Bai's gaze flickered slightly as he reached out to help him up. I am merely an exiled convict. How dare I accept such a grand courtesy? Hearing this, Magistrate Wu quickly said, Young lord, you are too serious. When I first entered officialdom, I was very reckless and caused no small amount of trouble. It was only thanks to the Duke's guidance that I turned danger into safety. Now that the Duke has met with misfortune, I was helpless and could not submit a petition to right the injustice. If upon meeting the young lord today, I still failed to show proper courtesy, I would truly be less than human. Seeing this, Wang Qi laughed and said, Brother Wu, so this meal was prepared not for me, but for the young lord. Of course there is a share for you too. Magistrate Wu burst into laughter. If not for the letter you wrote sending Hu Dahai to find me, how could I have so smoothly taken over that saltpeter mine? Come everyone, please come in. I have prepared a banquet, and I hope you will all do me the honor of tasting a few dishes. Only after hearing this did Xiamu Bai and the others enter. The banquet was not set up in the main hall, but arranged in a side chamber. The side chamber had no windows, only a wooden door. Once the door was closed, the room became completely airtight. Although it was somewhat stuffy, the food was quite lavish. Since Shen Wan had arrived here, no meal had reached such a standard. Though Dainyu was so tempted that she drooled, she still maintained excellent poise. Seeing that everyone was about to take their seats, she took Shen Wan's hand and said in a sweet childlike voice, Sister, I want to sit beside you. The previous owner of that body had been dark and ugly like an ogress in the eyes of many children. Yet Dainyu was not only unafraid of her, but also deeply attached to her. All right. Shen Wan smiled and lifted her onto a stool, waiting until everyone was seated before sitting down herself. Observing this, Magistrate Wu picked up a silver pot and began pouring wine for each person in turn. This silver pot was quite unusual. A ruby was conspicuously set into the handle, looking oddly out of place in the shabby courtyard. When at last it came to his own cup, he pressed lightly on the ruby. Shen Wan's gaze flickered slightly. "Young lord, I offer you a toast." Magistrate Wu raised the wine cup with both hands, his manner extremely deferential. On hearing this, Shen Wan immediately pinched the arch-villain's arm. Xiamu Bai took the hint and raised his cup with a smile. He did not drink. Instead, with great elegance, he poured the wine onto the ground. "Young lord, what does this mean?" Magistrate Wu's expression changed. Xiamu Bai smiled faintly and said thoughtfully, "This cup is in honor of my late father." Yes. We should indeed toast the Duke." Magistrate Wu recovered his wits and also poured his wine onto the ground. Seeing this, everyone followed suit. Poor Duke Xinghua, a hero his whole life, had ended with no remains left, and now there was not even a place to offer sacrifices. The wine in the silver pot had long since run dry, so Magistrate Wu had no choice but to summon a servant. The servant was extremely thin and wiry. His small triangular eyes flickered with a cold, sinister light. One could tell at a glance that he was a practiced martial artist. "Magistrate, there is no need for such trouble." Shen Wan glanced at him and said with a smile, "My sister-in-law and I do not drink, and my husband is not in a suitable state to drink either." "Why not?" Magistrate Wu's gaze tightened, and he instinctively clenched the silver pot in his hand. "Could it be that the young lord disdains me for my lowly office and thinks me unworthy to toast him?" Daniyu's mother watched from the side and also shot Shen Wan a meaningful look. By now they were all exiled convicts, long since stripped of their former glory. To put it bluntly, even a phoenix that had fallen to the ground was no better than a chicken at this moment. To refuse even a county magistrate's toast was truly an ungrateful act. "We are hoping for a child, so it is not suitable for us to drink." Xiamu Bai's lips curved slightly as he sent Shen Wan a doting look. Hearing this, Wang Qi and the others were both surprised and delighted. "Really?" Daniyu's mother looked at Shen Wan in pleasant surprise. "I really don't know what is wrong with me. How did I not think of that? Young madam, if there is anything you do not understand in the future, just ask me. I have given birth before. No wine and no crab either." It seemed that Xiamu Bai truly could not drink. Hearing this, a strange look flashed through Magistrate Wu's murky eyes. That flicker of strangeness was not lost on Xiamu Bai and Shen Wan. Sure enough, what was bound to come had come. The arch-villain took the little ugly girl's hand, his cold fingertips tracing lightly over her palm. Shen Wan did not stir, silently memorizing every word. "Oh, I see. Then let me first congratulate the two of you." Magistrate Wu suddenly looked at the servant with a smile and deliberately stressed his voice. "Go brew a pot of tea for the young lord and the young madam. And remember, it must be the finest tea." The servant understood. Before long, he brought in a pot of tea. After placing the teapot on the table, he shot Magistrate Wu a meaningful glance, then withdrew and shut the door firmly. Magistrate Wu smiled meaningfully, rose, and reached for the teapot. This time he did not believe they could find another excuse. Just as Magistrate Wu was about to reach for the teapot, Shen Wan laughed and snatched it away. "Let me handle this," she said, stepping forward with the teapot and pouring him a cup first. "This cup is my toast to you, my lord." Hearing this, Magistrate Wu's expression shifted slightly. This tea had been laced, and how could he dare drink it? No. I am merely a humble minor official, unworthy of the young madam's tea." Magistrate Wu's eyes darted, and with a forced smile he declined. "Young madam, you truly overwhelm me with your kindness. But you must drink this tea." Shen Wan gave a sly smile, her eyes sparkling. "You are an old acquaintance of Lord Gonggong, and therefore also my friend. You were absent at my wedding with the heir apparent, so consider this cup a belated celebratory toast. If you refuse to drink, it simply means you look down upon us." A celebratory toast. Could one make up for a missed wedding? Besides, they hadn't even invited him in the first place. What right did he have to drink? Magistrate Wu was nearly at a loss for words. "Magistrate Wu clearly disdains us," Xiamu Bai said with a light, carefree smile, his cold voice tinged with a hint of self-mockery. Gritting his teeth, Magistrate Wu forced himself to accept the cup of tea. Steeling his resolve, he drained it in one gulp. His men were waiting outside. As long as he took the antidote in time, there should be no major issue. Just as he was about to rise, Shen Wan promptly poured a second cup. Consider this one a celebration for the baby's full moon. The ugly woman wasn't even pregnant yet, and she was already planning for the full moon banquet. Magistrate Wu had no desire to drink. But at the depth of Sien Mubai's piercing gaze, he had no choice but to drink the tea. He refused to believe this ugly woman could come up with a third reason. This cup is for the baby's first birthday. Shen Wan refilled his cup again, smiling sweetly. Honestly, we seem to hit it off well with you, my lord. If not for our awkward circumstances, we would have wanted the child to acknowledge you as his godfather. Magistrate Wu, sure you wouldn't deny me this favor, would you? Magistrate Wu was nearly bursting with rage at this point. Judging by this ugly woman's trajectory, the next cup would presumably be for the wedding banquet. Not to mention himself, even Wang Qi felt that Shen Wan had gone too far. Perhaps it's best not to drink anymore, he said, clearing his throat. At this rate, Magistrate Wu won't have room left for a proper meal. Shen Wan smiled gracefully. Magistrate Wu will certainly drink it. If he refuses, he simply doesn't care for my child. Why on earth should he care for her child? Magistrate Wu's anger boiled over, nearly causing him to overturn the table altogether. But he was only one step away from success. He could not give up now. Gritting his teeth, he drank the cup as well. To avoid this ugly woman pouring him more tea, Magistrate Wu quickly hid the cup behind his back. I sincerely apologize. I've had far too much and must step out for a moment. Though angry, he still wore a warm smile on his face. No, he had to leave quickly. If he didn't leave now, he feared his old life might end here. That simply won't do. Seeing his attempt to slip away, how could Shen Wan let him? She immediately smiled and blocked his path. My lord, I have one more favor to ask. I hope you will grant it. By now, Magistrate Wu's stomach had begun to ache. Sweating profusely, he blurted out, Fine. I agree to everything. Please just let me step out for a moment. My lord, why don't you even ask what it is about? Shen Wan deliberately stalling. If he loved administering poison so much, why not let him savor its flavor thoroughly? Seeing her behavior cross the line, Wang Qi's face darkened. Young madam, please stop this. Magistrate Wu was his fellow student, and this ugly woman's relentless harassment was clearly costing him face. Strange. Her mischief had always been genuine, yet she was typically a girl of propriety. What was wrong with her today? I'm not causing trouble. Shen Wan tilted her head, her smile as angelic as ever. Magistrate Wu, do you think I'm being unreasonable? Magistrate Wu's forehead beaded with sweat. How could he dare say no? No. And no. Then that settles it, doesn't it? Smiling all the while, Shen Wan fetched a clean cup and refilled it with tea. I've noticed your remarkable talent and was considering having the child formally study under you. As long as you drink this cup of initiation tea, you shall be my son's teacher from henceforth. Upon hearing this, Magistrate Wu was so enraged he nearly wanted to strangle her on the spot. This woman was clearly picking a fight. Young madam, please stop joking. He barely restrained his rising fury, yet his voice involuntarily grew louder. My modest talents are utterly insignificant before Lord Heir Apparent and Lord Wang Qi. How dare I display my trifling skills before such masters? Hearing that hoarse voice, Shen Wan's brows furrowed involuntarily. How could this be? Looking at his hands, he resembled that person. But listening to his voice, it was identical to someone else's entirely. Perhaps they were the very same person all along. Breathing in the peculiar fragrance in the air, Shen Wan shuddered violently. No way. They really were the same person. In her moment of urgency, she instinctively glanced towards Sien Mubai. Where's my wife? Joking. Sien Mubai smiled with effortless composure, his deep voice carrying an implicit authority. Is it that you dare not accept my son as your disciple, or simply afraid to drink the tea prepared for you? Hearing these words, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Heir apparent, are you implying there is something wrong with this tea? Wang Qi turned pale, staring at him in utter shock. No, this was absolutely impossible. Magistrate Wu was the most honest and trustworthy man one could imagine. How could he possibly do such a thing? Without absolute trust, he would never have written to borrow troops in the first place. Sien Mubai's smile turned cold as he cast his gaze upon Magistrate Wu. Linda Shanren, long have I not seen you. I trust you have been well. These words left everyone stunned, unable to respond for a long moment. I I don't understand what you're saying. Magistrate Wu clutched his lower abdomen, his body trembling violently. Xie Mubai's smile vanished, his gaze piercing and terrifying. Indeed, calling you Lin Deshanren is most inappropriate, for the real Lin Xiaocai has long been dead. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand a word. Magistrate Wu's face drained of color, though he strove to maintain his composure. Xie Mubai glanced at him, his eyes churning with icy malice. You know perfectly well whether I speak nonsense or not. Previously, I could never understand Lin Xiaocai, by nature aloof and proud, despised the Zhou family more than anyone. Why would he suddenly engage in an affair with her? If the one who consorted with Zhou Shi was not the real Lin Xiaocai, then everything falls into place. The real Lin Xiaocai would never have kept a letter of broken engagement. It was his greatest shame. Only a fraud would wield it to prove his supposed identity. Upon hearing this, Magistrate Wu's expression changed once more. Yet he showed no fear, merely looking at Xie Mubai with defiance. Do you have any proof? Without evidence, you are slandering a royal-appointed official. Xie Mubai said nothing, merely giving Shen Wan a subtle glance. Shen Wan understood immediately. With a swift stride, she rushed forward and ripped the disguise mask from Magistrate Wu's face. Beneath it lay an aged, yet ruddy-complexioned visage. It's Yue. Hu Dahai stared in stunned disbelief. This was precisely that old farmer who had led them to find Lin Deshanren that day. So everything had been nothing but a trap, and they themselves, like blind fish, had foolishly swallowed the bait. Where is Magistrate Wu? Wang Qi snapped back to reality. Grasping the old farmer's collar like a madman, he growled between clenched teeth. Anyone who stands in my way must die. The old farmer's face paling, a grotesque, cold smile crept across his lips. That's right. I am the fake Lin Deshanren and the fake county magistrate of this place. A pity, though. No matter how clever you are, it is all for naught, for everything has already transpired too late. Suddenly his eyes reddened, and he hurled the teacup viciously to the ground. At the signal, the weathered wooden door was kicked open with force. Outside stood a line of well-equipped archers. Shen Wan's gaze tightened. She waved her hand, and a large bag of quicklime powder rained down, dusting their faces with white powder. The archers screamed in agony, dropping their long blades as they clutched their burning eyes. Seeing this, Hu Dahai bound them all without much effort. How could this have happened? Watching the scene before him, the old farmer struggled to believe his own eyes. No, this is impossible. When did you discover the truth? Having assumed every detail was flawlessly executed, he never expected to suffer a crushing defeat amidst idle conversation. Xie Mubai sneered contemptuously. First Magistrate Wu is only about 30 years of age, yet your gait clearly betrays an old man's sluggishness. Second Magistrate Wu is a scholar. How could someone of his station possess hands as calloused as yours? Most importantly, the fragrance upon your person gave you away. This incense is a tribute from the Persian kingdom. Neither an old farmer from the village nor Magistrate Wu could possibly obtain such an item by their means. If my guess is correct, this was bestowed upon you by your master. Realizing his defeat was sealed, the old farmer could only manage a bitter laugh. Yes, you have one. He cast a mocking glance at Xie Mubai. But my master will never forgive you. You shall meet a fate far more gruesome than that of your father and brother. Those too clever by half never live long. Before the words had fully left his lips, the old farmer suddenly drew a sharp dagger from his waist. Xie Mubai's pitch-black pupils abruptly constricted as a razor-sharp dagger materialized in his palm. Just as he was about to strike, the farmer's expression suddenly shifted. Blood began oozing from all 7 of the farmer's orifices, and his bloated body collapsed to the ground like a pool of mud. At the sight of the blood, Daineyu's mother turned pale with fright and hastily covered the child's eyes. He's dead, Hu Dahai said emotionlessly after checking for breath. The old farmer was dead, yet no one could feel any joy. To be capable of killing and impersonating a court official while seizing the saltpeter mine, his backing was certainly no ordinary power. Even without a word spoken, everyone could roughly piece together the truth. Aside from the rapidly rising third prince, no one in Great Wei possessed such formidable influence, not even the Marquis of Xiangyang, the Dog Emperor's trusted confidant. He had gone to great lengths for the throne, scheming for years and laying out such an elaborate gambit. What should we do now? Shen Wan frowned slightly, turning her gaze towards Xie Mubai. having killed his minion and cost him his painstakingly built saltpeter mine. The third prince likely wished he could devour them whole. Though the great villain was exceptionally cunning when faced with that child of destiny, he was inevitably at a disadvantage. We'll take it one step at a time. There's nothing to fear, Shen Wan said with a faint smile and ominous cold light surging in his eyes. Besides, even if he doesn't die, that person won't let us off anyway. It's only a matter of time. Hu Dahai's gaze darkened. He knew that Shen Wan spoke nothing but the truth. From the moment they neared the saltpeter mine, the third prince would never spare any of their lives. Dispose of the corpse properly, and make sure no one discovers it, Shen Wan said to him calmly. This place is not safe to linger. We set out at dawn tomorrow. This was the third prince's territory. If a fight truly broke out, their band of exiled convicts would surely lose. What about the saltpeter mine? Shen Wan asked anxiously. Are we just going to leave it there and let that bastard have it for free? If she had known it would come to this, she would have blown the whole thing up. Since the matter has already blown up this big, do you think that person would still dare to touch such a scorching hot potato? Shen Wan curled his lips slightly, a chilling smile spreading across his stunning face. Don't worry. Even if you handed it to him with both hands right now, he wouldn't dare take it even once. Not only would he not dare touch it, he wouldn't even dare investigate the matter unless he wanted the whole world to know he was plotting rebellion. This time he'll have no choice but to swallow his teeth into his stomach. Hearing this, Shen Wan's hanging heart finally eased a little. It seemed that all that remained was for Hu Dahai to clean things up thoroughly. It had to be said Hu Dahai was a capable man. He handled the matter flawlessly, leaving behind not even a single strand of hair at the scene. Moreover, since Lin Das Hanren and his men had arrived in plain clothes and concealed their identities, no one even knew the county magistrate had ever visited the villa. As for the county magistrate's mysterious disappearance, that had nothing to do with them. Early the next morning, when the exiled convicts heard they would be hitting the road, immediately disappointment was written all over their faces. The county post station had good food and comfortable lodging. They hadn't even warmed up their blankets yet, and now they had to leave. Brother Dao is wounded too badly. I'm afraid he can't travel far. A constable frowned, speaking to Hu Dahai. He had already fractured his ribs, and now, with an arrow wound on top of that, forget traveling. Even walking normally would be a problem. But if they left him here, what if Lin Das Hanren's remaining partisans took out their anger on him? Hu Dahai thought it over, then said, You carry him along on the journey. Once we reach Chenlu County, we'll settle him there. Chenlu County was Qin Chu's hometown, a little over 100 li away. No matter how delicate these people were, they could endure a few days to get there. He also knew the post station staff there well. Leaving Scarface, there should be safe enough. Since the matter was settled, the constable said no more and could only carry Scarface along the road. The weather was scorching hot, and before long, everyone was drenched in sweat. Seeing this, Shen Wan came over to relieve the constable pushing the cart. Though Shen Wan didn't know how to push the cart, she fanned her with a banana leaf from the side. No need to fan me, Shen Wan said with a smile. You must be tired doing that. Shen Wan smiled sweetly. No matter how tired I am, I'm not as tired as fifth sister-in-law. You have the hardest job pushing fifth brother. Fifth brother, you'd better treat fifth sister-in-law well from now on. If you ever do anything to wrong her, I'll be the first to make you pay. Shen Wan felt somewhat speechless. Was this truly his selfish, self-centered little sister? In just a few short days, she had become that little clown woman's loyal follower. Now look at you, Daniu's mother chuckled from the side. His eyes are full of nothing but his young wife. How could there be any room for anyone else? Even Shen Wan herself didn't believe those words. The great villain's eyes were fixed on her only because she was pushing the cart, and his gaze happened to land right there. Shen Wan, however, looked as though his secret had been exposed and immediately shifted his gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, the rapid thundering of hooves sounded from behind. Shen Wan's gaze turned tense. Before long, a beautiful carriage drew to a stop before them. A half-worn silk curtain was lifted, revealing Qin Chu seated inside, dressed in splendid attire. Why is it you? Shen Wan asked, startled. She was certain no one had notified him when they set out. How had he managed to catch up? I'm heading back to Qinliu, so I naturally passed through here, the young Master Qin said with a warm smile. By the way, I borrowed a carriage from a relative. Why don't you and the young lord both come aboard? Riding in the carriage was light and cool, far more comfortable than trekking under the blazing sun. Shen Wan was just about to speak when she saw Siem Mubai darken his face. Thank you for your kindness, young master, but there's no need. Seeing his demeanor, Shen Wan also nodded with a smile. I'll just walk on my own. But just because they didn't want to ride didn't mean others didn't. The moment she saw Qin Shu arriving by carriage, Sun Shi immediately wiggled her plump, slender waist and rushed over, speaking coquettishly. Cousin, my feet are hurting terribly. If you hadn't come, I'm pretty sure these feet of mine would have broken clean off. She chattered on while climbing into the carriage on her own accord. Young Master Qin's expression shifted as he said nervously, Cousin, males and females above 7 should not share a seat. Hey, you could let Shen Wan ride, so why not me? Sun Shi climbed into the carriage without the slightest hesitation, sneering, besides, she's a married woman. If anything, aren't you the one who should be avoiding suspicion? Qin Shu was left with nothing to say. After a moment's thought, he simply got down from the carriage. Sun Shi was so furious her face turned pale. Infuriating. She had hoped that riding together might spark some kind of romance, yet the wretched man would rather walk than be alone with her. Fine, if he wouldn't ride, then he wouldn't ride. She certainly wasn't going to walk. Qin Shu stepped down and hurried over to Shen Wan. He was just about to strike up a conversation when the icy glare from Siem Mubai made him swallow his words. Seeing how pitiful he looked, Shen Wan quickened her pace, leaving him far behind. Why are you acting like this? She frowned, glancing at the great villain. He just wanted to repay a kindness. He doesn't mean any harm. Hearing this, Siem Mubai couldn't help but take a few extra looks at her. For some reason, whenever any other person of the opposite sex drew close to her, he would feel a strange, inexplicable restlessness. He thought to himself, this is an illness and it needs curing. Seeing that he remained silent, Shen Wan said no more. By chance her gaze fell upon Scarface not far away. He lay on the stretcher, his head tilted at an awkward, strained angle, while he stared venomously at the area diagonally ahead. Following his gaze, she saw Zhao Shi walking ahead with a dazed, absent expression. Her complexion was terribly pale, and her whole body was nothing but skin and bones, a stark contrast to her former plump, rounded appearance. It seemed Scarface had truly been deeply wounded by her. Suddenly, Zhao Shi bent over and began vomiting painfully. It went without saying that given the scorching weather, Zhao Shi had surely suffered from heat stroke. She was already feeling unwell, but just then Debeo grabbed her sleeve and cried, Mother, my legs hurt so much. I don't want to walk anymore. Carry me. Debeo's cries were piercingly shrill, yet Zhao Shi seemed not to hear at all, her lifeless eyes fixed blankly on the ground. Li Shi, whose heart was kind, intended to step forward and help, but she was holding Bao in her arms and could hardly take on another child. Li Shi pondered for a moment, then hurried to the carriage and asked with a pleading smile, Third sister-in-law, eldest sister isn't feeling well. Could she and Debeo ride in the carriage for a while? The carriage was not particularly large, but it could comfortably accommodate 2 or 3 people. Besides, when Sun Shi had been injured on her back, the sisters-in-law had shown her considerable kindness. Absolutely not. Seeing Zhao Shi vomiting up the contents of her stomach, Sun Shi said, with visible disgust, Who would be responsible if the carriage gets soiled? With her arrogant demeanor, one might have mistaken her for the owner of the carriage. Witnessing such coldness, Li Shi's face turned pale with anger. Li Shi was an honest woman who knew not how to curse, so she could only watch helplessly as the carriage passed by her. Since Sun Shi refused to help, who else could she turn to? At that moment, Li Shi spotted Shen Wan, who was pushing the cart, but she lacked the courage to approach her. Noticing this, Shen Wan handed the bamboo container to Siem Mubai. Give this to her. She needs to drink plenty of water for the heat stroke. Although this spiritual spring water cannot cure illnesses, it is quite effective for regulating the body and restoring strength. Why are you giving it to them? Siem Mubai refused to take it, saying angrily, Fifth sister-in-law, how can you still help her after everything Zhao Shi has done to you? Shen Wan smiled gently. What happens to Zhao Shi has nothing to do with me. I simply pity Li Shi. If Zhao Shi collapsed, Li Shi's saintly nature would compel her to care for another person. Do as your fifth sister-in-law says. Siem Mubai glanced at Debeo, who was rolling on the ground, throwing a tantrum, and couldn't help frowning slightly. Regardless, Debeo was Xie family blood. Their eldest brother had passed away early, and if anything happened to Zhao Shi, wouldn't the Xie family be left with yet another orphan? Seeing his reluctance, Siem Mubai finally took the bamboo container. She walked up to Li Shi, silently pressed it into her hands, and turned away without a word. They walked for an indeterminate amount of time until finally noon arrived, and it was time for lunch. Shen Wan set up an iron wok beneath the shade of some trees and prepared a pot of bitter melon and pork rib soup. As the aroma of braised ribs wafted through the air, the exiled convicts stretched their necks like giraffes. Of course they could only smell it. Just then Qin Chu approached carrying 2 food containers and said with an awkward smile, "I only have rice dishes here, no soup. Would you mind if I shared your meal?" He had brought plenty of provisions on his carriage for this journey. If he wanted soup, he could simply make some. There was no need to beg to share. Clearly, he merely wished to repay a kindness. Considering Qin Chu's behavior throughout the journey, Shen Wan couldn't bring herself to refuse again, so she nodded. Expecting to be turned away once more, she was surprised when the so-called clownish young lady actually agreed. Qin Chu was taken aback. "Really? Would I joke about this?" Shen Wan smiled. "I happen to lack suitable staples." Upon hearing this, Qin Chu hurriedly set down the food containers in his hands. Upon opening them, several exquisite side dishes and plates of fragrant chestnut flour cakes were revealed. The chestnut cakes were exceptionally well made, melting on the tongue. Even Shen Wan couldn't help but nod approvingly after tasting one. "Fifth brother, try it too." She handed him a piece with a bright smile. "These cakes are truly delicious." Shen Wan merely lowered his head and drank his soup, ignoring her entirely. Noticing this, Dingyonyang quietly pulled Shen Wan aside. "Don't provoke your fifth brother," she whispered. "Can't you see he's jealous?" "Jealous? Jealous about what?" Shen Wan looked completely puzzled. "No, that can't be Kinnet. Does my fifth brother consider Qin Gongzi a romantic rival?" Although she cared deeply for Shen Wan, she never imagined Qin Chu pursuing her, much less that her aloof fifth brother would grow envious over a woman. "Foolish girl, it's right in front of you," Dingyonyang whispered with a knowing glance, smiling softly. "Your fifth brother loves your fifth sister-in-law." Though her voice was low, Shen Wan caught every single word. Love? How could that be possible? How could he possibly fall in love with the woman he once loathed most? Dingyonyang must be confused. That was the only explanation for such nonsense. Lost in troubled thoughts, he noticed Shen Wan smiling as she picked out vegetables for Dinyo. The harsh sunlight filtered through layers of overlapping leaves, illuminating her jewel-black eyes until they sparkled. She was not beautiful, not in the slightest. Yet for some inexplicable reason, among all the people around her, she was always the one who shone brightest, the only one his gaze could rest upon. "Cousin, why didn't you call me to eat?" Suddenly Sun Shi waltzed over, twisting her slender waist in a coquettish manner. "I'm nearly starving to death." Seeing this woman refuse to disappear, Qin Chu's expression darkened instantly. "I'm also freeloading off others," he said coldly. "If you're hungry, figure it out yourself." Sun Shi's expression shifted immediately. Who would believe he had no food? To save that clownish young lady, he had produced 1,000 taels of silver at a mere gesture. Did that sound like a man without means? "Then I'll eat with you." Sun Shi's eyes darted, and with brazen audacity, she seated herself beside Qin Chu. "I eat very little. A small portion from you will suffice. This soup looks excellent. Give me a bowl." Before Qin Chu could respond, Sun Shi reached out to snatch his bowl. "This soup is mine." Shen Wan slapped her hand away coldly, her voice laced with scorn. "Anyone who dares give it to you won't eat either." Qin Chu, with an expression of utter exasperation, glanced at Sun Shi. "If you don't leave now, I won't have food to eat either." Clearly, he had no intention of sharing hardships with his cousin. Hearing this, Sun Shi was so furious, she nearly exploded. "Fine. Very fine." Pointing at Qin Chu's nose, she shouted, "When I see cousin, I'll tell him exactly what you've done." Stomping her foot, she burst into tears and fled back to the carriage. Qin Chu did not take Sun Shi's threat seriously and continued sipping the soup in his bowl. Dinyo was gnawing on a rib when she casually noticed Erbao squatting by the ditch, staring blankly into space. For reasons she could not explain, from the first time she saw the little boy with those twin pools of darkness for eyes, she had felt a peculiar interest in him. He was like an unsolvable riddle, its answer forever out of reach. Seeing Dinyo gazing at Erbao, Shen Wan hesitated for a moment before handing her 2 pieces of cake. "Go ahead." Dinyo paused, then quickly snapped out of her reverie. "This is for you." She scampered over on her short legs and offered the chestnut cake to Erbao. Bao regarded her with a solemn, hostile expression. I don't want anything from enemies. Do you have a grievance with the Wang family? Danyo asked. Bao shook his head. Then there you have it, Danyo said in a childish voice. This cake was given to me by my sister, and now it belongs to our Wang family. Since our Wang family bears you no ill, will you naturally may eat my food? Bao found some merit in her reasoning. After a moment's thought, he accepted it and began devouring it greedily. Ever since Qian Shi passed away, Bao's days had been exceedingly difficult. Although Li Shi had a kind heart, she possessed little capability, and the fact that he had not starved to death was already quite remarkable. Sister is the kindest person, Danyo said beside him in a soft, childish voice. If not for her, we would have perished countless times over. You may dislike sister, but from now on you must never harm her again. If I discover you have, I will smack your bottom. Without waiting for a response, she rose and departed. Watching her tiny retreating figure, a derisive smile curled the corners of Bao's lips. Little girl. Short in stature, yet full of big talk. Upon seeing Danyo return, Shen Wan ladled another bowl of rib soup for her. Sister, didn't you say you dislike him? Danyo leaned close to her curiously. Why did you make me give him something then? Shen Wan gently stroked her fluffy little head and smiled. He is your eldest brother's nephew. Though your eldest brother appears indifferent on the surface, he cares for him deeply within his heart. However, since he relies entirely on me for everything nowadays, he finds it difficult to say much. Hearing these words, Xian Mubai's heart gave a faint tremor. Have some water. After handing the bowl to Danyo, Shen Wan approached Xian Mubai with the bamboo container. Xian Mubai said flatly, Thank you. Thank me, eh? Shen Wan paused, then laughed. You mean Bao? That child is rather endearing. If not for Qian Shi's son, I would genuinely consider raising him myself. But honestly, stop giving Qian Shi such cold looks all the time. He knows gratitude, and for that alone he is worth befriending. Xian Mubai did not like Qian Shi. No matter what anyone said, this would never change. Yet since she had spoken, he would not make things difficult for him. I will follow your wishes. But what if he truly does harbor affection for you? This clown girl, though not beautiful, was remarkably talented and forthright in character. As long as one was not among those shallow folk who judged by appearance, falling for her seemed no difficult matter. Brother, my eyes aren't blind, you know. Shen Wan retorted with a bitter laugh, sharp with frustration. If you yourself won't look at me, why should anyone else? Honestly, I don't even know what Qian Shi did wrong for you to keep giving him the cold shoulder all the time. Xian Mubai opened his mouth to speak. He wanted to tell her that he had never looked down on her. It was simply that he had not yet reached the point of loving her. But what did it truly feel like to love someone? Xian Mubai did not know. The other convicts seated at a distance had clearly witnessed the clown girl reducing the cold-faced heir of the Gongwa dukedom to speechlessness, and they remained stunned for a long while. Could it be? The dignified heir of the Zhenghua Marquis estate was actually afraid of his wife. Then again, the daughter of the Shenyang Marquis was no pushover. Her temper was fierce, and her strength was simply astonishing. If she did not behave herself, she might just administer a sound beating. Did she always act this way? Qian Shi was also startled and cast an uneasy glance toward Wang Qi. Wang Qi sneered dismissively. There are far worse moments than this. To tell you the truth, she once killed 3 wild wolves in a single breath. Upon hearing this, Qian Shi's jaw nearly dropped. Though he had harbored no fondness for Xian Mubai, this news stirred a profound sympathy within him. The first to protest at Wang Qi speaking ill of Shen Wan was Xian Murong. That is not how you should describe it. While combing Danio's hair, she argued vehemently. Although my 5th sister-in-law can be a bit fierce, she treats 5th brother wonderfully. Throughout this entire journey, whether it was food or necessities, she would rather deprive herself than let 5th brother suffer. Whoever marries her is truly blessed beyond measure. Hearing this, Danio's mother also nodded eagerly from the side. Seeing these two completely lacking in common sense, Wang Qi could not help but feel speechless. Did they not understand why Xian Mubai held hostility toward Qian Shi? Of course they certainly had not noticed. But this might actually be an opportunity. He pondered for a moment, then rose and walked toward Xian Mubai. At this point, Shen Wan had already gone to wash her hands by the roadside ditch, leaving only the great villain sitting beneath the oilcloth umbrella drinking water. May I ask you something? Wang Qi asked coldly. Xian Mubai glanced at him and gave a slight nod. Shen Wan has saved you countless times, yet you do not care for her. Why not let her go? Wang Qi stared directly into his eyes and deliberately suggested, I think Master Qin is actually quite decent. If Shen Wan were to follow him, she would never suffer hardship in the future. Upon hearing this, Xian Mubai's expression darkened instantly. You care so much about Shen Wan. I thought you had feelings for her yourself. A cold smile crossed his lips, his words dripping with obvious anger. What would become of you if she followed Qin Chu? If I had feelings for her, do you truly think she would be available to you? Wang Qi gave a disdainful smile, showing no attempt to conceal the mockery in his eyes. We will reach Chunlu County in a few days. You had best consider this soon. Do not ruin her lifelong happiness. Chunlu sounds like a fine name. Surely this implies Shen Wan will remain there. Xian Mubai's gaze turned chillingly cold as he sneered darkly. You are overthinking it. She will not leave. That is hard to say. Wang Qi laughed coldly. From what I have observed, Shen Wan seems to hold a favorable impression of Master Qin as well. Otherwise, why would she agree to share a meal with him? Hearing this, Xian Mubai's eyes darkened. He had once said he would set the clown girl free, but she had refused. Yet if she held feelings for Qin Chu, would she still remain by his side, without complaint or regret? He did not know. Seeing that his words had taken effect, Wang Qi smiled triumphantly and swept his sleeve before departing. Whatever did you say to make the young master look so furious? Seeing that dark, stormy expression, Daniyu's mother grew frightened and quickly grabbed Wang Qi's sleeve. Wang Qi offered a faint smile. Nothing. I merely wished to give him a push. He did not particularly care for Xian Mubai, but for Shen Wan's sake, he was willing to help bring them together. Push. He clearly already likes the young madam. Daniyu's mother, understanding the situation, said with a knowing smile. Wang Qi sneered. Do you think he knows it himself? Then how foolish must he be, not even realizing that he likes someone? Daniyu's mother exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Qi opened his mouth, then hesitated. He wanted to say that perhaps he himself was no less foolish. If he had not only come to understand his own feelings after the fact, how could he still be single at his age? At that moment, Hu Dahai's voice rang out from ahead, urging them to set off. Beyond this official road lay a dense forest. Hu Dahai led the way, brandishing his long whip, while the rest followed behind. The forest was teeming with mosquitoes that bit them continually. Shen Wan retrieved a bottle of floral water from her spatial storage. This is newly made floral water. It can repel insects and mosquitoes. Give it a try. She casually spritzed some on herself before handing it to Xian Mubai. Xian Mubai caught the scent and felt an inexplicable familiarity, though he could not quite place it. Without overthinking it, he sprayed some on himself and Daniyu, then passed it to Wang Qi. After everyone else had finished using it, Xian Murong returned the bottle to Shen Wan. Fifth sister-in-law, this smells wonderful. Far more pleasant than any rouge or powder I have used before. You exaggerate. Shen Wan smiled. By the way, Qin Chu has not used it yet. Give him some as well. Upon hearing this, Xian Mubai's gaze darkened. Wang Qi had been right. The clown girl truly did care for Qin Chu. Even now she had remembered him for the floral water. Qin Chu reached out to take it, but upon seeing someone's gloomy expression, he immediately withdrew his hand. It is unnecessary, he declined with a smile. I still have sachets on me. It is fine. Wait, I need to attend to some business. You should proceed ahead without me. Since this person clearly disliked him, it was better to keep his distance. He could repay the favor once they reached Chunlu County. Seeing him prepare to leave, Shen Wan did not object. Before long, a piercing scream echoed from nearby. It is Master Qin. Wang Qi, with his keen ears, identified it immediately. Hearing this, Shen Wan rushed forward, pushing the cart. Seeing her evident distress, an indescribable turmoil stirred within Xian Mubai's heart. They found Qin Chu sitting beneath an ancient tree, both hands tightly clutching his lower leg, while a venomous serpent with a crimson forked tongue slithered past nearby. Shen Wan's gaze sharpened. A flash of cold light appeared. A silver needle struck the serpent's vital point. The snake did not even struggle before lying still. Terrible. Our young master has been bitten by a snake. The servant's face drained of color, and he panicked, looking desperately toward them. Qin Chu shook his head and gave a pained smile. It is nothing, merely a bite. Gritting his teeth, he leaned against the tree, attempting to rise. Let us go to the village ahead. Seeing this, Shen Wan immediately set down the cart. If you do not wish to die, sit still and do not move. She flew forward and pressed Master Qin firmly to the ground. Pulling up his pant leg, she saw that the wound had already turned black. Clearly this snake's venom was extremely potent. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Wan leaned down and began sucking the poison from the wound with her mouth. Xian Mubai's dark pupils contracted sharply. Let him go. Just as he moved to intervene, Sun Shi came sprinting toward them, screaming, "You shameless wench, how dare you molest my cousin in public?" Sun Shi was furious, cursing viciously. "Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You clearly despise your crippled husband, which is why you're seducing my cousin to marry into a wealthy family as a young mistress, aren't you?" Seeing this woman refuse to leave, the poison already suppressed in Shen Wan's body began boiling once more. Her eyes red, she picked up the dead snake and threw it at her. Watching the serpent fly toward her, Sun Shi's face turned deathly pale. She let out a scream and scrambled backward in terror, hiding behind Xian Mubai. Daniel was also frightened and began crying loudly. At this moment, Hu Dahai and the others heard the commotion and rushed over. Gazing at the dead snake, Hu Dahai's eyes shifted. So she wasn't afraid of snakes at all. Shen Wan ignored Hu Dahai's suspicious glance and took out silver needles, temporarily sealing Qin Shu's meridians. "Saving your cousin is simple. I just need to suck out the poison." She stood up and cast a cold look at Sun Shi. "If you don't trust me to do this properly, you can do it yourself." Hearing this, Sun Shi's greedy eyes immediately lit up. If she sucked out the poison for Qin Shu, couldn't she use that physical contact to make him take responsibility? Thinking of this, she immediately agreed, "Fine, I'll do it." It was just a matter of sucking. It couldn't be that serious. It seemed even heaven was helping her. Shen Wan sneered and stepped aside deliberately. Qin Shu's face was deathly pale, and bead-like sweat rolled down his smooth forehead. Seeing Sun Shi approach, his tall frame stiffened involuntarily. No one understood better than he did what sinister schemes his distant cousin harbored. If not for this, he would never have insisted on walking all this way rather than sharing a carriage with her. "Cousin, don't be afraid. I've come to save you." Sun Shi squatted in front of him with a coy expression, slowly leaning forward. Before she could lower her head, Shen Wan curled her lips in a thin smile and said coldly, "Let me warn you beforehand. This snake venom is extremely potent. If you suction it directly, the toxins may seep through your oral cavity into your bloodstream, and the likelihood of poisoning yourself is quite high. I haven't studied this particular snake venom, and I have no idea what consequences it may cause." Hearing this, Sun Shi's face turned white with fear. A wealthy, handsome man was indeed tempting, but nothing was more important than her own life. She jumped up suddenly and immediately said, "I have no medical training. I'm afraid I can't suction out the poison completely. You'd better do it." Seeing this, Qin Shu's dry lips curled into a disdainful smile. His dear cousin hadn't changed at all, still as selfish as before. But this so-called ugly woman before him, for the sake of saving him, hadn't even furrowed her brow once. No wonder Xian Mubai protected her like a precious treasure, afraid others might covet her. What man wouldn't be moved by such an exceptional woman? Seeing Shen Wan about to bend down, Xian Mubai suddenly said, "Let me do it instead." "Don't cause trouble," Hu Dahai immediately said upon seeing this. "If anything were to happen to you, it would only worry sister more." "Young madam, allow me. Just tell me what to do." A servant hurried forward. "I fear not death." Shen Wan didn't overthink it, and simply nodded. "Be careful, just don't swallow it. Spit it out immediately after each suction. Try not to let it linger too long in your mouth. Everyone else step back. Don't disturb my treatment." Hu Dahai knew this little ugly woman disliked having people around when treating patients, so he ordered everyone to disperse. Xian Mubai didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay and watch. If the servant couldn't handle it, he could step in. But Hu Dahai pushed him away without giving him a chance to argue. After everyone dispersed, the servant bent down. He was quite clever indeed. In no time, he had suctioned out several mouthfuls of dark blood. "Go rinse your mouth." Shen Wan stuffed a pill into her mouth and handed him the bamboo tube from her waist, adding, "Rinse thoroughly." The servant took the bamboo tube and turned away to begin rinsing. Taking advantage of the moment, Shen Wan secretly injected Qin Shu with anti-venom serum. The poison ultimately couldn't be completely suctioned out. Without the serum injection, he would still be in danger. Qin Shu was feeling terrible when he sensed a sensation like an ant bite on his arm. When he raised his eyes to look, Shen Wan had already discreetly retracted the syringe into her spatial storage. "It's fine. I gave you an injection." She smiled faintly. "However, given your current condition, you can no longer walk. You must ride in the carriage." Qin Shu nodded. He gave a bitter smile, his eyes shimmering with an unusual gleam. "Thank you for saving me again. Twice now." She had saved him twice. This debt of gratitude might never be repaid in this lifetime. "If you feel troubled, just pay my medical fees when we arrive at Chenlu." Shen Wan was unconcerned. Money was a fine thing. She would never have too much of it. This was far better than that someone's bizarre methods of repaying kindness. Hearing this, Qin Shu smiled weakly. "That is only natural." By then the servant had finished rinsing. He bent down and carried Lord Qin on his back toward the exit. Shen Wan glanced at the venomous snake and retrieved a sharp blade from her spatial storage to dig out the snake gall. It was surprisingly large, certainly worth a good price. She tossed the gall into her space and hurried after the others. Barely a few steps in, she saw Xiamu Bai and the others waiting nearby. "Cousin, how are you feeling?" Sun Shi approached with feigned concern, tears in her eyes. Qin Shu ignored her entirely. He merely offered a tired smile to Shen Wan before the servant carried him back to the carriage. "Cousin, wait for me." Seeing him board the carriage, Sun Shi's heart leaped with joy, and she hurried after him. Shen Wan rolled her eyes and pushed the cart forward. Xiamu Bai remained silent, his icy gaze fixed intently upon those beautiful red lips. Had she really suctioned out the poison for Qin Shu? He had no idea. Lost in turbulent thoughts, the group had already exited the forest. Sun Shi chased after the carriage the entire way, weeping like a drowned rat. But no matter how desperately she pleaded, Qin Shu was resolute in refusing to let her board again. The moment she drew near, the servant drove her away. By evening, rain began falling again. With no one available, the group could only take temporary shelter in the dilapidated temple at the village entrance. Qin Shu's condition was not good. He suffered from dizziness and nausea, leaving Shen Wan unwilling to leave his side for even a moment. Xiamu Bai watched, and his expression darkened until it seemed water could be wrung from his face. "It hurts. So painful." His gaze clouded over, and he suddenly clutched his chest. Wang Qi, watching from the side, curled his lip. It seemed someone was indeed feeling a sense of crisis. Hearing the commotion, Shen Wan hurried over. "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Let me examine you," she asked anxiously. Seeing the concern in her eyes, the suffocating pressure in Xiamu Bai's chest finally eased somewhat. "Nothing serious. Just some discomfort in my chest." He furrowed his brows slightly and spoke in a hoarse voice. Shen Wan immediately took his pulse. "Nothing wrong. It's quite normal." She looked genuinely puzzled. Xiamu Bai lowered his eyelids and suddenly appeared as wounded and helpless as a child. "Today is my father's 60th birthday. I had planned to host a proper celebration for him this year, but I never expected." He fell silent there. Hearing this, Shen Wan's heart ached. No wonder he felt chest pain. Poor Duke Zhen had devoted his heart and blood to Wei. Never mind that the birthday banquet was cancelled, he couldn't even arrange a decent funeral. How could the great antagonist not feel sorrow? "May I rest my shoulder on you for a moment?" Xiamu Bai's voice was severely hoarse. "I'm truly so exhausted." "All right." Shen Wan did not refuse and reached out to embrace him. Xiamu Bai pressed his face against her shoulder and glanced challengingly at Qin Shu. Acting vulnerable never hurt. Qin Shu's face went pale. "Shen Wan, I only have you left." Xiamu Bai's hoarse voice trembled faintly in the darkness. "Will you abandon me too?" Seeing that certain someone put on such a weak, helpless, and pitiful act in front of everyone. Not to mention Qin Shu, even Wang Qi said he could not bear to watch. It was disgusting. So disgusting that he nearly brought up last night's dinner. He really wanted to step forward and ask that certain someone, "Have you turned 3 years old yet?" What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Wan's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively glanced from side to side. "You make it sound as if I've thrown you away any number of times. Stop talking. Just go to sleep." Hearing this, Xie, the 3-year-old, gave Qin Shu a hard stare, then closed his eyes with satisfaction. If that fellow wanted to steal a woman from him, he was still wet behind the ears. The little woman's body was soft and fragrant. As he breathed in her faint scent, he actually drifted off to sleep. Xiamu Bai did not sleep well, and Shen Wan's heart was likewise filled with conflicting emotions. Were it not for the third prince's framing, the Duke Xinggua's mansion would now be decorated with lanterns and silk crowded with distinguished guests. But now a true hero had fallen to such a desolate state. Let alone someone to collect his body, there was not even a person left to burn spirit paper for him. The more she thought, the more miserable she felt, and the more she wished she could do something for this great hero. In the middle of the night, while everyone else was sound asleep, Shen Wan quietly wrapped her arms around the great villain. She used instant teleportation and reached the foot of the mountain several zhang away in the blink of an eye. Before she could even steady herself, Xian Mubai warily opened his eyes. How did I end up here? He frowned slightly. Shen Wan's gaze flustered, and she hurriedly forced a smile. Isn't today His Grace the Duke's death anniversary? I quietly carried you out on my back once everyone was asleep. There's nowhere to buy spirit money, but I still have some fruit. It can barely pass for an offering. Xian Mubai's heart warmed. He had only said it in passing, never imagining that this little woman would take it to heart. Shen Wan set him down under a large tree, then took out a few pieces of fruit and arranged them on the ground. The wine in her spatial storage was not convenient to take out, so she made do with that container of spirit spring water. Xian Mubai knelt on the ground, his complicated gaze piercing through the veils of rain, as if he could see the vast desert and the father who had once galloped across the battlefield. After a long while he smiled bitterly. Father, rest assured I will live well. He thumped his head heavily several times in the direction of Human Pass. When he raised it again, his forehead was stained with vivid red. Shen Wan's eyes reddened. She said nothing, only handed the spirit spring water to him. Xian Mubai accepted it, and the clear cold spring water mingled with the rain flowing along the rugged little path into the distance. After the memorial, Shen Wan could not conveniently use instant teleportation again, so she carried the great villain on her back and stumbled step by step toward the ruined temple. The rain was not heavy, but the road was exceedingly muddy. Thank you. Xian Mubai suddenly spoke from her thin shoulder. Shen Wan smiled. It's what I should do. Xian Mubai was silent for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes. At his ear there was only the endless sound of wind and rain and the little woman's heavy footsteps. Early the next morning the rain stopped, the sky cleared, and the exile procession finally arrived at Chunlu County Town. Compared with the shabby county town of that great benefactor Lin, Chunlu County was far more prosperous. The streets were bustling with traffic, shops lined both sides, and the roadside stalls were piled with a dazzling array of goods, making everyone's eyes swim. Since leaving the capital, this was the first time they had reached such a lively place. Hu Dahai had planned to go to the post station, but at Qin Shu's earnest invitation the group ended up staying at the Qin family's villa. The villa was not large, but it was exceptionally beautiful. The breeze was gentle, and after the meal the exiles sat in the courtyard enjoying the cool air. Seeing this, Shen Wan also pushed the great villain into the shade of the flowers. Seeing that the flowers were blooming beautifully, Xian Mubai said, "Bend down." Shen Wan obeyed. The great villain casually plucked a flower and gently tucked it into her hair. Ever since this little woman had entered his household, she had been rushing about with him, not even sleeping a single sound night, let alone buying herself any halfway decent jewelry. Once things settled down in the future, he would give her the finest jewels in all the world. Madame Sun, sitting in a rattan chair by the doorway to enjoy the cool, saw all of this clearly. "Oh, since when have the two of you become so loving?" She rolled her eyes and sneered contemptuously. As expected, men are nothing but fickle, heartless things. Just a few days ago he was deeply attached to Shun Yan, and now he's being all lovey-dovey with this ugly girl. Honestly, I feel really sorry for Shun Yan. Seeing this woman causing trouble again, Shen Wan flared up. She held her head up defiantly and sneered, "So what if we're lovey-dovey? Are you jealous? But it's no use being jealous. That bandit's whole family is dead, so you can't even find someone to write you a letter of divorce." At that, Madame Sun's face turned crimson. "You vile woman. Say that one more time if you dare." She jumped 3 feet high in fury. "Don't forget this is my cousin's house. I'm half the owner here. With one word from me, every one of you will be chased out of here." Hearing this, the people nearby enjoying the cool air could not help but laugh. At first, because this woman was related to a wealthy young master, they had not dared to tread on her. But now that Qin Shu had thrown her off the carriage and would not even look at her, they had nothing left to fear. "Of course it's true. A man narrowed his eyes and laughed with a strange sneer. Back when you were with that bandit, the way you rolled around in the woodshed was quite a show. Everyone saw it clearly. At those grating laughs, Madame Sun was so angry she almost cried. Just you wait. I'll go tell my cousin. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the tightly shut gate was kicked open. Right behind it, a man in his 30s wearing brocade clothes charged in with a group of servants. This man was none other than Qin Shu's elder brother, the first young Master Qin. Seeing so many ragged exiles in the courtyard, the first young Master Qin could not suppress his anger. Get the hell out of here, he shouted harshly, eyes bloodshot. Hearing this, Madame Sun immediately understood who he was. She straightened her back and yelled crossly at the crowd, "Didn't you hear what my cousin said? All of you get out." Seeing that everyone seemed frightened, Madame Sun looked smug. "Cousin." She swayed her slender waist and walked up to the first young Master Qin, trying to cozy up to him. "Long time no see. I almost couldn't recognize you. Who are you?" The first young Master Qin frowned and looked with disgust at the beggarly woman before him. Madame Sun said in a sweet, coquettish tone, "I'm your cousin from the Sun family in the capital." At the words Sun family in the capital, the first young Master Qin gave a sinister sneer. "You get out too, cousin." Madame Sun looked as if she could not believe her ears. "Why? But I'm your cousin. There's not a single decent person in your Sun family." The first young Master Qin pushed her aside and barked, "I'll give you as much time as one incense stick takes to burn. If you haven't left by then, don't blame me for turning hostile." Seeing this, Hu Dahai stepped forward and bowed to the first young Master Qin. "It was my oversight," he said with a placating smile. "Young Master Qin enthusiastically invited us, so I agreed to lodge here temporarily, but I neglected to consider his family's feelings. Please calm down, sir. We'll be on our way right now." With that, he turned and shouted to the crowd, "Pack everything up. We're going to the post station immediately." Everyone went back to their rooms to pack their belongings. Shen Wan packed up and had just started pushing the handcart when she saw Qin Shu dragging his sickly body after her. "Miss Shen, don't go." He immediately seized her cart and looked up at the first young Master Qin. "Brother, don't be like this. She is the one who saved my life. And the other people have also looked after me quite well on the road. A man must act with conscience." The first young Master Qin's face darkened, his gaze landing on Shen Wan. "You call her Miss Shen?" "Yes." Qin Shu nodded. "She is the second young lady of the Marquis of Xianyang's family and the wife of the heir of Duke Xinggua's mansion. In that case, all the more reason she can't stay." The first young Master Qin's expression turned even uglier. "You know perfectly well how many people Duke Xinggua's matter implicated. Why choose this moment to get involved with the Xie family? Unless you hope the Qin family will be the next one to be raided and confiscated." Seeing that Qin Shu was about to speak, Shen Wan smiled and interrupted, "Young master, we appreciate your kind intentions, but we don't want to make trouble for you. We'd better go back to the post station. The post station might not be as lovely as the villa, but at least they could stay there with a clear conscience without fear of being driven out." "No, I cannot let you go." Hearing this, Qin Shu immediately grew anxious. "If you leave, then I'll leave too. What difference is there between an ungrateful man and an animal?" Seeing him like this, Xian Mubai's face darkened. It seemed he hadn't guessed wrong. This fellow Qin had indeed set his heart on the little clown-faced girl. During the standoff, a sharp voice suddenly came from the entrance. "First Master, something terrible has happened." An old maidservant ran over, her face pale, and said in panic, "The first mistress is in difficult labor and has lost a lot of blood. I'm afraid she may not survive." The first young Master Qin's expression changed abruptly. "Quick, go fetch every physician and midwife in Shenlu. If anything happens to my wife, none of you will live." The maidservant was so frightened that she hurried out. The first young Master Qin was too preoccupied to bother with the convicts and rushed away with his servants. "Miss Shen, is there anything you can do?" Hearing this, Qin Shu turned to Shen Wan with a pleading look. Shen Wan hesitated upon hearing these words. After a moment's thought, she declined tactfully. "With so many midwives and physicians your elder brother has summoned, I am sure nothing will go wrong." Eldest young Master Qin harbored great disgust for exiled convicts like them. Going at this time would only add to his displeasure. "You mean you have a solution, right?" Qin Shu's eyes brightened, and he immediately grabbed her sleeve. Xian Mubai's face darkened as he slapped his hand away. "Talk is fine, but what's with all the needless touching?" "Young lord, please calm down. I was simply too anxious." Realizing his blunder, Chen Chu hastened to apologize. My elder sister-in-law is nearly 40, and this is her first pregnancy. She has always been frail, and now, with the difficult labor, I'm truly afraid that something might happen to her. Miss Shen, I beg you. In his desperation, he bent both knees and knelt straight down. Startled by his sudden move, Shen Wan quickly said, "Get up quickly." This man was something else, dropping to his knees at the drop of a hat. Could he be deficient in calcium? If Miss Shen doesn't agree, I won't get up. Chen Chu was stubborn as well, and said with tears in his eyes, "My mother passed away when I was young, and my sister-in-law has treated me as her own son. If I cannot repay this kindness, I would be unworthy of being called a man." It was about repaying kindness again. Shen Wan was amused and exasperated. "Fine, I promise you. Who could bear to refuse a good man who was so eager to repay a favor? Then let's hurry." Chen Chu rejoiced, struggling to rise from the ground despite his weak body. Shen Wan set down the cart and said to Xiamu Bai, "Wait for me at the post station with Hu Dahai and the others. I'll be back in a moment." Xiamu Bai nodded slightly. Although he didn't want her to get involved in the Qin family's affairs since she insisted, he could hardly stop her. Why go to the post station? Just stay right here. Miss Shen, a life is at stake. Let's hurry. Chen Chu said anxiously. Shen Wan nodded. To put up a respectable front, she slung on the medical box given to her by the old medical official. The Qin family's old residence was not far from the separate courtyard, only 2 li away. No sooner had they entered the back courtyard than they saw a large crowd of physicians and midwives standing in the vast yard. The half-worn carved wooden door opened and closed repeatedly as maidservants and old women carried out basins of hot water stained crimson with blood. Seeing those basins of bloody water, eldest young Master Qin felt his heart burn with anxiety. At that moment, a white-haired old physician stepped out. "How is she?" Eldest young Master Qin hurried forward, asking anxiously. The old physician knitted his snow-white brows and shook his head slightly. "The lady's constitution is too weak, and the midwife says the baby is too large. Eldest Master, you'd better find someone more skilled." All the physicians and midwives in Chenlu were standing right here. Where else could eldest young Master Qin look? At the thought, his heart turned to ashes. Could heaven truly intend to cut off his line? "Brother, let Miss Shen try." Chen Chu came rushing over, panting. Eldest young Master Qin glanced at Shen Wan's frail, skinny frame and asked coldly, "Have you ever given birth?" Shen Wan shook her head. Scram. Eldest young Master Qin's face darkened as he spat out one word. Seeing this, Chen Chu immediately grew anxious. "Brother, Miss Shen is highly skilled in medicine. Just a few days ago I was bitten by a venomous snake, and she cured me." Hearing this, the white-haired old physician sneered. "The second young master is still too young and naive. Every profession has its own specialty. Childbirth and treating snake venom are completely different matters." Chen Chu was frantic, but for a moment he didn't know how to convince them. His face sank, and he said obstinately, "I trust Miss Shen regardless. Your trust is your own business." Eldest young Master Qin erupted in fury and bellowed harshly, "But I won't hand your sister-in-law's life to such a woman. Everyone knows that the second Miss Shen is dull-witted beyond measure and completely useless. Letting her attend to your sister-in-law is nothing short of sending her down the yellow springs." Seeing this, Shen Wan gave a bitter smile and looked at Chen Chu. "In that case, I might as well head to the post station first." Now that the family members of the patient were cursing openly, she saw no reason to stay and make herself miserable. Just as she was about to leave, a matron burst out of the room in panic. "Terrible! The lady has fainted." Eldest young Master Qin's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to charge, and Chen Chu blocked him. "Sister-in-law is in critical danger right now. Why not let Miss Shen try? It might still ensure both mother and child survive. Get away." Eldest young Master Qin's eyes reddened as he shoved him hard. Chen Chu's body was simply too weak. With just that push, his frail frame fell straight backward. Shen Wan rushed to support him, but the medical box on her back was knocked to the ground. Its contents scattered all over, and several golden needles glittered brilliantly in the sunlight. Golden needles. The old physician's murky pupils shrank, and he looked at Shen Wan in astonishment. "Are you from the Yaowang Valley?" Shen Wan saw no reason to conceal it. It was merely a parting gift from an old friend. Hearing this, the old physician immediately turned to eldest young Master Qin. Eldest Master, let this young lady give it a try. People of the Yawang Valley rarely had contact with the outside world. Since she could even receive golden needles as a gift, this young lady was certainly no ordinary person. It seemed he had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, shallow and ignorant. Though eldest young Master Qin was still full of doubt, since the old physician said so, he reluctantly nodded. Qin Chu quickly packed up the medical box and handed it to Shen Wan with both hands. Taking it, Shen Wan finally entered the room. On the beautiful carved bed lay a woman in her 30s. Her face was ashen, her forehead dotted with fine beads of sweat, and she was utterly frail. Shen Wan examined her carefully and found that the woman in labor was not in serious danger. Only the baby was too large. Even if a cesarean section wasn't necessary, an episiotomy was essential. Shen Wan washed her hands and shooed all the maids and matrons out. Seeing that everyone had been driven out, eldest young Master Qin couldn't help but grow annoyed. How can there be no one inside? Brother, don't worry. Miss Shen doesn't like having people around when she treats patients. Qin Chu explained hurriedly. If someone disturbs her, she'll be distracted. The old physician also advised to keep their medical arts from leaking out. Divine physicians dislike having anyone present when they treat patients. Eldest young Master Qin didn't believe that little girl could be some divine physician, but since everyone was saying so, he let it go. They waited for a long time, yet there was still no movement from inside the room. Eldest young Master Qin grew anxious. He disregarded everything and barged straight through the door. The moment he entered, he saw Shen Wan standing by the bed holding a blood-drenched sharp blade. Wretched woman, what are you doing? Eldest young Master Qin's eyes reddened, and he shouted sternly. Before his words faded, he seized a stool and hurled it madly at the young woman. He had been too stupid. How could he have believed an exiled convict? Now he had brought disaster upon his own wife and child. Shen Wan didn't move, not showing the slightest intention to dodge. At the very moment the stool was about to land, a baby's piercing cry suddenly shattered the silence. At the sound of this, young Master Qin instinctively tried to withdraw his hand. Unfortunately, the hard chair had already landed on Shen Wan's back, shattering into pieces. Shen Wan frowned. Have the maids come in and bathe the child, she said coldly, enduring the pain. Hearing this, the bewildered young Master Qin hastily summoned all the servant girls and old maids. Learning that the child had been born safely, the people outside were overjoyed, and Qin Chu's mouth widened into an unstoppable smile. However, since they were men, it was inconvenient for them to enter. At that moment, Lady Qin slowly came to. Why are you here? She asked as she saw young Master Qin standing there in a daze. She smiled wearily. Go out quickly, it's dirty inside. Young Master Qin heard this and rushed forward. He gripped her hand tightly and said, choking with sobs, No, I was scared. If I had known childbirth was so perilous, I would never have let you become pregnant no matter what. Lady Qin smiled weakly. What nonsense you're talking. Even if you didn't want a child, I still wanted to be a mother. Seeing that young Master Qin's gaze remained fixed on Lady Qin, and that he showed no intention of looking at the child, Shen Wan's resentment toward him lessened a little. Aren't you even going to ask whether Lady Qin gave birth to a boy or a girl? Shen Wan washed the bloodstains from her hands and asked with a sneer. It was only then that young Master Qin was snapped back to reality. He really had become a father. The old midwife washed the child, wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and then carried him before the couple, smiling. He's an adorable little young master. Hearing this, young Master Qin cast a glance at the tiny infant. Looking at the wrinkled little face, he couldn't help frowning. As expected, ugly things are full of mischief. Before he was even born, he was already tormenting his mother. Who said he's ugly? Shen Wan curled her lips and sneered. Most babies look just like this right after birth. Besides, Lady Qin risked her life to bring him into this world. How can you be so disdainful? What? You don't even want to hold him? Young Master Qin wasn't exactly repulsed. It was just that the moment he thought about how this ugly little creature had nearly worn his wife to death, he simply couldn't elicit any affection. Upon hearing this little girl's words, he hesitated for a moment, but still awkwardly took the child in his arms. The moment the baby settled in his embrace, the natural bond of kinship overwhelmed him with tenderness and pity. The ugly little thing was so small. What if he dropped him or hurt him? My lord, give him a name, Lady Qin said with a weak smile. Without a moment's thought, young Master Qin blurted out, "Since he's this ugly, let's call him a Chu." Shen Wan was utterly speechless. "Young Master Qin, is it really appropriate for you to do this? Are you sure your son won't hate you when he grows up?" "Who said my son is ugly?" Lady Qin took the child, looking at him with fondness. "My son is absolutely adorable. By the way, where's the wet nurse you hired? The child must be hungry by now." Hearing this, young Master Qin snapped out of his trance and immediately bellowed through the door. That shout directly frightened the baby in his arms into tears. Shen Wan lightly pressed her forehead. Well, with a father this unreliable, Chu was doomed to suffer in the future. Soon 3 robust wet nurses walked in from outside. Fortunately, even though his father was unreliable, Chu's wet nurses were very dependable. "The mother and child are safe, so I should be on my way." Seeing that Chu was about to nurse, Shen Wan slung her medicine case over her shoulder and headed outside. By this time, Hu Dahai and the others were probably already at the courier station. For some reason, she actually missed the villain a little after being away from him for only a short while. Hearing this, young Master Qin hastily handed the child to a wet nurse. "Miss Shen, please stay." He walked quickly to Shen Wan and knelt down directly on the ground. "What are you doing?" Shen Wan was startled. "There are people here." It appeared that the men of the Qin family were seriously lacking calcium. She'd have to prescribe them some calcium tablets another day. "Noble benefactor, please accept my bow." Young Master Qin paid no attention to the stares of the maids and old servant women and gave a deep kowtow. Shen Wan felt somewhat embarrassed by his gesture. She quickly helped him up. "I cannot accept such a grand salutation." What was the use of kowtowing? It would be far more practical to just pay the medical fee. Whether gold, silver, jewels, grain, or cloth, anything that could be sold for money would be acceptable. "No, you deserve it," young Master Qin said with a face full of guilt. "I treated you so terribly before and said so many ugly words, yet you selflessly helped me despite all that. By comparison, I'm truly a despicable person." In fact, Shen Wan had never been angry at young Master Qin from start to finish. If it had been her in his place, she might not have believed a young girl still wet behind the ears either. "All right, I'm not angry. If you have time to waste here, you'd better go accompany your wife," she said with a smile. A woman needs her husband's care most during the postpartum period. Hearing this, young Master Qin asked hesitatingly, "Thank you for your advice, my lady. But Miss Shen, would you be willing to stay here? Please don't misunderstand. I have no other intentions. My humble wife is weak after childbirth, and I'm not sure whether the residual toxins in my younger brother's body have been purged." Hearing this, Shen Wan couldn't help but laugh. "A whole courtyard of physicians is more than enough for you," she said, shaking her head. "My husband is in poor health, and I feel uneasy leaving him alone back there. If anything does happen, you can send someone to summon me then." She was not stupid, as she could naturally see that young Master Qin intended to repay her favor. But having just been driven out of the other estate, she really had no desire to live under someone else's roof again. Seeing her refusal, young Master Qin quickly said, "That's actually not difficult. I'll send someone to bring your family members over." As he spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at an old maidservant. Understanding the hint, the maidservant immediately went out. Seeing that he was insistent, Shen Wan did not force the matter. Forget it. If they were to stay, they were to stay. It wasn't as if they'd be living here for long. Given Hu Dahai's temperament, he would be urging them to leave within 2 days. When Qin Shu learned that Shen Wan would be staying here, he was both thrilled and surprised, and personally arranged a small courtyard for her. The courtyard was not large, only 5 or 6 petite rooms, but it included rockeries and gardens, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. The moment Shen Wan entered the courtyard, she was startled by what she saw. The old maidservant responsible had been too careless. She had only been told that young Master Qin was to bring over Shen Wan's family, but besides Xiemu Bai and his sister, she had even brought Madame's son, Madame Zhao, and the rest. "I knew it. My cousin would never abandon me." Madame's son raised her chin, proudly showing off in front of everyone. "The reason you can stay here at all is entirely thanks to me. Whoever dares to offend me will be kicked out." Madame Li didn't understand the circumstances and simply kept her head low, acting meek and submissive, afraid of provoking that woman. Shen Wan curled her lips. Since someone was intent on bragging, so be it. She didn't see through the lie or call it out. She simply headed straight towards Xiemu Bai. "You must be exhausted. Xiamu Bai asked when he saw her looking a bit unwell. Shen Wan shook her head. It's nothing, just a little hot. Let's go inside. Xiamu Bai nodded. She pushed the villain inside only to discover that most of the rooms had already been taken over, leaving only the west wing, which had the worst lighting and poor airflow. Fifth sister-in-law, it's all my fault. I didn't manage to grab a decent room for you, Xiam Morong followed, saying with a guilty expression. But this is third sister-in-law's relative's home, so I didn't dare say much. Seeing her lack of confidence, Shen Wan was somewhat surprised. What did the maidservant who came to fetch you say? She didn't say anything else, just that she was ordered to bring the Xie family to the Qin residence. Xiam Morong said cautiously. Third sister-in-law said that maidservant was the personal attendant of her late maternal aunt, so it must be that young Master Qin, mindful of family ties, had sent someone to pick her up. They chatted happily the whole journey, as if they truly knew each other. I had not intended to come, but I was worried that you might be bullied here by yourself. Hearing this, Xiamu Bai gave a cold laugh. Is it not possible that your fifth sister-in-law delivered Lady Qin's child, and young Master Qin, grateful for her help, therefore moved us all here? There were so many midwives in the world, no one had ever heard of one staying at the master's home after delivering a child, much less having her entire family also brought over. Xiam Morong remained skeptical. Seeing that she didn't believe it, Shen Wan simply smiled. Never mind, don't mention it anymore. By the way, which room are you staying in? Hearing this, Xiamu Bai gave a cold laugh. Is it not possible that your fifth sister-in-law delivered Lady Qin's child, and young Master Qin, grateful for her help, therefore moved us all here? Hearing this, Xiam Morong's anger surged uncontrollably. Sun Shi claimed the largest room for herself. Li Shi took one with the second child, and the most infuriating part was that the eldest child actually occupied a room each with Zhao Shi. She counted on her slender, pale fingers, itemizing each grievance. And what about Zhao Shi's excuse that her spirit was frail, fearing she'd be strangled in her sleep? I confronted that brat out of frustration, only to be scolded by Sun Shi. And helpless, I ended up sleeping behind the screen in the parlor. Hearing this, Shen Wan felt a warm surge of emotion. This girl was willing to sleep behind the screen just to leave a room for them. She had truly changed. I think it's quite pleasant here, she said, pushing open the window and smiling at the rockery outside. At least there are no mosquitoes, and it's very clean. But aren't there no mosquitoes in other rooms as well? Xiam Morong looked utterly bewildered. NAS evening approached. Qin De Shao, having recently become a father, sent someone to invite them to a banquet. Upon hearing this, Sun Shi immediately began to groom herself meticulously. And her dress was newly made by Li Shi during their journey. Though the fabric was somewhat inferior, at least it was quite clean. Your cousin invited me to the banquet, you need not attend. Seeing Shen Wan combing Xiamu Bai's hair, she sneered. Don't think becoming a midwife makes you special. Don't you know that matchmakers and aunties hold a very low status? Especially midwives. Those hands are terribly dirty. As Shen Wan combed the villain's silky black hair, she retorted coldly. No wonder you're so filthy, it seems a pair of dirty hands delivered you. You speak nonsense. Sun Shi snapped in haste. You're the dirty one. And me dirty. Shen Wan rolled up her sleeve, revealing the love mark on her forearm. Even if I'm dirty, the love mark remains. What about yours? Gazing at the small love mark, Xiamu Bai's eyes flickered slightly. And indeed, rumors were unreliable. And Sun Shi trembled with rage, but was utterly at a loss for words. Because she had once been with that hunter, everyone along the journey openly and covertly mocked her, and some shameless rakes took the opportunity to harass her repeatedly. She couldn't understand what she had done wrong, why they insisted on clinging to this one detail. And she looked at Zhao Shi instead. Within just a few days, everyone had stopped bringing up her romantic scandals. Regardless, you are forbidden to go, Sun Shi said with red eyes, grinding her teeth. They are my family's relatives. By what right do you intend to meet them? And fourth sister-in-law, you take the second child, and I, who no one else is permitted to step half a pace out of this courtyard. Among this group, it seemed only Li Shi could be taken along. And Zhao Shi was feeble-minded, the eldest child was ill-mannered, and Xiam Morong held a grudge against her. But Li Shi was different. She was gentle and tactful, and her clear-featured beauty would not overshadow herself. And, are you certain you were invited rather than I? Shen Wan regarded her with a faint mocking smile. Sun sure seemed to have heard the greatest joke, her face twisting into a scornful sneer. You little slut, keep dreaming. I've never heard of a midwife attending her host's banquet. Before finishing her words, she swayed her plump waist and strode out. Just as she reached the doorway, she saw Qin Chu already entering the courtyard, followed by two old maids carrying bundles. Cousin, you are too polite. I could have gone myself. Why bother coming personally to fetch me? Upon seeing him, Sun sure quickly changed into a bright smile. Seriously, I've already been a trouble staying here. Why must you be so polite and bring gifts? As she spoke, she stepped forward to take the bundles. I am here to fetch Miss Shen, Qin Chu said, frowning without hiding the contempt in his eyes. These items are for her as well. Every word the woman had just spoken had fallen sharply on his ears. Not cousin like this was better left unclaimed. In hearing this, Sun Shu's hands froze awkwardly in midair. What did you say? Her face paled, and she couldn't recover from shock for a long while. What are you saying? I'm your own cousin. Qin Chu couldn't be bothered to reply, and he didn't even glance at her again and walked straight into the West Wing room. By then the villain had already finished combing his hair. Someone's hands were so clumsy that after combing for a long time the hair still wasn't tied properly. The Xiamu by himself took over and secured the hair with a broken hairpin. Young Master Miss Shen, Qin Chu said respectfully after glancing at them. My eldest sister-in-law sent me to deliver some clothes, or I hope they fit. Shen Wan understood. And if she guessed correctly, it must be because Madame Qin saw her wearing shabby clothes. She smiled and said, Madame Qin's gifts are surely excellent. Please convey my sincere thanks to her. Xian Morong took the bundles and placed them in the West Wing room cabinet, locking it securely. Miss Shen, please. Qin Chu bowed, slightly gesturing for her to proceed. Shen Wan smiled, and then pushed Xian Mu by outward. Fifth sister-in-law, take care, Xian Morong reminded as she noticed the cobblestone path beneath her feet. Seeing them leave, Sun Shu followed. You need not go, Qin Chu said coldly, casting a disgusted glance at her. Sun Shu looked utterly perplexed. Why? Because young master only wishes to invite the three of them, Qin Chu said bluntly, abandoning his usual refined manner. Sun Shu refused to believe it, sneering, Impossible. I am a relative of your Qin family. Relative. Qin Chu gave a cold laugh, his mockery unchecked. Our family has no relatives who married bandits. Before finishing his sentence, he swept his sleeve and departed. Hearing this, the already disgruntled eldest child burst out laughing with a pfft. How dare he prevent her from going? Now none of them could attend. You little bastard, what's so funny? Sun Shu transferred her anger onto eldest child, shrieking hysterically. Eldest child made a face at her. I'll keep laughing to drive you, you bandit witch crazy, I'll beat you to death, you little bastard. Sun Shu's face turned pale with rage, and she swung her fist at eldest child. The small courtyard descended into chaos. Qin Chu heard everything clearly behind him, but made no move to stop it. The banquet was set in the main hall of the old residence. Besides young Master Qin, several old physicians he had seen that day also took their seats. Upon seeing Shen Wan arrive, they hurriedly welcomed her and seated her and her husband in the place of honor. Oh, by the way, where are your cousin and the others? Seeing only the three of them, young Master Qin raised his eyes and looked toward young Master Qin. Young Master Qin frowned slightly. They didn't wish to come. True enough, he was lying. Just thinking of Sun Shu's detestable face made him lose his appetite. Young Master Qin didn't dwell on it and went to attend to the guests. Miss Shen, this old man offers you a toast. An elderly white-haired physician approached with a wine cup, speaking respectfully. Shen Wan immediately shook her head. I cannot drink. Hearing this, the old physician's face showed embarrassment. He stood holding the wine cup for a long while before stuttering. May I ask, Miss Shen, do you intend to take on disciples? Shen Wan was startled. What did you say? I wish to become your disciple, Miss Shen. The old physician said, his face flushing with awkwardness. When he learned that this girl was familiar with the Medicine King Valley, he had harbored some doubts about her medical skills. Now, having witnessed her pull back a madam who had one foot in the gates of death, he couldn't help but feel deeply convinced. Shen Wan stared in amazement. Sir, you're not joking, are you? No, the old physician said solemnly. I have specialized in gynecology for many years, yet I cannot match even 1/10 of your skill. If you could give me some guidance, it would be my great fortune. And before he finished speaking, the other physicians also stepped forward one by one. We beg you to offer some guidance. And looking at the physicians who could be her fathers in age, Shen Wan was momentarily at a loss for words. But I am an exile. Looking at those utterly sincere faces, Shen Wan smiled bitterly. I won't be able to stay here for long. At these words, all the physicians' expressions changed drastically. An exile? Was the distinguished Qin family actually on such close terms with an exile? May I ask whether Miss Shen has a husband? The white-haired old physician asked cautiously. Among the families recently exiled, he had never heard of any bearing the surname Shen. Before Shen Wan could reply, Xia Mubai's cold, clear voice rang out. Her husband's surname is Xia of the Jinghua Duke's mansion. At the mere mention of the Jinghua Duke's mansion, the color visibly drained from the physicians' faces. Had it been any other household, it might have been bearable, but the Xia family was absolutely not to be entangled with. Forgive me, young master. The old physician was the first to bow to young Master Qin and said deferentially, I just recalled that I have some matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Hearing this, the other physicians also hurriedly took their leave. People of their insignificant standing simply did not dare wade into this muddy water. Young Master Qin's face was so dark that water could almost be wrung from it, yet he made no attempt to stop them. It was my oversight. He looked at Shen Wan with guilt. They begged me to make the introduction, so I agreed. Shen Wan shrugged. It doesn't matter. I'm used to it. Forget them. Qin Chu said angrily, his face dark. Have they looked at their own status? Even if something truly happened, it would never implicate them. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this exile was merely an excuse for the Dog Emperor and his powerful ministers to purge those who opposed them. These lowly country physicians. How could they be worthy of even the noblest lords raising their precious eyelids to glance at them? Hearing this, Xia Mubai could not help but cast him another glance. Aren't you afraid of being implicated by us? He asked in a soft, somber voice. What do I have to fear? Qin Chu sneered. Since my father passed away, our Qin family has concerned itself only with business, never with politics. Even if the sky falls, it has nothing to do with us. Enough of this. Since they won't eat, we will. As he spoke, he began serving food to everyone. It had to be said that the Qin family treated their guests with great warmth, and the meal was extremely lavish. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, delicacies from land and sea. Everything was available in abundance. Perhaps moved by his enthusiasm, everyone ate very happily that evening. While Shen Wan went out to wash her hands, Qin Chu rose and followed her. Xia Mubai watched them, then found an excuse to go out as well. The moonlight was like water with a few sparse stars dotting the sky. A gentle breeze blew through, filling the courtyard with the fresh scent of lotus blossoms. Standing beneath the long corridor, Shen Wan looked in surprise at the young man before her, who was a good half head taller than she was. Miss Shen, there is something I want to ask you. Qin Chu's face reddened as he said awkwardly, do you really want to go to the Great Northwest? What I mean is, if you don't want to go, I can help you. So it was this again. Shen Wan could not help but laugh. I told you I'm not going to abandon my husband. But he doesn't love you at all. Qin Chu protested anxiously. The one he wanted to marry back then was Shun Yin, not you. I know you're worried about him. I can give him a sum of money and ask the escort officials to take good care of him along the way. With money, even in the Great Northwest, his life won't be too hard. You're still young. You need to think about your own future. Seeing how insistent he was on making her leave, Shen Wan's heart stirred slightly. You don't actually like me, do you? She asked tentatively. If it were only to repay a debt of gratitude, would he become this agitated? At her words, Qin Chu's handsome face flushed red even more vividly than the red lotuses beneath the moonlight. He cast a guilty glance at her and nodded firmly. If he did not speak now, this little ugly girl would soon be leaving on a long journey. He did not want her to go. He wanted her to stay and become the young mistress of the Qin family. It seems I'll have to give you a needle. Shen Wan burst out laughing. How old are you to still be unable to tell gratitude from love? Besides, I'm so ugly. Who said you're ugly? As long as I like you, that's all that matters. Qin Chu reddened and said with some defiance, and you're only 16, even younger than me. By that logic, you can't even tell whether you truly like the young lord. What you feel for him might be nothing more than a momentary impulse. The two of them were chatting with great animation, completely unaware of Shen Wan behind the flower bushes. Hearing those words, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and his gaze came to rest on the little ugly girl's face. Could she tell? Shen Wan shook her head with a wry smile. The problem is that I don't even have that fleeting impulse toward you. Qin Shu's face turned pale. Just what makes me inferior to Shen Wan? After a long silence, he asked with some resentment. He was the son of an imperial merchant, rich beyond measure with all his limbs intact. So what did Shen Wan have? Apart from a broken, ruined body and the status of an exile, all he seemed to have left was that face. Pleasant to look at, but utterly useless. You are good in every way. Shen Wan smiled. It's just that you are not him, and what you feel for me may not be love. Qin Shu retorted, then do you know what love is? This question stumped Shen Wan. Having remained single across 2 lifetimes, what experience could she possibly have with love? Still, the romance novels she usually read seemed more than enough to handle this pure, inexperienced young man. Shen Wan's eyes glinted mischievously as she smiled. To love someone is to think of them every moment. And when you're with him, even if you say nothing and do nothing, your heart still feels sweet. Qin Shu listened with a bewildered expression, but Shen Wan, hidden in the shadows, felt his heart stir slightly. Every single thing she had described, he seemed to match them all. But was this love? From the look on your face, I can tell you didn't hit a single one. Shen Wan patted Qin Shu's shoulder and chuckled. I know you want to repay your debt, but you truly don't have to offer yourself in marriage. Go on back now. If you stay any longer, my husband is sure to worry. She really had no idea what this young man was thinking. First, he sent black-clad men to fake an assassination attempt, and now he wanted to offer himself to her. How was that as practical as money and valuables? If Qin Shu ever learned what she was thinking, he would certainly be heartbroken. Could it be that he, the dignified son of an imperial merchant, was worth less than a pile of valuables? Seeing her so determined, Qin Shu found it hard to say anything more. After returning to the main hall, everyone ate for a little longer before the banquet broke up in haste. Shen Wan declined Qin Shu's offer to escort her and returned to the small courtyard with the Xie siblings. As soon as she entered, she saw Madame Sun sitting on a rattan chair in the courtyard enjoying the cool air. As soon as she saw her, Shen Wan deliberately rubbed her stomach and looked at Shen Wan. Fifth sister-in-law, give me some digestive medicine in a little while, will you? I ate too much tonight, and my stomach feels terribly bloated. But honestly, it's been a long time since I've had such good bird's nest porridge. Madame Sun's face darkened. She sprang up from the rattan chair in anger and snapped, why didn't you eat yourself to death? What a pity. Some people don't even have the chance to eat themselves to death. Shen Wan stiffened her neck and sneered, and you still keep saying that we moved in here only to bask in your glory. Now they don't even invite you to their banquet. They invited fifth sister-in-law instead. Tell me, whose glory are we really basking in? Some people really have thick skin. They'll claim credit for anything. As she spoke, she swung her slender waist and walked behind the folding screen. Shen Wan smiled. She gave Shen Wan a few hawthorn pills, then pushed the wheelchair into the western wing. The moment she entered, a heavy, rich fragrance rushed toward her face. What is this smell? She could not help frowning. Shen Wan sniffed and said it smells a bit like cattail grass. It was summer after all, and the weather was damp. It was hardly strange for wealthy families to fumigate their clothes with cattail grass. But why did only their room carry this fragrance while the main hall had none? Shen Wan seemed to understand something, and a cold smile crept across her face. What's the matter? Shen Wan asked with an unreadable expression. Shen Wan shook her head and smiled. It's nothing. Go to sleep. The weather was scorching to begin with, and the west wing's lack of ventilation made the room even more stiflingly hot. A slight movement was enough to make one sweat like rain. Shen Wan fetched a large wooden basin, placed some saltpeter fragments into it, and filled it with water. As the saltpeter dissolved in the water, it absorbed a great deal of heat, and the water gradually condensed into ice. Shen Wan stared at it, stunned for a long while before he could recover. He had been an avid reader since childhood and was considered a learned scholar, yet he had never known that saltpeter could be used not only to make gunpowder, but also to produce ice. Where did you learn this? He asked in astonishment. I just tried it out when I was bored, Shen Wan said with a smile. Go to sleep. With the ice cooling the room, the air indeed became much more pleasant. Shen Wan, however, could not fall asleep. Qin Chu's confession earlier today had filled him with an intense sense of crisis. At that moment, he had been terribly afraid. He feared that the little woman might nod her head that she might abandon him. He also knew he could not be so selfish. He had no right to make her continue suffering with him. Yet whenever he thought of having to face the long road ahead alone, his heart felt hollow. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to having her by his side. With that thought, Shen Wan turned over. Shen Wan was already asleep. Under the moonlight, the little woman looked so serene and beautiful, so beautiful that no one could bear to hurt her. "Do I love you?" Shen Wan seemed to be asking her, and also himself. The night grew deeper. Mosquitoes in the darkness, catching the scent of cattail grass, rushed in, as if vying to be first. The West Wing had no mosquito net, so Shen Wan and the villain naturally became their targets. Shen Wan was awakened by the buzzing. Instead of swatting them, she merely curled her fingers slightly. In an instant, every single mosquito was gone. She stole a glance at the villain. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly, she vanished and went straight to Madame Sun's room. It had to be said that the room Madame Sun had taken over was indeed nice. As soon as she entered, a cool breeze blew in through the gauze window, making the room delightfully refreshing. Madame Sun was sleeping on an alcove bed against the wall, draped with a beautifully embroidered canopy net. Shen Wan tiptoed forward, lifted the curtain, and released all the mosquitoes inside at once. After finishing that, she locked the door. Having done the deed so deftly, Shen Wan simply flicked her sleeve, taking no cloud with her, and slipped away, hiding her merit and fame. She had just lain down when a torrent of cursing erupted from Madame Sun's direction. With such a huge swarm of mosquitoes, she probably could not finish swatting them even by dawn. Madame Li heard the commotion and hurried over to check. But when she pushed the door, she found it locked. Unable to unlock the door, she could only pound on it frantically. For a moment, chaos reigned outside. Shen Wan pursed her lips into a smile. "She's so fond of cattail grass. Maybe you ought to send her some more." Suddenly, a cool voice sounded beside her ear. Startled, Shen Wan turned around and saw the villain's ink-black eyes glinting with a cold gleam in the darkness. "You weren't asleep?" she asked guiltily. Shen Wan nodded. Shen Wan's heart tightened slightly. But then she thought, whatever. He had already known she had secrets for a long time. Even if he had just witnessed her teleportation, it didn't matter. "She started it," she pouted, saying in an aggrieved tone. "Besides, I only returned the mosquitoes she sent to me." His gaze softened, and he said with a light chuckle, "I think you should have sealed up her windows as well. What if she tries to escape through one?" Before the words had faded, the sound of a window being opened came from that direction. Shen Wan was still regretting her oversight when she heard a plop, followed by a splash. "Which heartless bastard moved the water vat here?" Madame Sun sat soaking wet in the vat, shrieking with hysteria. Shen Wan seemed to understand something. She turned to Shen Wan and asked, "Did you do this?" Shen Wan smiled without saying a word. Ever since he had acquired his crutch, he had found it much easier to do things. A wheelchair made noise when moving, but as long as he tied cloth strips to the bottom of his crutch, he could do many things without being detected. For instance, moving a water vat. "Aren't you afraid it will tire you out?" Shen Wan tapped his arm lightly and murmured in complaint, "Don't move anything so heavy again." Shen Wan nodded. "Go to sleep." Listening to Madame Sun's curses, Shen Wan laid down with satisfaction. She slept soundly. When she woke again, the sun was already high in the sky. Madame Sun, however, was not so fortunate. She was covered with huge welts from mosquito bites, and the scratches on her skin had broken open, a truly miserable sight. Madame Sun was so unbearably itchy that she sent a servant to ask eldest young Master Qin for help. "Brother, don't bother with her." Qin Chu, who happened to be there, immediately said, "That woman is nothing good. You don't know. She behaves terribly, and she's involved with a bandit." Eldest young Master Qin frowned slightly. Even if she isn't a good person, she is Mother's distant relative. When Mother was alive, she was quite fond of these relatives. I only plan to find her a physician. It's not as if I'll be interacting with her, so it should be fine. Besides, Hu Dahai sent word that they set off tomorrow. She shouldn't be able to cause any more trouble in just one day. He had truly underestimated Madame Sun's ability to cause trouble. Soon, with her own actions, she made his handsome face swell with humiliation. Early the next morning, just as Shen Wan and the others finished packing their luggage, news arrived that Madame Sun had climbed into eldest young Master Qin's bed. "Let's ignore it. We're leaving." Mubai frowned slightly. Wait, you can't leave. Eldest young Master Qin, seeing this, begged desperately. My wife just gave birth. If she finds out about this, she will never forgive me. I was a fool. I should have listened to my younger brother. He warned me that Madame's son was no good, and I didn't take it to heart. Shen Wan's face darkened at his words. You shouldn't have gotten involved with her if you were afraid your wife would find out, she said flatly. As the saying goes, flies do not bite an egg that has no cracks. If it weren't for the opportunity eldest young Master Qin had given her, how could Madame's son have succeeded? Hearing this, eldest young Master Qin's face turned pale with anxiety. I am wronged, absolutely and utterly wronged. Last night Madame's son said she wanted to pay respects to my late mother, so I agreed to see her. I swear after she offered incense we only had a cup of tea. After drinking it I lost all consciousness. Shen Wan's heart stirred. If she guessed right, Madame's son must have taken the hunter's knockout drops, and eldest young Master Qin was probably innocent after all. Bad news. That woman is causing a scene again. A serving woman rushed over with a pale face. She says if she isn't given an explanation, she'll hang herself at the gate of the Qin manor. If she died, it would inevitably alarm Madame Qin. Eldest young Master Qin doted on his wife to the point of death and could not bear to let such a thing happen. His face was pale with urgency as he pleaded, Young Prince Miss Shen, you must help me this once. If you can help me resolve this problem, I'll agree to any conditions you propose. Shen Wan wasn't coveting his rewards, as she simply didn't want to let Madame's son have her way. After a moment's thought, she smiled. This isn't hard. Just find a matron to examine her, won't that settle it? Eldest young Master Qin's face turned pale. I'm not sure whether he stammered, lowering his head. Are you stupid? Shen Wan's lips curved slightly, and a disdainful smile flickered across her palm-sized face. The old woman you found, isn't she the one who does what you say? Eldest young Master Qin suddenly felt as if he had awakened from a dream. He had been so flustered that he had lost his head. Chenlu County was his own territory. Why should he be afraid of that bandit woman? Before long, he ordered someone to bring a female broker. It had to be said that this broker was extremely professional. In front of everyone present, she directly exposed Sun Shi's lies. Eldest young Master Qin was indeed innocent. Men, take this wench to the county court. Tell the county magistrate that this wench slandered an imperial merchant. Her crime is unforgivable. Eldest young Master Qin gnashed his teeth in hatred, and a thick murderous intent visibly surged in his eyes. Only when she saw that murderous look did Sun Shi finally become afraid. Fifth brother, save me. She looked at Mubai with tears streaming down her face and utter despair. I can't die. You promised your third brother that you would take care of me. Mubai's face darkened and his voice was cold beyond all warmth. If my third brother knew you were this shameless, he would certainly regret having married you into the family. At these words, Sun Shi's face changed dramatically. Mubai, are you even human? She flew into a rage and shrieked wildly. Why am I in this state today? Isn't it all because of you? It was you. You are the one who ruined my life. Back then the emperor wanted you to go to war. It was your third brother who abandoned me before my red bridal veil had even been lifted and went to the battlefield in your place. If you had been the one to go to war back, then how could I possibly have ended up in such a state? Li Shi, who had entered the family before her, knew the situation at that time very well. Pale-faced, she defended herself. The young heir had another relapse back then. Could you really have sent a sick man to the battlefield? By this moment, Sun Shi had long since lost her senses and could not take in anything. Her eyes red, she shrieked like a madwoman, I don't care. Either way, it was all his fault. He owed me this. He's the one who made me a widow. You're wrong, Mubai said coldly. If I had been the one on that battlefield, the Xie family still could not have escaped today's fate. He was not lying. As long as the Xie family still had one adult male, the third prince would never let the Duke's mansion off. If he had been given the choice, he too would have liked to die a heroic death, staining the battlefield blood red, like his third brother. Death was but an instant. Yet living on while bearing these layers upon layers of blood debt, that was the hardest part. Before his third brother left, he had once said with a smile that he would rather break than bend to matters requiring patience and endurance were better left to others. Nonsense. It was all caused by you jinx. Sun Shi refused to listen to any explanation and sat on the ground, cursing like a shrew. Seeing her so shameless, Shen Wan could not help sneering. My husband never forced you to marry that bandit. You shut up. Sun Shi gritted her teeth and flung a vicious gaze at her. Shen Wan, you're no good either. Back then it was clearly I who first took a fancy to the crown prince, but you had to cut in and ruin it, leaving me with no choice but to marry a concubine-born son. If not for you, I would already be the exalted crown princess. Hearing this, Shen Wan finally understood why this woman hated her so deeply. So she had actually been coveting the title of crown princess. In the book, the crown prince was undoubtedly a puppet in human form. He had neither looks nor ability. His existence seemed only to make the male lead's rebellion more plausible. Rather than saying Sun Shi had taken a fancy to him, it would be more accurate to say she had taken a fancy to his status as the crown prince. Let's go, Shen Wan, Xian Mubai said coldly without giving Sun Shi another look. He truly had nothing to say to such a shameless woman. Hearing this, Shen Wan pushed the wheelchair and headed outside. What about her? Eldest young Master Qin hurried up and asked in a lowered voice. His hatred for Sun Shi was real, but because of their kinship, he could hardly bring himself to kill her. Shen Wan sneered, there are two ways. One is for you to keep her as a concubine, the other is to drive her away and send her into exile. Without the slightest hesitation, eldest young Master Qin chose the second. As for reporting her to the authorities, that was definitely not a wise choice. If word of this got out, not only would his reputation suffer, but it would also disturb his wife, who was still recovering from childbirth. Better to expel this woman from the household and be done with it once and for all. For Miss Shinsake, I'll let you off easy today. He roared viciously at Sun Shi, his face dark. Men, give her 20 lashes, then throw her out. Sun Shi, who had thought herself doomed, immediately turned from grief to joy at these words. But at the thought of those 20 lashes, her back began to ache. Seeing that Shen Wan was about to leave, Qin Chu personally brought over a big pile of thank you gifts, and eldest young Master Qin had also prepared a thick stack of silver notes. Can I exchange these bolts of cloth for something else? Shen Wan asked, looking at the two large chests of cloth. Qin Chu hastened to ask, what do you want? Just give me a carriage, Shen Wan said with a smile. She had long wanted a carriage, only she never had the chance. Though pushing Xian Mubai on a handcart was convenient, it was still tiring after all. But with a carriage it would be different, easy and comfortable, and they could even enjoy the scenery along the way. Besides, after accepting his thank you gift, Qin Chu would no longer owe her anything. What's so hard about that? Qin Chu laughed. Before long, he ordered someone to drive a carriage over. Shen Wan patted the black horse's head and nodded with satisfaction. Thank you. She loaded everything into the carriage, then carried Xian Mubai inside. Although the interior was spacious, Xian Murong insisted on sitting outside. You two go back now. Shen Wan also jumped onto the carriage and smiled at the Qin brothers. The Qin brothers bowed in farewell. Take care, young madam. Shen Wan smiled, then flicked the horsewhip, and the carriage moved slowly forward. Fifth sister-in-law, you're amazing. You can even drive a carriage. Xian Murong was both astonished and delighted. What's so hard about that? Shen Wan smiled. I'm even better at riding horses. Hearing this, Xian Murong's admiration for her grew a few notches. Fifth sister-in-law, how do you know so many things? When nobody dotes on you or loves you, you naturally learn to do more, Shen Wan said jokingly. From inside the carriage, Xian Mubai heard this, and his heart tightened slightly. Suddenly, a young man on horseback caught up from behind. Shen Wan looked up only to find it was Qin Chu. Is something the matter? She asked in surprise. Qin Chu flushed and looked at her with a somewhat guilty conscience. I wanted to say that if one day you come to regret it, you can come back to Chenlu to find me. There had been no soul-haunting longing, still less the sweet joy of being together, but he still felt that marrying this ugly little woman would probably make him happy. That day will never come. Before Shen Wan could speak, an icy cold voice came from inside the carriage. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an authority that required no anger and imposed an invisible oppression. One casual, quiet voice was enough to send Qin Chu scurrying away in utter defeat, leaving him nowhere to hide. This time he was truly defeated. He thought he truly must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to dare fight with such a man over a woman. Qin Chu did not catch what Shen Wan said next. He could only watch helplessly as the carriage passed before his eyes. The distance from the Qin mansion to the post station was not far, and they arrived before long. When he saw Shen Wan driving a carriage up to the entrance of the post station, Wang Qi was so stunned that he did not recover for a long while. "Did you rob the Qin mansion?" he asked in astonishment. As she thought of the huge pile of belongings loaded onto the carriage, Shen Wan smiled. "Something like that, I suppose. It was a pity the carriage was far too small, otherwise the Qin brothers could have stuffed their entire ancestral mansion into it. People who repaid kindness in such a manner. She wished she could have a whole stack more of them." Wang Qi naturally was not fooled by her nonsense. He sneered, as if a ghost would believe you. "By the way, do you want that handcart?" Shen Wan hopped down from the carriage and asked. Now that she had a horse-drawn cart, the old handcart was of no further use. It would only take up space on the carriage, so she might as well give it away. "Want it?" "Of course I do," Wang Qi answered without a moment's hesitation. When something's being given away for nothing, who would be foolish enough to refuse, eh? Seeing a perfectly good cart handed to an outsider instead of her own kin's son, felt a twinge of displeasure. But the agonizing pain in her back left her in no mood to quibble over such things. Fortunately, the servants of the Qin household had not used much force, otherwise she might not even have the strength to walk right now. "Since everyone has assembled, let us set off." Hu Dahai counted the number of people and said in a loud voice. Before the words had even faded, however, Scarface emerged supported by someone. His face pale, he said urgently, "Boss, take me along. I want to leave with you all." "In your condition, you'd best stay here and recuperate," Hu Dahai advised, looking at his frail state. Scarface shook his head and insisted stubbornly, "No, I'm going. I can manage it. Without me, how could you possibly cross the poison miasma forest?" As the two were talking, Zhao suddenly clasped her lower abdomen. Blood streamed down her legs like a rushing brook. "Sister-in-law." Li gasped in fright. "What's wrong? Don't scare me." Zhao's face was ashen with agony. Her sharp fingernails dug into her tender palms until they drew blood, yet she uttered not a single sound. Scarface's heart ached. He truly hated this woman for deceiving his affections, but in his heart of hearts, he had never really let her go. "Young madam, could you?" he asked, his face pale and his voice tinged with hesitation. "I may be willing to forgive you, but that does not mean I can forgive her," Shen Wan said coldly as she groomed the horse's mane. She was a person who bore grudges. For her to forgive someone easily was never an easy thing. Zhao's condition deteriorated further, and her body soon could hold on no longer. Stunned by the pool of blood on the ground, Debeo was frightened and burst into loud wails. "Take a look at her if you would," Siem Mubai observed, lifting his gaze toward Shen Wan. He was no saint, nor had he ever forgotten Zhao's callous indifference. But if she died, what would become of Debeo? Since the arch-villain himself had spoken, Shen Wan was reluctant to defy his wishes. "Mind you, it's just one look. As for medicine, I don't have any." Siem Mubai gave an of acknowledgement. Shen Wan had Zhao lie flat on the ground, but the instant her fingers touched Zhao's pulse, her expression shifted abruptly. "What's wrong?" Seeing her expression change, Li's heart leapt to her throat. Shen Wan did not answer. She shot a glance at Zhao and demanded coldly, "Exactly how much did you take?" Zhao would not look at her. She merely bit her lip and said nothing. "What use is there in asking her?" Li shook her head with a helpless look. "Our sister-in-law has taken such a shock that her mind simply no longer works." Hearing this, Shen Wan could not help but sneer. Sure enough, among the 4 daughters-in-law of the Xia household, Zhao was the most cunning. Ever since her illicit liaison with Scarface had been exposed, she had been feigning madness and playing the fool. With her putting on such a mad act, people naturally let the scandal drop. By comparison, Sun, who had likewise carried on a secret affair, had a far harder time. She was mocked and needled at every opportunity. "Is that so?" Shen Wan's cold, sinister gaze fixed itself on Zhao's ashen countenance. "I don't care whether you are truly mad or merely pretending. You had better tell me exactly how much medicine you took." Zhao clenched her teeth and still remained silent. "What on earth did she take?" Li asked, utterly bewildered after listening for so long without making sense of anything. A woman who saw the situation blurted out, "Could it be abortion medicine? I've seen women abort a child before. This is exactly what it looks like. They lose an enormous amount of blood." At these words, the countenances of everyone present changed. "Is what she said true?" Scarface asked through gritted teeth, glaring at Zhao in fury. "So you were never mad, and you went and aborted our child?" Having lived nearly 40 years, this was the first time he was to become a father, and now it was also the last. That's right, I wasn't mad. And I did abort the child. Zhao smiled a bitter, desolate smile and said faintly, I am a respectable young lady of noble birth. Being taken advantage of by a man like you was already a grievance beyond measure. How could I ever bear children for you? My husband is the eldest young master of the Xie family. He is handsome and refined, accomplished in both letters and martial arts. How could a wretch like you ever compare? My only reason for yielding to you was to put a bite of food in my child's mouth. At this, the light in Scarface's eyes dimmed. Although he had long known the truth, hearing it spoken from Zhao's own lips was still more than he could stomach. No one need save me. Just let me die. Zhao closed her eyes in despair, letting bitter tears roll silently down her pale cheeks. I have no wish to live anyway. Shen Wan inserted several needles into her, saying coldly, If you are not afraid of death, why fear living? Raise your child yourself. Do not imagine that by dying you can palm the child off on someone else. After the needles, Zhao's bleeding gradually halted, but her face remained as white as snow. How is she? Li asked uneasily. Shen Wan shook her head. She refuses to tell me the dosage, so there is nothing I can do. In this lifetime, she will likely never be able to conceive again. Hearing that she could never bear children, Zhao smiled instead. How wonderful that I cannot conceive. Her face, pale, her voice drifted weakly outward, as if seeping from a crack in the earth. I would only ever have children for Dalong. At these words, the last spark in Scarface's eyes was snuffed out. After a moment's thought, he turned to Hu Dahai with a wry smile. Boss, I'll stay here. I'm not leaving. Since Zhao despised him so utterly, there was no need to hold on to any more fantasies. They had never been people of the same world to begin with. Were it not for this exile, perhaps the two of them would never have intersected in this lifetime. What must be severed would always be severed. Seeing him like this, Hu Dahai made no further comment. He nodded and said to the crowd, Let's go. We depart at once. Zhao had lost far too much blood to walk, so Li and Sun found a wooden plank to carry her on. As for the two children, they simply had to follow along. In no time at all, the bearers were already on the verge of collapsing. Watching Shen Wan's carriage roll past them with an air of insolent pride, Sun gnashed her teeth in gnawing resentment. Damn it! Why was that ugly woman so blessed by fortune? Had she known, she would have studied medicine no matter what it took. Very soon the group left Chenlu County and arrived at a secluded mountain village. The village was not large, yet white mourning cloth hung at every door as though a funeral was in progress. Shen Wan's heart tightened, and she hastily turned her gaze towards Xiamubai. Xiamubai's expression darkened as he watched the white cloth fluttering outside the carriage. Do you see something? Shen Wan nodded. I'm not certain. I'm not sure, she said. The other prisoners dared not move. Officer, isn't this place too eerie? One prisoner looked at Hu Dahai in terror. Perhaps we should take another route. Fortunately, it was broad daylight. Had they encountered such a gloomy and eerie place at night, their hearts would have burst from sheer fright. Why detour? Hu Dahai said impatiently, his face grim. This is the shortest route. Not only would detouring add days of travel, but the road wouldn't be as flat either. I've traveled south and north for years, and this isn't my first time encountering such matters. In recent years, border conflicts have intensified. It's not surprising that so many families are holding funerals at once. Besides, why would you be afraid in broad daylight? As long as there's nothing guilty in your heart, there's no need to fear. Wasn't lying. At the Battle of Yumen Pass, the entire army of 100,000 Wei soldiers perished. Though their bones could not return home, their families erected memorial tombs for them. Suddenly, coffin shops saw booming business, and even those playing funeral music made a decent profit. Hearing this, everyone's anxieties eased somewhat. So they would proceed. The village wasn't large, with quickened steps they could pass through in merely 15 minutes. Faced with the choice between 15 minutes of dread or several days trudging under the scorching sun, they decisively chose the former. Brother, be cautious. Shen Wan advised upon seeing this. I have a feeling something is amiss. Oh, you never miss a chance to stick your nose in and give orders. Sun Shi rolled her eyes with a look of disdain. Don't forget, you're merely an exiled criminal with no right to command anyone here. We follow the officer's orders. Let's go. She spoke while carrying Zhao Shi forward. At this point, she had become notorious, and except for Li Shi from the bun shop, no one was willing to associate with her anymore. For the sake of her only companion, Sun Shi could only endure the pain in her back and grit her teeth as she carried Zhao Shi. Sister, nothing will happen. Hearing this, Hu Dahai looked up at Shen Wan. Besides, what is there to fear with so many of us? Seeing he wouldn't listen, Shen Wan didn't press the matter further since she had no proof either. She thought for a moment, then took out several towels and handed them to Hu Dahai and the Xie siblings. Everyone should use these to cover your noses. Try not to remove them until you leave the village. Xie Murong, though puzzled by her intentions, followed her instructions anyway. Hu Dahai, however, dismissed the idea. He knew this clown woman was clever, but this time her caution seemed excessive. This wasn't a poisonous fog forest. What did they need towels for? The other exiled prisoners shared his skepticism. In this sweltering heat, covering one's nose with such clean, soft towels seemed pointless. They'd be better off using them to wipe away sweat. Soon the group entered the village. It was eerily quiet with the occasional cry of crows. Xie Murong felt a chill run down her spine, her frail frame trembling slightly. Go ahead, Shen Wan said after a glance. With Xie Mubai present, the girl wouldn't be too panicked. Xie Murong stubbornly shook her head. No, I'm staying with fifth sister-in-law. If fifth sister-in-law isn't afraid, then neither am I. Shen Wan smiled and said nothing more. Wang Qi pushed his cart to catch up the white towel Hu Dahai had just distributed, tied around his face. At his appearance, Shen Wan couldn't help but smile. Strange. Why is there nobody here? Wang Qi asked, noticing her amusement. Shen Wan shrugged. I don't know either. She hoped she was overthinking things. But if her suspicions proved correct, the consequences would be catastrophic. Not far, and they spotted a gaunt old man crouching by the roadside, burning joss paper. A cold gust of wind swept through, sending unfinished paper money fluttering into the air like butterflies torn from their souls. Moved by pity, Hu Dahai asked, Old man, who are you burning this for? The weather was blistering, and he hadn't followed Shen Wan's advice. He'd merely draped the towel over his shoulder. For the old man, replied, his voice raspy and strained through heavy coughs. Hu Dahai's expression darkened instantly. Slowly the old man lifted his head, revealing a face pocked with festering sores beneath his disheveled white hair. Hu Dahai stumbled backward in terror, his teeth chattering. Smallpox. Indeed, the old man said with a bitter smile, continuing to burn the paper money. Some days ago, someone in our village suddenly fell ill with it. Before long, many others caught it. Now those who haven't been infected have fled to hide in the caves, leaving us here to fend for ourselves. I have no children to see me off in death, so I'm burning paper money for myself now to spare myself suffering in the underworld. Hearing this, Hu Dahai regretted everything. Retreat. Retreat immediately, he shouted quickly, covering his nose and mouth with the towel. Those prisoners trailing behind had no idea what had happened and began complaining upon hearing the retreat order. Officer, let's just take this path. Yes, detouring is such a hassle. Hearing their complaints, Hu Dahai could only shout sternly, move quickly. This village has smallpox. At the word smallpox, the prisoners were startled. They covered their mouths and noses and immediately turned to flee. In that moment, they cursed their parents for not giving them more legs. Sun Shi panicked as well. She dropped the stretcher and fled with the crowd. You at least have to take big sister-in-law with you. Li Shi cried out in anger. There was no way to make Sun Shi turn back. Shen Wan, driving the cart at the fastest pace, reached the village entrance only to find a large contingent of soldiers had already set up roadblocks sealing off the village. By order of the county magistrate, a widespread plague has broken out in Niujia village. All entrances and exits are sealed. No one is to enter or leave. The lead soldier said grimly. Hearing this, the exiled criminals panicked. A few timid women broke into tears. Hu Dahai quickly stepped forward with a forced smile. Gentlemen, I'm an official from the capital tasked with escorting these exiled prisoners. We've only been in this village for a short while. It's impossible we've been infected with the plague. Please let us pass. The soldier sneered mockingly. If everyone says that, should I release every person in this village? Can you take responsibility if the epidemic spreads? One prisoner challenged. Do you intend to trap us healthy people here to die? They're just prisoners. Their deaths are of no consequence. The soldier's gaze hardened with a cruel smirk. Archers, prepare. Anyone who dares cross this barrier half a step will be killed on sight. At the command, the archers raised their bows in unison, their cold, glimmering arrows aimed squarely at the chests of the exiled convicts. If anyone dared to take another step forward, the keen arrows would pierce straight through their bodies. At the sight, everyone was scared out of their wits. Let's go back. Fearing Hu Dahai would suffer a loss, Shen Wan hurriedly jumped down from the cart and stepped forward. Actually, the officer's concern is not unreasonable. After all, this disease is highly contagious. For all we know, we may already be infected. Then she deliberately let out a heavy sneeze in the officer's direction. Seeing this, the leading soldier hastily covered his face with his sleeve. "Wretched girl, stay away from me," he bellowed with a dark face, yet instinctively retreated a few steps. If that girl truly was infected, wouldn't he be trapped as well? Seeing how frightened he looked, Shen Wan deliberately advanced a few more steps. "Officer, don't worry. I should be fine. I merely passed through the village and came into close contact with one smallpox patient. I exchanged a few words with him, but I absolutely never had any physical contact with him." "Hey officer, why are you running? Hear me out." At those words, the soldier's face turned pale as death. If she had already spoken to the patient at close range, what more did the girl want? At this moment, in his eyes, Shen Wan was no different from a walking smallpox virus. Although the officers and soldiers had retreated over 10 meters, they still showed no intention of withdrawing. "Sister, what are we supposed to do now?" Hu Dahai, too, could no longer remain composed. He instinctively stepped back a few paces, trying to keep his distance from Shen Wan. He had been the one closest to the smallpox patient. If he really was infected, he did not want to drag anyone else down. Shen Wan thought for a moment and said, "Let's get some mugwort to smoke ourselves with and sprinkle some lime to disinfect. But for now, brother, I'm afraid you'll have to be quarantined. If you feel any discomfort, come to me at once." Hu Dahai nodded. "I'll listen to you, sister. I'll leave things here to you. If anyone dares to disobey, just have the other officers punish them." Despite being tall and burly, he was the one most prone to overthinking. By then, Hu Dahai had already imagined in vivid detail what he would look like with his face covered in pus-filled sores. "Brother, you don't need to be too nervous. I'll give you some medicine as a precaution." Seeing the unease in his eyes, Shen Wan smiled. "You have a strong constitution, and nothing should happen to you. Put on this mask. It protects far better than a towel." As she spoke, she handed over a pack of masks and a packet of medicine. Before she could be certain whether they were infected, she did not dare casually administer vaccines. She could only prescribe preventive medicine. "Just throw it over here." Hu Dahai did not dare approach. Shen Wan understood and tossed the items over. Seeing that she had medicine, some of the prisoners also came forward. "Give us some preventive medicine too." "I can give it to you," Shen Wan said after thinking it over, "but you'll have to come with me to gather mugwort and find lime." At the mention of searching for lime, everyone immediately went silent. The village was full of the virus. How could they dare get close to it? "I'll go," Wang Chi said grimly, slowly raising his hand. "I'll go too." Seeing this, Daniu's mother and Xie Murong also chimed in. Noticing both of them raising their hands, Shen Wan shook her head. "Sister-in-law, you should stay here to look after the children, and Murong needs to take care of your fifth brother. Young Master Wang and I will go." Looking at the slender, delicate figure of the little ugly girl, Xie Mubai could not help sighing. "Waner, compared to you, we are truly unworthy to be called men. Every time trouble comes, it falls to a woman like you to protect us. We men have utterly disgraced our ancestors." At these words, several men felt their faces burn. They thought for a moment, then raised their hands as well, volunteering to go along. Seeing this, Shen Wan nodded with satisfaction. "With all you brothers here, how can we fail to defeat this plague? Let's go. We're setting out now." At her command, the group pushed the cart and set off in force. Fearing infection, Shen Wan distributed masks and sprayed disinfectant over everyone. "You go up the mountain and gather some mugwort. I'll go find lime," she said to the men after thinking. Hearing this, Wang Chi immediately objected. "To find lime, you'd have to enter the village. It's too dangerous there. I should go instead." Shen Wan smiled. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm a physician. I certainly know better than you how to prevent it. I'll take the cart. Once you've gathered the mugwort, head back and light it to fumigate the place. Don't worry. Once I'm done, I'll be back soon." Finding her words somewhat reasonable, Wang Chi did not insist further. Shen Wan put on a mask and pushed the cart into the village. The old man was still sitting by the roadside. Seeing her approach, he could not help sneering. "Little girl, you actually dare to come back. Are you not afraid?" "I'm not afraid," Shen Wan replied with a smile. Not only am I not afraid, I might even be able to treat you, because I'm a physician. The old man did not believe her. Can this disease even be cured? Little girl, don't make fun of me. Shen Wan stepped forward and said with absolute certainty, I really can cure it. Grandpa, your illness isn't serious right now. As long as you take the medicine as directed, it can be fully controlled. As she spoke, she handed him a packet of medicine. The old man stared at her with his cloudy eyes and looked at her suspiciously. Why do you want to help me? The village entrance has been sealed, Shen Wan said with a shrug and a wry smile. If your illness isn't cured, we won't be able to leave either. Right now we're grasshoppers tied to the same rope, so I have to cure you. Hearing this, the wariness in the old man's eyes faded a little, and only then did he accept the medicine. Since things had already come to this, he might as well try any remedy, no matter how desperate. Is there anything I can do to help? He asked. Shen Wan thought it over and said, gather all the patients in the village together. I'll make the arrangements. It had to be said the old man worked fast. In no time he had called every patient in the village to the ancestral hall. The village was not large, yet there were dozens of patients. Shen Wan selected a few with milder symptoms and had them use lime powder to disinfect every corner of the village. As for the others, she gave them injections and medicine one by one. Seeing that Shen Wan was very young, an old woman frowned and scolded. Who are you trying to fool? If this girl could cure illness, a sow could climb a tree. Is that so? Shen Wan smiled coldly. If I'm not mistaken, Granny, you have severe headaches, and it's hurting badly right now. The old woman was taken aback. How do you know that? I told you I'm a physician. Shen Wan smiled as she stepped forward. I can make your head stop hurting immediately. Believe me. The old woman was doubtful. Shen Wan took out a silver needle and gently pricked her head a few times. Before long, the old woman's tightly furrowed brow relaxed. My head doesn't hurt anymore. Her eyes shining, she said excitedly, fellow villagers, we've met a miracle doctor. We really are saved. Hearing this, the villagers kowtowed one after another to express their gratitude. Get up, all of you. Shen Wan said hurriedly. The medicine has all been handed out, and I need to go back now. But we have no consultation fee to pay. The villagers looked at her uneasily. Shen Wan smiled. I don't want money. Just give me some lime, and that'll be enough. At this, everyone could not help laughing. Our village may not have much, but lime is the one thing we never lack. Come on, everyone, give the miracle doctor some more. The villagers were truly warm-hearted. Bag after bag of lime nearly crushed the little cart. No matter how much Shen Wan declined, a few villagers still helped her push the cart to the village entrance. Will you come again? A villager asked uneasily. Shen Wan smiled. I'll come again, at this time tomorrow. Hearing this, the villagers all beamed with joy. After bidding them farewell, Shen Wan pushed the cart forward. Stop! You must not take another step forward. Suddenly, a piercing woman's voice rang out. Shen Wan suddenly looked up and saw Sun Shi standing some distance away, covering her nose and mouth, glaring at her with fury. Sun Shi, what are you doing? Xian Mubai's face darkened and his voice was frighteningly cold. Sun Shi, her eyes red, demanded shrilly, that question should be asked of her, don't you think? Did she enter the village just now? Shen Wan made no attempt to hide it. That's right, only the village has lime. You were in the village for so long. You might have caught the virus already. How dare you still come back? Sun Shi instinctively retreated a few steps, her voice sharp and piercing. What if you infect us? Can you bear that responsibility? Hearing this, everyone's face filled with wariness. However, the ugly girl had treated them well, so they weren't willing to join the outcry. Of course, if Sun Shi could drive her away, that was all to the good. Smallpox was truly too terrifying. Wang Qi and a few others had already returned to the convicts and lit the freshly picked mugwort. Seeing Sun Shi like this, he sneered, then for whose sake did she go looking for the lime? If not for all of you, why would she take the risk of entering the village? Hearing this, the other convicts could not help but feel ashamed. But Sun Shi did not see it that way. She stiffened her neck and said with a smile that did not reach her eyes, since she's so noble, she should take the initiative to isolate herself for us. That's beside the point. Even the officer is deliberately keeping his distance from us. Why can't she? She wasn't lying. Ever since Shen Wan suggested Hu Dahai keep away from the crowd, he had been sitting and resting on a rock some dozens of meters away. On the one hand, he could keep watch over the exiled convicts. On the other, if anything really was wrong, he wouldn't spread it to others. In truth, Shen Wan had never intended to get too close to them either, but Sun Shi's attitude chilled her. And when she saw the complicated looks in the other's eyes, her heart grew even more uncomfortable. Fine, I'm leaving now. Shen Wan turned the cart around and left. Since these people were so cold and ungrateful, there was no need to leave them the lime. Wait. Sun Shi called out urgently. You may go, but the lime has to stay. Shen Wan looked back at her, as if she were an idiot. Have you no shame? I'm the one who got the lime, so why should I give it to you? Sun Shi's face went pale, but she still tried to argue. Who said it was just for me? It's for everyone. Besides, your husband is right here. Doesn't he need it? Before she finished, Xiamu Bai said coldly, I don't need it. He picked up his whip and lashed the black horse. Then the carriage slowly moved forward. Fifth brother, where are you going? Siamurong, who was burning mugwort together with Dainiyu's mother, asked in astonishment. Xiamu Bai did not turn around. His gaze rested on Shen Wan's sweat-beaded face. I can't leave your sister-in-law out there alone. But she'll infect you. Seeing this, Sun Shi shouted, Xiamu Bai, aren't you afraid? What is there to fear? Xiamu Bai smiled faintly, his eyes full of scorn. I would rather die than be an ungrateful man. Hearing this, everyone's faces flushed so deeply they almost seemed to bleed. They were all scions of distinguished families, always thinking themselves superior and setting great store by honor. Now being denounced as ungrateful was undoubtedly worse than a slap in the face. You vile woman, get out. Seeing this, one constable pointed at Sun Shi's nose and cursed. The young madam has been as kind to us as a mountain. Who do you think you are to drive her away? Even as he spoke, he drew out his whip and lashed viciously at Sun Shi. Sun Shi did not want to leave the group, dodging this way, and that she said in terror, no, I can't leave. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Would the constable be afraid? All the village's entrances and exits were heavily guarded by soldiers. Not even a fly could get out, let alone a fully grown person. Besides, the virus was everywhere. Who would have the audacity to run about? Run as you please. I won't chase you, the constable said with a cold smile. He paid Sun Shi no more attention. Summoning his courage, he walked over to Shen Wan. Young madam, please come over. Ignore that wretch. This constable cared nothing for honor. What he cared about most was his life. Among all of them, this ugly girl was the only one who knew medicine. Without her, they would be in even greater danger. Shen Wan could see through his thoughts and smiled faintly. Forget it. Since you've already driven Sun Shi away, this cart of lime is yours. Hearing this, the constable hastily thanked her. He took the handcart and pushed the cartload of lime back. You should go back too. Shen Wan looked up at Xiamu Bai. Xiamu Bai shook his head, his gaze utterly determined. No, I can't leave you out here alone. Aren't you afraid of catching it? Shen Wan gave him a sly smile. My hands have touched the sick. Xiamu Bai shook his head. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid. He was afraid, deeply afraid, for her safety. This time was different from before. In the past, she could mysteriously disappear whenever danger arose. But this virus could seep through every crack. What if she really was infected? How could she get by without someone to care for her? Fine. Seeing him so determined, Shen Wan smiled and jumped onto the carriage. Then you can keep me company. Xiamu Bai smiled, then gave the black horse another lash. Soon the black horse walked into the woods with vigorous strides. At midnight, a light rain began pattering down again. The exiled convicts were soaked with nowhere to hide, but Shen Wan sat happily in the carriage listening to the rain beating against the leaves. Because the light was too dim, she lifted the curtain by the window and hung a horn lantern outside. I have something delicious here. With a glint in her eye, she took out a large